Men just love to look at jade feet. Unexpectedly, I traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. His name is Jiyu Qingfeng. He's an ordinary traveler. Served as a prison leader in the Great Flame Dynasty Demonic Division. Today he came to check on the demons imprisoned here as usual. I didn't expect to be locked in this time, the demon turned out to be. He was still pitifully begging Jiyu Qingfeng if he could let her out. The demon said that as long as you let her out, let her do anything. There was something magical about her voice. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel dry. Fortunately, Jiyu Qingfeng was a traveler. In the age when technology was ubiquitous. He has never seen any coquettish drama. Xiao Mai is at most an internet celebrity face under a beauty filter. He's still holding up. And he also knew that now he had fallen for the other party's charm. If you open the cell door, the other party will drain his blood. There are already many suppressing demons. Tong died at the hands of this Hume. He doesn't want to sit in the back seat of his colleagues, so he immediately shouted. Bold demon engine, I can see at a glance that you are not human. A mere seductive art dares to make a left in front of me. After saying that, he turned decisively and prepared to leave. Seeing Jiyu Qingfeng go further and further, Xiao Humai also decided to make a bigger move, stand up immediately from the ground, turned into the appearance of a demon-burning imperial sister, in a lofty tone. Ordered Jiyu Qingfeng to open the door for him. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't stand it when he heard this imperial sister's voice. He didn't expect that this little household charm was actually a double cultivator of Yuluo. It's a pity not to see it. Just when he was hesitating whether to look back, the sound of the whip flapping in the array suddenly came. It completely broke his psychological defense. I saw the small household's charming feet wearing black silk and holding a leather whip in hand. He also asked Jiyu Qingfeng about his beauty. Facing the temptation of black silk, Jiyu Qingfeng's heart was torn. Although I know that this is a demon's flattery, I can't look back. Once you look back, you'll be hit. But it's a pity that Heisai doesn't look at it. So he tried to console himself. What's wrong with taking a look? This is suppressing Mo Tong. The Devil Suppression prison is full of formation bands. As long as you don't open the prison door yourself, you won't be in danger, and there are heavy guards outside. Even if something goes wrong, they can save themselves in time. It's okay. After all, it's nothing in front of Heisai. Black silk is YYDS. But just looked back. Jiyu Qingfeng was instantly addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. He even took the initiative to open the prison door and walked in. Seeing that the prison door has been opened, Xiao Yumai also completely stopped pretending, immediately exposed. He headed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Bang. Bite down on the neck, wolf. But this one bite is like. It's like biting a stone. I almost broke her teeth. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. Detected that the host is about to be attacked by a demon. If you are attacked by a demon, you will become stronger. The system is officially turned on. You are completely enchanted. Attack defense +1, accompanied by the system prompt tone. Jiyu Qingfeng also woke up. I was wondering where the sound came from. He turned around and saw the little house charm walking out of the prison door. Suddenly, he screamed a ghost. He rolled and crawled towards the outside of the cell. But how could Odomai let him go so easily? Just jumped to his top. Then, she bit him hard on the neck. Being bitten by the charm of a small household, Jiyu Qingfeng subconsciously felt that he was finished. Unexpectedly, the familiar system prompt tone sounded again at this time. You are attacked and defended by Hume. Jiyu Qingfeng also smiled when he received the system prompt. The voice just now was indeed not an illusion. There really is a system. Then he asked what functions the system had. System reply. This system can become stronger when attacked by demons. The only function is literally. As long as it is a demon, can't hurt the host at all. It only proves that the host is getting stronger and stronger. See the system reply. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help laughing. With this system, I will pay you back in the future. Don't walk sideways in the Devil Suppression prison. But before he could calm down in a happy mood, the little house rushed towards him with a whoosh. This time, Jiyu Qingfeng is not used to her. The backhand gave her a big pocket. Then said coldly. I almost got scared. You can change me back. Give me back the lady. Hearing the words, Xiao Yuemei looked forced. After reacting, he was directly angry. Humans! How dare you disrespect me? See how I treat you. After saying that, she rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng again. He grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's neck. Then he fell to the ground hard. System prompt defense +2. Seeing the prompt lying on the ground, Jiyu Qingfeng was instantly overjoyed. It seems that this household is in a hurry. Anger her now and continue to increase my defense rank. Not bad. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng decided to add another fire. Why didn't you eat? Work harder. That's right, I seem to be your meal. You really didn't eat it. Sorry for blaming you. Xiao Humei was so angry at his words that she looked up to the sky, directly turned on the red-eye run state. A burst of crazy output at Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time, the system's prompt tone is also, it kept ringing in Jiyu Qingfeng's ears. Defense keeps increasing. But after sitting for a while, Jiyu Qingfeng felt a little tired again. So he just lay on the ground. Let Xiaoju my hit hard. I've been sitting for too long these 2 days, a little backache. Just plug it in the back now. Don't be lazy. Hurry up and let out the strength of breastfeeding. Otherwise, be careful I slap you. However, with the increase in Jiyu Qingfeng's defense, the damage done to him by Ohume is also decreasing. So there are fewer bonus points to offer. This made Jiyu Qingfeng very unhappy. So the backhand gave Xiao Humei another big pocket. Really useless stuff. After saying that, he lay on the ground again. Let Odo Mai help him beat his legs. As a demon, Xiao Humei has never suffered such humiliation. Immediately hammer at Jiyu Qingfeng like crazy. But after hammering for a long time, it was useless. On the contrary, it helped him increase a lot of defense points. System prompt. Congratulations, the host has reached the upper limit. Obtain talent copper skin iron bone. Hearing the system prompt, Jiyu Qingfeng sighed. It seems that you are useless. Hurry up and turn me back into Miss High C. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you. Xiao Humei was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but I haven't waited for her to respond yet. Jiyu Qingfeng had already pinched her water face and said coldly. By the way, why haven't you changed back? I can't speak well, can I? Since you are so disobedient. Then don't blame me. After saying that, he threw Xiao Humei on the ground. Get ready to try the copper leather iron slip that just arrived. It's a mess for the small household charm. In the end, Xiao Hu's charm was forced by Jiyu Qingfeng's silver power. I have to change back to the appearance of Big Sister Heisi again. But just like this, Jiyu Qingfeng is not satisfied. It means that since you can no longer increase your defense for Yi Yi, then dance for me. The cooler kind. Omoto was silent for a moment. In the end, I have no choice but to perform. Halfway through, Jiyu Qingfeng, the sixth child, he also guided her in a few poses. A few hours later, Odo Mai was lying on the ground in the fog and panting. Jiyu Qingfeng is worthy of ink. Reluctantly walked out of the cell. And before leaving, tell the house small household charm, remember the poses I taught. Practice quickly. Next time, I will come and see. Jiyu Qingfeng is going to take a look at other places in the demon suppression prison. The devil suppression prison is divided into 3 layers. The first level imprisons low-level demons and Sechong. The second level is intermediate. You can enter if you need the position of yellow rank demon slayer and above. The third level is a high level, only Xian level and above can enter. You need to provide a token to enter the demon suppression prison. Only when you become a yellow rank demon slayer can you become a regular, and Jiyu Qingfeng is at most a temporary worker now. So you can only stroll around casually on the first floor, but before he could open the door to the next cell. The guard outside the door informed him that it was time to change shifts. Jiyu Qingfeng responded. I happily went to change my clothes. When changing clothes, he asked the system again by the way. Except for the demon taking the initiative to attack him, is it useful for him to practice on his own? Unexpectedly, the system replied to him with 3 exclamation marks. Look at him. But it's better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. Jiyu Qingfeng still decided to go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion first, see if there are any exercises that suit you. After coming to the Tibetan Sutra pavilion, after some selection, he found an iron shirt. Copper skin and iron bone tempeh, and the iron cloth shirt is the same as strengthening the muscles and bones. There's a perfect fit between the two. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng decisively chose this iron cloth shirt. After a simple registration at the front desk, I couldn't wait to run out. Ready to go to the practice room to try the effect, but I just practiced not long ago. He suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't expect to practice by himself. The progress of the iron cloth shirt will be so fast. Others need more than 10 years of water grinding skills, and he only needs 1 day to cultivate to greatness. Now the iron cloth shirt is just right. Can hide his talent for copper skin and iron bone. So after practicing the iron cloth shirt, Tong Zhongjeng asked in shock after seeing him. Jiyu Qingfeng, why are you so active today? Come so early. When is it not usually half an hour late? Jiyu Qingfeng smiled exceedingly. I'm not waking up. Have you decided to work hard? To repay you for being so worthwhile for me these days. How about I come 2 hours early every day to change shifts? Hearing this, Zhong Zheng asked with some uncertainty, Zhenming. At the same time, he also complained in his heart. This guy didn't take the wrong medicine today, did he? However, after receiving Jiyu Qingfeng's affirmative answer, he immediately put on a smiling face. One good cry at a time. He also said that he would invite Jiyu Qingfeng to eat wine when he had time. After the delivery, Zhong Zheng left. Jiyu Qingfeng turned around again and looked at the empty blue prison. And gave a satisfied smile. Whose brand should I turn over today? Soon he came to a room. A cell covered in chains with talismans. This cell is full of dissent and mystery. Jiyu Qingfeng subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it. I didn't expect to just open the small window of the prison door. A bloodshot eye popped out. In the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng appeared, in the midst of birds and flowers. There is a couple playing next to it. And the rising sun. Suddenly the red sun slowly opens. It turned into a big eye. Immediately, Jiyu Qingfeng felt lazy. It's like being in a sea of blood. Surrounded by a road paved with countless magnetic bones, a cyclops of hundreds of meters appeared before his eyes. Lift your foot and step towards him. Jiyu Qingfeng was kicked by this huge. The impact was so shocking that it flew directly backwards, seeing the cyclops reach out and grab him again. The system prompt tone suddenly sounded. You are under attack by the beholder. Soul power plus 10. Hear the system prompt. Jiyu Qingfeng woke up in an instant. And back to reality. I just realized that I was just hit by an illusion. Then another voice came from the cell. My lowly servant. Obey my orders. Open the cell door. Jiyu Qingfeng was very unhappy to hear this voice. But it didn't happen in the first place. Instead, I want to see what the hell is locked in here. So he pretended not to get rid of it. The appearance of control opened the prison door, then he saw a beholder with small wings. Just when the beholder thought he had to send the illusion, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly slammed the prison door shut. This wave of operations directly forced the beholder to the whole groove. I'm not out yet. Open the door for me. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the beholder calmly. Then suddenly reach out. He caught the eye of the beholder. I just gave him a wave of burst pulp. Being poked by Jiyu Qingfeng. The beholder screamed in pain. Huddled in the corner and questioned Jiyu Qingfeng. How did you crack his pupil? However, Jiyu Qingfeng said. You have blood in your stool. Come, I'll take you for treatment. This sentence also angered the beholder again. It was an illusion against Jiyu Qingfeng. In the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng entered the illusion again. And the beholder sits on the throne as a cyclops. Looking down at Jiyu Qingfeng from above. It's like looking at a mite ant. Immediately ordered. Lowly human. With his order, countless pairs of eyes suddenly appeared around. A domineering pressure is coming. It was all on Jiyu Qingfeng's body. It actually made him feel the urge to kneel. Just when he was about to lose his grip, the system finally sent a prompt. You are attacked by the beholder, plus 10 soul power. Accompanied by the system prompt tone. Jiyu Qingfeng's soul power is also increasing. The ceiling was breached shortly after. He got pupil vision. After acquiring new skills, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't wait to try it. I saw him waving at the beholder on the throne. In the next second, it will directly oppose the customer, sitting on the throne. This scene directly scared the Magic City silly. He never thought of that. Jiyu Qingfeng not only cracked his pupil technique, it also occupied his pupils. Then Jiyu Qingfeng snapped his fingers. Back in the cell again. Pick up the beholder and throw it out. Then he used another move, Millennium Kill, as punishment. But look at each other to yourself, for the sake of providing a new skill. Jiyu Qingfeng still decided not to kill him. Let him rest first. Come back next time. This sentence startled the beholder lying on the ground. Come back next time. Then Jiyu Qingfeng came to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to read the materials, learned that pupil illusion has control. Others an illusion making. The caster can control the caster's individual movements. The sorcerer will fall into the illusion created by the sorcerer. The downside of fantasy is that you have to look at people. And the other party's soul power is not higher than his own. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced or even invalid. The strength of the illusion is related to the ability of the caster. It's a growth skill. Jiu Qingfeng felt that with his current soul power, he could activate his illusion. There should be no problem dealing with Qi-gathering realm martial artists, but it may be difficult to fight against inner Qi realm warriors. Martial Dao is divided into 5 realms. Inner atmosphere. Xiantian. The Xiantian realm is also known as the Grandmaster. These 5 realms also correspond to each other. The 5 levels of Demon Slayer. Apprentice Exorcist. Mysterious rank Exorcist. Each martial arts realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. To Ju's Hongshan. 9 is the pole. Only after reaching the current realm of the 9th heaven. To break through and advance to the next level. Based on Jiu Qingfeng's current cultivation base of gathering 3 heavens, even with the talent of copper skin and iron bones and iron cloth shirt, facing the Qi realm powerhouse is also unlikely to win, but he wasn't discouraged. After all, it's only been 2 days. The system directly made him invincible at the same level. In a few days. Or he can brush the entire 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison. How strong will it be? Then suddenly in the cell next to him, an old voice came. Young man, come here. Jiu Qingfeng was stunned when he heard the voice. I didn't expect the demon to be so proactive this time. Then he walked to the warehouse. As usual, opened the small window to check the inside. I found that it was closed here. It's an old man with a dry face. I also asked him if he was here to pick up the talisman materials. Just when Jiu Qingfeng was wondering what the talisman gathering material was, I saw the old man put his hand in his arms, ripped a piece of meat from his body, and handed it to him. The old man put his hand in his arms. He tore off a piece of his own meat with force. The next second the meat turns into bark. And this bark is also an important material for making talismans. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng thought, this is the gift the old man wants to give him. Sticked his hand directly into the cell through the small window. This operation has seen the old man for a while. I didn't expect this jailer to be so fearless of death. How dare you directly put your hand into the blue prison where the demon is held? And Jiu Qingfeng saw that the old man had not handed the thing to him. Also a little impatient. Didn't you say a meeting gift for me? Are you going to give it or not? Hearing this, the old man showed a sneer. He handed the bark to Jiu Qingfeng. Jiu Qingfeng saw the old man handing it to him. It's a piece of bark and it's a bit of nafu. Didn't the old man say something about Fu Meng just now? Then he sniffed it again. I found the smell of this bark. It smells like a mask on a cell door. And I understood what was going on. It seems that this old man should be a tree demon. The bark on his body can be used to make Fu Meng. And it seems that suppressing demons, every now and then he will come to him to get the bark. Jiu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh about this. Suppressing demons is really a good trick. It's a completely renewable resource. However, since the bark can make a rune, it should be worth some money. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng put it away. But the cannibal mouth is short and the human hand is short. This will take others to practice. It seems a little inappropriate. Thinking of this, Jiu Qingfeng decided to find someone else. Then the old man's voice came from the cell again. I don't know if you're in a hurry to go back and report your order. If you are not in a hurry, can you talk to the old man? I was imprisoned in Devil Suppression Prison for 10 years. I haven't spoken to anyone in 10 years. I'm dying. I want to talk to people when I'm dying. Relieve the trouble in your heart. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng turned his head and said indifferently, okay. What to talk about? The old man sat in a chair and bowed his head. I began to tell my story. 100 years ago in Shixian, there is a small mountain village called Zhangjiakun. It's a place of simplicity and isolation. Once upon a time, there was a little boy named Zhong Heng, inadvertently planted a small locust tree. When he said this, the old man was still secretly proud in his heart. Prepare to slowly coax Jiu Qingfeng to open the door later. I didn't expect Jiu Qingfeng in the next second, and it snapped open the door. This wave of operations directly fixed the old man. Pointing at Jiu Qingfeng, he asked, how did you get in? I am a demon. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you? Jiu Qingfeng casually found a swing and sat down. I can see you're a good monster. Say it again. Don't you feel it when you listen to the story through the door? Go on. I still want to hear it. What happened behind the little locust tree? Hearing this, the old man was speechless. I don't know what to do next. Is to follow the procedure? Or just do it? After much hesitation, he continued. The little locust tree grew up and became a demon. Then he ate all the people in Zhangjiakun. After telling the story, the old man completely stopped pretending, directly transformed into the main body of the tree demon, dry face full of struggle. And Jiyu Qingfeng is not used to it, he directly punched it out. And he accused her. Can you be a bit professional? Can't you finish the story and then do it? What's the difference between your approach and those broken dogs? Hearing this, the tree demon's face became twisted again. After a few jumps to distance himself from Jiyu Qingfeng, he summoned countless vines to attack Jiyu Qingfeng. In just a moment, Jiyu Qingfeng bundled into dumplings and hung in midair. At this time, the system prompts, you have received the attack power of the century-old locust tree demon +5, accompanied by the falling of the system prompt tone. Yi Qingfeng could feel himself becoming stronger. So he said with a smile, come on, push. I'm more stressful. And these words instantly angered the locust tree demon. Immediately, more vines were summoned and wrapped around Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Tried to strangle him. And with the increasing power of strangulation, the system prompt tone also sounded again. You have been attacked by the century-old locust tree demon. Strength +5/+5/+5. Obtain the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, accompanied by the falling of the system prompt tone. The vines wrapped around Jiyu Qingfeng also began to snap. The next second, Jiyu Qingfeng tore off the vines and came out from inside, step by step towards the locust tree demon. The locust tree demon was also startled, yelling for you not to come. But Jiyu Qingfeng sneered. Call it. Your name is Broken Throat, and no one will come to your rescue. Feel the fear, old baby. After a while, the black-nosed and swollen locust tree demon was beaten. He honestly gave Jiyu Qingfeng a back massage. And while massaging, continue to tell the story that has not been finished just now. It turned out that he was the locust tree, where he was planted. There is a handful of wooden spirit weapons buried underground. He was also nourished by that spiritual weapon day and night, so it can be transformed. And this spirit weapon refers to those powerful weapons with spirituality, divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth. Xianhuang corresponds to the 4 grades of the demon slayer. And that spirit weapon is called the Wood King Sword. 100 years ago, it was an earth-level high-grade spirit weapon. It's just that the spirit weapon seems to be damaged. Spirituality has been lost for 100 years. So far, the grade has dropped to the lower grade of Xian. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also interested. Immediately asked where the locust tree demon hid the wooden king sword. The locust tree demon said, when the demon slayer came to catch me. I know I'm invincible. Therefore, he hid the wood king sword in an extremely hidden place. Only I know this place. Jiyu Qingfeng had lost his patience when he heard this. Just hold the head of the locust tree demon and let him say the point. The locust tree demon was also startled by what he did. He hurriedly said that the Muwang sword was hidden in the back mountain of Zhangjia village, Grape County, underneath the mountain temple. After learning where the spirit weapon is, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and left the cell. But I can't stop complaining. This locust tree demon talks too much nonsense. It took so long. It's almost dawn. I'm afraid it's too late to go to the next one at this time. It is estimated that it is time to change shifts halfway through, so he decided to go to Ohumei's place. Let's see how Adumai is practicing those poses. The man is obviously just a little jailer in the devil suppression prison, but he lived like an emperor in prison. Not only can you watch the small household charm dance, and the locust tree demon helps with massage and massage, it seems that there is not much time left for the shift change. Jiyu Qingfeng came to Xiao Humei's cell. Skilled at unlocking doors. I saw the little house charm I missed. Let her change the royal sister this time, put on the professional attire of the Oiran to see. Odo Mai agreed shyly. Then just follow the idea of taking care of the breeze. She turned into the big sister Heisi again. Jiyu Qingfeng clapped his hands again and again. But I always feel like something is missing. Thinking of this, he went to catch the beholder as a strong man. Set up fantasy scenes for yourself. Started a campus romance drama with Odo Mai. And the drama of the emperor's harem competing for favor, but just as he was having fun, the illusion suddenly stopped. This made Jiyu Qingfeng very unhappy. Why did the beholder suddenly dissolve the illusion? The beholder was startled. Hurry up and say, big brother, it's time for your shift change, Jiyu Qingfeng said helplessly, okay? Sure enough, happy times are always short-lived. Then he got dressed again and went to change shifts with Zhong Zheng. But look at Zhong Zheng's way of humming a ditty song when he walks. Maybe something good happened. After some inquiries, I found out. It was a few days ago. Mysterious rank demon removal envoy Lord Yang led a team to the Withered Bone Forest soft demon removal. They were wiped out. They are from the magic division of Wutong County Town. The establishment was always full. But this time it died. For Yellow Rank Demon Slayer and Xian Rank Demon Slayer. Quite a few places are vacant. There are 4 apprentice demons who have reached the inner Qi realm. He directly became a Yellow Rank Demon Slayer. He has also promoted a Yellow Rank Exorcist, make up for Lord Yang's position, so now there is still a lack of a Yellow Rank Demon Slayer. But the Yellow Rank Demon Remover in the inner Qi realm has all turned positive. So the remaining vacancy. It's tradition. Select a capable person to fill the position through a competition, then urge him to practice. The time of this competition is set for 3 days. When he passed by just now. Registered now. It looks very lively. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also interested. Asked Zhong Zheng with a smile. Is the 9th level of Apprentice Demon Slayer registered? Zhong Zheng thought about it. There's no limit. After all, many people from the 8th level of Qi Gathering have signed up. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng secretly rejoiced. Great! There are still 3 days left. If you can be promoted to the Yellow Rank Demon Slayer, then he is entitled to freely enter and exit the 2nd floor of the Demon Suppression prison. Contact more demons then. Rematch system. It's not as easy to become strong as eating and drinking water. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Zhong Zheng felt that those who gathered Qi, people under the 9th level want to eat farts when they sign up. After all, leapfrog challenges are not so easy. The final winner must be in the 9th level of Qi Gathering. If you have that time, it is better to work safely. Work hard. So he advised Jiyu Qingfeng to go home early and rest. But Jiyu Qingfeng still asked him about the registration location, decided to fight for the position of this Yellow Rank Demon Slayer. Although the system only works on demons, warriors can kill him. And to participate in the competition, you have to come out on top. Such a high-profile matter does not match his low-key personality. But with the ability gained through the system in the past 2 days, he felt that any one of them could crush the 9th level of Qi Gathering. And he has 4. The limit of the 9 layers of Qi Gathering is 9 kilograms. His 25,000 Katis of Juggernaut won't lose at all. At the same time, the Hall of Righteousness is already crowded. Those who came to register were all experts of the 9th level of the Qi Gathering realm, but just then, a white-haired young man walked out of the crowd. And speak slowly. The 12th Detachment Apprentice Exorcist Yi Xian signed up. Cultivation base 7 layers of Qi Gathering. This sentence immediately attracted the ridicule of the crowd at the scene. Did I hear it right? A mere 7th level Qi Gathering actually dares to participate in the competition. This kid hasn't woken up yet, has he? Another whimsical fool. I'm too busy to sign up. He is a 7th level, he really doesn't know the sky and the earth. Yi Xian just said coldly. Frogs in the well. If the outcome is all determined by the cultivation base, what's more martial than that? Just light up your cultivation base. I don't have the courage to challenge myself, but dare to laugh at others. I really don't know. Hearing the ridicule, the man immediately refuted. Lao Tzu, this is called self-knowledge. Unlike some people who don't know the sky and the earth. Then a hand suddenly reached out from behind the crowd. Brother Yi is right. I raise my hands and feet in agreement. Brother Yi's courage is admirable. I am deeply encouraged. Originally, I was hesitant to sign up because of my low cultivation. Now there is Brother Yi Zhuyu in front of you. Then come and join in the fun. With the support of Jiyu Qingfeng, Yi Xian is also more confident. Immediately speak righteously. Xiongtai speaks out righteously and has great courage. So what if the cultivation base is low? Our cultivators should have a heart that is not afraid of strong enemies. Today, if the enemy's cultivation is higher than his own, he will not show gold. Tomorrow again. There are always people in this world whose cultivation is higher than their own. Wouldn't it be that you wouldn't dare to use the sword for the rest of your life? After Yi Xian's passionate speech, the people around are also inspired. One after another expressed their desire to sign up, but when Yi Xian said, "If I stand side by side with my brother, even if we only have 7 layers of Qi Gathering, when you are sure to break out of the world," Yi Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. It means that it only has 3 layers of Qi Gathering. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face was instantly full of black lines. Everyone also looked at Jiyu Qingfeng in disbelief. Level 6 challenge. If you want to die, you can do it another way. Are you going to humiliate yourself again? But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care. Express that you dare to sign up. Naturally, it is somewhat certain. Immediately put the token on the table. Called out his name. Jiyu Qingfeng, cultivation base triple. The prison rate whose job is to suppress demons. At night, Jiyu Qingfeng found a fast horse. After leaving the demonic division, he really went to Zhangjiakun. A few days until the competition. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng decided to find a weapon at his disposal, and the Wood King sword that the Locust Tree Demon said, "It's the best choice right now." According to the Locust Tree Demon, the Muang sword is in Zhangjiakun Hushan Mountain Temple, the place where the old locust tree is buried in the yard. Sure enough, Jiyu Qingfeng just pushed open the gate of the yard, then I saw a thick locust tree very conspicuous. Look like this, in a few years. It is estimated that it is another locust tree demon, but this has nothing to do with Jiyu Qingfeng. Anyway, his goal is the Shuang sword. And then he took out the tools that he had prepared. Started digging directly in place. It didn't take long for a large hole several meters deep to be dug. Suddenly, there was only a clang. One is buried in the ground. The ancient wooden box appeared in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. The man came to the mountain temple to dig for treasure. After some digging, a wooden box was dug up. I thought I dug up the spirit weapon Wood King sword. Unexpectedly, after opening it, it was an ordinary wooden sword. And it's the kind that kids play with. Even Jiyu Qingfeng suspected this. It can't be homemade by locust tree spirit, right? And so he goes along with this idea of giving it a go. Fold directly to the side, the shovel, and there was a click. Shovel is okay. The sword broke. Looking at the shovel intact. Jiyu Qingfeng is stupid. In my heart, the locust tree demon, 18 generations of ancestors have greeted, decided to go back and hack him to death. But then something magical happened. The wooden king sword that was originally broken into 2 sections has actually recovered. The broken blade seemed to have come to life. It went straight into the ground. Immediately after, countless vines stretched out from the ground. Chi attacked Jiyu Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng subconsciously raised his sword to block, but found that the target of these vines does not seem to be him, but the Wood King sword in his hand. Instantly, countless spiritual energies gathered on the Wood King sword. Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand and temporarily released countless sword chi. Just one blow pierced through the old locust tree in front of him. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was immediately overjoyed. It turns out that this is the correct use of the Wood King sword, and according to the locust tree demon, a drop of blood can identify the master. But just as Jiyu Qingfeng was preparing, when I cut my finger and dripped blood to recognize the master, but I found that my hands were fine. Instead, a large piece of the Wood King sword was lost by sulfur. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng was a little crazy, waving it at will. After a while, Jiyu Qingfeng, who was tired of waving, began to think calmly, how to bleed to recognize the master. At this time, some vines grew on the Wood King sword by his feet. Just a few vines attacked Jiyu Qingfeng in an instant, and went straight into his body. He didn't have time to react at all. It looks like I'm about to start recognizing the owner. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng allowed Mu Wangjian to suck blood. But what he didn't know was, in fact, spirit weapons are not able to recognize their masters casually. The owner of the spirit weapon needs corresponding strength to control the spirit weapon. Otherwise, in the process of recognizing the owner, you may be sucked to death by the spirit weapon. This became apparent shortly thereafter. When Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes again, I found that this wooden king sword is still sucking blood. Immediately realized something was wrong. Instantly gather strength in the left hand, threatening at the Wood King sword on his right hand. Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, I will take care of you next. As soon as these words came out, the wooden king sword seemed to understand. He really took back those blood-sucking vines. Then it slowly changed back to its original state, but Jiyu Qingfeng was already covered in cold sweat. Can't help but sigh. This is so evil. But what he didn't know was, general spirit weapons need at least inner chi realm warriors to control them, and also for the absorption of spirit weapons. And only he with the cultivation base of chi gathering realm. You can only rely on bloodsucking for spirit soldiers to absorb. If it weren't for his physique being different from ordinary people, it's already done. And after Mu Wangjian successfully recognized the master, Jiyu Qingfeng also saw its current situation through the system. Mu Wang sword. Due to long-term unowned feeding and spiritual energy being sucked by demons. Now a low-grade spirit soldier, if the owner takes good care of it, can be restored to high-grade spirit weapons. Special skills. Temporarily renewable. After reading the introduction of the system, Jiyu Qingfeng was also very satisfied with Shu Wang sword. I thought to myself that the locust tree demon really didn't lie to me. Mu Wang sword is really amazing. Then as a reward, when do you have time? I'll find a chance to help the locust tree demon out. Anyway, being locked in the devil suppression prison is also suffering. It is better to use it as nourishment for the Wood King sword. Then a light rain suddenly fell in the sky. Jiyu Qingfeng secretly said hi. He quickly pushed open the dilapidated temple gate and walked in. After entering the door, what came into view was a mountain god statue without a head. According to the demonic manual, the mountain god is worshipped by all nations, gather the will of all beings, possessing a certain ability to exorcise evil spirits and avoid areas. Therefore, once the statue of the mountain god is broken, it means that there have been powerful demons here who ignored the mountain god statue. It is the region that is cautious, but Jiyu Qingfeng was not afraid of this. He now has this system that can become stronger when attacked by demons. I wish a stronger demon would come to him. In this way, he can also improve his strength. So he raised a spring fire directly in the mountain temple. Then he took out a piece of biscuit and ate it. But just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Jiyu Qingfeng was suddenly overjoyed. I didn't expect a demon to come to the door so soon, but when the temple door opened, he was a little disappointed. This is a beautiful girl wearing a veil. There are many guards next to it. It looks like a rich lady. Girl sitting down a little shy, greeted Jiyu Qingfeng. This also made Jiyu Qingfeng have a good impression of her, but just then, the bald butler directly threw 2 taels of silver to express. The mountain temple is too crowded. Boy, take the money and find another place. How could Jiyu Qingfeng agree to be ashamed of being paid? And this is where he found it first. You let me go. How old are you? The expression of the lion's big mouth. Not enough, gotta pay. 24 taels. The bald butler's face sank instantly when he heard the words. Shin threatened to reveal the cultivation base of the true Qi realm. Boy, don't be so poor. Seeing that the other party turned out to be in the true Qi realm, Yi Qingfeng is also necessary. After all, if the other party is only in the inner Qi realm, he can still fight with many trump cards. But this person is in the true Qi realm. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are Junjia. Forget it. But then the girl was. Stand up and speak for him. Obviously someone came first. How can we let people go? Family members are buried. Please don't blame. But I didn't expect that Jiyu Qingfeng, who is naive, only has money in his eyes. It's okay to say. But do you really not think about the 24 taels? Otherwise 20 taels can also be negotiated. Girl smile sweetly. Young master, don't be joking. It's dark now. It's not raining outside yet, and there are demons. Young master, why don't you join us in the temple? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng had no choice but to thank the other party for his kindness. At the same time, I can't help but complain in my heart. What are demons afraid of? I knew I wouldn't be pretentious just now. 2 taels of silver is better than nothing. Then the girl to express. He also handed Jiyu Qingfeng a chicken leg. Watching this scene from the side, the guards and the butler are gnashing their teeth. They didn't have much food. The lady actually gave it to a stranger. Looking at the fiery eyes of the crowd, Jiyu Qingfeng was also covered in cold sweat. Hurry up to show that the girl is beautiful. The heart is more kind. Jiyu wrote down the grace of this meal. That's right, I don't know what to call the girl. The girl shyly said her name Sui. However, just as the two were chatting happily, but the screams of the guards suddenly came from outside the door. The man was waiting in the mountain temple for the demon to come to the door. I didn't expect the demon to come. A girl who was willing to give him chicken thighs came. Just when Jiyu Qingfeng and Sai Wei were chatting happily. But the screams of the guards suddenly came from outside the door. The bald butler motioned for everyone to be quiet. I hope the rest of the guards will protect the safety of the lady. He walked towards the door with a knife. Who knows when you go out? Jing found that all the guards outside had been killed. And there was no sign of a fight at the scene. These people were killed directly. The bald butler knew that this must be an expert. So I looked around warily. Then a red-haired man appeared on the roof. It turns out that this person is a bone master of the blood demon sect. This trip is to catch Sai Wei. The company in the room heard the other party's target. It turned out that he was also startled. I don't know what Garifianism is. Who is this skeleton? The guard on the side explained. Miss Garifianism is a group of worshippers. A sect composed of demon warriors. These people are crazy. They pursue a powerful strength and longevity feed on people. Attempt to transform himself into a demon. The congregation is neither human nor demon. Master Whitebone is one of the masters. It is a powerhouse of the astral Qi realm. At the same time, he is also a descendant of the refinery lineage. I heard that the other party actually eats people. Sai Wei was startled. As soon as his body went soft, he fell back. Fortunately, Jiyu Qingfeng appeared in time. I caught him by the waist and didn't fall down. And Tong Wei was hugged by Jiyu Qingfeng. I can't help but blush in my arms. Quickly change the subject. Ask the guard next to him why the Blood Demon sect wants to arrest him. The guard next to him explained. Lord Sai can become the prefect of Wutong County. It's because it was cracked not long ago. A major case related to the Blood Demon Church. The Blood Demon sect wants to catch the lady. I'm afraid I just want to use you to get revenge on my lord. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't expect this Sai Wei either. It turned out to be the daughter of the head of Wutong County. But that's not the point. The crux of the matter is whether the people of the demon sect are humans or demons. So Jiyu Qingfeng asked the guard in front of the door. Yes, it's my special session for monsters and ghosts, so I need to confirm the blood. Are the people of the demon sect humans or demons? I am the apprentice exorcist of the demon division of Wutong County. Hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's confident words, Tongwei seems to see hope again. Great, Mr. Jiyu. I didn't expect you to be from Suppressing Demon Tong. I heard that the demonic remover of the demonic suppressor is the best at soft demonic removal. You must have a way to deal with the bones out there. But the guards on the side couldn't help laughing out loud. Miss, he's just a novice exorcist. Lowest level. The cultivation base is also the chi-gathering realm. What can he do? Hearing this, Tongwei didn't blame Jiyu Qingfeng either. Instead, persuade him to stay here with himself and others. Don't go out. But Jiyu Qingfeng said. You don't have to worry so much. I just want to know if the white man is a human or a demon. The guard on the side answered. They are half human and half human for transplanting demon organs. Get this answer. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately asked the system. This half-demon can hurt me. The system replied quickly. It doesn't become stronger if it is attacked by half-demons. Jiyu Qingfeng was dumbfounded when he got this reply. The system does not work. In case those guards lose to the white bones. Aren't you going to be screened with me? If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have said so much. At this moment, the temple gate was suddenly pushed open by a gust of demonic wind. Countless people are only made of bones, and they started pouring in. Because there are too many frozen accounts, a guard at the cost of burning his life used a secret method to temporarily repel the household group, give another guard time to lay out the enchantment. But I didn't expect there to be a bronze armor in the group. He actually went around behind Jiyu Qingfeng and the others and started to attack Sai Wei. The guards who burn their lives give their all. The strike temporarily broke the arm of Tong Jiahu. The enchantment was finally unfolded. But the guard has run out of oil. Begins to dissipate. But he has no regrets. Because as long as the lady is safe. And at the same time, the bald head outside the house, the butler is still fighting with the bone man. But I saw a group of households rushing into the temple. He's still a little distracted. Can't concentrate on fighting against the skeleton. He also knows that the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for him. So I decided to make a quick decision. Decisively use explosive skills. The muscles of the whole body drop instantly. In the next second, a light flashed in the eye. Grab a fist the size of a sandbag. Hit the face of the demon lord hard. But ghost demon Zhuren, who was hit by this punch, sneered. Stand still. Running all over the body. It was actually relying on the chi on the body. The bald butler was sent flying. The bald butler was sent flying 10 meters away like a pear. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Incredible look at the white man. You actually turned yourself into a silver-armored household. Bone man frame weird laugh. This is the power of advocacy. What a perfect creature. Invulnerability. Powerful. All you need is fresh blood to live forever. The man on the black and white bone walked straight towards the mountain temple. And Jiyu Qingfeng in the temple heard, and that immediately captured the point. The other party actually trained himself into a silver armor household. This is a professional counterpart. Men have a system that becomes stronger when attacked by demons. As long as it's a demon, it can't hurt him in the slightest, and being attacked by demons can make him stronger. I didn't expect to meet a half-human, half-demon guy this time. This left him speechless. Fortunately, this she-male is more willing to die. He actually turned himself into a silver-armored household. Isn't this a professional match? Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly asked the system. It's also in the category of monsters and ghosts, right? Got a positive answer from the system. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly felt stable. Apparition before this other today. So he walked out of the protective barrier directly. The front welcomes the households. In just an instant, all the households rushed towards him. Even the Wood King's sword in his hand, when it fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sai Wei couldn't help but shed tears. I thought Jiyu Qingfeng was for. Help them buy time to escape. Take the initiative to attract households. Even the guards on the side couldn't help but sigh. Jiyu Gongzi, I just spent the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. I will never forget your kindness. But in fact, Jiyu Qingfeng has nothing to do with it at all. On the contrary, it is because of the attacks of these deadheads. Defense points are increasing. Then he rolled out of the temple wrapped in a narrow ball. At this time, the system prompts, host defense breaches the upper limit. Copper skin and iron bones evolved into diamond bodies, accompanied by the falling of the system prompt tone. Jiyu Qingfeng just spread his hands and bounced away the surrounding households. The whole person is like a god descended to earth, appeared in front of the bones. Seeing the appearance of Jiyu Qingfeng, the bald butler was also a little surprised. However, he knew that the third layer of Qi gathering could not do this at all. You can easily fill him with the 3-layer camouflage of Qi gathering. If it weren't for his cultivation base above the astral Qi realm, that is to have the secret method. After a moment the rain stopped. Jiyu Qingfeng spoke slowly. I am just an ordinary traveler. During the trip, I was treated by Miss Sui with barbecue. As a gift in return, I invite you to die. I wonder if you can take care of yourself. That would save me the trouble. And there was silence. The White Bone Master was completely enraged. Xiao Sizi, what are you showing? Let me kill myself. The deity is the head of the 4 protectors of the Blood Demon sect, the first person under the innate master. No matter how high the sky is, there must be a limit. After saying that, he took a step. He punched Jiyu Qingfeng's heavenly spirit cover heavily. After this punch, Master White feels stable. After all, since his debut, no one can do anything without defense. Take his full blow. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's impatient voice came from behind. Meal foul, seeing Jiyu Qingfeng unscathed. The person on the bones is stupid. Decades of penance. In pursuit of power, he even became a demon. How could it be so weak? It can't even hurt the other party's fur. He asked in disbelief who Jiyu Qingfeng was. But Jiyu Qingfeng only replied faintly. My name is Jiyu Qingfeng. He is a trainee demon remover from the demon division of Wutong County. Hearing this, Sai Wei in the temple whispered to the guard. Didn't you say that the novice demon slayer is very weak? The guard also whispered back. How could this kind of strength be a trainee exorcist? Clearly a heavenly rank demon exterminator, and the person on the bones is the feeling. Jiyu Qingfeng was joking with himself. Guess he must be someone with an old monster with a good appearance. It must be the innate master without a doubt. It must still be the glue school in the Grandmaster. Otherwise it will never be possible. But what about the innate master? The one he wants to destroy today is the Grandmaster. Thinking of this, the White Bone Man is facing again. Yi Qingfeng launched an even more violent attack. But Jiyu Qingfeng still stood still. Withstood all the attacks. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. You were attacked by a man of bones. Defense plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Wait for the smoke to clear. The person on the white bone showed a proud smile. It feels like the wave is stable, but behind him came Jiyu Qingfeng's lazy voice. If there are any other moves, just use them. The White Bone Master was surprised when he heard this. Then he began to grit his teeth and gather strength. This is what you forced me to do. On the other hand, Jiyu Qingfeng said indifferently. Good idea. I hope you can make me happier. After a while, the White Bone Master summoned a White Bone Demon Fire, burning towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing that Jiyu Qingfeng actually dared to take on his own White Bone Demon Fire, the strange smile from the White Bone Man again. There are such arrogant people in the world. Do not dodge in the face of White Bone Demon Fire. No matter how high your cultivation is, no matter how strong your body is, my White Bone Demon Fire uses 10,000 white bones. There are still hundreds of Gangqi realm. The demon marrow bone has been refined for decades. Dirty body and soul. Even if you are the innate master, stay here today. But at this moment, in the White Bone Fire ahead. But the familiar voice came again. It's warm. After listening to the White Bone people, then he quickly distanced himself from Jiyu Qingfeng, who had turned into a ball of fire. At this time, the system prompts. You have been attacked by the White Bone Demon Fire. Fire attribute plus 10 plus 10 plus 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to control fire. After a while, the White Bone Demonic Fire gradually dissipated. The system sent a prompt again. You have been attacked by the White Bone Demon Fire. Fire attribute plus 100 plus 10 plus 100. Congratulations to the host, Qianbei's ability to control fire has evolved to control fire. After listening to the system prompt, Jiyu Qingfeng asked the White Bone Man again. Anything else? The person on the white bone is stupid when he hears the words, direct call is impossible. It is impossible for anyone in this world to survive the white bone demon fire, and now he even tries to summon his own. Bone demon fire didn't get the slightest response. Was this deprived by the other party? And at that thought, Master White took a step back and tried again. Hung is still useless. The guru couldn't believe himself. The white bone demon fire that has been practiced hard for decades, it was taken away like this. Shouting for Jiyu Qingfeng to return it to him, and Jiyu Qingfeng also said that he was very talkative. You want me to give it back to you? After saying that, he directly put the white bone demon fire was thrown at the white bone master, then I heard a loud bang. The white bone man instantly disappeared into the sea of fire. A crimson pillar of fire rose into the sky. The strong wind even swept the bald butler away. It turned 2.5 times in a row in the air before slowly falling. And Jiyu Qingfeng saw that it was almost time. Then he used the firefighting talent again. The white bone demon fire was sucked into the stomach, but its hard, bald butler. It was blown away again for 2.5 laps. Afterwards, I looked at the white bone man who had turned grey. Yi Qingfeng only felt a pain in his flesh. You must know that the other party is a powerhouse at the peak of the Qi realm. There must be countless geniuses in the storage ring. Cultivation method cheats gold and silver. But it was burned by his own fire. Fortunately, the bald butler thanked him for saving his life. Gave him a piece of the sheriff's order. Indicates that in the future in Wutong County, if you encounter a lock, you can show this order. Those people will still give his master some thin noodles. Jiyu Qingfeng took the token and smiled. Then I'll be more respectful than obedient. At this time, the name that Chow mocked Jiyu Qingfeng before, the guard suddenly fell to his knees with a plop. Sorry sir. I just said something rude and bumped into the sun. But the sun saved my life regardless of the past. The villain is really ashamed. Please also punish the sun. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Really deserve the penalty. Sai Wei, who heard the words, wanted to persuade him to take 2 packs, but he was stopped by the bald butler. Miss can't. This kind of strong man in the world is by no means something that ordinary people can offend. It's not cost-effective to offend a grandmaster for a guard. I just didn't expect Jiyu Qingfeng to say at this time, I'll fine you 24 taels. As soon as these words came out, Sai Wei's face broke into a smile again, and that guard is Liam Sultan Shane. The sun is a villain, there is something wrong first. Don't say 24 taels is 240 taels. Hearing that the other party actually wants to give more, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes lit up in an instant. But before the guard could finish speaking, the bald butler interrupted him directly. Nonsense. What is the identity of Mr. Jiyu? Can I see your money? Jiyu Gongzi has been very kind. Why don't you quickly thank Mr. Jiyu? Hearing this, the guard was stunned for a moment. Then I finally realized. Right. Jiyu Gongzi is a master-level powerhouse. How could he be short of silver taels? Wouldn't it be regretting and humiliating Chongsha to withdraw the money yourself? So he hurriedly started phosphorus again, and offered 24 taels of silver. And this made Jiyu Qingfeng very helpless. That's 240 taels. My salary for 10 years? I like it. What are you doing to correct him? But despite this, Jiyu Qingfeng still accepted the 24 taels of silver. Then he turned around and said, then it's over. Get up. Seeing this, the bald butler couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a master-level powerhouse. Really generous. Jiyu Gongzi's character is really worth learning from. And the barbecue continued. Jiyu Qingfeng was chatting with Tong Wei while eating chicken thighs. Looking at the backs of several people at the same time is also an involuntary feeling. The world is reality. Before and after this incident, they have diametrically opposed attitudes towards me. If I were not strong today, I'm afraid I'll be buried here. Then he looked at the 2 talents he had just obtained. Diamond Body and Royal Talent. The fire-controlling Diamond Body, according to the name, is like King Kong. Defense is stronger than Copper Skin and Iron Bone. Can defend against Astral Qi Realm and Eli attacks. There is no fear in encountering an enemy that can drive fire. It is the nemesis of fire attribute warriors or monsters. After reading the introduction of these 2 talents, Jiyu Qingfeng was also shocked. I didn't expect this talent to be so strong. Plus the white bone demon fire provided by the friendship of the white bone master. 2 days later, Jiyu Qingfeng, Sai Wei and others returned to Wutong County. Jiyu Qingfeng officially said goodbye to them. I set off for the demonic division to participate in the competition. The man participated in the competition with a Xian-level spirit weapon. Because I don't want to be defeated, I even made a special price before the competition. Unexpectedly, he was ridiculed by his opponent. Unexpectedly, the competition for the slap in the face came so fast. At this time, the field of suppressing demons is already crowded. These people are obviously here to watch this competition. And sitting in front of the ring are the 5 referees of this competition. With the sound of a gong, the first match officially begins. From Yi Xian of the 7th level of Qi Gathering to He Yi of the 9th level of Qi Gathering. However, it is a pity that although Yi Xian has the heart to leapfrog and challenge, but not the protagonist's life. Ultimately, because the strength gap is too large, he was dropped from the ring without even surviving 3 moves. And this scene just happened to come. Jiyu Qingfeng, who was participating in the competition, bumped into, even you hold him. But Yi Xian wanted to persuade Jiyu Qingfeng to give up the game. Because in the game just now, he has already deeply aware of the difficulty of leapfrog challenges. He had 7 levels of Qi Gathering cultivation and was defeated by 3 moves, and Jiyu Qingfeng only has the 3rd level of Qi Gathering. I'm afraid I'll lose worse. But Jiyu Qingfeng said, a gentleman's word is hard to chase. How can you go back on what you say? And this sentence also made Yi Xian feel even more guilty. I think I hurt Jiyu Qingfeng. Then the gong sounded again. The second match begins. From Jiyu Qingfeng of the 3rd level of Qi Gathering to Lin Xiao of the 9th level of Qi Gathering. Seeing that Jiyu Qingfeng really only has the 3rd level of Qi Gathering, Lin Xiao felt that the wave was stable. There is basically no difference between hitting him and giving points, so he pretended to let Jiyu Qingfeng show his weapons. But Jiyu Qingfeng was a little puzzled when he saw the sword hanging on his waist. You don't need weapons. Lin Xiao stood with his hands folded and smiled confidently. I don't need a sword to deal with you, but Jiyu Qingfeng still wants to say ugly things first. That won't work. You are unarmed. If I beat you with a weapon, you must say that I can't win. Lin Xiao smiled disdainfully. Weapon you can use. If you can make me move my foot, I will lose. I would never say you are invincible. See each other say so. Jiyu Qingfeng is not polite either. Pull out the wooden king sword at your waist. Start talking about it. This sword is 3 feet 3 long, 1 inch and 8 points wide, weight 4 taels 5 money. Whole wood. It is to use the heart of the 1000-year Emperor Willow in the extreme land. It took 18 years to build. Named Muwang Sword. It is a low-grade spirit weapon of the Xian level. Please also finish the tasting. This sentence immediately attracted a burst of laughter from the audience below the stage. This kid is really talented. Return the wooden sword to the low-grade spirit weapon of the Xian level. No wonder this kid dared to participate in the competition. It was a lunatic. And Jiyu Qingfeng continued to ask with his sword. Xiongtai, I use Xian-level spirit weapons. You're not going to say I'm invincible, are you? Lin Xiao replied speechlessly, no. Then Jiyu Qingfeng was not polite. Stabbed directly at him, a sword. But it was easily caught by Lin Xiao. Children only play Angsha Gold. After saying that, he directly broke the wooden king sword in his hand, but Jiyu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Just watch silently. In the next second, an extra hole appeared on Lin Xiao's hand. The excruciating pain made him let go of his hand. And the wooden king sword that he had just torn off. And it's at this point that it starts emitting blue light. In an instant, countless vines rose from his feet. Tied him up when he didn't have time to react. Only then did he know. It turns out that what Jiyu Qingfeng said is true. This turned out to be really a Xian-level spirit weapon. It turned out that the clown was himself. But it's too late to regret now. Facing such a mysterious spiritual weapon, how could he, a 9th layer gathering Qi, be able to break free? So no matter how hard he struggled, these vines are only getting tighter and tighter. Jiyu Qingfeng was too embarrassed to stop, then he said a promise. But Lin Xiao said with red eyes at this time. Jiyu Qingfeng, you can't win. Jiyu Qingfeng just smiled slightly at this. Xiongtai is the Xian-level spirit weapon you asked me to use. How can you say that I am invincible? You fart. Who the hell knew that a wooden sword would be a Xian-level spirit weapon? But I clearly knew before the competition. Introduce the Muwang sword in detail. I also told you that it is a Xian-level spirit weapon. Everyone here heard it. You can't depend on it. But Lin still expressed his dissatisfaction. If Jiyu Qingfeng has the guts, he won't need spirit weapons to compete with him again. But Jiyu Qingfeng is not stupid. Waving the Wood King sword. Border evidence, several judges to evaluate. There doesn't seem to be a rule in the competition that you can't use spirit weapons, right? Hearing this, the one-eyed woman who was the referee couldn't help but laugh. I like this kid. You say yes, He Fenghua? As the chief referee, He Fenghua nodded. There's really no rule. So there is no suspense about the outcome of this competition. The winner of this competition, Jiyu Qingfeng, but after Jiyu Qingfeng helped Lin lift the shackles, Lin Xiao stopped him to compete with him again. Okay, Lin Xiao, if you lose, you lose. Go down, Lin Xiao said helplessly. I have to step back obediently, but after the fact, Jiyu Qingfeng just walked out of the training ground, but he was stopped again by He Fenghua, and expressed his willingness to spend thousands of taels of gold to buy his spiritual weapons. But Jiyu Qingfeng is not like Wood King Sword used to be an earth-level spirit weapon. The value is immeasurable. 2,000 taels to send beggars. Therefore, the Wood King Sword is an ancestral thing. I won't sell it myself, put the sugar in the past. Hearing this, He Fenghua's eyes suddenly changed. I just wanted to make things difficult for Jiyu Qingfeng. A hearty female voice came from behind. He Fenghua, are you here? The kid who just made a private date has been taught a lesson by me. What's your name, Lin? Suppressing demons is strictly prohibited from taking action against Tongji. I didn't expect him to understand. The next duel begins. Let's hurry back. Hearing the words, He Fenghua had to be temporarily black, pretend to be indifferent and leave with the one-eyed girl. But I'm already thinking about it. How to get Jiyu Qingfeng to hand over the spirit weapon obediently. Soon after, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to the room and planned to start practicing, although he had a system soon after crossing over. Never practiced at all. But even if you don't rely on cultivation to enhance your strength, simply improving your realm can also be less troublesome. After all, people here value cultivation very much. And wouldn't a higher realm prolong life? Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng began to cultivate. The cultivation method he practices is called Pure Yang Gong. It is the basic practice method of the Demon Suppression Division. All exorcists are basically based on this. Demons are mostly yin attributes. Therefore, the demon slayer needs to cultivate the yang attribute cultivation method, to better restrain the demon. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng sitting cross-legged. Close your eyes and start absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a moment, a warm current began to gather in his dantian. So unknowingly, Jiyu Qingfeng actually fell asleep. When I woke up, it was the next day. He couldn't help but sigh about this. It's not that I don't work hard, but cultivation is too boring. So he pinned his hope on the system again. Ask why the system can't. Every time it adds some strange properties. It's either defense or strength. This is to make me run for muscular man development. Unexpectedly, the system replied, because the host has no cultivation. Therefore, this system cannot increase your cultivation base. See this reply. Jiyu Qingfeng's face suddenly turned black. System, you can't open your eyes and say harmful things. I obviously have a cultivation base. What's wrong with Chichi Sanzhong? But the system says. Qi gathering realm is simply using the body to go. Storing heaven and earth vitality does not count as cultivation, only when the host reaches Si-Qi realm. Refining the vitality stored in the body. When it comes to your own internal energy. Cultivation. Only then can this system increase the cultivation base and inner qi for the host. Jiyu Qingfeng was a little disappointed when he saw this reply. Ask if the system can accommodate you. But it was ruthlessly rejected by the system. This made Jiyu Qingfeng feel a little helpless. After all, his cultivation depends on cultivation. Only in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse can you reach the inner qi state. But think about it. It's about time. Let's go to the second game first. Men obviously only have 3 levels of cultivation. But he has a legendary Xian level spirit weapon. So as soon as he arrived at the training ground, he was surrounded by a large number of people. They all came forward to ask him about the Wood King Sword. It is used by the general yellow rank demon remover in the Demon Suppression Division. They are just ordinary weapons. At the level of the mysterious rank demon slayer, it is possible to mix with a yellow level spirit weapon. Only earth level demon removers have Xian level spirit weapons. There is only one earth level spirit weapon in the entire Demonic Suppression Division, and it's still in the hands of Guan rank demon slayer Li Qianjian. However, Jiyu Qingfeng was just an apprentice exorcist. You have to understand the Xian level spirit weapon. And his opponent today is still the same. He is a man of 9 layers of qi. But even though his cultivation was much higher than Jiyu Qingfeng's, men still feel like they are facing Xian level spirit weapons don't have much chance of winning, so I decided to go first. Prepare to take advantage of Jiyu Qingfeng. Take care of him with one move before using the spirit weapon. Immediately, the knife rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. However, just as his knife was about to slash towards Jiyu Qingfeng, the vines formed by the Wood King's sword instantly woven into a wooden shield. The hardness was so strong that his long knife couldn't cut in the slightest. I had no choice but to jump back. Distance yourself from Jiyu Qingfeng. After landing, I saw the protected Jiyu Qingfeng. Men don't know how to do it for a while. But Jiyu Qing immediately control the vine and entangle the man's long knife. Then pull hard. The long knife in the man's hand was instantly released. Then countless vines spread wildly towards the man. From time to time, vines suddenly come out of the ground with honey, hit him by surprise. It's almost there. Jiyu Qingfeng was ready to return the long knife to the other party, then end the game. But I didn't expect the other party to have no martial arts ethics, played a sneak attack at this time. The result was that Jiyu Qingfeng used the vine to fly directly down. The audience went silent. And in the next competition, Jiyu Qingfeng is too lazy to even talk nonsense. Directly control the vines to tie the opponent, then send the opponent off the stage. It's really not very hurtful and very regretful. The audience at the scene is also full of black lines. Then the old man who competed was even more. He proposed to discuss with Jiyu Qingfeng. As long as Jiyu Qingfeng doesn't use spirit weapons, he suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of qi gathering, then have an upright competition. But I didn't wait for him to finish speaking. The vines controlled by Jiyu Qingfeng have been drawn over. Just pumped it out. Looking at the old man who has flown away, Jiyu Qingfeng asked with hindsight. What did he just say? The wind is too strong to hear. And after this competition, Jiyu Qingfeng also successfully entered the top 4. The day was boycotted by the players. They found He Fenghua to complain. Jiyu Qingfeng is making a bold move. Win with a spirit weapon. What's the point of this competition? And He Fenghua also plans to use the topic to play. So I simply explained 2 stones. He asked Deacon Huang to find Jiyu Qingfeng. The next morning, Jiyu Qingfeng is practicing in the house. Deacon Huang found the door. To get straight to the point, he was apprenticed by other students. The matter of the joint boycott of the Demon Slayer and the Warrior. Now the matter has been told to Lord He. But Lord He is willing to help you. As long as you are willing to sell the Wood King sword to Lord He. He Tianren is naturally willing to help you solve the immediate crisis. Now Lord He will allow you to continue using the Wood King sword. After you obtain the position of Demon Slayer of the yellow rank, give the Wood King sword to Lord He. This way you can not only get a lot of money. There is also the position of the yellow rank Demon Slayer and the appreciation of Lord He. Facing Deacon Huang's coercion and inducement, Jiyu Qingfeng asked directly, what if I refuse to sell? Deacon Huang spread his hands helplessly. You will be banned during the tournament. Use the Wood King sword to stop at the top 4, missing the position of the yellow rank Demon Slayer. It will also make Lord He unhappy. If it is ripe, you can measure it yourself. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't eat this set at all. I directly chose to send it off. Please go back and tell Lord He. The Wood King sword is an ancestral thing. Anger does not buy and sell. Walk slowly. Deacon Huang said coldly. Ignorant fool. The man participated in the competition with a Xian-level spirit weapon, summoned vines by relying on spirit weapons, easily crushed the opponent and entered the final 4, but it was jointly boycotted by other players. But what no one expected was. The reason he used spirit weapons turned out to be, I don't want my opponent to lose too badly. At this time, the martial arts field was full of people. They are all sighing for Jiyu Qingfeng's opponent in the next match. It turns out that the fire is called Hu Miqing. It is one of the most promising candidates to win the 1st place. Once, he temporarily killed the iron-armored household with the cultivation of the 9th level of qi gathering. This strength is infinitely close to the Si Qi realm. It's a half-step in a qi. But unfortunately, he met Jiyu Qingfeng. But just as the competition was about to begin, Hu Banqing suddenly handed over to the judges and said, the judges have something to say. Jiyu Qingfeng relied on spirit weapons. The blatant rules of the drill competition. The loophole is blatantly shameful. This time, the purpose of the pen is to select the strongest. A person who can be more persuasive will serve as a yellow rank exorcist, but this person has no strength except for the spirit weapon. It is even more brazen and cannot convince the public. Therefore, I would like to ask the judges. Disqualify Jiyu Qingfeng from using spirit weapons. It's fair to compete. When He Fenghua also borrowed a donkey from the slope, asked Jiyu Qingfeng what else to say. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng said, using spirit weapons is just that I am afraid of hitting your self-confidence. You all think I can only win by relying on spirit weapons. What if I don't rely on spirit weapons? This sentence immediately attracted a burst of laughter from the audience. Did I hear it right? This kid means he can win without a spirit weapon. Did he rely on spirit weapons to defeat several 9th layer chi gathering? I feel that I can win by relying on my strength. What are you without a spirit weapon? Big word no. In the face of the audience, who is sarcastic. Jiu Qingfeng put away the wooden king's sword and smiled confidently. I wanted to be with you as an ordinary person. But in exchange for indifference and information. Okay, I'm not pretending, I have a showdown. In fact, I am already invincible. You can win without a spirit weapon. Jiu Qingfeng said so. He Fenghua is also logical. Disqualified him from using spirit weapons. Then the competition begins. Hu Banqing faces only chi gathering. The triple Jiu Qingfeng looked disdainful. I don't even bother to use weapons. Insert the long knife directly into the ground. He grabbed his fist and smashed it at Jiu Qingfeng. Just hear a beep. This punch hit Jiu Qingfeng's head heavily. But in the next second, Hu Banqing. But the sound of bone cracking came from the hand. Immediately after, Farley screamed. Seeing this scene, He Fenghua stood up in shock. I can't believe that Jiu Qingfeng is actually a great success in iron cloth shirts, and the one-eyed woman on the side can't help but admire. I didn't expect that there are really geniuses in this world who practice external skills. Immediately, the audience at the scene also boiled, calling it incredible. Jiu Qingfeng is the 3rd level of chi gathering. It can actually hard pick up a 9-fold punch. Also broke it. Can make the iron cloth shirt a great achievement. Is this iron cloth shirt that strong? It can actually make people exceed the level 6 challenge. No, I have to practice when I go back. What the hell? I have practiced the iron cloth shirt. It's hard work. It's impossible to achieve success in a few decades. And at this time, Hu Banqing was finally relieved from the pain of a broken bone. Pulled out the long knife that had just been inserted into the ground. He slashed at Jiu Qingfeng again. In the end, it was easily blocked by Jiu Qingfeng with a pair of palms. Then gently used the blade with one hand. The long knife snapped. Jiu Qingfeng said lightly. Recognize the gap between us. I didn't want to use real strength. I'm just afraid of hitting your information. Now you have been defeated with your bare hands by a martial artist who gathers energy and treasures. How are you going to comfort yourself? Facing Jiu Qingfeng like a demon. Although Hu Banqing showed fear. But still saying. I didn't lose. You are just hard. I'm a long way from winning. And Jiu Qingfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Put your hand directly on his head. Then the backhand makes his face. Zero distance contact with the waves coming from the ground. The impact even dented the ground. Hu Banqing also fainted directly. And Jiu Qingfeng patted the ash on his body. Smile and ask the deacon to announce the result. Just like Jiu Qingfeng won the game again easily. And crushed the opponent with absolute strength. But after Jiu Qingfeng leaves the field, his next opponent, Bai Ma Ming, watched his back. But felt deep despair. I'm not even sure about my gun. Can you pierce Jiu Qingfeng's layer of skin? And this scene was also seen by He Fenghua. Afterwards, he found Bai Ma Ming. Ask him if he has the confidence to defeat Jiu Qingfeng in tomorrow's competition. Bai Ma Ming said helplessly. Gunners are the most important. The important thing is to shoot and move forward. Never have the courage to hesitate. But I'm out of mood now. I can't pierce Jiu Qingfeng's iron shirt. Unexpectedly, He Fenghua took out a gun to express. What about adding it? This gun is called Chao Feng. It was my early years, a low-grade yellow spirit weapon obtained by chance. Never used in front of anyone. Hearing this, Bai Ma Ming couldn't help but have some doubts. God, what does this mean? He Feng gave a cold whoop. That Jiu Qingfeng is perverse and violent. If he becomes a yellow-rank demon slayer. Not a good thing for the common people. That's why I'm here to help you. With this gun, you can definitely break Jiu Qingfeng's iron shirt. Hearing this, Bai Ma Ming quickly clasped his fists and thanked him. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that he really took a turn this time. Not only does he have the opportunity to become a yellow-rank exorcist, you can even get the appreciation of Lord He. But soon he realized something was wrong. Isn't the use of spirit weapons already prohibited in this competition? Then he is not a flagrant violation at this age. Who said the use of spirit weapons is prohibited in this competition? It's just that Jiu Qingfeng is prohibited from using spirit weapons. Moreover, Jiu Qingfeng personally promised not to use spirit weapons. What's the matter with you? By Ma Ming. Hearing this, Ma Ming couldn't help but hesitate. Knowing that this is He Fenghua, he wants to cheat himself. He's the referee anyway. As long as he agrees, the competition can proceed smoothly. But I carry a lot of infamy. However, rather than becoming a future yellow rank exorcist, how much is this reputation worth? So after some ideological struggles, Bai Ma Ming still agreed. Men are only unwilling to sell their Xian-level spirit weapons. Was targeted by the referee. Not only does he use his power for personal gain, he is not allowed to use spirit weapons, he also privately lent his spiritual weapon to his opponent. To break his iron cloth shirt with this. The next day, Jiu Qingfeng came to the training ground on time to participate in the competition. As soon as he went on stage, he became the focus of the audience. After all, in yesterday's competition, he defeated his opponent at the 6th level. Ordinary warriors can be called geniuses if they can surpass a level challenge. 2 levels is a peerless genius. But he managed to get through a full 6 levels by cultivating the iron cloth shirt. This is not what a demon is. Therefore, many people decided to cultivate the iron cloth shirt. Now I want to go to the library to borrow cloth shirts, but I can't borrow them anymore. Therefore, as soon as Jiu Qingfeng took the stage, he asked Bai Ma Ming, I want to go through the process and admit defeat, or just admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Bai Ma Ming said, Jiu Qingfeng, don't be crazy, I know you think you're defenseless. But I, Bai Ma Ming, am not a vegetarian either, I have my own marksmanship. The power is amazing and everything is breakable, as long as you can take my shot. How about I admit defeat? Seeing each other so confident. Jiu Qingfeng doesn't talk nonsense either. Pull the clothes directly and let him go through the process. Just towards this thorn. I'm afraid you'll scratch my clothes. Seeing this, Bai Ma Ming's heart instantly blossomed with joy, but Jiu Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. I wonder if this product is any special good. Otherwise, I have been looking at my pectoralis for a long time. What does it mean to have a thumbs up? Then the competition officially began. Bai Ma Ming didn't talk nonsense even if he grabbed Chao Feng, he directly shot at Jiu Qingfeng. This move instantly attracted the shame of the audience. They clearly restricted Jiu Qingfeng from using spirit weapons, actually allowing Bai Ma Ming to use. It's so humbling. With a loud bang. It's brighter than the moment on the stage. Bai Ma Ming held a long spear and showed a sneer. I feel like this wave should be stable. Wait for the flames to dissipate. Jiu Qingfeng appeared in front of him safely, shrouded in a golden bell. The audience also exclaimed at this time. This is Admiralty Dacheng. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng not only refined the iron cloth shirt to great success, I actually practiced the golden bell jar. No wonder he can block the spirit weapon. Dacheng's golden bell jar plus Dacheng's iron cloth shirt. Let his physical body be enough for the daughter-in-law beauty yellow level low-grade spirit weapon. There are really geniuses in this world who practice external skills. However, Jiu Qingfeng just said lightly. So this is what you call your own marksmanship. Take the spirit weapon and even create it yourself. You are also a talent. Bai Ma Ming's face was full of disbelief. Then he stabbed the gun again. But the spear stabbed Jiu Qingfeng. But after the golden bell, it can't move forward for half a minute. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng also asked impatiently, are you happy holding my bucket? Bai Ma Ming looked at Jiu Qingfeng in horror. And this kind of look also made Jiu Qingfeng feel very unhappy. Why are you looking at me so lascivious? Unexpectedly, Bai Ma Ming seemed to have misunderstood something. No doubt Jiu Qingfeng has been using it before. Language guides himself to attack his chest back. There must be something wrong with his chest. So Bai Ma Ming decided to catch it in another place. And the belly button is the best choice. Thinking of this, Bai Ma Ming stabbed the gun again. But Jiu Qingfeng easily grabbed the tip of the gun with 2 fingers. Can't go any further. Is this being pinched? And Jiu Qingfeng was also angered by the angle of his shot. Where are you poking? Really unqualified. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng used a little force. He took the spear from Bai Ma Ming's hand. Then just throw it back. The spear flew out of the training ground. Seeing this scene, the audience is still in the mood to watch the game. They ran out to pick up spirit soldiers. And He Fenghua on the stage was gloomy. Because this spirit weapon belongs to him. Now the Wood King sword is not in hand. If Chao Feng is being picked up, that's really a loss. So he quickly found an excuse and left the training ground. At this time, Bai Ma Ming on the stage showed a proud look. I knew it was your chest. Otherwise, why don't you let me go somewhere else? Jiyu Qingfeng was speechless. I am a man. Did I tell you before the competition? Don't scratch my clothes. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng directly beat Bai Ma Ming into a pig's head. It was not until this time that Bai Ma Ming knew. It turned out that Jiyu Qingfeng didn't allow himself to poke his stomach. I'm really afraid of scratching my clothes. Then Jiyu Qingfeng, who was tired, slowly got up. But Bai Ma Ming, who was kneeling on the ground, pressed down his robe. Just hear a stab. The clothes are torn after all. It's not good. Bai Ma Ming just wanted to shout surrender. Jiyu Qingfeng's fist has already hit. It was blown away. Then the referee announced that Jiyu Qingfeng had won the game. Got the quota of the yellow-rank demon slayer. Deacon Huang and the one-eyed girl also congratulated. He was given the standard equipment of a yellow-rank demon slayer. They are Xuanyu Talisman Yangling Sword and Demon Removal Order respectively, although Yangling Jian is not a spirit soldier, but high quality. It is made of refined steel. Small formation engraved on the front. It has a certain degree of lethality against demons. On the surface, the demonic order is a token that represents identity, but in fact, there is a formation engraved inside, capable of capturing the breath of death from demons, every time the bearer kills the demon. It can be understood as a merit recorder. After handing over the things to Jiyu Qingfeng, the one-eyed girl also found an excuse to leave first, leave the rest to Deacon Huang. So Deacon Huang had to take on the job of leading the way. Take Jiyu Qingfeng to receive promotion benefits. After becoming a yellow-rank demon remover, you can receive a Peiyuan pill. You can also go to the library to choose a martial art. But it was also Jiyu Qingfeng's first time to the second floor of the library, facing a wide variety of exercises. He didn't know what to do. So I just closed my eyes. I planned to grab a random copy to see my luck. Men only have bad noses. I was actually entrusted with an important task by the leader because of this, to take him to the hut to do that kind of outrageous thing. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was selecting books on the second floor of the library. After closing his eyes for a moment, he finally felt it. He opened his eyes. But the administrator is seeing what he has. After taking the book, he persuaded him to change it, because that book is dangerous. It turned out that what Jiyu Qingfeng was holding in his hand, the cultivation method, is called the one-character Chuyang sword. It is an extremely extreme swordsmanship. Condensate the sun's fire in the human body to face the enemy. It can be said that you hurt yourself before hurting the enemy. Self-control requirements are extremely high. If you're not careful, you'll find out. So the administrator advised Jiyu Qingfeng to choose again. Choose some martial arts created specifically for killing demons. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The important thing is to suit yourself. But he didn't say it was okay. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't let go of this practice method. He was so excited that he couldn't help shaking all over. Because of the characteristics of this cultivation method, it suits him so well. Extremely high physique and fire heaven others have. This swordsmanship is simply for him now. If the white bone demon fire can be combined with this one-word Chuyang sword, it's like another whole card. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately decided to take this book. On the way, I am also going to the first floor to get a golden bell jar. The administrator quickly advised him to calm down. This technique is really dangerous. But Jiyu Qingfeng said confidently. No suffering is not enough to demonstrate success. You believe in destiny. He chose me. If only one person from the Great Flame Dynasty could practice this technique, that must be me, Jiyu Qingfeng. Saying that he was black, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't explain any more, just walked out of the library. After all, what he just said was euphemistic enough. You can't just tell the other party that you are hanging up. And after the administrator sent Jiyu Qingfeng away, I couldn't help but sigh. Jiyu Qingfeng, I hurt you. And when Jiyu Qingfeng walked out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, but it happened to bump into Deacon Huang. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng holding a golden bell jar in his hand. Deacon Huang couldn't help but have some doubts. Why did you take this exercise method? Aren't you already a golden bell? Immediately quote the saint's illusion. Learn from the past. Repeated tempering can reach the peak, and the sugar is stuffed in the past. But these words made Deacon Huang a little moved. I didn't expect this kind of simple martial arts. Jiyu Qingfeng actually told him at will. He was impressed. So on the way back to report, Deacon Huang secretly decided in his heart. In the future, as long as Lord He does not have a clear order, he would never embarrass Jiyu Qingfeng. But when he is ready to enter the mansion to report his order, but found He Fenghua standing outside the mansion, with a veil on her face. No intention of going in at all. After some inquiries, I learned that It turned out that Fenghua was in pursuit of Chao Feng. Jing found out that the whereabouts of Chao Feng turned out to be his own home, and he was accidentally thrown into the pit. How sharp is the spirit weapon? Suddenly plunged into the bottom of the cesspool. Fenghua has already found someone to clean the yard just now. But it still tastes a little bit. It just so happened that he heard that Deacon Huang has a bad nose. It happened today. That would be useful. This task belongs to him. So Fenghua brought Deacon Huang to the bottom of the cesspool. Ask him to help pick up the spirit weapon Chao Feng. Deacon Huang looked at these defenses. I can't stand cold sweat. I feel like my consciousness is coming back. That is disgusting. But I jumped in anyway. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng was also there. Cultivate the golden bell jar in the house to great success. The next step is to practice the one-word Chuyang sword. But if you practice here, he can't afford to burn down the house. It is more appropriate to hand in the practice. Soon after, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the outskirts of Wutong County, and the first step in cultivating the one-word Chuyang sword is constant exposure to the sun for extended periods of time. Absorb solar fire in a specific way. Let the sun's fire infuse your inner qi. Change the properties of internal gas, refining, compressing, condensing and warming the inner gas contaminated with solar fire, until it explodes. But Jiyu Qingfeng only has the third level of cultivation of qi gathering. Where did the inner gas come from? So I directly chose to skip the second step. Follow the method in the cheats. Condense the bursting internal qi on the sword. Splash out in a specific way to detonate at compression ignition. If you don't have a very high grasp, maybe I haven't had time to swing this sword yet. You can reverse it yourself first, it will spontaneously ignite. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sweat. What the hell is this compression detonation? And suddenly it occurred to him that it could be used. The white bone demon fire is compressed and detonated according to the method. Then he shouted a sword. Summon the Wood King sword. I plan to follow the word Chuyang sword. Try to temporarily release the white bone demon fire. As long as it succeeds, then this martial skill is definitely better than him only throwing. The white bone demon fire is stronger and faster. After some experimentation, Jiyu Qingfeng successfully compressed the white bone demon fire on the Wood King sword. It doesn't seem that difficult. But when he swung his confident sword, the white bone demon fire on the sword suddenly floated upward. Then it explodes in place. Just fried him. The man is full of confidence to cultivate the martial arts skills he has just acquired. I didn't expect to swing a sword. The flames actually floated above his head. Direct in situ explosion. Blow him up. This wave is indeed a bit rushed. However, Jiyu Qingfeng was not discouraged either. I tried it again according to the method on the one-word Chuyang sword. As a result, of course, it exploded again without accident. After repeatedly failing like this a dozen times, Jiyu Qingfeng finally succeeded in wielding a sword qi. The highly condensed sword qi directly split a hill. But the power is undiminished. Instead, it flew in the direction of Wutong County. And then there was a boom. Fire burst into the sky above Wutong County. The dazzling firelight shines on the bottom like white lips. And Jiyu Qingfeng, who swung this sword, also finally understood the characteristics of the one-word Chuyang sword. It turned out to be highly compressed condensation. Finally detonate. However, after seeing that the direction of the qi is Wutong County, he immediately realized that something was wrong. What if the sword energy explosion just now affected other people? Realizing this, Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly ran away. And shortly after he left, a group of people came here. The leader is Wutong County. Li Qianjian, the Heavenly Order Demon Slayer of the Demon Suppression Division. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he felt the breath of the White Bone Demon Fire, and the refining method of the White Bone Demon Fire is unique to the Blood Demon sect, plus the sword marks on the ground. Obviously caused by the combination of White Bone Demon Fire and swordsmanship. Therefore, he judged that the person who wielded this sword must be a Blood Demon cult master who is extremely good at swordsmanship and fire control, and this swordsmanship, if he guessed correctly, it should be the word Chuyang sword of the Department of Suppressing Demons. This also means that the other party has been to suppressing demons, or to say that the anti-magic company is very detailed. The greatest enemy of the Blood Demon cult is the Demon Suppressor. So this could be their signal to the demonstrator. And he can roughly guess the intention. This time, the Blood Demon sect sent a congenital powerhouse, swung a sword in Wutong County late at night. But it didn't hurt anyone, just destroyed a mountain. This is undoubtedly picking on the side to suppress magic, and he chose where he patrolled today. Therefore, Li Qianjian guessed. Except to demonstrate against him. There must be a hidden meaning. Today, the other party used the word Chuyang sword again. This is undoubtedly saying that the other party has planted eyeliner in the demonic division. He also knew the secret of the one-word Chuyang sword. Then the purpose of the other party is very clear. It's the one-word Candle Yin sword. The one-word Candle Yin sword is a middle-grade martial skill at the earth level. One-word Chuyang sword with Xian-level middle-grade martial arts skills. They all come from the heaven-level martial skill Cross Lonely Flame sword, but they're all fragments. It needs to be used together. Li Qianjian has practiced these two sword techniques. Even if the two are one, there is still a part missing. With these two fragments, it is impossible to reproduce the Cross Lonely Flame sword at all, so he guessed that the Blood Demon cult was testing with such great fanfare. Just to mess him up. Additional manpower to guard the one-word Candle Yin sword, thus revealing the location of the hidden one-word Candle Yin sword, but it did tell him. The original hiding place is safe and does not need to be moved. Since the other party has already delivered it to the door, then he will come to a plan. Use the one-word Candle Yin sword to lure the opponent out. Here's a trick to invite you to dinner, trapping him with the heavenly network. In this way, not only can a backbone of the Blood Demon sect be eradicated, if the other party has other fragments in their hands. You can perfect the heaven-level martial arts and kill two birds with one stone. However, this matter still requires a long discussion, so he decided to consult with 3 colleagues first. And just as he was walking downstairs, but he passed by the culprit, Jiyu Qingfeng. Then Jiyu Qingfeng came to the lounge. It's a relief to see that everyone is okay. The experiment was a complete success today. He didn't expect the word Chuyang sword to combine with White Bone Demon Fire. The power will be so powerful. If you use this move later. Hurt what shouldn't be hurt. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. But today's final strike. It was also swung by chance. If he did it again, he might not be able to do it. It seems that it still requires a lot of practice to play steadily. Reduce the occurrence of accidents. It's just that this sword is too powerful and too noisy. There's no way to practice secretly. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng thought of something. Since it is all about compressing the flame, gather and nourish until it is violent as fire. Then maybe you can try it with ordinary flames. As long as you replace the White Bone Demon Fire with ordinary flames, not so powerful. And what he practiced was, combine the ability to control fire with the one-word Chuyang sword. He has a fire sky. Can control any flame. There is no difference between ordinary flames and White Bone Demon flames to him. So the most important thing right now is, when using the one-word Chuyang sword, don't let others notice the difference. After thinking through these, Jiyu Qingfeng went from. He took out a Peiyuan pill from his pocket. This is the medicinal pill required by inner Qi realm martial artists during cultivation. Qi gathering realm can't absorb much after eating it. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng hesitated whether to eat it or not. If you don't eat. With his aptitude, I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the Si Qi realm until he dies, but after a brief hesitation, he still decided to eat. With the entrance of the elixir, the pure medicinal power fills the whole body. Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly ran the pure yang technique and began to absorb the medicinal power frantically. This scene also attracted the surrounding. The exterminators praised him for his hard work. Don't forget to practice in the rest hall. Really a role model for my generation. An hour later, Jiyu Qingfeng felt the power has reached a tipping point. I couldn't hold it back and let out a shocking fart. It made the lounge stink. However, Jiyu Qingfeng finally broke through to the 4th level of Qi gathering, and it's still the peak of the 4th layer of Qi gathering. He didn't expect the effect of this Peiyuan pill to be so good. If only a few more. Then wouldn't he be in the inner realm in minutes? But this suppressing demons is too pivotal. This Peiyuan pill is only sent once. If the yellow rank demon killer wants to get the Peiyuan pill, you can only do tasks and earn merits to change. There are pills that can cultivate quickly. Who wants to put their heads down and work hard? Then you can only earn 99 merit points per day. Be an honest wage earner. Speaking of working part-time, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly thought of, today you become yourself, report on the first day of the Yellow Order Demon Slayer, but don't be late. So he immediately ran back. But what Jiyu Qingfeng didn't expect was, his immediate boss is He Fenghua. No wonder the referee for this competition is him. It turned out that he took the place of the dead. The position of Lord Yang, the demon slayer of the Xian rank. The purpose of hosting a competition is to select subordinates, then reject this old boy twice. You must wear small shoes for yourself. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng felt bad for a while. But I said it first. Subordinate Jiyu Qingfeng came to report, but He Fenghua didn't speak. Make the atmosphere of the scene a while. This was obviously to embarrass Jiyu Qingfeng. Fortunately, the one-eyed woman stretched at this time, greeted Jiyu Qingfeng. It relieved the 9 embarrassments. Then she walked in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. He put his hand on Jiyu Qingfeng's shoulder and smiled. The first day you order eggs, you're late, no rules. Fine you for a month. I hope you can take this as a warning. Then he turned to He Fenghua and asked. What do you think, He Fenghua? He Fenghua had a gloomy face when he heard that, but still slowly spit out a word. Okay, and Jiyu Qingfeng was forced. At the same time, I can't help but complain in my heart. Nima Lao Tzu was fined a month's salary on his first day at work. I can only work for nothing for a month. Are you two playing me? The man was almost late on his first day at work. As a result, the leader clocks in and pretends not to hear. Wait until the time is over before speaking. Let him be deducted for a month before his salary is received. How could he be happy about this? Straight back. Stop farting. The distance outside the door when I came. The egg is still a little bit away. But you can't hear my report behind your ears. Co-authored you just didn't speak. Just waiting for the time. Hearing the words, He Fenghua looked at Ling Fang. This officer is just enforcing the law impartially. Whether we are late or not, we will know when we go out and see the sun and heat, or you actively admit your mistakes. I will consider opening up to you. But Jiyu Qingfeng just smiled. Lord, he is so powerful. I think you are using your power for personal gain to suppress dissidents. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the demons in the room were shocked. They all lamented that Jiyu Qingfeng was so bold. I hit the tube on the first day of work. Although Lord, he is looking for trouble first. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Doesn't he understand? And He Fenghua picked up the cup and said lightly. Jiyu Qingfeng, do you know what the crime of defiling Shangguan should be? Who knows that Jiyu Qingfengjing is not empty at all? Directly ask. He Fenghua, do you know how to hook up subordinates, intimidate and lure? What is the crime of manipulating the competition? As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. He Fenghua directly crushed the cup in his hand. Said with a gloomy face. It must be contaminated with evil spirits. Then this official will send you to the demon suppression prison. You'll be a jailer for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was stunned for a while. There is such a good thing. Is this a joy from the sky? He is worried about being promoted and has no excuse to be transferred to the demon suppression prison. He Fenghua is really asleep this time. Give him a pillow? So Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward, holding He Fenghua's hand. Facing him, I am grateful to my brother Zero. At the same time, I secretly rejoice in my heart. The demons of the second floor, here I come. But this wave of operations is impossible for He Fenghua. I thought he knew he was afraid, that's why he did this. Then the one-eyed woman stood up again and said. Lord, he is not a ruthless person. We've just been through a personnel shakeup. Now is the time to hire people. Remember him as a first offender, or forget it. When I see the one-eyed girl, I want to play myself again. Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly interrupted. Come on. You don't have to forgive me. Hurry up and get me to the devil suppression prison. It is better to hit the sun than to choose the day with adults. How about today? Hearing that, the one-eyed girl was also angry by his words. Jiyu Qingfeng, you actually stabbed your head to such an extent. The adult gave you the steps, so you can take it soft. Do you really want to stay in devil suppression prison in your next life? Jiyu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. Can't you code? This sentence is to fix the one-eyed girl. Brat, your brain is broken, right? At this time, He Fenghua suddenly coughed and interrupted. Today is my official's generosity, so I won't care about you. Deacon Huang, hurry up and take them to choose. I still have official documents to deal with. After saying that, he got up and walked out of the house, and the reason why he let go of Jiyu Qingfeng was not because of generosity, but now the demonic division is really short of people. Problems as soon as you take office. There are few people and the performance may be at the bottom, compared to these. What is Jiyu Qingfeng's thorn? Now he's putting up with humiliation. The big deal will be settled after the autumn, but Jiyu Qingfeng was a little eager to cry. Why is his second floor gone? Then Deacon Huang took Jiyu Qingfeng to select his subordinates. According to the regulations of the Department of Suppressing Demons, each yellow rank exorcist can choose up to 5 people. Deacon Huang is a novice exterminator. Introduced the cultivation of 5 new general demons. 4 of them are experts in the inner Qi realm. Only Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation is Qi gathering realm, and it is triple gas gathering. Even lower than the cultivation base of most apprentice demon removers present. For Jiyu Qingfeng's deeds, the people at the scene also know a little bit. But most of them are not good for Jiyu Qingfeng. It was because they felt that although Jiyu Qingfeng had strong external skills, but his cultivation is only in the Qi gathering realm after all. An inner Qi realm martial artist possesses inner Qi, and Qi gathering realm are 2 completely different concepts. Fists can't break his defenses. Could it be that the internal chi entering the body can't hurt him? And external skills are easy to get started, but the ceiling is very low. It can also be used when the cultivation base is low. Once the other party's cultivation level increases, foreign practitioners are living boots. So in their opinion, Yi Qingfeng is definitely the weakest among the 5. So it's a selection process. Soon there were people standing behind the other 4. Only there was no one behind Yi Qingfeng. It seems to be disliked. But there were not many apprentice demons present. 5 per person is not enough at all. If it goes on like this, he may not get any. Therefore, Yi Qingfeng decided to take the initiative to attack, start robbing the rest of the exterminators. Although it is accompanied by a powerful, the captain's mission security will be higher. But if you encounter a strength ratio, what about the demon whose captain is still tall? If you join my team, I promise I'll be in front of you as a meat shield. Your chances of survival must be much higher than mine. Although most people are concerned about Yi Qingfeng was still full of disgust, but there are exceptions. For example, this greedy fat Wang. And this weak scholar Shu Table. The 2 of them were successfully fooled by Yi Qingfeng. After selecting subordinates, according to the rules of the demonic division, each yellow rank demon slayer is responsible for an area. Specializes in managing demon events in this area. And the distribution rights, of course, are in the hands of He Fenghua, the demon slayer of the Xian rank. But just at this moment, Fatty Wang is constantly thinking about God's blessing behind him. Don't be Blackwater Village. Hearing this, Yi Qingfeng was a little confused. What happened to Blackwater Village? After Fatty Wang's explanation, I learned that it turns out that Lord Yang, the Xian-level demon exterminator who died some time ago, he died in the withered bone forest of Blackwater Village. It was a dark and windy night. Master Yang, the mysterious rank demon slayer, brought 4 of them. The yellow rank demon remover goes to patrol the withered bone forest as usual. Unexpectedly, Bone suddenly turned into a demon and killed Lord Yang. Lord Li Qianjia, the Heavenly Order demon slayer, was furious when he learned of it. Immediately sent an earth-level demon exterminator. The 3 mystery rank demon exterminators went to Blackwater Village, but in the end nothing. Only one conclusion. The monster who committed the crime is a mobile crime. It's not local. But just think about it. Those are just soothing words. Demons like places with heavy yin. The yin chi of the withered bone forest is heavier. This demon must be extremely intelligent. The exterminators come and hide. If you leave, continue to commit crimes. Later, Lord He Fenghua took over Lord Yang's class. In charge of Yinshan County. Heishui Village is a subordinate village of Yinshan County. Therefore, Fatty Wang was afraid of being assigned to Heishui Village. He also specially asked Yi Qingfeng, "How is the relationship with Mr. He? Why don't you ask Lord He to accommodate you?" Yi Qingfeng looked at He Fenghua and smiled awkwardly. "I have a good relationship with Lord He. He will definitely take special care of me." Hearing this, Fatty Wang's heart suddenly blossomed. I thought Yi Qingfeng had a good relationship with He Fenghua. It feels like the wave is stable. Unexpectedly, He Fenghua said coldly. After Ji Yuqing was in the limelight, you were in charge of Blackwater Village. Fatty Wang was dumbfounded after hearing it. Master Ji Yu, didn't you say that you have a good relationship with Master He? Ji Yuqing Feng nodded awkwardly. Right, we have a holiday. Hearing this, Fatty Wang directly knelt down. Only then did I realize that I was on a pirate ship. Therefore, he proposed to Ji Yuqing Feng, why don't we go to the periphery of Heishui Village for a walk? If you don't enter the village, you can make a difference. You are cheating. Our generation of demons should temporarily eliminate demons and defend the people as their duty. Knowing that Heishui Village is deeply harmed by demons, it doesn't care. What face is worthy of the world? Hearing the word, Fatty Wang glanced at Shu Mozi next to him. Let him come and say something too. Quickly persuade Guda. Unexpectedly, Shu Guzi said with a serious face. Adults are right. Save the people from fire and water. Turn the tide. Help the building to fall. I really didn't come to the wrong place. Mr. Yi is a true hero. Hearing this, Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. Are you flattering me or are you just being ridiculous? I'm preparing for the funeral now before it's too late. Ji Yuqing Feng turned his head and smiled. Don't worry. I am here. A mere demon is not worth mentioning, but now there are still 3 days before going to Blackwater Village to take office. Ji Yuqing Feng planned to take advantage of this time, practice the one-word Chuyang sword well. However, although the power of ordinary flames is small, but when using it, it has to be ignited first, which is a bit troublesome, so Ji Yuqing Feng thought about simplifying the ignition process. It is better to fight and draw the sword to have fire. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly had an inspiration. Isn't that the lighter ringing? Men are too powerful because of their own flames. I had to use ordinary fire to practice the sword. For the convenience of ignition, I actually thought of making a weapon into a lighter. First of all, he decided to use a specially made body made of flint material. Fill the scabbard with special kerosene. Then add a buckle. Just draw the sword. The sword will rub against the buckle and ignite the fire oil. What you pull out like this is a fire sword. And he has a flaming talent. Don't worry about burning the remaining special kerosene in the scabbard. You can extinguish it with your firefighting talent. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng felt that he was really a genius. As a modern person, the way of thinking is so unique. Then he came to the department of suppressing demons. The blacksmith prepares to forge weapons. I didn't expect this blacksmith to be an old man who loves fitness. Jiyu Qingfeng just said that he wanted to shoot a weapon. He said it was closed. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Government officials are different. But he had no choice but to use his ability to issue money. He handed over the silver and the blueprints together. Sure enough, after the old man saw the silver, there's been a 180-degree shift in attitude. Picked up the blueprints and started reading like crazy. After a while, the old man put down the blueprints, said in embarrassment. According to the idea of taking care of adults, I can indeed forge such a flaming sword. But this sword is made of flint. It must be extremely fragile and will break when touched. It's not suitable for slashing with people at all. Jiyu Qingfeng also expected this. Let the old man follow his own requirements. Anyway, he doesn't care about the quality of the sword. He also doesn't plan to slash people with fiery swords. I just want to use it to cast the one-word Chuyang sword. It doesn't matter if the sword is hard or not. The old man didn't say anything more after hearing it. Just stretch out 5 fingers and let Jiyu Qingfeng pick it up in 5 days. It takes 5 days to listen. Jiyu Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. He's going to Blackwater Village in 3 days. He wouldn't dare gamble with his life. So I groped for it again. He took out a large bag of silver. Up to 3 days. The old man was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then he agreed. Twist my bit and start to dry. And under the motivation of adding money, the old man completed the flaming sword in just 2 days. Jiyu Qingfeng also gave it a domineering name, Ge Mo. But just to be on the safe side, Jiyu Qingfeng specially prepared a lot of things. It has been enlightened by the master himself. The sword of pearl evil that specializes in eliminating evil. There is also the Yangling knife issued by suppressing Mo Tong, and while practicing, he accidentally discovered. It's not just regenerative, a wooden king sword that can also change the material according to the needs of the owner. In addition, he also has 7 talismans and a bottle of qi-raising pills in his hand. So after these preparations, Jiyu Qingfeng felt that this game should be stable. Immediately, he called Fatty Wang and Shunai to prepare to leave. But it's gone. Why does this Fatty Wang seem to have gained another roll of weight? Just ask. It turned out that Fatty Wang was afraid of death, wearing another thick layer of inner armor. Looking at it, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but complain in his heart. This Fatty Wang is also a talent. Wearing such thick armor, you can still move Dao Ming. Then the mortals officially set off. At dusk, I finally came to Heishui Village, Yinshan County. When you can see the harmonious scene of Heishui Village, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but have some doubts. Is there really a demon in Blackwater Village like this? However, he still decided to go and have a look first. As soon as they entered the village, a few people were stopped by an old man. It turns out that the old man's name is Hu Liang. He was the head of Blackwater Village. After a simple chat between the two sides, Hu Liang also mentioned the village. What happened some time ago? A month ago, the black wind suddenly started blowing in Heishui Village. The black wind swallowed the child's throat. At first, people didn't pay much attention. It's just that it was taken away by a beast. After all, they have a lot of mountains here. There are more beasts. But a few days later, several more children in the village were lost. Some are still lost at home. Some people say that a black wind was blowing. Blow so they can't open their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the baby was gone. Hu Liang served as the village chief in the early years. I have seen a lot of demons when I travel south and north. Therefore, these were determined. The disappearance of the child was the work of a demon. He immediately reported it to the demonic division. After that, it will be Lord Yang's business. But here's the strange thing. After the province left from Lord Yang, the village has never lost a child again. It seems that the demon is really like what the Earth-level exterminator said, it is a mobile crime. Already gone. After solving the ins and outs of the matter, Jiyu Qingfeng asked Hu Liang to go back first. He wanted to go to the withered bone forest while it was still early. But at this moment, Fatty Wang pressed his shoulder. A charming expression. Lord Jiyu has not been disturbed by demons for many days in a row. It seems that the demon has really left. Why don't we go back and report? Who knew Jiyu Qingfeng actually refused? Shut up. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm staying in Blackwater tonight. If you dare to go, I'll tell the world that you ran away. While saying this, Jiyu Qingfeng also thought to himself, I still hope to upgrade when I encounter a demon. You still want to go? What are you thinking? And Fatty Wang saw no play. He also hurriedly changed the wind and expressed his fear. At this time, a seller of candid haws, the hawker attracted the attention of several people, especially Fatty Wang, who was drooling. He also asked Jiyu Qingfeng and Xu Guozi if they wanted a bunch. Xu Nuo raised his glasses. Just wanted to say something. I heard Jiyu Qingfeng on the side say something. I'll have a bunch. So Fatty Wang waved his hand to show that he knew. Don't buy nerds. Then he went after the candid gourd vendor. But no matter what he screams, the peddler didn't seem to hear it. He walked down an alley without looking back. Fatty Wang followed closely behind. The next second, Fatty Wang's misery came from the alley. Jiyu Qingfeng instantly became vigilant after hearing this. Did you encounter a demon? This is a village that was once ravaged by demons. But now it's a peaceful scene. There are even vendors selling candid haws by the roadside. The gluttonous Fatty Wang originally just wanted to eat a candid gourd. Chased the peddler into the alley. But I didn't expect the hawker to disappear out of thin air in the dead end. So scared that he couldn't help but scream. When Jiyu Qingfeng arrives, he saw Fatty Wang sitting on the ground and pointing at the dead end. The candid gourd seller is gone. It's a dead end. Jiyu Qingfeng and Xu Nai went forward to check carefully. Found that there is no possibility of any mechanism, and Chuyo and Fatty Wang entered the alley again and again. Fatty Wang is an 8th level martial artist who gathers chi to disappear in front of him so quickly. The other party is at least a real chi realm martial artist, or a hidden expert. But if that's the case, then they can solve the lost child by themselves. So this peddler must be a demon. But now we need evidence. So Jiyu Qingfeng looked at him. To the children who were playing. I think these children have been playing here. Must have seen something. And I went up and I found one. Inquire about the child who is caught in the sky. Did you see anyone suspicious just now? Unexpectedly, the child asked rhetorically. Suspicious? Who are you suspicious of? Do you have money to inquire about something? Fatty Wang was so angry when he heard this. Roll up your sleeves and feed, let this kid know what 1,000 colors are. He thought Xu Nuo would stop him a little bit. Unexpectedly, Xu Nuo was not ready to stop him at all. Now Xu is embarrassed. And Jiyu Qingfeng handed the 2 copper plates to the child. Ask him if he has just saw a vendor selling candid haws. Unexpectedly, after the child got the money, but he said he didn't see any hawkers selling candid haws at all. This time, Jiyu Qingfeng collapsed. Don't you dare to ask for money without seeing it. As soon as the voice fell, the sky suddenly turned dark. Fatty Wang was startled. He grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's hand and wanted to leave here. But just then a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Immediately after, village chief Hu Liang appeared behind Fatty Wang. It turned out that he was here to invite a few people to dinner at home. He has prepared meals at home. Jiyu Qingfeng promised. But just as he wanted to leave, he was held back by Fatty Wang. He also said that this village is evil. I advised Jiyu Qingfeng to leave early. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't think so. Shut him up. But when I turned around, I found that just now, those children are gone. 2 sudden disappearances in a row. Let Jiyu Qingfeng realize that something is wrong, so he turned his head and asked Hu Liang with a smile. Interesting. Your village is really interesting. First, the hawker disappears in a blink of an eye. Then 3 little brats disappeared while I turned around. Disappearing twice is no coincidence. Is this a demon picking on me? However, Hu Liang said. No child. It's so late now. Our village only had a demon a while ago. Which parent is rushing to let their child out at this time? As soon as these words came out, Fatty Wang was so frightened that he hugged Jiyu Qingfeng directly, and Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself. If the village chief wasn't lying, doesn't that mean the peddlers and the kids are all demons? He now feels that there is something wrong with this village chief. Even this whole village has problems. To confirm the conjecture in my heart, Jiyu Qingfeng decided to do a small experiment. Let Nerdshu and Fatty Wang accompany him to turn around. Then count to 3 and turn around together. Let's see if this village chief will also disappear. As a result, when the three of them turned back together, village chief Hu Liang has indeed disappeared. This scene scared Fatty Wang a lot. She hugged the nerd next to her. Although Jiyu Qingfeng was not scared, but with a dark face. He just wanted to eat a candied gourd. As a result, the vendor disappeared without eating the candied gourd, ask 3 small ideas and be deceived by 2 copper plates. Even the village chief, Lao Deng, regarded him as a monkey. Therefore, the more Jiyu Qingfeng thought about it, the angrier he became. Immediately look forward to sending Fatty Wang and Xu Nuo to search for the monkey household. Even if you turn the village upside down, you have to find them. You can wait for Fatty Wang and Xu Nuo. After searching the house, when you come back to report your order, the results of the 2 are surprisingly the same. There is no one on the east and west sides. The village was deserted. This village is too evil. The more Fatty Wang thought about it, the more scared he became. Why don't you go back and ask for help first? But Jiyu Qingfeng ignored him. I thought the whole village was empty. Did we fall under illusions from the moment we entered the village? Thinking of this, he immediately asked the system. Why did I get the illusion but didn't get the feedback of becoming stronger? System reply. There are currently 2 possibilities. This is not a demon's illusion. Maybe man-made. This is the magic of the demon. Because it didn't hurt itself. The system should not respond. See the 2 possibilities mentioned by the system. Jiyu Qingfeng instantly realized happily. I see. When I was in the devil suppression prison, I fell for the beholder's illusion. It's the beholder trying to invade my brain with hallucinations. Controlling my body is an attack. So it caused a system reaction. After Hengqi took the beholder, I can still use it to hallucinate myself. Because it didn't attack. And this time I didn't get hurt in the slightest. So the system doesn't respond. Think clearly about these Yangling forces that Jiyu Qingfeng pulled out of his waist, decided to go to the bone forest to see what this is all about. The old man was just inviting someone to dinner at home. It didn't take long for the male protagonist to, the mass grave saw his tombstone. To find out who is behind it. Yi Qingfeng brought Fatty Wang and Xu Mozi to the withered bone forest. As soon as he arrived here, Jiyu Qingfeng directly shouted at the noise, Hu Liang, get out of here. And he strode down and started looking. It's completely reckless to look around. From time to time, fans weird smile. It's like being back at home. See this scene Fatty Wang and many nerds can't help but feel in their hearts. Who is the demon? Jiyu Dachu is too scary. But what about this inexplicable sense of security? In the past, which team was not careful when suppressing demons was on a mission? In the face of the more dangerous demons, I am afraid that I will be negligent. But here comes Lord Jiyu. It's the exact opposite. Facing the demons who once destroyed the team of Xuanjie demon exterminators, Lord Jiyu is not only not afraid but also does not run away. Instead, they are looking for demons all over the world. Really heroic. But this is also because the demon deceived Lord Jiyu. It seems that we must not lie to Lord Jiyu in the future. And also strange is the demon hidden here. He even doubted whether Jiyu Qingfeng was human or not. Otherwise why don't you know fear? If you weren't worried about killing Jiyu Qingfeng, it will attract the attention of the demonic division like last time, wasting time. He already did it. Now he still has time to wait. But the Son of Blood ran out of time. So he decided to follow Jiyu Qingfeng and adapt. Soon after, Jiyu Qingfeng and the others came to a rose field. According to his past experience in playing games, this kind of place will basically trigger a boss battle. But whether he taps with his feet or his hands. None of these tombstones responded. This also made Jiyu Qingfeng suspect. Is it the wrong way to open it? Or did you think wrong? There seems to be nothing wrong here. At this time, Fatty Wang suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground. Pointing at the tombstone and muttering something in his mouth, Jiyu Qingfeng took a closer look. Only then did I realize that Hu Liang's name was written on the tombstone. I remembered that Hu Liang invited them to dinner not long ago. Fatty Wang felt his legs go soft. Sitting on the ground again. But since Hu Liang is dead, then these tombstones should be the villagers of Heishui village. Jiyu Qingfeng also instantly understood what they saw today. Hu Liang must be the ghost he turned into after his death. He was so angry that he smashed Hu Liang's tombstone with one kick, then let Fatty Wang and Daft Chu dig up Hu Liang's tomb. Look what this old guy is up to. Heard to dig lines. Fatty Wang and Daft Chu both hurriedly shook their heads. You know, thousands of such immoral things, but it's going to be struck by lightning. But in the end, it was forced by Jiyu Qingfeng's power. The two still obediently dug their skills. After a while, a coffin was dug up and came out. Jiu Qingfeng directly jumped down. The coffin plate fell apart in an instant. Inside lay a dry-marked household. But in the next second, the person suddenly opened his eyes, standing up straight like a fraudster. It seems that it should become an advocate. But Jiu Qingfeng didn't care what he had become. I gave him a kick when I went up. Just flew its end out. This is what happens when you lie to yourself. But looking at Hu Liang, who was flown out, Shunuo felt a little strange. Look at this house, it should have just died. Why is the household gas so heavy? The return household became a household, however, even though it has become a household day because the household change time is not long, plus he was not a warrior before his death, so it's just a low-level fake account. The strength is approximately equivalent to the 4th level Qi gathering realm. Don't be afraid. Therefore, many nerds judge. It should be Hu Liang's ghost who lied to Jiu Qingfeng just now. It was Hu Liang's household body. Slow households are not intelligent. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng was a little unhappy. They searched for him for a long time. That's not the right thing to do. Wouldn't that be in vain? At this time, one strand of strange purple gas escaped from Hu Liang's house. It starts to spread around the ground. Immediately afterwards, the arms of countless dry monkeys protruded from the ground. There are actually pieces of Hu Huan drilled out of the soil and came towards the siege of several people, facing a large number of households. Fatty Wang and Shunuo are both tired of coping, thinking of retreating as soon as possible, but Jiu Qingfeng was excited. Retreat does not exist. The show has just begun. After saying that, he just stood there and let it go. The claws of the turner grabbed towards him. Looking at Jiu Qingfeng, who was surrounded by advocates, Fatty Wang and Shunai are also. I couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for him, but the next second, a bell rang. Jiu Qingfeng used the golden bell jar, directly shook these moon advocates out. But just playing the sea tactics. Jiu Qingfeng felt that it was not exciting enough, and this kind of trash fish is already difficult for him to break through, so I decided to take the remaining households, test the talisman issued by the demonic company, pick up a talisman and throw it at an advocate. But the trajectory is a bit of a mystery. But luckily, in the end, it still fell on the poor household. It's just that this power is too weak. Zhongfu can only deal with one household. He might as well fight himself. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng took out only 2 Sunfire talismans. The number of runes is relatively small. Look precious. It should be more powerful. Sure enough, with the fall of a Yang Fire talisman, more than a dozen households were instantly swallowed by the fire, turned into wisps of yin. Seeing the power of this Yang Fire talisman, Fatty Huang and many nerds opened their mouths in surprise. But Jiu Qingfeng was not satisfied with this. If you don't have the ability to fight fire, he thinks this Yang Fire talisman is okay, but if you have it, it feels like a loss. And at this time, in the tree behind a few people, a dark shadow is watching them. Such a powerful body. I also repaired the golden bell jar iron cloth shirt. The quality of his blood is probably higher than ordinary true Qi realm martial artists are still high. It must be able to meet the requirements of the Son of Blood. Now there is no need to bother to attract the Xian rank demon slayer to come. After saying that, he controlled the wisps of strange purple gas, gather towards Jiu Qingfeng. Jiu Qingfeng subconsciously dodged. But I don't want this purple gas to fall to the ground. It formed a vortex. The surrounding households suddenly converged towards this vortex. Soon, countless households were piled up into a hill. And through continuous integration, turned into a disgusting monster more than 10 meters tall. He is clearly alive. Coming to the mass grave feels like coming home. Even if it is an advocate, it has to be kicked by him, facing a giant monster assembled from countless households. Fatty Wang and Nerdshu were both scared to death. But Jiu Qingfeng was excited. Look at this monster, it looks scary. I just don't know how strong I am. So he made Fatty Wang and Shuguzi stand away. He threw out another Sunfire talisman. Just a bang. The Sunfire talisman directly penetrated the monster's waist. Jiu Qingfeng couldn't help but complain. This monster is too weak. Zhongyong Fire talisman is played like this. The voice just fell, the monster was knocked out. The kidney actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, it has been restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, Shutable quickly reminded. Monsters like Lord Jiu usually only have 3 cores. It will only die if it defeats the core. This monster is made up of advocates. So its core must be the head. It must be among those 500 heads, but Jiyu Qingfeng seemed very impatient. How can he have the time to find some head Lu now? Left and right are just a matter of one sword. After saying that, he directly pulled out the Hell Demon. He used the word Chuyang sword towards the giant monster. Just a loud bang. The giant monster was instantly covered in fire. It was directly burned to ashes by Chu. Seeing this scene, Shu Nuo couldn't help but ask, Lord Jiyu, do you really only have the 4th level of Qi gathering? Are you really not the boss who hides your strength to experience life? Jiyu Qingfeng casually replied no. He walked towards the depths of the withered bone forest again. Let the two stop standing still. Hurry up. The person who lied to him hasn't been found yet. They're going to keep looking. But I just left. The nerd Shu who followed behind him disappeared inexplicably. To find out how they actually disappeared, Yi Qingfeng decided to do an experiment with Fatty Wang. Wait a minute. He turns around. Let's see if Fatty Wang will also disappear. Sure enough, when he turned back again, I saw Fatty Wang being dragged into a water ball. Although struggling. But I couldn't hear anything. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng plunged into the water ball without hesitation, and then with a burst of space transformation. When the two wake up again, he actually saw the scene where they just came to Blackwater Village again, and the nerd Shu who disappeared just now also came out at this time. Seeing Fatty Shu table Wang, he instantly became vigilant. The guard reminded Jiyu Qingfeng in front of him, Lord Jiyu, be careful, he must not be a real nerd. Hearing the words, Shu Mozi is also right. Fatty Wang's identity is questioned. Suspect that he is the demon. Seeing the two of you arguing with each other. But I can't say why. Jiyu Qingfeng thought of the simplest way. Let them each cut themselves. Through the system's reaction, we can know whether they are monsters or not. And Fatty Wang and Shu Guzi heard. Although this request is forced. But thinking of Jiyu Qingfeng's golden bell jar and iron cloth shirt, they are all great achievements. A little touch won't do anything. They took the knife and gently touched Jiyu Qingfeng together. While Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the system panel. The discovery system does not provide any additional points. Then he confirmed that they were humans and not demons. This made the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Then came here first. Shu Nuo shared his analysis. The situation here is probably the shady realm mentioned in the book. The Yin domain is a different dimension space, independent of reality. Some powerful and gifted demons, distorting parts of reality in their own right. Form your own domain. These demons can rely on. Your own talent resonates with the rules of heaven and earth. It distorts space. Jiyu Qingfeng also raised his doubts about this. That doesn't make sense. No, Grandmaster. But it resonates with the laws of heaven and earth. Not even the Grandmaster. Why do they do? Nerd Shu nodded. Yes. This is also what my subordinates don't understand. Maybe this world is greener and more demonic. But that's not the point. The point is to want to get out in the shade. You must first understand the rules in the Yin domain. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng instantly became excited. Isn't this an escape room? And this time the demon is so special. What if I can give him any good talent skills? Isn't that developed? So he rushed directly towards Blackwater Village. Fatty Wang behind him asked Shu Mozi. Something to look out for here. Shu Nuo was just about to say that he couldn't be buried. He saw Jiyu Qingfeng grab his fist and rush towards Hu Liang. He punched heavily into Hu Liang's face. With the sound of glass breaking. Hu Liang is broken. Seeing Hu Liang being smashed, Fatty Wang and Nerd Shu both had incredible faces. Shu Nuo couldn't help but talk to himself. This is the Mirror Demon. That's impossible. Mirror Demon didn't die 200 years ago, Ming, while Jiyu Qingfeng was squatting on the ground. Observe the pieces of Hu Liang that were broken by him. I wonder why Hu Liang became a mirror. Seeing this, the nerd just wanted to remind, but it's too late. I saw that Jiyu Qingfeng had already picked up a fragment and took a narcissistic photo. The man just picked up the mirror shard and looked at it. I didn't expect to be sucked into the mirror in the next second. Disappeared directly in place. Seeing this scene, Shu Mozi on the side finished calling out, "It's all over now." Lord Jiyu was sucked in by the Mirror Demon. We have passed so many levels. The big man just folded in like this. It turns out that because at this moment they are in the shadow domain of the Mirror Demon, there will be an exact replica of itself. 200 years ago, the Blood Demon was born. Create the Blood Demon cult to collect the monsters in the world. The 7 strongest of them are called the 7 demon generals by the world. And this mirror demon is the third demon general among the 7 demon generals. Back then, countless grandmasters died in order to surround them. After listening to these, Fatty Wang asks you, nerd. So how do we do it now? Based on your understanding of the mirror demon, is it possible for Lord Jiyu to win? However, the answer of the nerd is impossible. The last winner must be the replicator. Because the replicators are tireless. No fear, no emotion. And absolutely sane. So he doesn't make mistakes. And people make mistakes. 200 years ago, the mirror demon left a famous saying. The only one who can defeat you is yourself. Since Lord Jiyu has been sucked in. Then let's find a way out. If Lord Jiyu dies. Then we can't escape. And now in the mirror space. Jiyu Qingfeng was very interested. And you start looking at your own replica. I found that this replica is exactly the same as myself. Or 360 degrees without dead ends. Unexpectedly, this sentence was heard by the replica. And can't help complaining. Can you have a face? Jiyu Qingfeng was also startled by these words. He didn't expect the replicator to be able to talk. But think about it. Since the other party was copied. Is independent. Then of course you can talk. But he's more concerned now. Or can the other party copy the system? After getting the answer that the system cannot be copied. Jiyu Qingfeng felt that the wave had stabilized. What are you afraid of? And it seems to be a bug. Because the clone's strength is equivalent to his. Then the replicator beats him. After he became stronger. The replicator gets stronger. So back and forth. Doesn't that mean he's invincible? Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed his fist and smashed it at him. The replicator is also not false at all. Just punch up. The two punched each other equally. But because there are diamond bodies to counteract the damage. So no love hurt. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that the replica also has a diamond body. Then he pulled out the wooden king sword at his waist. Then he slammed it into the ground. Instantly, countless vines rose from all around. Heading towards the replica. In just an instant, the mirror space turned into a forest. This move is the killing move of the Mew Mew King Sword, Chenglin Chiki. Everything is forest. All things. Although the grade of the Muang sword has dropped. But the killing move is still not small. So far, Jiyu Qingfeng has not used it on anyone. Because except for himself, no one can force him to do his best. But it didn't take long for him to be happy. Trapped by the vine, the clone broke free. And also used the killing move of the Wood King Sword. Instantly, countless vines were entangled together. It's a race against the odds. And then there was a boom. The vines just exploded. Jiyu Qingfeng didn't expect this realm demon either. Even Xian-level spirit weapons can be copied. Sure enough, he is one of the 7 demon generals, so he directly pulled out the wooden sword. Used the firefighting talent to bring the Grandmaster level. White Bone Demon Fire was attached to the Wood King Sword. Use the word Chu Yang Sword to swing a sword towards the replica. Replicants are not to be outdone. With a wave of black sword chi. The collision of the two sword chi was cancelled again. Jiyu Qingfeng didn't expect this replica. There is even a fire sky. The replicator sneered. Do you feel despair? Who knew that Jiyu Qingfeng was lying directly on the ground in the next second? Let him do it quickly. Seeing the replica is also a face. Ask him what he wants. Old Jiyu Qingfeng said. I will and you will. What else can I do? Do it now. Don't waste time. These words made the replicator a little unresponsive. You just give up? Don't try again? But what Jiyu Qingfeng was thinking about was, that's it. What else can you do in vain? Isn't it fragrant to sit and wait to become stronger? You know how to defeat yourself. A replica with the same strength. The male protagonist's choice is to lie directly on the ground. Let the opponent attack. Anyway, he and the replicator have the same strength. Can't win. It's better to lie on the ground and let the replica fight. Then rely on the system to become stronger. Isn't it fragrant? And the replicator doesn't know. What tricks is Jiyu Qingfeng playing? I always thought of myself and Jiyu Qingfeng's strength. No worries. He used the Wood King Sword to attack Jiyu Qingfeng. Instantly, countless black vines attack Jiyu Qingfeng. Tie him into a dumpling. The replicator also quickly flies in front of the body, grabbing his fist and facing Jiyu Qingfeng is a beating. But he couldn't even break Jiyu Qingfeng's defense. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but scold him for being brainless. I don't know if this can't break Lao Tzu's defense. Use the word Chu Yang Sword, Qin Pig. Drive the white bone demon fire with the one-word Chuyang sword. Only this blow that reaches the Grandmaster level can break the defense. Hearing the words, the replica instantly realized happily, but just as he was about to do it, a shadow of blood suddenly burrowed into his body. Immediately, the aura on the replica body changed greatly. It's like a different person. Jiyu Qingfeng instantly realized that this is the right master, so pick the peak road. I see. You are a mirror demon. He is the third of the 7 demon generals. This sentence really hit the sore spot of the mirror demon all of a sudden. I saw him pinching Jiyu Qingfeng's chin and correcting. Is second. On strength on qualification. How could my mirror demon not be able to compare to that? Goods. I am the second person under the Gore Fiend. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng also understood. This is the internal contradiction of the 7 demon generals. Then he asked what the mirror demon was doing. Mirror demon stabbed the Wood King sword into the ground. Get straight to the point. Jiyu Qingfeng, you have the strength of a master at a young age. As long as you surrender to me, help me complete the plan of resurrecting Lord Blood Demon, you can live. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng instantly realized. So you killed all the people in Blackwater Village, and deceived the Demon Slayer just to resurrect the Blood Demon? Nice. You're kind of smart. I was going to sacrifice your blood to the Son of God, but for the sake of your strength, I reluctantly accept you into the Blood Demon sect. Are you willing to surrender? But didn't you copy me? Do I still need to surrender for half a generation? It turns out that replicators cannot leave mirror space. If Jiyu Qingfeng dies, the replica will also die. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled directly. I haven't asked anything yet. Mirror Demon actually dragged the whole plan out. Are you afraid that others won't know that he is going to resurrect the Blood Demon? Sure enough, it's not unreasonable for villains to die from talking too much. The Mirror Demon smiled disdainfully. Is it necessary to hide a dead person? But Jiyu Qingfeng sighed. What a retard. No wonder you are the third child. This sentence instantly angered the Mirror Demon. He used the word Chuyang sword towards Jiyu Qingfeng. And this is exactly what Jiyu Qingfeng wants. It took him a long time to wait for this sword. See if you can break the limits of the diamond body. Therefore, he also took the initiative to close the firebending sky. Let this sword hit you. Just a loud bang. The system prompts that the host has been attacked by the Mirror Demon. Defense plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for breaking the upper limit of defense. The Vajra body evolves into the Vajra body. Accompanied by the falling of the system prompt tone, Jiyu Qingfeng felt that he had become stronger. It feels so good. So he went on to pick the bloodline again. Third, can you do it? As soon as these words came out, the Mirror Demon was instantly carried away by anger. He used the one-word Chuyang sword dozens of times in a row towards Jiyu Qingfeng. I helped Jiyu Qingfeng add a good wave of defense. But after many unsuccessful attacks, the Realm Demon's physical strength is also a little unable to withstand it. In a shaky tone, he asked Jiyu Qingfeng what kind of physique he had. Why are Grandmaster-level attacks ineffective against him? Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng asked back angrily. You are my copy. You don't know my physique. Haven't you evolved along with it? Hearing this, the Mirror Demon couldn't help but be stunned. What evolution? As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng instantly understand the weakness of the Mirror Demon. It turns out that the copy of the Mirror Demon is to enter. The moment in mirror space shall prevail. That is to say, if he can break through the mirror space. Replicants don't get stronger. No wonder the Mirror Demon was defeated 200 years ago. Someone must have discovered his secret too. Think carefully about these. Jiyu Qingfeng slowly approaching the Mirror Demon. Then said coldly. I'll give you one last chance. What other powerful moves are there? Hurry up and use them, otherwise there's no chance. After speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng did not forget to pose. A posture of wiping the neck scares the Mirror Demon. Mirror Demon was heard back again and again by his actions. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng knew. I guess I guessed right. This Mirror Demon is really useless except for copying. Although the copy hook is turned on, but can't replicate his system. Replicants have extremely strong physical defenses. It drives fire. The strongest killing move, the word Chuyang sword, although it is fire attribute, but because the power has reached the level of a master. So in the face of this attack, his original firefighting talent, you can only be injury-free, not injury-free. Now the diamond body has evolved. I don't know if the word Chuyang sword can hurt myself. So Jiyu Qingfeng thought. Do you want to tempt the Mirror Demon to cut yourself? Anyway, grinding it yourself can kill him. Or take this opportunity to try the indestructible body of King Kong. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng directly, a flash around behind the Mirror Demon. Then use the indestructible body of King Kong. The fist smashed heavily on the mirror demon's golden bell jar. I only heard a click and the golden bell jar broke in response. Mirror demon's face is full of incredulity. Direct call is impossible. Then he was punched out by Jiu Qingfeng. Even more improbable is yet to come. I saw that Jiu Qing Crazy Man was the foot. Chase in the direction where the mirror demon is flying backwards, then face the mirror demon in the air. A dozen attacks in a row. The mirror demon is powerless to fight back. Finally, it fell to the ground and formed a large crater several meters wide, pulling with a face full of grievances. Why is your main body so much stronger than the replica? Do you know what happens when a copy hook meets a system hook? After discovering that replicators cannot evolve with their own strength, Jiu Qingfeng directly uses the newly evolved King Kong without damage. Facing the mirror demon is the female burst hammer. I beat the mirror demon to tears. I don't understand Jiu Qingfeng's main body. Why is it so much stronger than a replicator? However, Jiu Qingfeng only put his feet, step on his head and say coldly, "If this is your last word, goodbye, then." Mirror demon suddenly showed fear when he heard the words, and so forth. You can't kill me. I am Lord Gorfian's favorite subordinate. I have the mark left by adults on me. If you kill me, my mark will be imprinted on you. And Lord Demon will never let you go. As soon as these words came out, Jiu Qingfeng smiled directly. I didn't expect there to be such a good thing as buy one get one free, then I must kill you. That's not right, isn't that what the script says? Then he threatened Jiu Qingfeng again. Don't be crazy. Lord Gorfian's strength is above Grandmaster. It's easy to kill you. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng was even happier. Above the Grandmaster. That's wonderful. This wave of cards did not play according to the routine, but the mirror demon collapsed. I don't know what's going on with this person. At this moment, Jiu Qingfeng suddenly grabbed his neck. Lift him up and confirm again and again. Are you sure you can leave a mark on me? Don't wait for a while. You died and didn't leave your mark. Then who am I going to reason with? Mirror Demon's face was full of disbelief after hearing it. He didn't expect Jiu Qingfeng to really kill him. Is he out of date? It's only been 200 years. The blood demon who could stop children from crying. Is the reputation of adults so useless? At this time, Jiu Qingfeng increased again. The strength of the hand opened in a cold voice. I hate it when people lie to me. And you used the ghosts of the Heishure villagers to deceive me several times. So you must die. The mirror demon was in a cold sweat and quickly explained. I didn't lie to you. I just wanted to scare you away. Who knew you were so angry? But Jiu Qingfeng grabbed his fist and said angrily. And here's the thing. You cheated me of 2 copper plates. 2 copper plates. As soon as these words came out, the mirror demon directly groaned. What companion? None of my business. However, just as Jiu Qingfeng was about to strangle him to death, Mirror Demon showed a wicked smile. Villains die by talking too much, but the villain who died of too many words is not me. It's you. As he spoke, the Mirror Demon's body turned into wisps of black smoke. Then he quickly drilled into Jiu Qingfeng's body. Attempt to occupy his body. Make it your own mirror slave. But unfortunately, he was facing the protagonist Jiu Qingfeng. The protagonist is better than the mouth. Only villains die from talking too much. Then the system prompts. The host is attacked by the Mirror Demon. Mirror Doppelganger hatching. At the same time, Jiu Qingfeng's body also heard the screams of the Mirror Demon. His body is gradually dissolving. And what he didn't expect was. Jiu Qingfeng also realized the Mirror Doppelganger also appeared in front of him. Seeing myself about to be completely dissolved, Mirror Demon hurriedly shouted Lord Blood God to save me. As soon as the voice fell, a drop of blood was ejected from his body, and there was a curse. Waste. The deity recovers. I'm wasting my power on a guy like you. After this incident, 10,000 people will be sacrificed in blood to the deity. It turns out that this drop of blood is one of the blood essence of the blood demon. After seeing Jiu Qingfeng's body, immediately excited, he wanted to turn Jiu Qingfeng's body into his own container. Instantly turned into countless smaller blood droplets. Cover the area around Jiu Qingfeng. Just the mirror image of the Mirror Demon for a moment. Virtual space becomes blood red. Began to continuously erode Jiu Qingfeng's physical body. System prompt. The host is attacked by the Son of Blood. Blood concentration +10 + I+. Accompanied by the system prompt tone. Jiu Qingfeng's body also heard the screams of the Blood God Son. At the moment, he is gradually being melted away. At this time, the system prompts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supernatural power Mirror Doppelganger. One can be separated, exactly the same as the main body, a doppelganger of equal strength. The duration of existence depends on the realm of the host's cultivation. The current time is a stove incense. After reading the introduction of this mirror doppelganger, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately became excited. Isn't this the skill of the mirror demon? And there's no mirror space limit. Although the time is a bit short. But it doesn't matter. When the cultivation base goes up in the future, it will take a long time. At this time, the system prompt tone sounded again. Congratulations, the host bloodline concentration has reached a critical value. Can perform bloodline awakening. Seeing this system prompt, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Is my luck this good today? But what is bloodline awakening? Bloodline awakening, the system indicates. Back to the host. This is the only way to awaken the bloodline. Hung is at this moment. As if something had flown out of his body. Dingqing saw that this was actually a remnant soul of the blood demon. Afterwards, the remnant soul launched an attack on Jiyu Qingfeng. The system prompts that you have been attacked by the remnant spirit of the blood demon. Soul power plus 100 plus 100 plus 100, accompanied by the system prompt tone. The remnant soul of the blood demon also began to gradually melt, finally let out a scream. Completely disappeared into the mirror space sea. At the same time, the system also sent a new prompt. Congratulations to the host for breaking the upper limit of soul power many times. Acquire talent, be smart, have eyes and ears, and never forget. Ling Tai Qingming inner vision and spirituality. Villains die by talking too much. The protagonist is better than the mouth. This sentence is indeed true. The demon drilled into the male main body. I want him to be my mirror slave. As a result, stealing chicken will not lose rice. Instead, he got himself involved. Even the blood godson became Jiyu Qingfeng's upgrade experience. And it also comes with some memory fragments of the gore fiend. After absorbing these memory fragments, Jiyu Qingfeng also knew that the blood demon, besieged by the Right Path Alliance, although not completely dead. But it also hurts the source. The source turned into the 36 drops of blood Son of God. If you want to be resurrected, you need to restore the source with blood first. After every drop of blood is absorbed by the Son of God and resuscitated, reunite and the gore fiend will return to the world. It is conceivable that the blood demon sect has been. How many wicked things did the resurrected blood demon do? Although now a drop of the Son of God has been fused by him. But this doesn't affect the resurrection of the blood demon. It's just that the power of the blood demon will be a little weaker and darker than before. After sorting out these, Jiyu Qingfeng, I started looking at the changes in my body again. Just now, the system prompted him that he could perform bloodline awakening, but he didn't feel anything. So he immediately asked the system. System reply. Out of my control. However, bloodline awakening is not suitable for this place. Wait until you get back to suppressing Mortone. Jiyu Qingfeng wasn't too torn when he got this reply. Then he asked about other skills. The system also gave it quickly. Detailed introduction to several talent skills. Smart ears. Perception improvement. Enhanced hearing and vision. Photographic memory. Literally read books can be remembered. Ling Tai Qingming Festival. Enhanced hallucination resistance. The gift of resisting the invasion of external evil can keep the spirit platform clear. It's not easy to lose your mind. Enhance understanding. Reduce the risk of falling into obsession. Internal vision. You can see the internal organs and meridians of the body. Although it is a supporting skill, but it has a miraculous effect on cultivation. Normal practice absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth. The meridians are transported in the body, and Zhu Qian can see the Mai network clearly. Reduce the possibility of the host falling into the wrong zone. Spirituality. Independent of the five senses. Danger can be predicted in advance. Perceive malice in others. Feel others waiting. In addition, there is an ability of Blood Demon Friendship Sponsorship. Blood Demon 36 Techniques, Blood Drop Rebirth. It is also the basic skill of the Blood Demon Resurrection, even if the body is turned into scum. But as long as there is a drop of blood left, it can be reborn. It's a life-saving skill. However, this method is strong blood. There are limits. That is, the drop of blood must be the source of essence and blood. It can't be extreme after hurting the source, and after being reborn, it will be extremely weak and slow. Slow recovery is required. After reading the introduction to this skill, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help laughing. As long as the original blood essence can be preserved, it can be resurrected. It's an extra life. Such a powerful skill. This time it really made a profit. From now on, I will face the demon. You can also punch hard. But just then the space law above. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared. Then a piece of debris fell with a whoosh. It smashed directly into his purchase. Jiyu Qingfeng looked up. Only then did I realize that it was the mirror demon who died. The mirror space he created also collapsed. After the mirror space completely disintegrates, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to the withered bone forest, but I didn't see Fatty Wang and Shu Nai. Just as he was about to call out to the two of them, Fatty Wang and Shu Mozi also fell out of the mirror space. Seeing myself back in the withered bone forest, Shu Nuo's face was full of incredulity. Fatty Wang wondered if it was the mirror demon again. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the two and explained, "I killed the mirror demon. It must be the mirror demon who is dead. You can escape from the mirror." But after Fatty Wang and Daft Shu saw him with his hair hanging out. But they all agreed that he was fake. After all, the mirror demon is one of the 7 demon generals. Even if the Grandmaster comes, he dare not say that he can kill the mirror demon. But the Jiyu Qianren in front of him dared to say, "This is either bragging or fake." Jiyu Qingfeng is too lazy to talk nonsense about this. Untie the head rope of the nerd. Then tied it to his head and suggested, "If you don't believe me, cut me twice like last time. See if I'm real." As soon as these words came out, Fatty Wang and Nerd Shu instantly believed most of them. After all, this kind of letting others cut themselves, few people would say 2 knives. Mirror demon should be dead. Otherwise, the shade will not collapse. They also won't be kicked out of mirror space. But just thought of this. A huge crack appeared in the space above the yin domain. The entire space is shaking violently. Seeing this, Shu Nuo was taken aback. It seems that Sueyu is still collapsing. Now run fast. If you don't get out of here before the collapse, they will all be strangled to pieces by the forces of space. After saying that, they hurriedly ran in the direction of the village entrance. There is the entrance and exit of the yin. Now the yin domain collapses, the exit must be open too. But it didn't get very far. The ghosts blocked the path of several people. The man has just gained the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood. I just wanted to take the opportunity to pretend, but it was violently demolished by subordinates. Just as Jiyu Qingfeng and the others ran towards the entrance of the village, the ghost suddenly blocked their path. Fatty Wang and Daft Shu turned around and ran away, but Jiyu Qingfeng did the opposite. Shouting for the two to go first, he will cut the back. At the same time, I thought happily. The collapse of the shadow domain causes the collapse of space. If I don't leave, I will be strangled by the forces of space. Is that the power of space? I do this to enjoy the power of space. It can also move Fatty Wang and Shu Nai. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm too smart. But Fatty Wang said something unwittingly. Lord Jiyu, these ghosts were ordinary people before their lives. Even if it becomes a ghost, it is not strong. At our speed they can't catch up. There is no need to break the back at all. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately put the price in place. Then he turned to vent at Fatty Wang. Are you the only one with a long mouth? You can talk, right? I'm willing to break up, okay? You two hurry up and get away from me. Don't affect Lao Tzu's performance. What else does Fatty Wang want to say? Shu Guizi hurriedly covered his mouth. Then he pushed Fatty Wang out very wisely. And Jiyu Qingfeng turned his anger towards these ghosts. It's all your fault. Why are you so weak? I'm embarrassed. After saying that, he waved his fist directly. Hail to these ghosts. Just a bang. The ghosts are scattered. The space above the yin domain was finally overwhelmed. Start to crack completely. Space cracks also spread towards Jiyu Qingfeng. At this time, the system prompts. You are attacked by the mirror demon. Spatial attributes +10 +100 +100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the alien space. With the end of the system prompt tone, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes again. Start looking at the attribute description of the heterospatial space. It turns out that this alien space is a portable space similar to the yin domain. It can also be called a portable small world. The function is to store storage and hold living people to farm the land. The rules are stable and similar to the real world. And the scope of the different dimension can cover the entire Blackwater village. Here he is the master. You can keep some demon slaves. Let them survive in another dimension. The rules of survival are the same as in the real world. You can follow his orders anytime, anywhere. After listening to the system's instructions, Yi Qingfeng was instantly excited. And came up with some fun little toys. It's as if I can see the good life beckoning to me. But then the system interrupted. His beautiful fantasy reminds. Host, your subordinates are still waiting for you outside. Leave now. No. Jiyu Qingfeng thought about it. Decided to leave first. The voice just fell in front of him. A huge portal appeared. Jiyu Qingfeng also left here through the portal. At the same time, Fatty Wang and Daft Shu watched. The gradually closing exit also fell into silence. Shu Nuo felt that Lord Jiyu was going to take revenge on those ghosts. After all, they lied to Lord Jiyu. Fatty Wang also nodded, indicating that it made sense. But how careful is Lord Jiyu? I was deceived. As for risking your life for revenge? Ever since those 3 little children deceived Lord Jiyu of a few copper coins, everything is messed up. Look at him, he's so angry he won't go back. Dig people's tattoos, don't say. It also destroys people's households. Now I have to beat other people's ghosts to fly away. However, what the two did not know was that, what they just said. Jiyu Qingfeng had already heard everything. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng directly pulled out the wooden king sword, put it on Fatty Wang's neck. Only then did the discussion between the two come to an end. Fatty Wang hurriedly changed his tune. Lord Jiyu, you finally came out safely. The little one has always been praying for you. Jiyu Qingfeng scolded with a smile. Fuck off. I am in a good mood today. I will take you back to Junmo side to receive the reward. Whether to find you or not depends on my mood. Soon after, several people returned to the demonic division. He reported the matter of killing the mirror demon in Heishui village. He Fenghua listened to him from Qingkou. Looking at the demon removal order, I couldn't believe it. A man is just a little yellow rank exorcist. But defeated the Grandmaster level mirror demon. But when he is ready to come back to receive the reward, the immediate boss doesn't believe it at all. Fortunately, Jiyu Qingfeng was prepared. Let He Fenghua take a look at the breath of death in the demon removal order. After all, you can't fake it. He Fenghua put his hand on his forehead. He looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with a serious expression and said, if I find out that you are a fan, have good fruit to eat. After saying that, he began to check the breath of death in the demon removal order. Consciousness also came to Jiyu Qingfeng's demon removal order space. When a demon dies, it will use this light bar. The form is recorded in the space of the demonic order, and the stronger the demon, the more information you have to record, the thicker. As soon as he entered, He Fenghua found. Although the demons in Jiyu Qingfeng's demon removal order are not high in realm, basically, they are all leading the quadruple. It's too much. There is also a shadow that almost condenses into a solid body. He actually killed the mirror demon. After verifying the authenticity, He Fenghua fell into a short period of contemplation. I want to take this great achievement for myself. And he waved. Let Jiyu Qingfeng and the 3 go back to rest first. Put the demonic order with him first. Wait for him to report to the official and reward them for their merits. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said thank you, sir. But I'm a little resigned. Why is He Fenghua suddenly so kind? I always feel like this guy wants to do bad things, but he didn't say it on the spot. Instead, the cooperating ones retired first, but after a few people leave, He Fenghua is unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Looking at the wall full of demon removal orders, he laughed out loud, thinking about where to put Jiyu Qingfeng's piece. All the credit is his. Then a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Mr. He, what are you laughing at? I saw Jiyu Qingfeng poking his head in. Say hello to He Fenghua. He Fenghua turned around and replied, how could you eavesdrop on me? After sure Qingfeng, your problem needs to be changed, and this official is not happy for you. You made such a contribution. There is also light on my official face. Hearing this, Jiyu Qing suddenly realized the scenery. I see. I'm scared, I thought you were greedy for my credit. As soon as these words came out, He Fenghua also felt a little guilty, but still said stubbornly. You miss your boss so much. The official bank is sitting well. Of course I wouldn't do such a villain. And this piece records the demon. The exorcism of the breath of death is yours. This is registered in the Department of Suppressing Demons. Do you have anything else to do? If not, just leave it. After sending away Jiyu Qingfeng, He Fenghua looked around at the door again. After confirming that there was no one, he closed the door. Take a long breath out. Then I couldn't help laughing out loud. This fool actually believed it. Although the exorcism order is yours, but the breath inside can be ingested by the formation. Just find a formation master. I can transfer all those breaths to my demon removal order. Then the credit will be all mine. Wait until I confirm the credit first. You are humble. No matter how you toss, no one will believe you at all. My official appointment as an Earth-level exorcist is just around the corner. However, just as he was proud, Jiyu Qingfeng's head popped in through the window again. Master He, what are you laughing at? This boss ostensibly said that he wanted to help the male protagonist ask for credit, but in private, he wants to take the credit of the male protagonist. Unexpectedly, the male protagonist actually went and returned. Say you forgot one thing. So I came back specially. He Fenghua pretended to be calm and asked Jiyu Qingfeng what was the matter, but they were panicking. I wonder if Jiyu Qingfeng heard what he just said. Now the demon's breath has not been transferred. You can't grow branches at this time. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng said, I forgot to take my demonic order. As soon as these words came out, He Fenghua immediately became anxious. You took away the demon removal order, how can I ask for credit for you? This is about the 7 demon generals. You need to directly meet Lord Li, the demon slayer of the sky rank. At your level, you can't see Lord Li at all. But Jiyu Qingfeng smiled and said it doesn't matter. When the time comes, my lord, take me with you. Can't we just go and see Lord Li together? After saying that, he was ready to reach out and take back his demon removal order, but He Fenghua grabbed his hand and stopped him. And instead threatened. You hurry back. This officer is now going back to the magic division to report. You can afford to wait for the delay. However, Jiyu Qingfeng rubbed his hands and asked, Lord He, are you sure you don't want to return the demon removal Lingming to me? I heard everything you just said. I also heard that the adults are going to be local level exterminators. Congratulations, congratulations. As soon as these words came out, He Fenghua couldn't help but be shocked. Then he stopped pretending at all. So what if you hear it? Just because you are soft. If you say it's broken, no one will pay attention to you. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. I advise you to give me the credit obediently. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng took out the loudspeaker directly. Start yelling. Somebody help me. He Fenghua wants to take credit for my efforts. Seeing that Jiyu Qingfeng is going to let the entire demonic division knows, He Fenghua quickly covered his mouth with paper. Old Jiyu Qingfeng didn't plan to mo xiao. Keep shouting as soon as you spit out the paper. Helpless, He Fenghua had to return the demon removal order to him. Tell him to stop shouting. After all, the death aura of the demon has not had time to transfer. If something happens now. And that was ironclad evidence. At that time, not only will he not be able to be an Earth-level exorcist, I'm afraid I can't even keep my current position. Never attract others. Old Jiyu Qingfeng doesn't plan to close it as soon as it's good. Instead, he started to take advantage of the fire. He Fenghua was offered a hush fee of 100 taels. He Fenghua had a dark face, holding back his anger. The silver bill of 100 taels was handed to Jiyu Qingfeng, but Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head. He said he wanted gold. He Fenghua was so angry that he directly said foul language. 100 taels of gold. Why don't you rob it? Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. It's you who robbed. Which is more important, future or silver? I believe Lord He can tell the difference clearly. Hearing this, He Fenghua's face instantly darkened. The idea of silencing Jiyu Qingfeng came into being. Then he suddenly pulled out a short knife. The wolf stabbed Jiyu Qingfeng fiercely, but he forgot that Jiyu Qingfeng's strongest strength is external strength. This knife not only failed to break through Jiyu Qingfeng's defense. On the contrary, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed his arm. Ask him how he's thinking. 100 taels of gold. He Fenghua gritted his teeth in anger, reaching out for the silver ticket. While asking Jiyu Qingfeng why he didn't grab it, who knew that Jiyu Qingfeng would actually punched him directly in the chest. Then he said lightly, "What do you think I'm doing?" He Tianren, please continue to laugh. If it is not, it will not be disturbed. By the way, Mr. He, be careful next time you speak. I don't guarantee to ask for more next time. As soon as these words came out, He Fenghua was directly angry to the point of vomiting blood, then passed out. Looking at He Fenghua who fainted to the ground, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. This psychological endurance is too poor. Will I be charged with pissing Shangguan to death in the future? Never mind, for the sake of silver. I better save your life mercifully. Saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng reached out his hand, took all He Fenghua's net worth. Then pull open the noise and shout why. Lord He fainted. Somebody help me, help! The next day, it was all over the place. You can hear people talking on the road casually. I heard that Lord He wanted to take credit for Jiyu Qingfeng. As a result, Jiyu Qingfeng taught him a lesson. Even the people from the dark company came. Listen to the people around you. Jiyu Qingfeng was also a little curious. What is a dark company? Fatty Wang explained in a low voice. Suppressing demons' eyeliner is all over the world, except for the demons on the surface. An eyeliner is the dark. We are the demons on the surface, responsible for temporarily exorcising demons. The dark division is responsible for seeking intelligence. Listen to the world and monitor the same. In case you blend in with the girls or get rid of the demons, you will be tempted by the demons. After listening to Fatty Wang's explanation, Jiyu Qingfeng also instantly understood. Isn't this the atmosphere inspection team? Originally he spread these words, I just want to destroy He Fenghua's reputation. I didn't expect there to be unexpected gains. Then an old man suddenly rushed towards him. And I put my hand on his shoulder. The person who showed himself to be the Dark Company. Lord Li wants to see you. Come with me. Jiyu Qingfeng is also very cooperative. Put your hand on the old man's shoulder and say, let's go then. Don't make Lord Li wait any longer. While speaking, he did not forget to hope that Fatty Wang would go and call Shu Nuo. Then he followed the old man to see Lord Li, the heavenly rank demon exterminator. The male protagonist crossed the ranks and defeated the Grandmaster level mirror demon, but because the record is too heaven-defying, it is regarded as a good detail. Somewhere in a dark hall, Li Qianren, who was sitting above, had a solemn expression on his face. He opened his mouth and asked Jiyu Qingfeng, you know it's a crime of bullying the king. Yi Qingfeng was also a little rude when asked, why did Mr. Li say this? Li Tianjian continued to say, the mirror demon, one of the 7 demon generals, will die in the hands of a 4th-level martial artist. You said you practiced foreign skills, so what kind of external power is so powerful? The Grandmaster who died in the hands of the mirror demon 200 years ago. There are several who have also practiced foreign skills. Grandmasters who have practiced foreign skills are no match for mirror demon. I don't know how you, a yellow rank demon slayer, did it. Might as well say. Let's learn. Let's learn. Multiple life-saving skills. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was also a little flustered. It feels like this is the rhythm of being exposed to lies face to face, but he still pretended to be calm and replied. What the subordinates say is true. The subordinates did defeat the mirror demon with external strength. While saying this, Jiyu Qingfeng also secretly planned in his heart. Know yourself and know your enemies, 100 battles never begin. The people in front of you are all experts. If it is exposed, even if it cannot be beaten, I also have the immutable body of King Kong and so many abilities. It should be no problem to run away. But it's probably a bit difficult to bring Fatty Wang and Nerdshu with you. Now we can only take one step at a time. Then the sharp hand let them. Repeat the process from start to finish. Old Jiyu Qingfeng just wanted to speak. He was interrupted by Li Qianjian's wave. Then he pointed at Fatty Wang. Let Fatty Wang speak. Although Fatty Wang is timid. But he's not stupid. Know some things to say. Otherwise, it is designated that Mr. Jiyu will wear small shoes. Therefore, the process of the matter is used. The form of flattery is beautified. Jiyu Qingfeng, who buried Lu and was careful. Depicted as a wise 7-demon general. To protect the heroes who are desperate for their lives. Jiyu Qingfeng, who listened to these words, was also from Qingkou. I didn't expect to be so great in Fatty Wang's heart. It seems that I blamed him wrong before. This kid is a talent. In the future, the small shoes will be reduced by 1, but at this time, the 2 people next to Li Qianjian, the Earth-level demon slayer objected. If you can win. Those part-timers 200 years ago, wasn't the master of foreign power dead in vain? In my opinion, this might be a conspiracy between Mirror Demon and Jiyu Qingfeng. Prepare to plot against us. Li Qianren also agreed with this. This official is also afraid that this is a plan between the Mirror Demon and the Blood Demon cult, according to the old rules. If you want to prove your innocence, then let's check your body. As soon as these words came out, several people were stunned in place. On the other hand, Li Qianjian quietly merged his true qi into his fingers. Then he unexpectedly placed his finger between Jiyu Qingfeng's eyebrows. Inject wisps of true qi into Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Then close your eyes and feel it carefully. But when he opened his eyes, shock in his eyes. He didn't expect Jiyu Qingfeng to being able to practice so many external skills at the same time. What a genius. So after checking, Li Qianjian also expressed his judgment. What Jiyu Qingfeng said should be true. As soon as these words came out, the Earth-level demon slayer next to him immediately stood up. Lord Li, how is this possible? How would you explain it to the people above? A master who also practices foreign arts can't kill the mirror demon, but he can. Li Qianbujian also gave a corresponding explanation for this. Flesh is yang. Soul is yin. And those who specialize in cultivating the physical body. Foreign power is the method of the highest sun and the highest strength. Train the body to be strong, solid, and full of yang. The yin domain of a demon is yin attribute, yin and yang. Therefore, the mirror demon could not fully replicate Jiyu Qingfeng's external cultivation base, so he can defeat the replicator with external power and defeat the mirror demon. After listening to Li Qianjian's explanation, Jiyu Qingfeng was also relieved. I thought he was right. Except for this explanation, I really can't think of any other reason. So serious. I would have believed it if I hadn't experienced it myself. But even so, some people raised objections. That's not right, Mr. Lee, as you say. The master who also practiced foreign arts, it won't be completely copied by the mirror demon, but why can't they defeat the mirror demon with external power? As soon as these words came out, he was immediately trained by Li Qianren. You are also a half-step master. I can't even understand this. Entering the realm of worshipping teachers, there is astral chi to protect the body. Practicing the golden bell jar iron cloth shirt cannot improve your strength. This slight advantage over replicators is optional. Hearing the words, the earth-level demon remover instantly realized happily. Thank you for your advice. And Jiyu Qingfeng gave Li Qianjian a thumbs up. I can't help but sigh in my heart. This Lord Li is really a logical genius. What is appropriate in modern times is, boss-level Pua master. You know there's a boss who's good at making up brains. What was that like? He can help you make your lies come true, fool everyone else about cancer. You, the client, almost believed it. But just in the other two Earth-level exterminators, when there is no objection, Li Qianjian said again that the mirror demon was not necessarily killed by Jiyu Qingfeng. This made Jiyu Qingfeng feel a little speechless. I doubt if this big brother is thinking about something again. That's not how you play Heartbeat. And Li Qianjian continued to express his analysis. As far as I know, in addition to the ability to replicate the mirror demon, there's also a mirror invasion. Like taking over. You can turn the other party into a mirror slave. This move can only be resisted by the master, because the Grandmaster's own soul power is very powerful. This is also the year when the Demon Suppressing Division sent 10, the reason why the genius martial artist of the half-step master went to deal with the mirror demon. Then Jiyu Qingfeng standing in front of us now. Is it possible that it is the mirror slave? Jiyu Qingfeng, how do you prove your identity? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly became. The two Earth-level demon exterminators next to them both took up their weapons one after another. He looked at Jiyu Qingfeng warily. And Jiyu Qingfeng also had a forced face. I don't know how to explain it. You are so smart. Can't you explain it for me? But he can't expose the existence of the system. You can face these masters. Definitely can't run away. Now I can only explain it first. If it really doesn't work, the fish will die and the net will be broken. Fight them. After all, he now has many skills. And this soul power comparable to a master. Thinking of the soul power, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Isn't that the best explanation? Then he said seriously. Mr. Lee, I don't know what mirror invasion is. However, before the mirror demon died, it did, launched a dissenting attack on me. He's in my copy. Then turn into a streamer and burrow into my body. Mirror try to kill my soul. Occupy my body. I was forced to fight back with soul power, accidentally killed him. Regarding what Jiyu Qingfeng said. The female Earth-level demon exterminator didn't believe it at all, when ready to do it. But he was interrupted by Li Qianjian's wave. Is what he said true or false? I'll know as soon as I try. After saying that, Li Qianren's body was instantly. A powerful soul wave erupted. Then he used his soul power to attack Jiyu Qingfeng. In the face of this blow, Jiyu Qingfeng did not dodge. At the same time, the body also erupted. A soul power comparable to a master. He directly blocked Li Qianjian's attack. Suddenly, two powerful soul forces. The aftermath of the collision instantly filled the entire hall. The weakest Fatty Wang and Shu Nerd. It was even sent flying. Seeing this scene, Li Qianjian was shocked. I can't believe that Jiyu Qingfeng only has the 4th level of Qi gathering. Soul power is comparable to a master. What kind of monster is this? Afterwards, he didn't embarrass Jiyu Qingfeng anymore. Put away the soul power and express it directly. Your soul power is not weaker than mine, and there is peace in the breath. No evil energy at all. So it looks like you're not lying. Hearing this, the two Earth-level demon exterminators were also very happy, since Jiyu Qingfeng didn't lie. Then this great achievement can be truthfully reported to the Imperial Court. Our Wutong County Town Magic Division can finally raised his head in front of the others. And the Mirror Demon. I picked up another genius whose soul power far exceeds that of ordinary people. It's really a big gain. And seeing the change in attitude between the two, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but complain in his heart. You old gang of dishes change your face so damn fast. Then Li Qianjian waved his big hand and announced. Since it is confirmed that it is correct, then reward for merit. Jiyu Qingfeng was promoted to 1 level. Gold 1,000 taels. Millions of merits. This is the reward I give you on behalf of the inner demons. After reporting to the imperial court, the court will award another reward. You did it at a young age. Will become great in the future. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng was immediately happy. This is really rich. Merit is the currency within the entire Great Yang Dynasty's demonic division, common to all branches. Usually obtained by doing quests to temporarily remove demons. After receiving the merit, you can exchange the materials you want in the contribution hall of the Department of Suppressing Demons. Merit can be retrieved from the headquarters of the demonic division. Exchange for things that are not open to the public and cannot be bought with money. Temporarily kill a Xianqian demon to get 100,000 merit. 1,000,000 merits is equivalent to temporarily kill 10 Xianqian demons. Its value can be imagined. But just as Jiu Qingfeng was still immersed in the joy of making a fortune, the female exorcist said, Lord Li's other subordinates have no objection, but isn't 1,000,000 meritorious deeds too much? Jiu Qingfeng is only at the 4th level of qi gathering cultivation now. You can't use up so many merits. Li Qianjian turned his head and replied coldly, if you can temporarily kill a monster at the level of a 7-demon general, the reward is only a lot more than Jiu Qingfeng. Hearing this, the female exorcist hurriedly expressed her fear. Then he got acquainted with another demon slayer, dragging Fatty Wang and Shu Mozi back. After the two of them leave, Li Qianjian told Jiu Qingfeng, after today, you will become famous throughout the Great Flame Dynasty, but fame often means trouble. Especially if you only have the 4th layer of qi gathering. People will envy you. But I won't respect you. Although you have excellent body refining talent and soul talent. But your talent for qi training is too poor. This means that you practice to the extreme, can't compare to the astral qi protection body of the astral qi realm, can't become a master. However, alchemy, runes, formations, etc., all need strong soul support. And you happen to have. I left you alone just to ask you. Would you like to take these paths? Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng was also interested. Which path do you think I should choose? Li Qianren said alchemy without hesitation. Although alchemy is the most popular. But I asked you to choose alchemy to give you a task. As long as you can complete, even if you can't become a master. But it can achieve status and wealth far beyond the Grandmaster. As for this task, it is to go, Jade Dragon Mystic Realm help the Emperor get the Eternal Pill. Can you believe it? Just one pill can put you on an equal footing with the Emperor. It turns out that the end of the Holy Emperor is approaching, 3 times in more than a decade. Who can offer the elixir? Anyone can feign the prince and worship him, and now it is directly named as the king of the word side by side. As soon as these words came out, Jiu Qingfeng opened his mouth in surprise. To know that one word is the king side by side, that is an existence that can be on an equal footing with the Emperor. It is already the highest position in the world today. Want a higher status? Rebellion has capital. But he also knew that things couldn't be that simple. So he asked Li Qianjian to give it to him, explain in detail what's going on. It was only then that I learned that this old pill was more than 100 years ago, developed by Master Qiu Yulong. Since ancient times, Dan has no first, Wu has no second. Warriors can choose the first place through martial arts competitions. But alchemy cannot. Every alchemy master has his best pills. The value of 2 different pills is difficult to judge. But Qiu Yulong, the master of alchemy, has practiced the eternal pill because of it, and was honored as King Dan. Although Bhutan cannot make people immortal. But it can make people live longer. Rejuvenate people and change their lives against the sky. After all, people have a chance when they are alive. It's a pity that King Dan died young. Although there were disciples before his death, but no one can inherit the law of divine refinement. I can't bear to lose this method. Therefore, a Jade Dragon secret realm was left behind. It contains his life's alchemy inheritance and the method of divine refinement. There might even be a Bhutan. The Jade Dragon secret realm opens every 5 years. There is a formation restriction inside, and layers of boat tests. True Qi realm and above cannot enter sea. The purpose is to select young alchemist seedlings to inherit the mantle. There is still a year before the next opening of the Dragon Mystery Realm. And Li Ganjian was going to be given to Jiu Qingfeng. The mission is to go to the Jade Dragon Secret Realm, although the Jade Dragon Secret Realm has been opened. But Li Qianjian felt that Jiu Qingfeng at least had hope. What alchemy needs most is soul talent. The rest can be made up the day after tomorrow, so he asked Jiu Qingfeng to think about it carefully. Don't worry about replying. Jiu Qingfeng thought about it. Li Qianjian recommends himself so. He must also be rewarded as a recommender after it is done. If you succeed, wouldn't he be a prince? At that time, the money is estimated to be as much as you want. If it doesn't work, there's no punishment. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng decisively accepted the task. Think of the big deal as a tour. Anyway, with the system, sooner or later he will become an ancestor. Then Li Qianjian prepared to arrange for Jiu Qingfeng, learn alchemy knowledge and body fire. But Jiu Qingfeng shook his head. Lord Li, you don't need to prepare pills for me to improve fire. Because my firefighting talent should be at full level. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng directly took out the wooden sword at his waist. With his ability to resist fire, he formed a fire dragon. Seeing this, Li Qiandao couldn't help but sigh. Body refining talent, soul talent, fire control talent. I found that you can't do anything but cultivate. Everything else is fine. Jiu Qingfeng was also a little embarrassed to say this. Mr. Li, you talk like that. It's easy to destroy your cold image in my heart. And before leaving, Jiu Qingfeng suddenly thought of something. I asked Li Qianjian for the locust tree demon on the first floor of the demon suppression prison. Although Li Qianjian didn't know what Jiu Qingfeng wanted the locust tree demon to do, but without asking any more questions, he agreed. Then Jiu Qingfeng consciously retreated. But soon after he left, another shadow emerged from the corner. And tell Li Qianjian. He just found me. Although I was not discovered by my soul. But when I stood by him in the shadows, there was a hint of unnaturalness in his expression. Although he didn't look at me. But I know he found me. I suspect there may have been a new soul in his body. His soul power is not so much a gift. I think it's more like being taken over by a strong man. No evil energy. It should be a human master who took him away. But Li Qianjian didn't care about it. Instead, he felt that if he was really taken over by the Grandmaster, then his chances of success will be higher. I didn't expect him to. Possessing such a powerful fire control talent, so I'm a little more confident. Nothing else matters now. I just want Bhutan. After hearing this, the shadow asked Li Qianjian if it was worth it. Once you do this, you are against the whole world. You still have a great future. The future is above the Grandmaster. There is also a chance to touch. Day hasn't waited for him to finish speaking. He was directly interrupted by Li Qianjian. Shut up! Do you really think I dare not kill you, Ming? The shadow didn't say anything more after hearing it. After sighing, he disappeared directly in place. At the same time, Jiu Qingfeng also returned to his residence, lying on the bed and turning upside down. In the hall just now, he noticed that there was another person inside. He is also a master. But he only suspected that the other party might be Li Qianjian's hidden guard, after a while of tossing and turning. Jiu Qingfeng felt that what Li Qianjian said today, every word seemed to lure him into the task. As for why, he doesn't know. I always feel that Li Qianjian is a little too kind to him, so good that it's a bit counterintuitive, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of a reason. Finally decided not to want to. Whatever his purpose. Isn't it just for the Jade Dragon secret realm a year later? Tomorrow's things don't count. What's more, a year later. Let's talk about it later. Then suddenly there was a knock on the door. A strong and handsome man came towards him with a box. Then throw the box away. He expressed that this was the reward given to him by Lord Li. However, because the position of the demon suppressor of the Xian rank of the demon suppressor is full, now I can only let him hang up a false job. Bi Hifeng was assistant first. But the monthly money is still the same as the actual mysterious rank demon exterminator. Hearing that there is a lot of money, Jiu Qingfeng is also relieved. If the other party is fine, go to work first. As for the issue of job vacancies, then you have to feel wronged, Mr. He. But look at this golden noodle. Let Mr. He live a few more days. Then Jiu Qingfeng put all the gold into the alien space. Now there is money. It's time to think of something else. It's been a long time since I've seen Xiaohu Mai. Jiu Qingfeng decided to take a look. How's her posture coming along? As the saying goes, don't win the wedding for a long time. Jiu Qingfeng just opened the prison door. Mimi Xiaohu hugged him affectionately. The mouth kept shouting master. Then he took off his shoes in grievance. I showed Jiu Qingfeng the injuries she suffered from practicing dance these days. I didn't expect Jiu Qingfeng to be. He grabbed her feet in confusion. Then he picked her up directly. It means stop making trouble. What's your pain? Hurry up and check the results for me. Then Jiu Qingfeng called the beholder again. Acts as a projector to help him set the scene. With the music playing, the prison cell instantly becomes a stage, but Jiu Qingfeng still felt almost embarrassed. He also commanded Xiaohu Mai to change a set of clothes, dancing on stage, the dance he taught before. Watching the familiar dance, with familiar music. Jiu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. Nice. Still feel good about home? But happy times are always short-lived. After a while, Jiyu Qingfeng yawned. Finally, I thought of today's business. Then he came to the cell of the Locust Tree Demon. Seeing Jiyu Qingfeng's sudden visit, the Locust Tree Demon was also surprised. The day still greeted it with a smile. Master, you are here. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Wood King sword. Jiyu Qingfeng also responded with a smile. Happy. I'm here today to congratulate you. Hearing this, the Locust Tree Demon couldn't help but have some doubts. Congratulations on what? Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Congratulations, you're leaving this hell. I will send you to another good place. The Locust Tree Demon asked tentatively after listening. Master, you want to let me leave the devil-suppressing prison Ming? While speaking, the Locust Tree Demon turned its hand away. There is also an extra thorn in the hand. But before he could do it, Jiyu Qingfeng has already stabbed one step ahead. Seeing this, the Locust Tree Demon still wants to say that he has made great contributions to the treasure. I hope Jiyu Qingfeng can let him go. But Jiyu Qingfeng had long seen through his intentions. I know what he called the treasure offering Wood King sword before. In fact, I want to be sprayed by the Wood King sword. If it weren't for his talent. I'm afraid that's his way. Then the Wood King sword began to emit green light. Suddenly a strong suction. Extract all the energy in the waste of the Locust Tree. After a while, the Kung Fu Locust Tree Demon, the energy is absorbed into 1002 net, fell to the ground without a sound. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. Wood King sword was promoted from low-grade Xian to middle-grade Xian. Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the Locust Tree Demon house on the ground. After thinking about it, I feel that it cannot be wasted. I plan to send this bark to the Talisman assembly line. It should be able to create a lot of runes. So he put the house body of the Locust Tree Demon into the alien space. And left the cell. Ready to go to the contribution hall to redeem something. A second ago, you looked down on the male protagonist. The male protagonist in the second makes you unaffordable. Jiyu Qingfeng came to the contribution hall of the demonic division to exchange items. The deacon in charge saw that he was only in the chi-gathering realm. Immediately impatient. Follow your finger and point to the low-level item catalog next to it. Let Jiyu Qingfeng see for himself. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng backhanded. There will be a demonic order with millions of merits. As well as the appointment document of the Xian-level demon exterminator, it was placed on the table. The deacon took it and saw that the linen was stunned. He didn't expect to gather chi fourfold. Jiyu Qingfeng is actually a Xian-level demon remover, and also received 1,000,000 merit points. He worked in the Hall of Contribution for so many years. This is the first time I have seen $1,000,000 merit medal, and the 4th level of chi gathering who killed the 7 demon generals, so he ran it over and over again. Just reluctantly accepted this reality. Then he respectfully handed the catalog to Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng took the catalog and gently. Instantly, countless treasures and medicinal pills appeared in front of his eyes. His eyes are shining. The deacon is not surprised by this. After all, every first time you hold, this is the case with people who come to exchange for things. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng threw the catalog directly onto the table. Give me a copy of the atmospheric expression. Unexpectedly, the deacon said that his merits were not enough. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng directly showed his fist. Ask him what he means. The deacon quickly explained. Lord Jiyu, these are all high-level medicinal pills. If you want to buy a few, I can contact the headquarters to drop the goods for you, but if it is a book, each of these pills is priceless. Most are at headquarters. For example, Tianxiang Lumingdon, one is 100,000 merit. I really don't have such great authority. And your merits are really not enough. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng's face instantly darkened. Why are you showing me the Great Flame Dynasty? What are the things at the headquarters of the demonic division? What I want is from the Wutong County branch. Make Lao Tzu happy for nothing. Then the deacon brought it to Jiyu Qingfeng again. Catalog of pills from the Wutong County branch. Jiyu Qingfeng picked up a copy casually. I took a look at the catalog of intermediate medicinal pills. I feel the price is reasonable. Then he threw the entire catalog on the table again to express. Give me a copy. Can you buy it this time? If you have it here, bring it to me quickly. The deacon hurriedly said. Then he started to help Jiyu Qingfeng find the things in the catalog. But after making the shopping list, Spring Yu sighing, still can't help but complain. People buy medicinal pills by the piece and by the bottle. This guy didn't buy it. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't control what he thought. With a wave of his hand, he signed his name directly. Except for pills this time. He also exchanged a few spirit weapons and exercises. The first is the Qiankuan ring, which can store items. It just so happens that the alien space lacks an entrance, with this medium as a cover. In the future, it will be much more convenient to use the heterogeneous space to put things. There are also low-grade Xian-level spirit soldiers. As a wind attribute auxiliary spirit weapon, it has the functions of lightweight and fast wind control. Can fly briefly. It can make up for its slow speed. And Pure Yang Wujigong is an advanced version of Pure Yang Gong. Cultivation is extremely difficult. Pure Yang True Qi absorbed by practitioners. Only 10% can be converted into Pure Yang Wuji True Qi. Collect 100 strands of Pure Yang Wuji. Only True Qi can break through to the next level. Jiyu Qingfeng felt that Pure Yang Gong, the requirements are too low for a genius like him. There is only such a force as Pure Anode Wuji Gong. Full of cultivation methods is in line with his temperament. But when he packed his things and walked out of the contribution hall. But I saw that Fatty Wang and Xu Guozi had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that the two were here to ask Jiyu Qingfeng to attend the celebration banquet, and the location is also set in the Qianxiang building where you can listen to the music. The first thing the male protagonist does after getting promoted and making a fortune, it is to take your subordinates to the Qianxiang building to listen to the song, enter the door and ask for the largest private room. At this time, the Qianxiang building was already full of people, woman on stage, riding sexy waist to the music. The old man under the stage is DC Harazi. Yi Qingfeng looked at the woman's dress. And the environment feels good. I plan to go back and let Xiao Chu Mai try it too. At this time, a Xiao Dai suddenly stopped in front of him. He respectfully brought a plate of signs and said, "Please turn over the sign first." This brand is divided into 3 lines. The top row is the Oiran. In the middle is Hanahi. Below is the Flower Girl, representing the 3 levels of our Tiangxianglu girls. The quality goes from high to low, and the price goes from high to low. If you like anyone, you have to turn her sign over. This sign has flowers engraved on the back, representing the famous flower owner. You can't choose. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel. Sure enough, do you still know how to play? After saying that he was black, Jiyu Qingfeng directly opened the 2 Oroi signs, Ruhua and 1 Jade respectively. These 2 are still the rare sister flowers in Tiangxianglu. After choosing his own Jiyu Qingfeng, he didn't forget his brother. Let Fatty Wang and Nerd Shu choose one too. Look at the virtue of the 2 of you. Hearing Yang Wang Fatty and Shu Nerd, they all show the appearance of a pig brother. Then the celebration party officially began. Several people are accompanied by not only beautiful women, and wearing cool dances. Riding sexy waist dance. Fatty Wang and Shu Nuo are both having a great time. Happy to push the cup and change the cup, is it good to be happy? Meanwhile, somewhere in the dark underground palace, a man shrouded in black robes. With a man in red. The beautiful woman is discussing something. The man's hoarse voice came from under the red mask. There you are. Mirror Demon is dead, and the blood god sun on him is also gone. The woman in red slowed down slightly after listening. No, see. How is that possible? The sons of blood can sense each other. Have you tried Ming? The man shook his head. I can't feel it. Maybe someone used something special. Fazi hid the blood god sun. And cut off the connection with us. So I need you to explore. According to information from the congregation, the name of the person who killed the mirror demon was Jiyu Qingfeng. He is the exorcist of the demon division of Wutong County. The cultivation base is only 4 levels of qi gathering. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but chuckle. Qi quadruple. Kind of interesting. Mirror demon left a mark on Jiyu Qingfeng before he died. The mark shows that he is now in Tianxiang building, Wutong County. I still have a doppelganger in Tiangxianglu. Leave it to me then. I also want to thank him in person for killing the mirror demon. Get rid of my troubles. At this time, in the private room of Tiangxianglu, Jiyu Qingfeng is preparing to post with the girl. Suddenly I heard a cry from outside the door. It turned out that the top brand of Tianxiang building, the red carp girl, came out. This caused a commotion among the guests in the hall. I heard the top cards come out. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly felt that the girl next to him was not fragrant. He walked out of the room without looking back. The girl in the bed is very dissatisfied. Young master, didn't you say that people have the omen of the region? I have to help people turn bad luck into good luck. Why are you gone? Jiyu Qingfeng walked quickly to the hall. Can't wait to see it. What does this card look like? Then the room finally opened. Red carp girl in red came out to the exclamation of all the guests. The second floor leaped gently like a mysterious girl from the 9 heavens. Hold the red ribbon and slowly slide down to the center of the stage. Then start dancing to the music. The graceful dance attracted thunderous applause from the guests under the stage, fascinated by it. Even the petals falling from the air are vying for by countless people. Hold it in the palm of your hand and savor it. It seems to have the body fragrance of red carp on it. Even Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but reach out and grab it. But it was empty. This also made him instantly alert. Realized that the red carp was using an illusion. The male protagonist came to Qianxiang building to listen to the song, but found the top card here. He was actually using illusions to confuse the guests. However, this level of illusion, as long as someone with a little firmer will can break it. But this does not include Fatty Wang and Shu Nai. I saw the two of them immersed in it like a pig brother. Jiyu Qingfeng was suddenly angry. He went up and punched Fatty Wang. Pulled him out of the illusion. He said angrily. You can hit such a simple illusion. Wipe your saliva. Don't embarrass this official. Unexpectedly, Fatty Wang had a face full of pity. Lord Jiyu, you are so serious. How many interesting things did you miss? We came out to play. Especially here, there's no need to be too serious. The red carp girl is in our Wutong County. It's a famous fantasy beauty double. A lot of people come here just to experience illusions. Spend the least amount of money, make up for the legacy in reality to the greatest extent. Why not? Hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's words, he was there. The guests downstairs scanned a volume. And it turns out that's what it looks like. Everyone was caught up in the illusion. Happy face. So he couldn't wait to jump off the stairs. Ready to taste this illusion. But unfortunately he just jumped off not long ago. The red carp girl finished dancing and went back to rest. And leave the maid to pass the message on your behalf. Don't worry. You still have a chance to meet the red carp girl. The red carp girl asked a question. As long as you can answer. You can go to the backyard with the red carp girl, drink and talk happily. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng in the crowd immediately raised his hand excitedly. I thought this was just an ordinary Xuanwen routine. The protagonist arrives at the brothel, then recited in a previous life. Tang poetry and song poetry shocked everyone's attention, then he was admired by the Oiran. It seems that he is also the life of the protagonist, to encounter such a good thing. Then I saw the woman unfold the picture. There are countless bright flowers painted on it. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng thought it was about flowers. I was suddenly happy. It's too simple. Just think about it and you can come up with no less than 10 songs, but I didn't expect the question given by the maid to be an illusion test. I saw it shake the picture lightly. Instantly, countless flowers seemed to become reality. Lay out the entire stage. It turns out that this picture scroll is the red carp girl, hand-painted picture of 100 flowers blooming, only 3 of them are real flowers. The rest are illusions. The current topic is to find these 3 true flowers. Each person can only choose 1 flower. Finally, 3 people will be able to go to the backyard to meet the red carp girl. Now you can start. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng was ready to call. Fatty Wang and Daft Shu took action. But when he turned around, he found that the two had already started looking for it first. Soon someone took the flowers to the maid to check. But unfortunately, all they got were fake flowers turned into illusions. Had to be disappointed. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng directly resorted to Grandmaster level soul power began to scan. After a while, I found the real flower. And took it off. I got it to check in front of the maid. The maid announced directly after seeing the flowers. Let's congratulate this young man for being the first to find the real flower. The old result has attracted. There was an uproar among the guests. Suspect that this is a shady scene caused by Tianxiang Lu, otherwise, he is a 4th level person. How could it be faster than people in the true Qi realm like them? But in the face of the guests' doubts, the maid seems to be accustomed to it. Directly chose to ignore. Take Jiyu Qingfeng to the backyard. Seeing this, Fatty Wang still wants to go with him. But he was decisively rejected by Jiyu Qingfeng. In the end, I can only stay with the nerd. In order to become the guest of the top brand Oroki, the male protagonist passed the first level of illusion test, followed the maid to the backyard of Qianxiang building. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the front yard, the backyard seems very quiet. Jiyu Qingfeng was also led by Yaxia. I came to room 1 to rest. Not long after, room 2 and 3, the guest who found the real flower also came. It turns out that the red carp girl has set up a total of 3 levels. After entering the room, there are 2 more levels. The room number also indicates the order of answering the questions. Start on the 3rd and end on the 3rd. If they all pass, one of the 3 will be selected as the guest of honor. However, just as Jiyu Qingfeng was about to enter the room, a scabbard suddenly rested on his neck. It turned out to be a competitor for room 2. Seeing that Jiyu Qingfeng is just a 4th level martial artist, I was the first to find the real flower. I'm sure he must have found it by luck. He wanted to use his strength to forcibly grab Jiyu Qingfeng's room. Old Jiyu Qingfeng was unmoved. Let him just do it. This sentence also infuriated the man instantly. He immediately drew his sword and slashed at Jiyu Qingfeng. The result was that it was stabbed on Jiyu Qingfeng's golden bell jar. There was a sound of gold and iron intersecting. Can't hurt Jiyu Qingfeng at all. I can't help Jiyu Qingfeng. The man turned to leave. But he was stopped by Jiyu Qingfeng. Stop. If I didn't have a golden bell today, what will happen to me with your sword? The man smiled disdainfully. Of course you will die. Warriors are born of the strong and die of the weak. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also completely angry. You for a test. Just kill someone you don't know. Dare to speak out and not take care of human life. Too bad you're weak now. To hell with it. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng directly hit him with an uppercut punch. The man barely dodged the punch. Then the sword is drawn again. But only heard a click. The sword he just pulled out was actually interrupted by Jiyu Qingfeng's punch. The man looked incredulous. Then decisively abandoned the sword and used the palm. He charged his palm towards Jiyu Qingfeng's face. But this palm hasn't hit Jiyu Qingfeng yet. His hand was already caught. Then only a click was heard. Jiyu Qingfeng twisted his hand lightly and broke his hand. Then I grabbed him by the neck. Until this time, the man finally knew that he was afraid and quickly begged for mercy, but Jiyu Qingfeng just smiled slightly. Don't you have a sense of righteousness when you kill people? Why did you start begging for mercy when you arrived? No self-awareness of being weak. Dead is dead. I guess so. But killing you will dirty my hands. Your twisted perspective won't change just because you're dead. So I'll let you live. Let you spend your life correcting mistakes. Abolish your dantian and your meridians. From now on, you are the weakling in your mouth. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng pointed directly, poked on the man's dantian. Abolished all his cultivation. The man was also crippled because of his cultivation and spit blood. He fainted directly. But just then that guy. But he stood up and questioned Jiyu Qingfeng. Why do you use such a heavy hand? You weren't hurt, why did you beat him so badly? As soon as Jiyu Qingfeng heard it, he knew that this was the virgin aunt, so immediately asked. He just slapped me. Isn't it right for me to fight back? Then as you say. How should I? Unexpectedly, Ya Bao said confidently. Of course, and is the most expensive, now that he has recognized your strength. I don't plan to grab the position of number 1 room. You don't need to do it at all. Everybody take a step back. Rock is not happy. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng also knew that he couldn't reason with such a person. The direct backhand is a slap in the past. The male protagonist did not expect to meet the Virgin Mary in another world. When someone else raises a sword to chop him, the Virgin Mary doesn't fart. But when he knocks people down, the Virgin Mary stood up to stop it. Advise him to value peace. In the face of such a shameless Madonna, Jiyu Qingfeng slapped her backhand. The bag was also hit by his palm. Pointing at Jiyu Qingfeng threatened. How dare you hit me, as a man? You hit a woman. Did you know that I am the favorite of Our Lady? She knows all the dignitaries in Wutong County. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Please take harmony as your priority. With these words, the hair suddenly exploded. You slapped me. You want me to value peace? You wait. I'm going to tell my lady now. You're dead meat. But before she could finish speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed her neck. And smiled and stared at her. Said slowly. Do you have any misunderstanding about me? I'll talk to you nicely. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Didn't you say that harmony is the most precious thing? Why do victims become? You are in a hurry when you are yourself. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are as twisted as that kid. It's a disease. Gee. It just so happens that I'm the best at treating this kind of disease. I'm in a good mood today. Your medical bills will not be charged. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng directly used the pupil illusion on it. Let her suffer all kinds of bullying in the illusion. When she wants to resist, someone will stand up and laugh and persuade her to value harmony, so it goes back and forth. Until her 3 views were completely changed. The illusion will disappear. After finishing this, Jiyu Qingfeng turned and walked into the room. A moment later, footsteps suddenly came. The person who came was the top red carp girl of Tianxiang building. I saw her come to the flying bag. Gently hit the forehead of the bag. Start reading the illusion screen where you are. Then he revealed an intriguing smile. What a powerful illusion. Interesting. Then the pushers walked in. said with a smile. What a brilliant illusion. Really opened the eyes of the red carp. Jiyu Qingfeng turned his head to look modestly. The red carp girl praised it. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's different from those Tang fat and vulgar fans. But the red carp shook his head. I'm not being polite. But really praise. The world calls me fantastic and beautiful. But I can do it. In the eyes of an expert like a son, it's just child's play. My hair can catch such a brilliant illusion. It's been great. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also a little surprised. You don't blame me. Instead, thank me. The red carp nodded. Exactly. I follow you every day. I hear a lot of compliments around me. More and more carried away. They like to force their ideas on others. I told her a few times, but there's nothing flattering about banging. She always forgets what I said about her. The son can help her correct it. I naturally have to thank my son. The law of the jungle is the simplest truth. The two of them provoked the wrong person. It's okay to pay a price. After saying that, she pulled Jiyu Qingfeng to her boudoir. Then he asked Jiyu Qingfeng's name while pouring the wine. Jiyu Qingfeng felt that it was too inappropriate to directly address the name. Let her just call herself a good brother. This crisp sound. Hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's nosebleed spray directly, he took the red carp into his arms. But just as Jiyu Qingfeng was about to take the next step, the restless hand was pressed down by the red carp. Then he left Jiyu Qingfeng's embrace with a whoosh. Turn your head and smile seductively. I was offended a lot earlier. Now my sister dances to apologize. I hope my brother doesn't blame me. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng also became interested. Okay, but I like a cooler dance. I don't know. The red carp laughed. Then rely on my good brother. After saying that, he began to dance a cool dance. Show your hot body in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng's mouth was dry. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. He directly went forward and hugged the red carp. The red carp also lay directly in Jiyu Qingfeng's arms. Then he proposed softly. Good brother, now the night is as cold as water. Why don't we have a glass of wine to warm up? After saying that, he got up and took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Jiyu Qingfeng. Then put a glass full of wine in your mouth. Kneeling in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Raise your head and drink it all. Lilac wine flows all over the body with the neck. Jiyu Qingfeng was also startled when he saw this. Why is this wine lavender? It won't be poisonous, will it? Kiss the wine glass with your mouth and toast the male protagonist. Then look up and do it first. Lilac wine flows down the neck and all over the body. This scene startled Jiyu Qingfeng. I thought the wine was poisonous. He pushed the red carp out. The red carp that was pushed out endured the pain on its butt. Explained to Jiyu Qingfeng that this wine is called Xiang wine, brewed with purple bamboo as a blood vessel, infected with purple gas, so royal lavender. This wine is very rare and valuable. The slave family earns hard money by dancing. How can you be willing to poison such a good wine? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help scratching his head. I didn't expect this wine to be so expensive. The red carp saw that he had never seen the world before. Immediately out of anger. But still endured. He got up and poured a new cup for Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the wine handed over and couldn't help but think, such expensive wine should be. How can I drink it to look tasteful? And seeing Jiyu Qingfeng keep looking at the wine in his hand. The red carp couldn't help but clear his heart. Did I reveal something? He saw that I had poisoned the wine. That's not right. Blood linglong is colorless and tasteless. Even the Grandmaster can't notice. What's more, he is only a weakling at the 4th level of Qi gathering. Thinking of this, the red carp directly jumped into Jiyu Qingfeng's arms, said very aggrieved. Why don't you drink it, good brother? Are you afraid that I will poison you? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng directly gnawed on it. How could I doubt my good sister? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng took the wine from the red carp's hand. Just got bored. After drinking, I didn't forget to say a good wine. The wine was cold at first. Then into the stomach. But like the warm sun rising, the whole body is warm. Entrance softness. Ice in body, heat in heart. My good sister. Are you the same? Hearing this, the red carp couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I thought I was measuring the water myself. So he turned around and poured another cup for Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng took the wine without hesitation. Ready to drink. At this time, the system prompt tone suddenly sounded. The host is attacked by the shadow demon. Toxic resistance plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent of all poisons. Received a system prompt. Jiyu Qingfeng pointed to the wine to indicate. This wine is poisonous. Stop drinking. I drink. After saying that, he took the wine cup from the red carp's hand. I looked up and got bored. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. Host is attacked by shadow demon poison resistance plus 1000. Seeing Jiyu Qingfeng's dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Red carp suspects that this person is not a fool, right? Just like that, he killed the mirror demon. Make sure the information is correct. And Jiyu Qingfeng was thinking. Why is only the poison resistance increased, but the invulnerability of all poisons has not advanced? It seems that the drink is not enough. Thinking of this, he cast his eyes on the jug on the table. Then throw the wine glass in your hand. Happily said. Let me tell you something, there is a saying in our hometown called, if you don't drink or wear, it's better to be praised. If you don't let me drink today, I'll be happy. You can't go. The red carp looked forced when he heard the words. I wonder if I forgot to poison myself. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care about her. At the same time, the beautiful system prompt tone is also constantly ringing. Congratulations to the host, the poison resistance has reached the upper limit. Obtain the talent to be invincible. After drinking the wine, Jiyu Qingfeng threw the jug away. The remaining wine in the pot immediately reacted with the ground. The red carp watching this scene suddenly stopped. But Jiyu Qingfeng still felt that. I took out a bag of something I don't know what it is. The red carp was startled when he saw this package. Isn't this my poison? Could it be that he took it away at that time? Turns out he already knew. What the old red carp did not expect was, in the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng actually poured the whole package of poison into his mouth. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. The host is attacked by the shadow demon. The poison resistance reaches the upper limit again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent of all poison invulnerability. But after eating this pack of poison, Jiyu Qingfeng still felt a little unfulfilled. Immediately said coldly, how did it go? Do you still have my good sister? Hurry up and put poison. I hope you are not ignorant of praise. The man knows that the wine is poisonous, but still bored. And it's not enough to drink. He actually picked up the poison directly and dazzled it, and let the other party quickly apply poison. Don't be ignorant of praise. The red carp still wants to argue when they hear the words. Good brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? But Jiyu Qingfeng expressed disgust on his face. Stop pretending. As long as you bring me the poison soon. I won't pursue you for trying to kill me. Otherwise, you are like this table. Seeing that his plan has been discovered. Red carp's face turned completely black. Decisively launched an attack on Jiyu Qingfeng. But in the face of this punch, Jiyu Qingfeng just smiled slightly. Then a punch directly blew the head of the red carp. All I heard was a plop. The headless body of the red carp fell to the ground. After a while there was no movement. But just when Jiyu Qingfeng thought she was dead, black mist began to rise from the neck of the headless household. As the black fog continues to emerge, the headless household actually stood up. The blown head is also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it returned to its original state. I haven't waited for him to say a few words. Jiyu Qingfeng blew half of his head off again. Then he said with dissatisfaction, how dare you call me good brother without poisonous wine? Do you deserve it? As soon as these words came out, the red carp was completely angry. The black mist on his body kept spilling out. In just a moment, black fog filled the room. Feel this familiar sense of space stripping. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but complain. Such a precious shade. You always say use it. Is this thing very worthless at your 7 demon generals? If I'm not mistaken, you should be the second-ranked shadow demon of the 7 demon generals, right? Seeing his identity being seen through by Jiyu Qingfeng, shadow demon wasn't too flustered either. Instead, it turned into black mist and disappeared in place. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately removed the weapon defense title from the alien space. He sensed the killing intent coming from behind him through his spiritual sense, easily blocked the fatal blow of the shadow demon. But when he turns around, but found that the shadow demon disappeared again. The next second, it appeared behind him again. A palm hit his chest hard. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. Host is attacked by shadow demon. Shadow attributes plus 100. Hear this system prompt. Jiyu Qingfeng also has some slots. I don't know what a shadow attribute is. But the top priority is to solve the shadow demon first. I saw him close his eyes. Feel the changes around you. Then suddenly swung a knife. Straight away from the neck of the shadow demon, although the shadow demon shot this knife. But also a few strands of long hair were broken. Then he looked at Jiyu Qingfeng in disbelief. And Jiyu Qingfeng took advantage of her to chop out another knife. Then turned the blade directly. The sister-in-law shot the knife out with a sound. This knife slashed the shadow demon's face, and left a scar visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng directly started the Tide satire mode. You didn't become the dick through unspoken rules, did you? I feel like you are not as good as the mirror demon. It's not difficult to rub the mirror demon yet. You are really the second child of the 7 demon generals. Why is it so rubbish? Unexpectedly, the shadow demon laughed instead of getting angry after hearing it, and started to tear his own skin. I was looked down upon by my good brother. In that case, I will show some real skills and fight you. Women can't beat men just because. He actually tore his own skin. Then a black shadow emerged from her body. The layer of beauty skin outside was thrown on the ground by him. Then he shouted Jiyu Qingfeng as a good brother. Hearing that, Jiyu Qingfeng's stomach turned upside down. Remember what the two of you just did? I couldn't help but vomit. I just confronted one. Something neither male nor female does that kind of thing. The more Jiyu Qingfeng thought about it, the more disgusting he became. Finally, directly pull out the king gold. I'm going to cut this thing. As soon as he made a move, he used the word Chuyang sword. But in the face of this sword shadow demon, he did not dodge. It was temporarily divided into 2 sections by Jiyu Qingfeng's sword chi, but then something shocking happened. I saw the shadow demon's waist filled with black fog. It healed together in an instant. Elementalization. This term suddenly popped up in Yi Qingfeng's mind. But he still doesn't believe in evil. Waving the Wood King sword and using the green wood trap dragon, attack the shadow demon. But it's still useless. Although Tung Man passed through the body of the shadow demon, but shadow demon recovered quickly. And ridiculed Jiyu Qingfeng. Don't you understand? I am a shadow. Do you think there is anything in this world that can hurt the shadow? But before he could finish speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng launched another fire attack on him. As a result, shadow demon was still unharmed. This also made Jiyu Qingfeng fall into deep thought. It can defend against any physical attack, spell attack. If you can't win, you can't win. No wonder the mirror demon can only be subservient to it. I really don't know what will happen to these 7 demons. What a bunch of monsters got together. And the shadow demon was clearly right in front of him. But he felt a wave of killing intent behind him. Sure enough, when he turned his head again, the shadow demon appeared behind him. It turned out that this killing intent came from his shadow. Then the shadow seemed to become a spirit. Holding the wooden king sword in his hand, which is also transformed by the shadow, he slashed at Jiyu Qingfeng. The system prompts that the host has been attacked by a shadow demon. Shadow attributes plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. In the face of this scraping attack, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was full of disdain. You are giving me an itch. Shadow demon's face was full of shock. Such a strong body. Is this your confidence? Looks like I'll have to resort to one last resort. After saying that, the shadow demon figure disappeared again. The next second, he held a huge shadow blade condensed by shadows, hitting towards Jiyu Qingfeng. I didn't expect Jiyu Qingfeng to just. He raised his hand lightly to block the blow. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. Host attacked by shadow demon, shadow attribute plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for breaking the upper limit of the shadow attribute. Acquire ability to transform. Can teleport in any connected shadow. If the shadows are not connected together, this skill cannot be triggered. After acquiring this skill, Jiyu Qingfeng instantly understood the shadow demon, the principle that suddenly appeared behind him. No wonder it has to activate the defense domain before it starts. The so-called shadow is actually objects block the darkness created by the light source. Everything in the yin domain is covered with darkness. This also means that shadow demon can be found in infinite teleportation in your own shadow. This should be its shadow law. Such a perverted player. I don't know how the Right Path Alliance won back then. But it didn't matter. Now it's Jiyu Qingfeng's turn to take the initiative. I saw him suddenly wobbly falling back. Then he lay on the ground and said, "So sad. The fight just now actually shattered my meridians. Your Excellency is indeed the second-ranked existence among the 7 demon generals. I feel ashamed of my strength. Today, I, Jiyu Qingfeng, would like to call you the strongest." Hearing this, shadow demon froze in place. C thinks that the energy to maintain the yin domain by himself is almost not enough. Gotta get out of here ASAP. Think of a way to deal with Jiyu Qingfeng. So he turned around and said something. Brother, your acting is too pompous. I can't appreciate it. After saying that, he disappeared out of thin air again. Jiyu Qingfeng was speechless. Do you know anything about drama? Don't cooperate with Lao Tzu's performance. If I let you run away today. I don't have the surname Jiyu. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng also disappeared in place with a whoosh. Caste transformation and shadow transformation to catch up with the shadow demon, all the way to the outskirts of Wutong County. The man came to the brothel to listen to the song, but found that the girl under the moon with her own money. It's actually a demon that is neither male nor female, and the demon ran away after disgusting him. How can he bear this? He directly chased the shadow demon to the suburbs of Wutong County, but now the shadow demon is just a doppelganger after all. There is not much energy left in the body. Just about to take a breath and take a break. I feel the fluctuations of shadow power around me. Look in the direction of fluctuations. It turned out that Jiyu Qingfeng was catching up. The shadow demon hurriedly retreated to distance itself from it. And they questioned him. Who the hell are you? Why do you also change shapes and shadows? Are you also a shadow clan? Jiyu Qingfeng replied faintly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is why you don't take my play. Saying black, he grabbed the shadow demon hard. The shadow demon's figure disappeared again. When it appeared again, it had already distanced itself from Jiyu Qingfeng. Then a rabbit suddenly passed in front of him. Shadow demon was startled. After seeing it clearly, I thought it was a false alarm, but I didn't expect the rabbit to just walk. Jiyu Qingfeng stuck his head out from behind and said, "Are you curious? Why is the timid rabbit running in the dangerous direction of you?" Because the rabbit was scared by the more dangerous me. After saying that, Qingfeng revealed Fan's strange smile. So scared that Shadow Demon couldn't help shouting for help. Someone is going to eat the demon. No. I'm the monster. After reacting, Shadow Demon once again distanced itself from Jiyu Qingfeng, said in a consultative tone. Jiyu Qingfeng, you and I will both transform into phantoms. There's no point in chasing after you. Why don't we just stop here? But Jiyu Qingfeng shook his head. That won't work. I won't kill you today. I'm going to take your last name. I have no plans to change my name recently. And you are a shadow. Shadows only appear in dark places. But not where there is sun. Speaking of which, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly realized. Got it, I want to restrain the transfiguration. The first step is to remove the shadow. Only light can dispel shadows. Then light is his greatest nemesis. Then he asked with a dark expression. Do you believe in light? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng used the firefighting talent, burning with fire. Shine the whole forest like white lips. The shadow demon's pitch-black figure is also. In this light, there is nothing to see. The transfiguration phantom cannot be cast. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, he was discovered by Jiyu Qingfeng, then throw a flame. The dazzling fire completely blocked the shadow demon's retreat. But even so, the shadow demon still said stubbornly. What if you block my escape route? I can feel that the shadow power in you is running out. I can continue to spend time with you. None of us benefit. Who knew? Jiyu Qingfeng said. I think you may have misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill you by trapping you. Hearing the words, the shadow demon couldn't help but, you don't want to kill me? Then you just want to get the information of the blood demon sect from me? Or for the poison? Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng said. I'm not interested in Garifianism or that poison. I just want you to hit me hard. As long as you give me a good time. I'll let you go. How did it go? Hearing this, Shadow Demon was also startled. I doubt if Jiyu Qingfeng has any strange ringworm. And put his hands on his chest and put on a look of vowing to die. However, Jiyu Qingfeng just smiled slightly. According to the information, Transfiguration Phantom requires soul power to locate. You can use this trick to show that you also have a soul. And your transfiguration is not as far away as mine. This is enough to show that your soul is not stronger than mine. Your incarnation, the red carp, is known as Huanmei Shuangjue, although the illusion technique is brilliant. But the quality is not high. This again shows that the soul is your weakness. That's why you use your avatar to exercise yourself all the time. So, have you decided? Do you want to do as I say? Saying that Black Jiyu Qingfeng used pupil illusion on him. Henjing Demon still said no to Chu Qiong. Facing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng directly pulled him into the illusion. Then stand alone in the void. Soul power turned into countless long swords. Yi Qingfeng just waved his hand lightly. The overwhelming sword rain attacked the shadow demon. The shadow demon hurried to shoot and avoid, hung because the sword rain is too dense. It was still a sword transformed by many souls that pierced through the body. And every sword. His pitch-black body will be lighter. And Jiyu Qingfeng stood above the void. He looked down at the shadow demon like a god's house and said, "Hit me, or be beaten to death by me. You choose. Hit me, or be beaten to death by me. You choose." Facing such a perverted request from Jiyu Qingfeng, Shadow Demon was also a little flustered, just because his body was attacked by Jiyu Qingfeng's soul just now. Has begun to dissipate. But still saying, "Do you think you win by beating me? You see me as a doppelganger. Your soul power is stronger than my doppelganger, but it can't beat my essence. I haven't wasted my time in these 200 years. My soul is no longer my weakness." However, Jiyu Qingfeng still said the same thing about it, "Or hit me. Or be beaten to death by me. You choose." "Why are you talking so much? The villain dies, don't you know?" After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng raised the Wood King sword and shouted, "Sword come." The long swords with countless handles stuck in the ground began to sound metaphorically, and it rises from the ground. With Jiyu Qingfeng as the center, it began to continuously converge and merge, finally condensed into a giant sword tens of meters long. Go straight to the shadow demon. Accompanied by Jiyu Qingfeng's sword swing. Just a loud bang. The shadow demon's figure completely disappeared in place. Even the last wisp of soul is gradually dissipating. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Would rather die than hit me. I don't know what a good monster you are. Pity my silver. My Oiran. But think about it. Since this red carp is the 7 demon generals, then exchange him for a reward. The reward for who changed it last time was quite a lot. So Jiyu Qingfeng turned back to Qianxiang building. Then he said it righteously. "I am Jiyu Qingfeng, the demon removal envoy of the mysterious rank of the Demon Suppression Division. I received a tip early in the morning. It is said that the top brand red carp of Qianxiang building is suspected of being a demon, so I came here in plain clothes to find out. Unexpectedly, this red carp is not only a demon, or the doppelganger of Shadow Demon, one of the 7 demon generals. It was seen through by this official and its true body has been lost. Now this official suspects that there is still blood demon cult Yuqing in Qianxiang building." Jiyu Qingfeng's words are floating. All the guests were shocked. He quickly pushed the girl beside him away. But in fact, Jiyu Qingfeng said so. "I just want to waste the money on the treat." After many investigations, he actually caught 2 Yuqing from the Blood Demon sect. The accusation must be confirmed. The lady boss of Tiangxianglu couldn't sit still immediately. He hurriedly stopped Jiyu Qingfeng who was about to leave, and handed a handkerchief. Put it in Jiyu Qingfeng's arms. Shyly invited Jiyu Qingfeng to the backyard to discuss things. Men don't spend money to invite their subordinates to visit brothels, claiming to be plain clothes. This time, I received a tip and came to check it specially. I didn't expect to find 2 blood demon cult Yuqing. The accusation must be confirmed. The lady boss stuffed a handkerchief into Jiyu Qingfeng's arms. Then he led Jiyu Qingfeng to the backyard. And get straight to the point. I hope Jiyu Qingfeng can say a few kind words for them. Jiyu Qingfeng dug out the handkerchief that the lady boss had just put into his arms, shaking it in front of my eyes again. And there was nothing. Seeing this, the lady boss hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. Do you think this is a generation?" After saying that, in the arms of the lady boss, pulled out a silver ticket for 10,000 taels. The seductive one was handed over to Jiyu Qingfeng, and said before leaving, "After the matter is completed, you can come to Qianxiang building. She will personally reward." As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was immediately happy, although I didn't spend a good night with the Oiran tonight. But that's not bad. Subsequent to the announcement of Zhenmo division, Jiyu Qingfeng saw through the demons and defended the people. Reward 10,000 meritorious deeds for encouragement. Tiangxianglu hides the 7 devil generals with a bag bottom, closed for rectification from now on. If anyone finds a clue to Yuqing of the Blood Demon sect recently, there will be a heavy reward for reporting to the Department of Suppressing Demons. Soon the matter also reached the ears of the Emperor. And sent the old lady blue to reward. Jiyu Qingfeng saw through the demons and defended the people. Capture the blood demon cult Yuqing alone. Baron Tifan. Plus a box of gold and silver jewelry, a mansion. Yi Qingfeng accepted the decree excitedly. Respectfully send off the old lady blue. After the old lady blue leaves, he arranged for Fatty Wang and Xu Dafu to. The gold and silver jewels were sent to his new house. Now he has to go back to practice first. Find them later. Return to the residence. Jiu Qingfeng took 2 bottles of pills. Then soak in a medicinal bath. Start running the cultivation method. After the internal administration of the medicinal pill, the external bubble and the blessing of the system, Jiu Qingfeng finally broke through to the 5th level of qi gathering, and convert all the pure yang vitality in the body into wuji vitality. The foundation is much stronger than before, but it didn't take long for him to be happy. The blood in the body began to surge. At the same time, there was a look of pain on his face. I don't know what's going on. Is it about to break through to a new realm? But it was also the first time he had encountered such a situation. I don't know what to do with it. I have to practice first. Soon after, the liquid in the tub began to boil. Jiu Qingfeng suddenly roared. In the next second, a low and dignified, the sound of dragon holes rang out from within him. A dark red dragon hovered above his head. At the same time, the system also sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the 2-clawed dragon. Jiu Qingfeng was very excited to see this prompt. I didn't expect my bloodline to be such a majestic black dragon. Could it be that the identity of the descendant of my dragon is also universal in the other world? But soon the system poured cold water on him. Please pay attention to the host. You have awakened the dragon bloodline. It's not dragon blood. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng couldn't help but be disappointed. That's 6 grades away. No wonder there are only 2 claws. But the dragon is not a human being. Is it a demon? The system replied quickly. This gave Jiu Qingfeng a lot of room for imagination. Since the dragon is a demon, does he with the blood of the flood dragon also belong to the demon? Then doesn't that mean that he can become stronger by beating himself? But soon the system pierced his illusion. The host is only a human with part of the dragon bloodline. Can have the inheritance of the dragon bloodline. It is only because of the host ancestor. Drink the blood of the dragon and survive. Seeing this prompt, Jiu Qingfeng was ashamed again. However, the system still gave a friendly reminder. Host, your dragon bloodline has only awakened part of it. Therefore, you currently only have the power of the flood dragon. Wait for your bloodline concentration to rise again. The remaining abilities are available. Looking at this prompt, Jiu Qingfeng also fell into deep thought. No wonder the blood demon sect was so powerful back then. There are 7 top perverts. He could also be defeated by the Right Path Alliance led by the demon suppressor. The reason should lie in these bloodline awakeners. This is really the so-called master demon skill to control the demon. And I really want to say, he can increase blood concentration. Or is it all thanks to the friendship sponsorship of the Son of Blood? If he wants to improve in the future, the most direct way, it should be to continue collecting the blood god Sun. Now he really has a fight with the blood demon. Thinking of this, Jiu Qingfeng put on his clothes. I'm going to see if there is any news about the blood demon sect. And information on the inheritance of the demon bloodline. And at the same time, the Jiu family mansion, one of the 4 major families of the Great Yang dynasty. An old man suddenly opened his eyes. Flip your palm. A blood-red bead emitting red light appeared in his hands. The young man struggled to awaken the bloodline of the dragon god. But I don't want to be disliked. And even get killed. Just now. The Jiu family, one of the 4 major families of the Great Yang dynasty. An old man suddenly opened his eyes. Then he looked seriously. The blood-red breath on his hands. In an instant, the breath became blood-red beads. At the same time, he played with it on the back of his hand. But suddenly he squeezed the beads in his hand and burst. With a bang, the old man appeared above his head, a blood-red light. Then the old man asked the people beside him to call the patriarch. After 2.5 minutes, a middle-aged man appeared and said to the old man, "Ancestor, you are looking for me." The old man slowly spoke when he heard the words, "Bloodline aberration. The source of the change is 5,000 miles due east of the hand. It should be left behind by the family. Descendants have awakened the bloodline of the dragon god. The level of arousal is low." Then he looked forward to the middle-aged man. "The bloodline of the dragon god cannot be left outside. You send someone to bring him back." The middle-aged man was a little incredulous when he heard the words, 5,000 miles due east. It should be within the scope of Wutong County. It seems that most of them are from the blood of crime back then. I didn't expect it to take so long. There are descendants in that lineage. The old man responded calmly after listening. Now they still have a chance to return to the family. That is a great gift from the main family. You go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man clasped his fists with both hands and said respectfully, "Yes, ancestor." However, the middle-aged man apparently agreed to the old man's request. In fact, they don't plan to bring this person back to the family, just because he can't rely on his family. With the help of Temp is good. It's a pity that it's a blood of sin. There is no need to live anymore. The hand is his facing the man on the roof, said a sentence to go to Wutong County. The next second, the man disappeared in place. At the same time, Jiu Qingfeng held the True Origin pill in one hand, reading a book in one hand. And the book records the Great Flame Dynasty. Allow the bloodline of the demon to pass on. If humans can awaken the demon bloodline, then it must be because someone drank demons. The blood of those who are still alive, and the demon bloodline has developed so far. People with the bloodline of demons are spread all over the country of the Great Yang Dynasty. Identities are also different. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng thought to himself, among those who have awakened the bloodline of demons, possibly noble, even royalty. Then Jiu Qingfeng saw from the book again. After awakening the demon bloodline, you can practice the essence of blood. At critical moments, traces can be reborn with blood. To condense the essence blood of the source, it is necessary to condense the blood qi around the body. The process is extremely painful. It will continuously extract its own qi and blood essence. Mobilize a large amount of qi and blood essence. Can practice a drop of origin blood essence. To think thrice before acting. When Jiu Qingfeng finished reading it, he opened the True Origin pill without saying a word. Throw the True Origin pill into his mouth without hesitation. And in his heart, he was thinking of one more life. What's the point of this pain? Lao Tzu starts practicing now. Then Jiu Qingfeng sat cross-legged. In the next second, a blue breath was emitted from his body. Slowly, sweat began to appear on Jiu Qingfeng's face. He endured the pain. Work hard. The breath around him also slowly turned red. Jiu Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Then screams sounded. The red smell around him is even more intense. The next second, Jiu Qingfeng fell to the ground uncontrollably. The breath on the body also slowly dissipated. However, just then, a blood-red bead appears. The moment it appears, it will dissipate just now. The breath is condensed again. The next sound. A blood-red drop of blood appeared in front of Jiu Qingfeng. Looking at the blood droplets in front of him, Jiu Qingfeng, I can't help but reach out and touch. Shit, this drop of origin blood essence almost cost me half my life. That 2-coin blood demon actually has 36 drops, really raw. Then suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng quickly turned the source, put away the blood essence and called someone in. The door was opened. It was Fatty Wang who came into view. As soon as he came in, he saw Jiu Qingfeng lying on the ground with a look of panic. Then he quickly stepped forward and helped Jiu Qingfeng up. At the same time, he is still asking what is going on. Aren't you practicing in retreat? How did you make it look like this? Hearing Fatty Wang's concern for Jiu Qingfeng. After taking a look, he said lightly, tired of cultivation, but he didn't want Fatty Wang to misunderstand something at this time. Think in your head. Lord Jiu, you fool and find a better reason, okay? Do you really think I haven't practiced? But I understand. Lord Jiu is like me. It must be Huantiangxianglu who came back and the lingering fire has not subsided. That's just a few more indulgences. When Jiu Qingfeng saw Fatty Wang with a smirk on his face, can't help but ask, Fatty Wang, what are you thinking? As soon as these words came out, Fatty Wang was called back from his fantasy. Then he looked at Jiu Qingfeng and said, Lord Jiu, I'm here to inform you to go to Yinshan County. You have been practicing these days. Lord, he is already very dissatisfied. He asked you to hurry up and report. After listening to what Fatty Wang said, Jiu Qingfeng said he Fenghua with a smile on his face. Have you seen someone in his 40s who still likes to snitch? But Jiu Qingfeng saw it today. Jiu Qingfeng was secretly happy when he heard what Fatty Wang said just now, that he Fenghua must be because there is no. Got the credit and got pissed. After all, in the matter of the mirror demon, even Fatty Wang and Dorkshu have made thousands of meritorious deeds. Even the skills of the two have improved. I'm afraid this old boy is not looking for a chance to wear small shoes for me. The next second, Jiu Qingfeng decisively lay down on the bed to rest. Fatty Wang was shocked by this behavior and looked anxious. Lord Jiu, when do you think we should leave? Seeing the rotten fatty King Jiu Qingfeng, he felt sad to marry these two mysterious rank demon exterminators. Can't you fight face to face? You have to put me in the middle. Hearing Fatty Wang's words, Jiu Qingfeng turned his back to Fatty Wang and said impatiently, Move a fart, let him wait. I want to sleep. But at this time, Fatty Wang, who was embarrassed, just wanted to speak. But unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng angrily scolded him. Get out of here too. Don't disturb my sleep. If anything happens, let that old boy come to me. Then, regardless of Fatty Wang's answer, he fell asleep. Fatty Wang was helpless about this. But he secretly sounded Xiao Jojo in his heart. Although this Lord Jiu is very powerful in other aspects, after constant indulgence, it's no different from us. and pointed his butt at me. Suddenly, Fatty Wang thought crooked again. But that thing. The next second, I saw 2 races of flames rising in Fatty Wang's eyes. Face Jiu Qingfeng seriously. Sure enough, you still have to think more about following Lord Gu's side, to understand the underlying meaning of adults' every move. In this way, you can step on less thunder. Then Fatty Wang closed the door and swore to himself. Lord Jiu, don't worry, I will never let Lord He know the truth. It will definitely protect your reputation. The time came the next morning. At the same time, it was accompanied by the shouting of Fatty Wang. Lord Jiu is not good. Jiu Qingfeng scolded with this scream. Fatty Wang, you are dead. Then I saw 180 catties. Fatty Wang pressed on Jiu Qingfeng's body. This will also make Jiu Qing's style want to deduct Fatty Wang's credit. Then Fatty Wang was like a girl. Like poking fingers and submissive. Lord Jiu, subordinate incompetence. I can't help you solve your problems. He Tianren left his post for a long time because of you. Reported you to the law enforcement hall. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng instantly exploded. Grab Fatty Jiu Wang's clothes with one hand. Grit your teeth and ask him to say it again. So Fatty Wang intermittently. Talk about it again. Jiu Qing directly pushed Fatty Wang away with a palm. At the same time, my brain got angry. At such an old age, you still snitch. After a while, Jiu Qingfeng calmed down and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, because of the Jade Dragon secret realm, things had a deal with Li Qianjian. Li Qianjian will probably also come forward to help himself. Otherwise, according to the character of He Fenghua's dog, I don't know how big a hat I want to put on myself in the law enforcement hall. At that time, it will not be as simple as deducting money. The next second, Jiu Qingfeng called Fatty Wang to Yinshan County. But as soon as I walked out the door and looked back at the breeze, he scolded in his heart with a gloomy face. Punish Lao Tzu for a month of Benglu. Fucking 12 months a year. I lost a 12th of it this time. He Lao Go. Lao Tzu is inseparable from you. You wait for me. However, I don't know what Jiu Qingfeng's inner thoughts are. Fatty Wang trotted up and followed. 2.5 hours later, Yinshan County Zhenmo Tong branch. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng just brought Fatty Wang with him. He Shuguzi came to the entrance of the hall, and it was already full of people. The moment Jiu Qingfeng saw He Fenghua, he was crazy and implied in his mind that he couldn't be angry. Angry is defensible. Even if the heart is broken. Smile on your face too. You must not lose to He Laogo at the beginning. Hence, Jiu Qingfeng took a deep breath. Card opened his mouth with a smile in a second. Yo ho, Lao He, what about a meeting? Hearing this, He Fenghua slapped the stool with a palm. At the same time, he looked at Jiu Qingfeng with anger. Presumptuous, no dignity. You should call me Mr. He, but Jiu Qingfeng responded disdainfully. What's big? How did I remember that we were the same? If I call you Lord He, then do you want to call me Master Jiu too? As soon as the voice fell, He Fenghua was comforted and went back. This official is the commander-in-chief of the Demon Division in Yinshan County Town, and you're just my second-in-command. That's what you should call me. But Jiu Qingfeng didn't buy his account at all. You can pull it down. You are in your 40s before you became a Xian-level demon slayer. I'm already your equal in less than 20. In a few years, it is estimated that I will become an Earth rank or a Heaven rank. You say yes. Lao He. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Who will die on the beach? Look at your boss. Jiu Qingfeng put his hands on his gloomy face. He Fenghua patted him heavily on the shoulder. Then I helped him organize his clothes. Then he said to He Fenghua with a smile. I don't know if you've ever heard a phrase. You are not respectful to me today. Tomorrow I'll make you unaffordable. Then Jiu Qingfeng asked He Fenghua why he was looking for him. Then the tide went crazy again. He Fenghua. At such an age, I still like to snitch. At the same time, he also took out a silver ticket. With an innocent face, he said that he was a few days ago. I went out and picked up 20,000 silver for nothing. I just don't know which fool is so stupid. He Fenghua finally couldn't help but vomit blood. I thought it was my own money. But I'm too embarrassed to admit it in front of everyone. So he had a bad idea. We are gathered today to discuss the task of exterminating demons in Yinshan County. This also made Jiu Qingfeng unhappy. Just then, He Fenghua began to play bad. Since Lord Jiu doesn't want to listen, then I talked to Lord Jiu about the transfer in advance. It is better to let the adults leave first. Yi Qingfeng smiled when he heard the words. My heart is numb. The last time I divided labor, I directly gave myself a 7-devil gift package. I don't know what's the surprise this time. Then he heard He Fenghua continue to say. Now you have been promoted to the mysterious Order Demon Slayer. Plus the Blackwater village you're in charge of has been wiped out. This officer has decided to hand over the task of eliminating demons in the entire Yinshan County to you. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately stood up. It is a surprise that He Fenghua will decentralize and make yourself the leader, so he agreed unceremoniously. Then Jiyu Qingfeng asked He Fenghua. He was responsible for the demonic extermination of the entire Yinshan County, so, what do you do? Then I heard him say that he wants to strategically deploy in the rear. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng laughed angrily, but He Fenghua ignored him. Instead, he praised Jiyu Qingfeng first, strong ability and high work efficiency, then he spoke to the others. From now on, all the areas you are responsible for, monster incidents are reported to Jiyu Qingfeng, leave it to him. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng understood He Fenghua's conspiracy. It turns out that the reason why he is so generous to delegate power, I just want to see my own jokes. But will things really go as He Fenghua envisioned? So when the meeting ended, Jiyu Qingfeng called Fatty Wang and Shu Guozi, find out the recent demon events first. Hearing this, Fatty Wang and the two first agreed. Then they began to persuade Jiyu Qingfeng to recognize it. Just because they know how many others. People are obviously biased towards He Fenghua. At that time, even if they can call them, they will definitely obey. But the two of them could think of something. How could Jiyu Qingfeng not think of it, then tell them that they already have a plan? Just do it. But the two of them realized it even if they wanted to break their heads. What is his plan? Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng began to calculate after he had the bottom line in his heart. The first time is to understand the demon incident. Then the first accident was discovered. It is in the north of Jiaoyang, the seat of Yinshan County. There is an old mansion there. It disappeared because someone mistakenly entered. And the third is the south of the city. In the middle of the night, the joy of marriage will ring. The third is that there is a bottomless pool outside Qingsha town. A woman is said to have drowned. After that, children will be taken away by the water ghost, and these places have been visited by exorcists. But they all came back in vain. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately decided that the first one was the water ghost case. After 2.5 minutes, the three of them arrived at Bluestone Town. Just as Jiyu Qingfeng approached the edge of the pool to check, Fatty Wang rushed out to stop him. Jiyu Qingfeng told him not to be impulsive. Then Xu Nuo also came up to persuade. The pool will block the talisman. Teeth-piercing weapons don't work either. The best way is to lure it ashore. As soon as the voice fell, the nerd was blocked by a piece of clothing. The next second, the two saw Jiyu Qingfeng, stripped naked and jumped into the pool. In this situation, Fatty Wang didn't say anything. Sitting on the ground, he took out a snack and ate it. At the same time, he looked at the anxious nerd Shu indifferently. We can't help. I can only wait for the adults here. Maybe the nerd is still a little worried about Jiyu Qingfeng, but I don't want Fatty Wang to say what. Can you beat the water ghost? Do you have the indestructible body of King Kong? Are you more powerful than adults? Then persuade him to relax. Come and have a snack with him. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng, who was in the water, saw, there is a black object ahead. Just as Jiyu Qingfeng swam towards it, suddenly, he grabbed a few black threads in his hand. Then without saying a word, pull hard. The young man is full of courage. Not only is he not afraid of the banshee, instead, he put her in his arms and kissed and hugged her. It turned out that Jiyu Qingfeng just touched a strand of hair in the water. I was about to explore the previous competition when I found a black ball. Jiyu Qingfeng felt cheated when he saw this. Then he used his visitation skills. Check out the black ball inside, but I didn't expect a humanoid object to appear inside. However, just when Jiyu Qingfeng wanted to get closer, the black ball suddenly attacked Jiyu Qingfeng. Fortunately, he dodged away. As expected, the black ball is probably a living thing. It should be specially designed to help water ghosts sense what enters the pool. Just as Jiyu Qingfeng was thinking, the black ball suddenly scattered. Then I saw a very pale face full of blisters. The banshee suddenly appeared in front of him, but in the face of this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel afraid. Instead, I think, why is this banshee better than a friend who has been dead for 3 days is still white, and they all lost so much hair? Why isn't it a show? What should I do if this proves the little baby of other show heads? Just then, the banshee suddenly stretched out. His claws grabbed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng has experience in exorcising demons. The first step to understanding hell is to pretend. So he turned around and swam to the surface. I saw her stretch out a strand of hair, tightly wrapped around Jiyu Qingfeng's legs. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. The host is attacked by a water ghost. Water attribute plus. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and couldn't help it. Why is the attribute bonus so low? What kind of weak chicken is this? So do you want to break your hair free? What if the banshee runs away after the hair is broken? So Ji Ching, who couldn't think of a way, was dry and brittle and lay flat, until 2.5 hours later. I don't know how many times I've listened to the loop plus. Ji Ching Feng finally heard the new voice of the system. As soon as these words came out, Ji Ching Feng instantly became energetic, then he improvised a death struggle for the banshee. But the banshee at this time is very confused. Why hasn't this been pickled to death after so long? Immediately after, the banshee controlled her hair to wrap around Ji again. Breeze's neck tried to strangle him alive. Little did he know that Ji Ching Feng only felt, it looks like someone is scratching him around his neck. I scratched it subconsciously. However, I didn't expect the hair to be disconnected directly. Seeing this, the banshee's face was full of disbelief. How is this human different from the previous one? He's not human, is he? But at this time, Ji Ching Feng wanted to pretend that nothing happened, rushing towards the banshee at breakneck speed, then grab the banshee's hair. Wrap your hair around your legs in a demon-burning pose. I want the banshee to feel like she's just a dying person. But unfortunately, the banshee saw through Ji Ching Feng's thoughts, immediately abandoned the hair on his hand and turned away. At the same time, I secretly rejoice in my heart. Do I look as stupid as you do? However, looking at the hair on his hand, disappointment was written all over Ching Feng's face. I didn't expect that my acting skills didn't deceive her. Then he let go of the hair on his hand and turned to the banshee. Both of you doubt Lao Tzu's acting skills. Really unforgivable. If I don't drain the water properties of your whole body today, I'll take your last name. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Ching Feng's whole body contracted and began to accumulate energy. He appeared behind the banshee with a whoosh. But due to the speed, Ji Ching Feng used his hands, put it on the banshee's shoulder and slam on the brakes. Then a nice turn came to the banshee. Just because you want to escape from me. But before the banshee can react, Ji Ching Feng pressed his palm on her forehead and opened his mouth. Against you, just use the simplest method. At the same time, don't forget to adjust whether the banshee is very desperate. But the banshee didn't answer Ji Ching Feng. I saw her open her mouth violently. Bursts of piercing screams. The next second, Ji Ching Feng felt it. Dozens of water swords came at him. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host, the water attribute has reached the upper limit. Acquire innate abilities. Water displacement. Ji Ching Feng was even more excited when he saw this. I didn't expect this banshee to be so weak. He actually provided himself with 2 abilities. However, when the female demon saw that Ji Ching Feng was not hurt, open your mouth and ready for a second attack. Then we saw tens of thousands of water arrows appear. He rushed towards Ji Ching Feng with lightning speed. As long as you have the guts to take down the banshee, it's not a problem at all. And our male protagonist is the first person to be bold. I want to kiss when I catch the banshee. Ji Ching Feng is facing the first. The second wave offensive not only does not flash, change hands to use water displacement capacity. In an instant, he blocked hundreds of water arrows coming towards him. It easily diffused the banshee's attack. Looking at the banshee in front of him with a smirk, I don't know if she can provide herself with a third ability. Seeing this situation, the banshee just turned around and was about to run away. Ji Ching Feng rushed over. Wrapped the banshee tightly with its limbs. To prevent the banshee from attacking again, put a stick in her mouth. Don't call. As long as you are obedient and cooperate well, I promise I won't hurt you. The voice has just fallen. Ji Ching Feng uses winding. Tie up the female ghost. Then he took out his big health care and put it on the banshee's neck. The next second, I saw the banshee stretch out the white chest and surrender, but Ji Ching Feng didn't plan to let her go at all. I'll let you go as long as you make me feel good. The banshee just wanted to talk. But he was slapped by Ji Ching Feng in a big fight. Didn't I tell you to stop barking? Your cry is so bad, don't you know? Therefore, the banshee who is violently treated, can only make a low beep. Fortunately, Ji Ching Feng also understood what the banshee wanted to express. Later, after the Gongfan exchange, Ji Ching Feng found out. It turns out that the banshee has to scream before she can launch water arrows. After understanding the reason for the matter, Ji Ching Feng was very helpless. But in order to get the ability, he can only plug his ear. The next second, the banshee screamed in anger. But the power of the water arrow no longer causes him damage. Now it was Ji Ching Feng's turn to be unhappy. Could it be that my water attributes have improved? Seeing this, Ji Ching Feng grabbed the banshee's hair without saying a word. Shake it hard and bring the banshee. Hundreds of love magic circles. At the same time, it also rolled up a water whirlwind, until the banshee's hair was stolen. And she flew out of inertia. Hit a rock to stop. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng staggered towards the banshee. One is to surrender, the other is to be robbed to death by him. Not surprisingly, the banshee is for herself, the little life chose the first. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng relaxed. At the same time, he also lamented that this female ghost was so tough, it took hundreds of laps to agree to surrender. Then I started vomiting. Little did he know that the female ghost was speechless. If you had said it earlier, my mother would have agreed long ago. As for being robbed by you for hundreds of laps, garbage. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng turned to the banshee. Are you scolding me in your heart? Immediately shook the head of a clever girl under the banshee. Look at the cute banshee. Jiyu Qingfeng put her directly into his ring. However, the face of the banshee who had just been accepted was full of confusion. He must be confused about this unknown place in front of him. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng finished dealing with the girl. The demon thing starts to go upstream. The next second, he comes out of the water in a posture of an old man. At the same time, the splash brought up will be Fatty Wang. He and Shunai poured it through. Then the two of them shouted in surprise. Then Jiyu Qingfeng landed perfectly in front of the two of them. Then put on your clothes. At this time, Fatty Wang and the two asked whether the water ghost had been dealt with properly. Then he got a positive answer from Jiyu Qingfeng. The next second, Jiyu Qingfeng asked for it. Take the two of you to the restaurant to celebrate. Seeing this, many nerds are very happy. Fatty old Wang was a little worried. After all, Jiyu Qingfeng is an iron rooster. After 2.5 minutes, the three arrived at the restaurant. At the same time, He Fuli of the demonic division. A guard is reporting to He Fenghua. Jiyu Qingfeng and the others went to the restaurant after solving the water ghost, and He Fenghua in the house just took off his clothes and was ready to take a shower. Hearing the report of the subordinate, he looked disdainful. Jiyu Qingfeng doesn't even look at how many catties you have. However, when He Fenghua just put his feet into the bucket, a big bunch of hair suddenly appeared inside. And then it was wrapped around his leg. Just as he looked down to see what was going on, what comes into view is an ugly grimace. What did our hero do? He actually let his lead boss drive a bird under the moon. It turned out that just when He Fenghua was about to take a shower, a ugly face suddenly appeared in the tub. He Fenghua was suddenly taken aback. But he also reacted quickly. The meaning is to face the ghost face in the water. He slapped it with a palm. I only heard a comment. The tub was shattered by the shock. At this time, He Fenghua stood naked in place, but found that the ugly female ghost had disappeared. Seeing this, He Fenghua sighed very differently. That female ghost's ability is like a weak chicken. How could it be in my eyelids in an instant? Disappear underneath. And he looked around warily. Could it be that someone is manipulating her behind her back? Just then a voice came from outside the door. Ask what happened. Heng He Fenghua responded very quickly and said that nothing happened. But suddenly he seemed to sense that something was wrong. I turned my head and found. It turns out that the female ghost stole his clothes, so just as he was thinking about the current female ghost, are they all so rude? He Fenghua suddenly smelled a burning smell. So he stuck his head out and looked out of the screen. And he turned pale. It turned out to be his own, and then there was a raging fire. Seeing this, He Fenghua subconsciously wanted to go out to avoid the fire, but the next second he remembered himself. No clothes on at this time. Only then did He Fenghua want to understand all this. It's all Jiyu Qingfeng's plan. This little trick just wants to make me embarrassed in front of my subordinates. Just delusional. So He Fenghua gathered his own skills to force the fire back. Then fly out towards the place where the fire is low. Just then, his subordinates suddenly shouted that it was on fire. Come and put it out. Unexpectedly, these people almost met He Fenghua. In just an instant, He Fenghua disappeared before their eyes. Therefore, several people are still wondering, didn't you just see a figure? It turned out that He Fenghua reacted in time and flashed into the shadows. But now he is still naked. Don't dare to walk in a bright place at all, so he had no choice but to run towards the depths of the woods. However, just as He Fenghua ran into the woods, Jiyu Qingfeng's mirror doppelganger suddenly appeared behind him. Smile at his back. Meanwhile, the fire caught the attention of the same one-eyed woman. To figure out why, several people decided to go to He Fenghua's house to investigate. But at this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng's mirror doppelganger appeared again. If they follow their respective directions, then they will definitely meet me here. Instantly, a plan came to mind. It seems that he only needs to let He Da. Just don't be shy and run away. So in the dark and windy woods this month, The White Lotus Fenghua is running with undivided attention. So much so that Jiyu Qingfeng's mirror doppelganger, he didn't even notice when he showed up. He was stopped by Jiyu Qingfeng's sweeping legs to eat shit. Finally, Jiyu Qingfeng left a sentence to play. The joy is lost in place. At the same time, the one-eyed woman and the others also came here. Suddenly they were attracted by a touch of scenery under their feet. Whose big dirty is in front of you? Why is it so bright? As soon as the voice fell, a few people had already come to the front. A small shrimp suddenly shouted Lord He. The next second, He Fenghua, a pretty girl, looked back. Then he made another magnificent turn. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were written with disbelief. At the same time, He Fenghua also completed a major event in his life. The moon Shalu bird is watched, suddenly between He Fenghua's legs, emitting a dazzling light. Instantly brightened the eyes of several onlookers. But look at that radiant position. The one-eyed woman shyly raised her weapon. In the next second, the sound of catcher sounded, and the egg broke in response. What followed was the miserable shouting of He Fenghua's wife, and the concerned and frightened call of the little shrimp. At the same time, in the Zuaxian building, the originally dissipated mirror doppelganger returns, inside Jiyu Qingfeng's body, with the image brought by the doppelganger. Jiyu Qingfeng laughed out of breath. The sudden laughter made Fatty Wang look forced. Quickly ask Yi Tianren, what are you laughing at? At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the moon outside the window and talked about Bao Ni. Is the moon really white and round tonight? Looks like I have to get up early tomorrow to go to work. Our male lead is so perverted. Not only do you like to see pomegranate birds under the same moon, he also made 2 tiers of the mighty and domineering Pu Yao. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly said something. Fatty Wang was so scared that his whole body trembled. Is there really something I'm doing wrong? Let Lord Jiyu decide to delay me in front of everyone. The words just now are to let yourself go. Do you want to say goodbye to the demon? And Fatty Wang looked at Jiyu Qingfeng, who was leaving, and thought to himself, my lord, can I be lenient? So the next morning, Fatty Wang arrived at the demonic division early. At this moment, he sighed helplessly. Suddenly, Fatty Wang's eyes lit up. Then he looked around and saw that Jiyu Qingfeng was right in front of him. The next second, Fatty Wang looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with a puzzled face. He Da is still shouting on the mouth of the 4 random honey. Just then, a small shrimp yawned and came out. Jiyu Qingfeng came instantly, and his spirit rushed forward. What about Mr. He? I heard there was a fire here yesterday. Is Mr. He all right? Seeing this situation, Xiao Xiaomi quickly replied, Lord, he contracted a cold last night. Has gone overnight. Jiyu Qingfeng looked uncomfortable when he heard this. Infected with wind and cold last night, as cold as water. If I had known, I should have reminded Mr. He to wear more clothes. Hearing this, the little shrimp couldn't help but laugh. But he didn't want to be discovered by Jiyu Qingfeng in just an instant, so he pretended to be confused and asked me, why do you feel like you're gloating? What exactly happened last night? The voice just fell, and the little shrimp quickly waved its hand, indicate that nothing happened. After all, in their eyes, Jiyu Qingfeng and He Fenghua are together. In case he talks nonsense with He Fenghua, give yourself a talk. The crime is not worth the loss. Then Xiao Xiaomi changed the topic. Said his daughter-in-law called him home for dinner. If you have to go first, then turn around and leave. However, Jiyu Qingfeng knew from his state that last night, what happened must have been well known. And he was very happy. I just thought that these people might be afraid of He Fenghua. But it's okay to wait until he's collecting materials. Arrangements are being made for He Fenghua. The next second, Jiyu Qingfeng turned his head and saw Fatty Wang. Then he walked towards Fatty Wang with a serious face. Little did he know that at this time, he had been heard and his whole body was trembling. Then he didn't wait for Fatty Wang to speak. Jiyu Qingfeng's arm snapped on his shoulder. Then, under Fatty Wang's frightened gaze, Jiyu Qingfeng paid. However, at this time, Fatty Wang is still under pressure. Ask Lord Jiyu about your status, you are not angry anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng replied in confusion. Why are you angry? At this time, Fatty Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Ask Jiyu Qingfeng what his mission is. Then he heard Jiyu Qingfeng speak. Closely monitor He Fenghua's recent every move. Report any questions to me in time. I'll give you an annual bonus. Time flies to noon. In search of delicious donkey pork char siu, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the bamboo forest in the southern suburbs of Yinshan County, but when he arrived, he didn't find the so-called donkey meat char siu. Instead, I met a masked man. I saw that the man warmly invited Jiyu Qingfeng to drink tea together. But how could Jiyu Qingfeng take it lightly? People who suddenly appeared and were still silent. Come to him. The ability must be above oneself. So in the next second, Jiu Qingfeng clasped his fists and strangled himself. Dare to ask who the senior is? Then I heard the other party say his name was Dandelion. As soon as the voice fell, Jiu Qingfeng was still curious. How can someone call a dandelion? Suddenly something came to mind. It turns out that the boss of the 7 demon generals, Pu Yao, is also named this. Jiu Qingfeng smiled at this. It seems that his good luck can't be stopped. There will be demons sent to make up for it. I didn't eat breakfast myself. Then Jiu Qingfeng spoke as he stepped forward. Is Senior Pu Yao the leader of the 7 demon generals? However, unexpectedly, Pu Yao, I can't believe it's been 200 years. Someone still remembers themselves. Then I heard Jiu Qingfeng comment that he was much stronger than Shadow Demon. Then he reached out and picked up the water glass. I don't want Jiu Qingfeng to sprinkle water in front of Pu Yao at this time. This behavior instantly annoyed Pu Yao. In the next second, Jiu Qingfeng gathered his true qi in his hand. Ignore what Pu Yao said. If you go up, you will be slapped. And this palm is full of power and fire. But when the smoke clears, I saw Pu Yao shrouded in a translucent, in the blood shield. Didn't get hurt at all. Immediately after, the voice of Pu Yao sounded. Jiu Qingfeng, I just want to discuss a business with you this time. If it is done, it will only be good for you, not bad. And Jiu Qingfeng was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Now I just want to add attributes to become stronger. After speaking, he gathered his energy again and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Pu Yao quickly grabbed Jiu Qingfeng hands to stop his actions. Then he explained. 200 years ago, the Anti-Demon Division brought the Right Path Alliance and did not. 36 drops of blood that can destroy the devil. And the indestructibility of the Son of Blood has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But you can swallow your mouth, Son of God, fully absorbed and used. This means you can kill the supposedly immortal Gore Fiend. Then I saw Pu Yao's eyes, looking at Jiu Qingfeng tearfully, but Jiu Qingfeng suddenly looked disgusted. Look at Pu Yao, you 25 boy, how many marks does this man have? In the last second, he threw away other people's hands in disgust. The next second, he grabbed someone's shoulder and wouldn't let go. It turned out that Pu Yao came to find it just now. Jiu Qingfeng wants to seek cooperation. After learning of Pu Yao's request, Jiu Qingfeng cursed him as a 25 boy, but Pu Yao is not a traveler. I don't know what it means. At this time, he saw Jiu Qingfeng with a sinister smile on his face. You know I can fully absorb the Son of Blood for my own use. Aren't you afraid that I have joined forces with the Gore Fiend? Unexpectedly, Pu Yao's face was full of confidence. Of course not afraid to let others take the initiative. Never the character of the Gore Fiend. As soon as the voice fell, Jiu Qingfeng was confused. You are the #1 dog under the Blood Demon. It's okay if you don't want to resurrect the Blood Demon. You want to kill him? Little did I know that the Pu Demon hated it to death. The Gore Fiend enslaved himself for hundreds of years, and he wants to kill the Gore Fiend all the time. But unfortunately, he is no match for the Blood Demon at all, and the reason why he didn't leave after the Gore Fiend died. It is also because the Blood Demon left a soul mark on his body. The brand will not be removed for a day. He was a slave of the Gore Fiend for a day. However, the devil collected 30 drops of blood in the past few years. It has been resurrected early. It's just that the power hasn't returned to its peak yet, been sleeping to gather strength. Jiu Qingfeng was a little excited to hear this. The Blood Demon has been resurrected. Is that the head of the Blood Demon cult? It's not something other little demons can compare to. Then ask where the Blood Demon is. Because in Jiu Qingfeng's eyes at this time, Blood Demon is equal to Gold and Silver Mountain. Looking at this full like Jiu Qingfeng Pu Yao with question marks. But the next second, he still took a serious photo of Jiu Qingfeng. Tell him that he can't defeat the Blood Demon just by swallowing the Blood God. The Gore Fiend will definitely come and kill him in order to regain his power. And he can only live if he joins forces with Pu Yao to kill the Blood Demon. But now Jiu Qingfeng only wants his own Gold and Silver Mountains. Suddenly, he slapped the demon's hand away with force. Fury Demon with righteous words. How could you betray Lord Gore Fiend? But if you introduce me to blood, I'll pretend I didn't hear what Lord Devil said. But Pu Yao saw that Jiu Qingfeng was still convulsing and turned around to leave. I'm looking for allies, not fools. However, seeing that Pu Yao was about to leave, Jiu Qingfeng hurriedly left the person behind. Pretend what you just did was just to test him. Then he asked how Pu Yao could join forces. But I saw that Pu Yao had been convulsed at this time. He made a mess without a shred of trust. Ask him if he really wants to kill the Gore. In order to gain trust, Jiu Qingfeng said, it is your own responsibility to temporarily remove demons, deadly with the Blood Demon. At this point, Pu Yao barely believed Jiu Qingfeng, and the reason why Jiu Qingfeng can swallow noise. The Son of God should be an alien of destiny. And the manifest mutant is the manifest destiny. It is the foundation of the human race. There are many species unique to the human race, but they're extremely rare. And the mosquito dragon bloodline on Jiyu Qingfeng is human, the bloodline of the demon clan obtained by the clan's opportunism. These people are called Zenobias. And although the alien blood is powerful, and Jiyu Qingfeng is the legendary sky-devouring demon body, it is rumored that the heaven-devouring demon body can swallow all things and turn them into used ones. Jiyu Qingfeng's most important task now, it is to reach the Master Realm as soon as possible, so that their actions are feasible. The first step is to use Jiyu Qingfeng's sky-devouring demon body, swallow the throat before the blood demon. And Pu Yao provided him with the whereabouts of the Son of Blood, and secretly obstructing the blood demon sect from finding the blood god son. And the first drop of blood is on the 3rd floor of the demon division in Wutong County Town. But the 3rd floor of the demonic division is heavily guarded. It's not from Jiyu Qingfeng at all. At this moment, Pu Yao took out a dandelion. Tell Jiyu Qingfeng that he is in the dragon transformation realm. The strong can use this to break the taboo. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked what Pu Yao's yin domain was, but I heard Pu Yao say that he has no yin realm. Let him know when he reaches his own realm in the future. Just then a big bird flew into the sky. The man on the bird shouted whose surname is Jiyu. At this time, Pu Yao told Jiyu Qingfeng that he felt it. That person has the same dragon bloodline as him. Should be of the same race. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand. Then the man jumped down and took the blood. Put the beads in Jiyu Qingfeng's hands. After getting the affirmation of the bloodline bead, the man suddenly put the knife on Jiyu Qingfeng's neck. Are you taking the initiative to go back with me, or I'll break your leg and push you back? Just then, the blood demon asked if he needed any help. Jiyu Qingfeng was not polite either. Remember to save my breath. In the next second, the blood demon will release the pressure on its body. The man was so shaken that he was shaking. Then kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. At this time, after Jiyu Qingfeng asked, he found out that this person was the Jiyu family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Jiyu Shaoshang is his ancestor. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng still had some doubts. At this time, he heard Pu Yao explain that it was the Jiyu family. Old ancestor, a dragon transformation realm martial artist. And Jiyu Qingfeng asked curiously what was the purpose of his coming. But I heard the man say it was because their ancestors passed. The bloodline pearl noticed that someone in Wutong County had awakened the bloodline of the dragon god. I specially came to pick up Jiyu Qingfeng back. The voice just fell in front of the man. Suddenly a dandelion floated. And the next second, boom, 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 boom. How terrifying is this man? In order to prevent the male protagonist from being abducted by others, he actually blasted the man into the sky without saying a word. I don't care at all if that person is a relative of the male protagonist. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng's clansmen came to find him and return to his home. But don't want a dandelion at this moment. Fly in front of the man. And the next second, boom, 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 boom. When the smoke clears, only a deep pit will be left. Looking at the hair on his hand, Jiyu Qingfeng was wrong, in place. Then get angry at Pu Yao. You want to kill the special one, and then kill it when I'm done asking. What are you doing so fast? But I didn't think it was because Pu Yao was worried. That man will take Jiyu Qingfeng away. Therefore, they disrupted their plan to destroy the Gore Fiend. Little do they know that Jiyu Qingfeng, I never thought of going back to the Jiyu family with the man, just because he doesn't want to miss his little girl. I heard Jiyu Qingfeng say Xiao Hume. Pu Yao suddenly felt that human love, you can take advantage of it. However, at this moment, Pu Yao suddenly felt something. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng's back, he instantly disappeared in place. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng did not notice the behavior of Pu Yao. All my thoughts are on the man's body. Until a gold ring fell out. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly got interested and picked it up. I still have words in my mouth. I knew you aristocrats were rich. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng was attracted by a sword beside him. Looking again, the blade of the sword had disappeared. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward. He reached out and picked up the hilt of the sword. Then he reached out to touch the sword. It was only when the body of the sword was revealed. It turns out that the body of this sword used some kind of forged by the wings of cicada demons. Then Jiyu Qingfeng rubbed the sword body in his hand. I don't want to leave a shallow opening. Seeing this scene instantly proved that Jiyu Qingfeng was ecstatic. You must know that Jiyu Qingfeng's body is the body of King Kong. This sword can leave a mark. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng rubbed his palm with the sword body again. Until the sun goes down. Yi Qingfeng drew a bloody hole on his palm. Seeing this, he quickly dripped his blood on the sword, because he was afraid that the wound would heal without dripping it on. The next second, a sound came from the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian-level high-grade spiritual weapon Cicada Wings, hundreds of. The ability of this weapon is cicadas with sonic attack. And the sword ninja is extremely sharp and as thin as the wings of a cicada. The force area is small and the sharpness is higher. The sword body will produce high-frequency facial movement when it is waved. One cut is equivalent to hundreds of swords. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was very happy. I finally got a sword that is more powerful than the Wood King sword. At the same time, the demon that had just disappeared had returned to the cave. He was kneeling in front of a man. Report that Jiyu Qingfeng has taken the bait. And that person turned out to be the blood demon himself. It turns out that this series of behaviors of Pu Yao are all, it's just a plan of the Gore Fiend. Just because he felt that Jiyu Qingfeng was acting perversely. Don't play according to the routine. Gore Fiend is not worried about this. Because the sky-devouring demon body has 10 very serious flaws, it is gluttony. The group set a precedent for swallowing Wei. The more precious things you encounter, the desire odds will only get stronger. Jiyu Qingfeng has already swallowed the Son of God. Naturally, he will take the initiative to find the next one. You just have to stick to the plan. Screen 1, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to his room at this time. He is fiddling with that person's equipment with a ruthless face. At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng took out a book from the ring. However, this book says the Nine Sons Divine Art. As soon as you see the 3 words limited edition. It was the Jiyu family technique. As I read the content of the book, Jiyu Qingfeng was very curious why it was clearly the blood of the flood dragon. The Jiyu family insists on calling it the dragon god. Just then a blood-red dandelion floated outside the window. When he came to Jiyu Qingfeng, he turned into a piece of paper. It is clearly recorded that Pu Yao asked Jiyu. 3 days after the breeze, Yinsha began to move. At that time, he will send the big demon to lure Li Qianjian away, and tell Jiyu Qingfeng to take the opportunity to refine the Son of God. However, just after Jiyu Qingfeng finished reading it, the paper burns itself. Look at how cautious Pu Yao is. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the disappearing paper and snorted coldly. Compared to stealing the Son of God himself, there is a risk of being caught. It's better to let the blood demon swallow all the blood sons. And then swallows it like a snake. Gore Fiend, that's not. And what's the point of getting a drop of blood from the Son of God? What I want is a super spree bag. Immediately after that, Jiyu Qingfeng started to cultivate by himself. Yinsha 3 days later. Li Qianjian is reading a book in the house. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report that a big demon had appeared on the west side of Wutong County. Li Qianjian turned off the oil lamp without saying a word, just flew out the window. I saw a huge eagle from the Xianqian realm appear. Li Qianjian immediately appeared to stop him. P800. A man wants to be praised by others. Not only do you tie yourself up and send yourself to the door, they also spit other people's mouth powder into it. However, this is all just for the sake of satisfy your own superhuman desires. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng took a bite. When the old phlegm spits into Pu Yao's mouth, Pu Yao couldn't bear it anymore and played him. At the same time, Jiu Qingfeng obtained the immortal body of the Black Dragon. Jiu Qingfeng was stunned when he heard the system say. Then he saw the fists of Pu Yao attacking him. Immediately want to feel the power of the immortal body. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng forcefully took the fist of Pu Yao. Then came the sound from the system. The host is attacked by the Pu demon plus 1,000 defenses. At the same time, by detecting the power of the host, defense speed, physique, etc. have all been improved. Speed is no longer a weakness of the host. At this time, Pu Yao looked at Jiu Qingfeng and asked him if he was convinced, but Jiu Qingfeng ignored Pu Yao. Just because he heard the system one after another, Int found an unexpected surprise. It turned out to be because of Pu Yao's subjugation. For a moment he was ecstatic. This black dragon is already so powerful in the early stage, wouldn't it be invincible to the intermediate and advanced levels? So in order to let Pu Yao rub himself for a while, Yi Qingfeng once again took out his acting skills. The next second, it hurts. As soon as the voice fell, it fell to the ground. In an instant, he looked at Jiu Qingfeng who fell to the ground. Pu Yao suddenly panicked and spoke with a shaking voice. Now you know you're scared. However, when Jiu Qingfeng saw Pu Yao, I feel cheap again when I want to stop. I am not satisfied. You have the ability to kill me. Not surprisingly, Pu Yao also fell for him again. Facing Jiu Qingfeng, it's another escape. The violent rubbing scene is extremely bloody, causing the door to fall under the weight. In the end, it was Pu Yao's physical strength that was exhausted before he stopped. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng, who couldn't feel the attribute bonus, subconsciously asked if Pu Yao has finished fighting. Then, in order to make Pu Yao destroy himself again, he made a second challenge. I still don't accept that you have the ability to kill me again. But the demon is exhausted. Looking at him speechlessly. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng explained that he had been growing up. I hate it when people ask him if he is satisfied, so even if Pu Yao beat him to death today, he would not accept it. I don't want to face Jiu Qingfeng's challenge. Pu Yao didn't take the bait this time and directly ignored what he said. Let Jiu Qingfeng act according to the original plan in Haisha 3 days later, then he turned away. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng still wanted to retain this mobile experience point. I don't want Pu Yao not only to ignore him. Instead, he seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Jiu Qingfeng. In the next second, Pu Yao disappeared in place. At this moment, Jiu Qingfeng was attracted by the small bottle at the door. And that's where Pu Yao was standing just now. It seems that Pu Yao is afraid that Jiu Qingfeng will be killed by him, rub it to death and pretend to accidentally leave a healing medicine. However, after returning to the cave, Pu Yao went to return the ticket to the blood demon first. Jiu Qingfeng just fell asleep last night. The voice just fell and the blood demon opened his eyes. But when he was in Pu Yao's for the second time, mouth confirmation is only after falling asleep. The blood magic city couldn't help but jump up. Then he stood in front of Pu Yao and asked, does he really understand Jiu Qingfeng? The voice just fell into the demon trough. Then I thought about Jiu Qingfeng hooking up with myself. It should be understood, right? Just then, the gore fiend asked him to change it. Angle to deal with Jiu Qingfeng, but Jiu Qingfeng's out of tune look. Pu Yao has been celebrating evil for a long time. Why don't heaven and man change? One person will take care of it. Unexpectedly, it was only then that the blood demon explained. Jiu Qingfeng's sky-devouring demon body is swallowing. After the Son of Blood, the breath will not leak out. Not only can the Son of God be safely brought out of the demon suppression division, he himself wants to take over Jiu Qingfeng. The body can break through the realm of the gods. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng and the Son of God are indispensable. However, the male pig's feet of all these things do not know. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng was told that Li Qianjian was looking for him, so he came to suppress demons. When you enter the door, you will shout too much. But he was lightly snorted by Li Qianjian, but Jiu Qingfeng is not afraid. He walked up and pointed to the old man next to him and asked who it was. At the same time, the old man also pointed at Jiu Qingfeng curiously. Unexpectedly, Li Qianjian was dissatisfied. But who is Jiu Qingfeng? He is a cow. He took 2 steps forward and placed his arm on Li Qianjian's shoulder. However, the hippie smile on his face. I don't care if Li Qianjian is angry. I don't want Li Qianren to sigh at this time. This is the head of Danhe sect, Master Dan Qiusheng, Grandmaster Realm. And he was also the teacher Li Qianjian found for Jiyu Qingfeng. Prepare to let Jiyu Qingfeng follow him to study in Danhe sect. This is all to cope with the Jade Dragon secret realm a year later. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't give him any face. I don't go to places where birds don't shit. How can I leave my little junior sister alone in the empty room? Just give me a few books. I'll learn by myself. Dan Qiu got angry when these words came out. Okay, you yellow-mouthed child does not know the height of the world. Is Dan Dao that simple? I still want to teach myself, it's just a dream. Then he no longer paid attention to what Jiyu Qingfeng said. Clasp your fists in front of Li Qianjian. Then he turned around and strode towards the door. Seeing this, the sharp dry blade was exposed. The eyes looked like iron but not steel, but at this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth. Old man, how about we make a bet? If I look at the pill recipe, I can take the pill. Practice it out and count me as winning, otherwise even if you lose. How? Men are not just sick, they are very sick. In order to get others to agree to bet against him, he actually took out a lot of pills to seduce the other party. Just when Jiyu Qingfeng saw the other party ignoring him, he reaches out, pulls out a bottle, puts it in his hand. Seeing this, Dan Qiusheng opened the bottle and poured the thing out. It lit up his eyes in an instant. It turned out to be Shengyuan Dan, but before he speaks, Jiyu Qingfeng took out a dozen or 20 bottles in one go. And all of them are valuable pills. Looking at the elixir in front of him, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. Is it enough? Not enough, I still have it. However, at this time, Dan Qiusheng has been overwhelmed by his medicinal pills, holding those bottles and laughing. Unexpectedly, when Jiyu Qingfeng asked him what he wanted to bet, Dan Qiusheng just reacted. First hand over the bottles and jars in your hand to Li Qianjian. Then he waved his hand. A cauldron appeared and it got bigger and bigger. This cauldron is named Qishuan Cauldron and contains Qishuan True Fire. This fire is mild and mysterious, although it cannot be used against enemies, but it is most suitable for alchemy. And the Qishuan Cauldron is a low-grade spirit weapon at the earth level. It's worth as much as your pills. I'll use this tripod as a gamble, are you willing? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly asked him to take a look at the pill recipe, but at this time, Li Qianjian was worried. If Jiyu Qingfeng loses, he can only find another way. Otherwise, Jiyu Qingfeng's appearance would always be neither big nor small, also find a way to control him. And this Dan Qiusheng is also a particular person. I saw that the pill he took out was his own secret pill recipe. No one in the world knew, so they decided to use the pill of this pill to gamble. Jiyu Qingfeng took the pill prescription, glanced at it, and asked, does the other party have prepared materials and tools? As soon as these words came out, Dan Qiusheng waved again. Stacks of materials and tools appear on the ground. Just then, Jiyu Qingfeng approached Dan Qiusheng. Pat the pill on his chest. Seeing this situation, Dan Qiusheng quickly asked the capital. At the critical moment, it is the desire to give up. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng was in the moment just now. I have already memorized the medicinal pill in my mind. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng held all the materials in his arms. Then I saw him operate as fiercely as a tiger. Throw all the materials into the 7 mysterious cauldron. He directly gave Li Qianjian and Dan Qiusheng to the whole person. It was Jiyu Qingfeng who didn't live up to his expectations. After that, he wouldn't be afraid to blame himself. In case this kid loses, what should I do if Li Qianren doesn't admit it? But before he worried too much. With a whoosh, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately used the fire control technique, and you can see the materials under the flames slowly merge into pills. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth. As soon as the voice fell, Dan Qiusheng and Li Qianren both walked forward. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you're startled. I saw disbelief written all over their faces. Then he took out the pills and counted them together. The next second, the two of them opened their bloody mouths one after another, but Jiyu Qingfeng is very calm about different things from them. As simple as eating a meal. However, the reason why Dan Qiusheng and the two were not calm turned out to be, the first time Jiyu Qingfeng refined, he produced 14 pills. And not a single herb was wasted. On the contrary, he can only refine up to 5 pills himself. So he immediately brainwashed himself that it must be an illusion. Then without saying a word, he picked up a pill and threw it into his mouth. So there is no doubt that Dan Qiusheng is foaming at the mouth and falls to the ground. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked. Don't die, you old man. Do I want to touch porcelain? I knew it was poison and took it in. after Ji Qingfeng's reminder. Only then did Li Qianjian react and feed the detoxification pill to Dan Qiusheng. Looking at the old man who is still spitting bubbles, Ji Qingfeng is stupid. This kind of person is my master. You're just regretting my intelligence, okay? Little did he know that Ji Qingfeng had come. Isn't it okay to have hands? Danjiu students are stupid when they hear this. But soon he reacted and took out a bottle. Although there is only one broken mirror pill, but now in order to clarify the confusion, he is willing to give it to Ji Qingfeng, seeing his attitude so sincere. Ji Qingfeng also kindly told Dan Qiusheng. It's very simple. It looks like I'm throwing all the herbs in there. But I actually control the fire. Divide the flame into more than a dozen parts to refine different medicinal materials. It is also equivalent to more than a dozen pill furnaces starting work at the same time. When they are finished refining, let them arrange and combine. The fusion of each is finally a pill. As soon as the voice fell, Dan Qiusheng immediately shook his head and denied it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not to mention how precisely you control the flame. Just say such a small space. A dozen or so flames are so likely not to interfere with each other, and each herb requires different firepower. Put these two flames together. High fire will inevitably affect low fire, but this time, Ji Qingfeng didn't talk nonsense and waved his hand. Then I saw a blue and a red box flying out of the medicine cauldron. Stop in Ji Qingfeng's hand. The man was still saying that the book has its own face like jade. The book has its own golden house, after listening to Fatty Wang's words in the next second, but he ran to Tianxiang building in a hurry. Just because there are 2 Yang Ruyu waiting for him in Tianxiang building now. Just now, the head of Danhe sect, Dan Qiusheng also decisively denied what Ji Qingfeng said. Until Ji Qingfeng waved his hand. 1 blue and 1 red flame flew out of the 7 mysterious cauldron one after another, then they came to Ji Qingfeng's hands before stopping. Seeing this situation, Dan Qiusheng was finally convinced. Unexpectedly, Dan Qiusheng had no face or skin at this time. But Ji Qingfeng didn't eat his set. Reach out and push Dan Qiusheng's face away. However, Dan Qiusheng, who was pushed away, was not angry at all. Instead, he warmly invited Ji Qingfeng to the Danhe sect. I don't want Ji Qingfeng to interrupt him before he can finish his words. Do you still want me to learn from you? As soon as these words came out, Dan Qiusheng shook his head to indicate that he was not. It's just that he still wants to replace himself. The master took Ji Qingfeng as a disciple. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng still refused without hesitation. If you don't want Danqiu to live, you won't be able to die in the Yellow River. Ask Ji Qingfeng why he is unwilling. But Ji Qingfeng didn't give him any face. You, a sect master, are not as strong as me. Why did I join your sect? Just then, before Dan Qiusheng could open his mouth to argue, Li Qianjian suddenly shouted loudly. Pill Master Ji Qingfeng is one of my people. Never join the sect. The sudden voice immediately scared Ji Qingfeng and the two of them. But in the next second, Dan Qiusheng turned around. Take something out of your arms. Grabbing Ji Qingfeng's hand, he put it up and opened his mouth. Mr. Yi, this is the token of my Danhe sect. Holders of this token can come to Danhe sect at any time, and all owned by Dan Hizong. Danpu can enjoy a 50% discount, if you ever change your mind. The gate of Dan Hizong is open for you at any time. But I don't want Dan Qiusheng's move to be direct. Hold Ji Qingfeng's life gate. Looking at the Vit card with a 50% discount in hand. Ji Qingfeng instantly changed his previous arrogant attitude. Pull Dan Qiusheng's shoe tightly. What other good things does Dan Hizong have? But he didn't want Li Qianjian to look at Ji Qingfeng and the two at this time. I had a different idea when I left. I was originally worried that Ji Qingfeng would not be able to take on the responsibility. However, after seeing his amazing talent today, finally relieved. In the blink of an eye, Ji Qingfeng returned to the room to practice, but the difference is that it was originally only a blood-red breath. Now the competition has been converted to dark purple, and something strange appeared on Ji Qingfeng's forehead. Just outside this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ji Qingfeng opened his eyes in an instant. Then a flame suddenly appeared and went straight to the door. There was a loud bang. When the smoke clears, a figure appears. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Fatty Wang. I saw him walk forward with a hurt face. However, Fatty Wang is also lucky. Today, I suddenly put the golden silk soft armor on my body. At this time, there should only be 3 catties left with the box. Then Fatty Wang took out 2 alchemy books from his arms. Tell Ji Qingfeng that Li Qianjian asked someone to bring it to him. He also reminded Ji Qingfeng not to forget tonight's date. The voice network fell. Ji Qingfeng was still a little confused. Seeing this, Fatty Wang explained. 2 days ago, Ji Qingfeng asked him to remind himself. Tonight and the two of you. Yang Ruyu has a nice date. And there was a cloud of dust. When Fatty Wang, who opened his eyes, didn't see Jiyu Qingfeng's figure. I'm still feeling this way about my lord Jiyu. Why did everyone suddenly disappear? Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng had already run out of the door. After 2.5 minutes, looking at the girl like flowers and jade, Jiyu Qingfeng carried a hand on his shoulder. Still hug. Then put the two down and stretch out your big hand to draw the curtain. Then omit this paragraph, and you can go to the original comic if you like it. 4 hours later, Jiyu Qingfeng walked out of Qianxiang building refreshingly. Seeing this, Fatty Wang quickly asked Jiyu, what will Qingfeng do next? However, when I heard him say that he should cultivate seriously, Fatty Wang made up his mind again. Jiyu Yinren has already reached this point. However, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to the room. After piling up pills, he began to cultivate again. Little did I know that at this moment, a dark purple ball appeared on his shoulder. I saw that the sphere was going crazy. Swallowing Jiyu Qingfeng's vitality, feeling that something was wrong, Jiyu Qingfeng stopped practicing. However, Jiyu Qingfeng, who came into view, had a unique face. At this moment, he looked at the swallowing spray in front of him. The black ball that swallowed his vitality was full of doubts. What the hell is going on? What a domineering vitality. Am I possessed? The man is a sixth. He not only took other people's treasures for free. Dare to dislike the treasure is not good enough. You even talk big. He went to bed in 10 pieces. Jiyu Qingfeng, who was currently cultivating. Suddenly I feel something is wrong with my body. When I opened my eyes, I saw a black balloon. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng's face. Looking at the scene in front of me, I thought I was obsessed. But the thought of having demon blood. It should already be a demon. Little did I know that at this moment, the Yuan balloon rushed over and rubbed Jiyu Qingfeng. After sensing that it is not malicious, Yi Qingfeng started practicing again. Suddenly the system prompts. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the 7th level of Qi Gathering. Qi Gathering Layer 4 to 6 is the middle stage of Qi Gathering realm. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at it. The breath around him speaks to himself. My physique has changed since I practiced Dragon God Art. Vitality attributes have also changed. Could it be because of the relationship between Dragon Divine Art and Black Dragon Immortal Body? There's an unconscious reaction. At the thought of the possible connection, Jiyu Qingfeng was suddenly happy. This is a good job for me to study. Just then a blood-red dandelion flew in. As soon as he arrived in front of Jiyu Qingfeng, he turned into a few lines of words. Yi Qingfeng came to Mulipo quickly. After 2.5 minutes, on the 10-mile slope, I saw Piyu Yao standing there. After a while, Jiyu Qingfeng appeared behind him. What do you want me to do? Hearing this, Piyu Yao turned around. He took out a few treasures for Jiyu Qingfeng. Here's something I've got for you. The jewels on the treasure shocked Jiyu Qingfeng. These 3 things are absolutely extraordinary. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was very serious. I asked if it was for myself. Unexpectedly, Piyu Yao answered with certainty, of course. I'll show you how to use it. The first phantom. The wearer can change their face at will, as well as body characteristics and changing one's own breath cultivation. Even a Dragon Realm powerhouse. It is also difficult to see through the disguise and grade as low-grade heaven. The second pill is called Mad Demon Pill. The user will greatly increase in a short period of time the overdraft of the body in exchange for strength, and fell into a state of bloodlust and killing me. Although it has great side effects, it is the best life-saving thing. The last one is a jade talisman called Small Shift. Once activated, it can be teleported thousands of miles away, and can be reused directly, but only up to 3 times. The power of space inside will be exhausted. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was full of confusion. Why are you so generous all of a sudden? Did you cultivate some dad recently? Or do you want to tell me? You can't kill the Gaul with me. I have to go alone. As soon as he heard these words, Piyu Yao was speechless. It's not the last time you dropped the chain, as long as you can complete the task well. Tell me what you need, and I will try my best to satisfy you. In fact, he was secretly scolding Jiyu Qingfeng in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, the demon saw Jiyu Qingfeng smirk. With a shaking voice. What are you doing? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng turned to Piyu Yao again. Determine if you really want anything. After hearing Piyu Yao's answer, if it is not too much, you can. Jiyu Qingfeng instantly flattered himself. Then you can give me some more magic skills. Pill talisman spirit soldier formation or something. So it is no surprise to see that Piyu Yao is angry. Why didn't you directly ask for my Qingkuan ring? Don't think about the skinless and shameless Jiyu Qingfeng, to be so loud. How embarrassing is that? But if you're too kind, I can also be disrespectful. Hearing this, Pu Yao decisively turned around and left. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng also turned around and left at this time. I'm still yelling at you, I'll wait. I must sleep on the day of the task. As soon as these words came out, Pu Yao flashed back to the same place. Looking at Jiu Qingfeng, who came back, he smiled and urged. Pu Yao gritted his teeth in hatred for this. Jiu Qingfeng, don't push your luck. 3 priceless treasures I gave. Aren't you satisfied? I don't want Jiu Qingfeng to suddenly make trouble without reason. Priceless. Heaven-level spirit weapons have no attack power. Mad Pill is extremely harmful. The small shift character can only be used 3 times. Since you are fighting like this, there are no 10 or 8 heavenly-level spirit weapons. I will definitely sleep that day. Unexpectedly, at this time, Pu Yao actually changed his face. I am very happy to ask Jiu Qingfeng to change the conditions, just because he doesn't have any other spirit weapons himself. Therefore, the 6th brother, Jiu Qingfeng, was full of deceit. Let Pu Yao open the Qiankuan ring for him to choose. Pu Yao suddenly became angry and scolded him for being shameless. But at this time, Jiu Qingfeng knew very well how to handle Pu Yao. He scratched his ear and said he wanted to go back to sleep. In the next second, Pu Yao's face was full of smiles. Offer your Qiankuan ring with both hands. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng immediately went to get it. I don't want Pu Yao to suddenly stop. Let Jiu Qingfeng agree to his request first. Then I saw Pu Yao take out a roll and let Jiu Qingfeng drip blood on it and swear. At the appointed time, you must go to the 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison to swallow the throat and blood godson. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng asked the system whether Sky Demon was considered a demon. After getting the affirmation, Jiu Qingfeng had no worries, but I still have to act in front of Pu Yao to make Pu Yao believe him more. Therefore, Jiu Qingfeng pretended to be angry, but Pu Yao faced each other with resentment. I still need to remind you of the first 2 things. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng touched his head. Let Pu Yao give him the Qiankuan ring as a guarantee first, so when he saw the treasure inside. Bite your fingers decisively. Blood mark. In the next second, the scroll actually moved on its own. Seeing this scene, Pu Yao couldn't help laughing. I felt secretly refreshed that the blood took effect for the scroll, a knife on the lettering. The man just looked at the girl. I just want to applaud her for love. Just because Pu Yao asked Jiu Qingfeng to do the task not long ago, he slept at home. So in order to remove the taste with him, I slept at home during the iron micro preparation period. Pu Yao did not hesitate to take out his universe ring. I also want Jiu Qingfeng to sign the heavenly demon blood oath. But then I had a thought. Jiu Qingfeng, this kid often doesn't play according to the routine. So Pu Yao reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He advised Jiu Qingfeng to behave himself. In fact, the soul-chasing technique was established on him, and you walk away without looking back. But just then, a system prompt sounded in Jiu Qingfeng's mind. The host can directly understand the soul-chasing technique when attacked by the Pu demon. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiu Qingfeng was a little confused, but soon I knew under the explanation of the system. It turns out that Pu Yao just patted himself on the shoulder. It's for the soul to position itself, mainly to grasp their position in real time. And positioning requires physical contact. So the next second, Jiu Qingfeng called out to Pu Yao, then he reached out and patted Pu Yao's shoulder. Treat others with their own way. Then decisively turned and left. Only the Pu Yao who was stunned in place was left. The sudden behavior puzzled Pu Yao. Did he find out that I use soul chasing to locate? But if you think about it carefully, soul chasing is an ancient secret technique. Only when you reach the realm of the blood demon can you feel it. I'm afraid Jiu Qingfeng's dick is crazy again. 3 days later, on the 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison in the demon suppression division, what comes into view is an iron door full of sealing power. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng no longer hesitated to turn bloody. The dandelion was taken out and pasted on the stone door. In the next second, the dandelion will easily open the stone door. What hit the eye was countless chains crisscrossing. And these chains are connected. Just then, the demon's dandelion appeared again and rushed directly to the treasure box. So after a burst of blood-red light, all the chains broke. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng reached out to catch the fallen treasure box, then open it. It really is the blood godson of the blood demon. Just as he picked up the blood godson, dozens of wind blades suddenly appeared on the back. At the same time, Jiu Qingfeng also felt that something was wrong and turned around. I was scared. But the next second he stood still. It turned out to be because he wanted to try the defense of the Grandmaster Triple. I don't want to. At this time, the system prompts that there are only 100. Jiu Qingfeng was shocked when these words came out. When I want to say something else, A figure suddenly appeared behind him. Wait for Jiyu Qingfeng to turn his head and take a look. Wow! A beautiful woman comes into view. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng Barry was secretly cool. Looks like my harem is about to join a new member. Unexpectedly, the next second, the girl used charm on Jiyu Qingfeng. Then he felt the girl's breath a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, I remembered that it was Li Qiandao, the one hiding in the corner. At this time, the girl saw Jiyu Qingfeng in a daze and was immediately angry. Why did you trespass into the devil suppression prison? But he didn't want Jiyu Qingfeng to expose that she was a fox spirit. Zi was taken aback when he heard the words. Use the foxy technique in the next second. At the same time, what the system said sounded in Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. Jiyu Qingfeng strongly refuted the system. But don't want to be at this moment. The girl felt that Foxy was useless against Jiyu Qingfeng. So she saw that Jiyu Qingfeng was still bearing fruit, so she took the opportunity to escape. Wait for Jiyu Qingfeng to come back to his senses. The girl is gone. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng still felt a little regretful that his harem ran away. Heng turned to think that he had completed the task and was ready to leave. I suddenly felt the space in the corner twisting. I went up to check and found that there is a space. It shouldn't be easy to think of something hidden with the Son of Blood. So Jiyu Qingfeng reached out and shook it without saying a word. The next second, he saw a book in Jiyu Qingfeng's hand. It turned out to be a candle shade. However, at the same time as Jiyu Qingfeng got the book, Li Qianjian also felt himself outdoors. The set space is prohibited from being opened. He immediately rushed to the demonic division. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng was already under the explanation of the system at this time. I understand clearly that the one-word candle yin sword uses yin fire, the word chu yang sword uses yang fire. And the combination of the two of them is a heaven-level martial skill. Cross lonely flame sword. It's a pity that second sword's yin-yang fusion branch is missing now. Temporarily unable to integrate heaven-level martial arts. However, Jiyu Qingfeng now has a flaming talent. At the same time, Li Qianjian also came to the third floor of the demon suppression prison. The man just took the sky demon blood oath on his front foot. He turned around and forgot the content of the blood oath. So much so that when he just left the demonic division, there was an accident. Just now. The next second, when Li Qianjian arrived, when he saw that the Son of Blood and the one-word candle yin sword no longer existed, activate the alarm of the demonic division immediately. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng just took off his mask after time left. Then I saw the noisy scene of suppressing demons. Only then did I understand. Why did Pu Yao want him to swallow the Son of God before leaving? Suddenly a blood-red thread. He was dragged out of Jiyu Qingfeng's body. And the other end of the thread. It's a behemoth that covers the entire sky. However, the owner of this figure is the devil. Jiyu Qingfeng was both shocked and excited when he saw this. It's as if a hunter sees a satisfied prey. But just took a look. A vast and infinite force is approaching his eyes. The next second, the system's voice sounded. The host is attacked by the demons and obtains the pupil of destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng felt his eyes become brighter than ever. At the same time, he finally saw the full picture of Sky Demon. I saw that the demon's body exuded the breath from hell. Instantly understand the existence in front of you. It's just a projection black. Suddenly, the projection of the oath demon began to move. I saw that he began to shrink the silk thread on Jiyu Qingfeng's body back. Appears with a feeling of pulling the soul. Jiyu Qingfeng became even more excited. I wish the demons could drag themselves to hell to be punished. So he can take off on his own. However, as he was attacked by the demons one after another, obtained the oath of contract. Hearing the system prompt, Jiyu Qingfeng was refreshed again. Then can't you lie down at home? Slave demons to make money for themselves. The more Jiyu Qingfeng thought about it, the more excited he became, shouting at the demons in the sky. Didn't you eat? Push harder. I can pull you down faster than you can pull me down. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly lost patience. Reach out and grab the thread. Then he gave an evil smile. I'm going to pull him down, won't he be able to use him for me? Then there was the devil on it. Pull Jiyu Qingfeng below, but suddenly the red blood was broken. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the silk thread in his hand, still complaining it's not strong. Little do you know that the demons in the sky are breathing fragrance there. In the next second, the sky was instantly soaked in blood, lightning, and thunder. Then came the scene of the demons collapsing. It turns out that the red blood is officially the medium for the demons to come here, due to damage by Jiyu Qingfeng, causing the demons to have no medium and disintegrate. Finally, only one international friendly gesture was left. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng felt a little pity. Failed to Tingguang Sky Demon's wool. But on second thought, I seem to still have the beautiful hair of the Blood Demon. The next second, Jiyu Qingfeng took out the small shift talisman. At the same time, the Blood Demon and the Pu Demon in the cave. After seeing the warning issued by the demonic division, then he knew that Jiyu Qingfeng didn't leave without the Blood God Son. Instantly, he took out a leather whip and slapped it on Pu Yao's body. Just because under the knowledge of the Blood Demon, not only did the Son of Blood die, but Jiyu Qingfeng also died, then his enlightenment will be shattered. Little did I know that at this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng stepped through the void and came to the cave. I happened to bump into Blood Demon beating Pu Yao with a small leather whip. Seeing this, Pu Yao immediately got angry. What kind of monster are you? Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care about his words at all. Instead, he spoke with a righteous face. Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Are you worried? Your plan to frame Lord Blood Demon has been exposed. At this time, Blood Demon looked at Pu Yao with a fierce face. That's why Pu Yao hinted. It turned out that he took Jiyu Qingfeng's words seriously. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed the Blood Demon's hand seriously. Lord Blood Demon, Pu Yao contacted me a few days ago, want me to join forces with him to kill you, but I have admired Lord Gore for a long time. So for the safety of adults, I pretended to agree. In fact, he secretly brought out the Son of God blood and offered it to the adults, but Gorefiend still had doubts on his face, so the three of them sat down and thought about it together. After 2.5 minutes, Jiyu Qingfeng righteously wanted to kill Pu Yao. Unfortunately, it was stopped by the Blood Demon. Then Pu Yao took everything. Tell Jiyu Qingfeng from beginning to end. But he didn't want Jiyu Qingfeng to be furious immediately after learning that he had been deceived. He thought that Lao Tzu could stab the demon in the back. I didn't expect that the two BS of Pu Yao and Blood Demon were actually together. However, at this time, Pu Yao thought that Jiyu Qingfeng really wanted to submit to the Blood Demon, happy to call him to give the Qiankuan ring back to himself. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng found the direction to vent his anger. I was tricked into this by you. You only think about your universe ring. Do you have a conscience? The man is a pervert. Not only do I think he is a pervert. Even the pervert of the male protagonist thinks he is a big pervert. It turned out that Jiyu Qingfeng just found out. After the truth of everything, there was a lot of resentment. Pointing at Pu Yao is a stinky scolding. Seeing this, the Blood Demon also stood up and asked Jiyu Qingfeng to speak carefully. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't buy his account at all. I'm careful, you ghost. I haven't told you yet. Okay. Okay. Are you ashamed? No wonder you were beaten like a dog 200 years ago. Whose special code sees you? These liars don't want to play you. As soon as the voice fell, the Blood Demon sent out the breath of a string man. Just because what happened 200 years ago was the pain point of the Blood Demon, I remembered the appearance of Jiyu Qingfeng's surrender just now, decided to give him one last chance. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng had completely torn his face at this time. You give me a chance. You don't really think I'm here to join you, do you? I came here just to see. What kind of fool did that mighty Blood Demon become back then? Too bad I only saw a deceiving old dog hiding in a kennel. As soon as these words came out, the Blood Demon became even more angry. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, it was a close call. Pu Yao stood in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Take the blow of the Blood Demon. Lord Blood Demon, he is a sky-devouring demon body. Is the key to your plan to become a god? After saying that, he vomited a mouthful of blood all over Jiyu Qingfeng. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng took a step back. Seeing this, Pu Yao thought that Jiyu Qingfeng was going to thank him and say no. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng would be alone in the next second. The big force will fan the Pu Demon. At this time, Pu Yao is more pitiful than lovelorn. I saved you. You still hit me. Jiyu Qingfeng, I will kill you. As soon as these words came out, another slap appeared on Pu Yao's face. This time, the Pu Demon was set in the mountains. Pu Yao, calm down, you can't kill him yet, you have to take over the house. Therefore, the deity decided to seize his body in advance. The conversation between the two directly ignored Jiyu Qingfeng. It can be conspicuous, and Jiyu Qingfeng can tolerate it. And the answer, of course, is no. Then he saw Jiyu Qingfeng walking towards the Blood Demon gloomily. Hurry up if you want to do it, my mom is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. As soon as these words come out, the Blood Demon is not talking nonsense and reaches out and waves his hand. A blood-red light shone directly on Jiyu Qingfeng's forehead. Therefore, in Jiyu Qingfeng's consciousness, the Gorefiend is as tall as a mountain. He himself is like a might ant. Although the deity cannot torture your body, but it can torture your soul. After taking you Yuan how to scream and beg for mercy, the deity is swallowing your soul little by little. Chisha, your sky-devouring demon body. But Jiyu Qingfeng was not afraid of the Blood Demon at this time. On the contrary, he was curious about the gore fiend. How to seize his body? What about his own body? That is the body of the peak dragon transformation realm. As soon as these words came out, the blood demon said with confidence, the ignorant Huang Hui child deity will let you die to understand. Your spring demon body can perfectly swallow the power of the throat deity. Take you to swallow the blood god sun, the deity is taking you away. Then use the sky devouring demon body to swallow the original body. All the power can be fused perfectly. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh about this. You eat others eating yourself. Are you a freaking pervert? But after explaining, the blood demon didn't want to talk nonsense with Jiyu Qingfeng anymore. Condensed a blood-red whip. Force at Jiyu Qingfeng. But the whip has not yet landed. The blood demon suddenly sensed himself and, the link to the body is cut. After saying that, the blood demon in Jiyu Qingfeng's consciousness began to go crazy. Jiyu Qingfeng subconsciously asked if the system had taken action. Unexpectedly, the competition received a negative answer. Then Jiyu Qingfeng decided to go out and have a look. I don't look at it, I'm startled at first glance. I saw Piyu Yao put one hand on the blood demon's body. When he saw the two of them coming out, Piyu Yao opened his mouth to explain. As you can see, I'm swallowing my throat, Lord Gore. In this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng can't help but sigh about the scheme in the dish. However, the reason why the Piyu demon can easily swallow the throat blood demon, because in these 200 years, all the blood divine sons absorbed by the blood demon, it's all found by Piyu Yao. 36 Tiangang Transformation Evil Spirit Seizing Formation. Originally, Piyu Yao wanted to finish swallowing the throat of the blood demon. 36 drops of blood. His formation is also complete. He only started after the 36 days of heaven and steel. Little did he know that heaven had sent Jiyu Qingfeng to help him. So when the blood demon took over, it's also when the body is at its weakest. This is his chance. And the purpose of all this is just to become a god. The reason why Piyu Yao surrendered to the blood demon back then, it is also because of his strength. But their power sources are in conflict. Forcibly swallowing Yo will cause the foundation of Piyu Yao to be unstable. It's impossible to become a god. The most terrifying thing is that Piyu Yao has been hiding himself for a long time. His body is not as simple as a dandelion, but the legend that feeds on blood. Heaven and Earth's endogenous vampire dandelion. So the blood demon is the best food for the Piyu demon. However, just when Piyu Yao thought when the plan is foolproof, suddenly a spike appeared from the ground. At the same time, the blood demon scolded the traitor for taking his life. Then the spike hit Piyu Yao's body. But at this very moment, Piyu Yao actually took out a blue bead. Blocked the blood demon's sneak attack. Men can't imagine. Those who are loyal to themselves. He will steal his own crystal while he is taking over. So when the blood demon double Jiyu Qingfeng came out of his body, seeing Piyu Yao's behavior, he rushed up and rubbed him without saying a word. But what he never expected was, Piyu Yao still has a hand. It is the Ga Lanju of his hand. This basket bead was specially found by Piyu Yao to restrain the blood demon, because the function of the Garan bead is to defend against soul attacks. Although it can only maintain one sex incense at most. But it's enough for the demon. So it's your choice, Lord Gorefiend. It's to run away while I can't move now. Or stay and give it a try. Seeing this situation, the blood demon was indignant, but just as the blood demon was thinking, Jiyu Qingfeng walked out and scolded Piyu Yao. I'll go to your uncle's. You lied to me again, didn't you? Didn't you say that there is only one heaven rank? I said, why did you give me the Qiankuan ring so happily? All the good things are not in it. These words instantly ignited the Piyu demon. Jiyu Qingfeng, why don't you wait for me until I finish swallowing the blood demon? The first one will kill you and steal your spring magic body. However, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was full of fearlessness. Come here. If I frown, it's you. Unexpectedly, the blood demon was looking at Jiyu Qingfeng with a long look. The next second, he got into Jiyu Qingfeng's body. When I went in and saw Jiyu Qingfeng, it was just a mouth. After eating, sit down and rest contentedly. At the same time, he also gave a full mouth. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng was crying. Just because he finally hit. At the same time, the system prompts. The host is attacked by the blood demon plus 10,000. Then, Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation rose wildly, until it surpassed the peak of dragon transformation. Suddenly the blood demon shouted, how could this be? What kind of power is this? My soul is melting. Then with a bang, the blood demon's soul completely dissipated. Jiyu Qingfeng's soul was also obtained. Seeing God is not bad. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng of Jiang Wan will spoke lightly. Now there's only one demon left. Then Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes. Seeing this, Piyu Yao hurriedly opened his mouth. Lord Gorefiend, why haven't you run away? Could it be that you are reluctant to give up your body? The voice just fell. Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded. Demon is dead, I am Jiyu Qingfeng. But Pu Yao didn't believe it at all. Jiyu Qingfeng can defeat the blood demon. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng forced him to teach him how to be a man. I'll pack your uncle's stupid fork thing. I told you that the gore fiend is dead. Now I want to settle accounts with you. You lied to me so many times, I have to kill you today. Seeing this situation, Pu Yao looked wronged, crying and asking why Jiyu Qingfeng didn't die. However, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't eat his set. I can't even die if you die. How long do you have to swallow the azole? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Pu Yao, who saw this scene, was even more stupid. That natural bitch is simply. It's not the blood demon, it's Jiyu Qingfeng. Therefore, Pu Yao finally had a trace of vigilance to avoid being tricked by him. Yi Qingfeng, for me, you are now. It's useless. After I swallow the azole, the blood demon will be your turn. For the wolf words released by Pu Yao, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care at all. Instead, he felt disdain for the behavior of Pu Yao. I ran away from your uncle, you lied to me 3 times. If I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Jiyu. But Lao Tzu is a martial artist. Never do things that take advantage of others. Then he walked to the table to the side to prepare for a big meal. At the same time, the mouth is still constantly picking. By the way, call the rest of your 7 demon generals. I just like to be lively. Call everyone who is still alive. Little did they know that the Pu Yao had already exhausted the blood demon. I saw that his whole body exuded a powerful aura. Slowly approached Jiyu Qingfeng, and scolded Jiyu Qingfeng for not knowing good luo, just accidentally swallowed the gore fiend. I thought I was invincible, I just overreached. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around. You finally got it done. I'm waiting for the flowers to thank me. Suddenly, the demonic energy on Pu Yao's body surged again. I am now at the peak of dragon transformation, 1 level higher than gore fiend. You understand what that means. You have no chance unless you are a god. However, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled and said something. I am your father. As soon as these words came out, Pu Yao immediately pinched the trick. A blood-red dandelion rushed straight to Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time the system rings. The host is attacked by the Pu demon, and the defense is increased by 50,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level of the Black Dragon Immortal Body. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng instantly became energetic. Black Dragon Immortal has been upgraded. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's body suddenly enter and send out a powerful breath. The next second, Jiyu Qingfeng was laughing up to the sky. However, something unexpected happened. A few stones saw when Jiyu Qingfeng laughed. Run into his mouth, so much so that Jiyu Qingfeng's laughter stopped in summer. Men think they are invincible. But his violent attack is scratching in the eyes of others. And even let others break through the realm. Just after the Pu demon swallowed the blood demon's fetus. I want to swallow Jiyu Qingfeng's sky-devouring demon body together. But who would have thought that Pu Yao would attack Jiyu Qingfeng? Accidentally, Jiyu Qingfeng broke through the middle stage of the Black Dragon's immortal body. Seeing this situation, Pu Yao immediately flew out of the cave. It caused Jiyu Qingfeng, who was still laughing. A few stones ran into his mouth. The cave is about to collapse. Jiyu Qingfeng also flew away. However, Jiyu Qingfeng, who had just left the cave, when the demon comes again. But I never saw him again. Just then a blood dandelion. Floating in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. I've run thousands of miles away. But it is impossible for Jiyu Qingfeng to prove that the experienced baby of Pu Yao ran away. He meows. Why is it so difficult to get hit these days? If I can't catch up with you, write my name upside down. But that kid is faster than me. And I have soul chasing on me. Once he gets close, he will definitely run away again. You must first remove the imprint of soul chasing. So Jiyu Qingfeng stopped. Unleash the incomparably tyrannical power of the soul. Begin a comprehensive examination of your soul body. Soon he found the mark hidden in his soul. Then the soul mark will be eliminated with a move of the mind. In this way, even if Jiyu Qingfeng is in front of Pu Yao, he can't find it either. And then he got very playful. Take out the spirit for the ghost face and prepare for a cosplay. Little demon, obediently wash your hands and wait for me. Then a force at the foot. The ground was also shattered by a powerful force. On the other side, Pu Yao was panting and sighing that he ran fast. It's just that he really didn't expect that there is a god in this world. I just didn't expect God's character to be so bad. I also like to pretend to be ordinary people, but luckily it's gone now. Prepare to first digest the power of the blood demon to stabilize the realm. Pu Yao, who doesn't want to practice. Suddenly I can't feel the imprint of my soul. But at this moment, he still didn't believe it. Jiyu Qingfeng can erase his mark. Self-deceiving explanation. Maybe he just swallowed his throat and the blood demon caused his breath to be unstable. I can't feel it. Then plan to try again. Flip your hands and use soul again. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Soon Piyu Yao found an excuse again. He is a god after all. Removing imprints is simple. Not worth the fuss. And then I remembered that he was around just now, laid a lot of enchantments. Not even a fly can get in. Not to mention that Jiyu Qingfeng can find him, then he cultivated with peace of mind. Piyu Yao who is cultivating after 2.5 minutes, I suddenly felt a sense of understanding, when he opened his eyes again. A human face appeared in front of Piyu Yao. After the four eyes met, the Piyu Yao retreated in fright. Who are you? Jiyu Qingfeng was angry when he heard this. I'll fuck you. How long has the demon been separated? You don't even know me anymore. As soon as the voice fell, the demon turned and ran away. I don't care if there is a road ahead or not, I just hit it. Knock the mountain out of an exit. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was very helpless. You are so good, listen to me finish what I have to say. I'm here to help you become a god. Didn't I come to play you? And then an explosion. Jiyu Qingfeng walked out. Looking at the running Piyu Yao Jiyu Qingfeng, he stabbed his waist for a while. It's sunny now, so you can't use transfiguration, but it doesn't matter. I'm in a good mood today. Let's play hide and seek with you. After running like this for 2.5 minutes, Piyu Yao stopped and sighed. He should have gotten rid of Jiyu Qingfeng. Little do you know that the voice has just fallen. Jiyu Qingfeng's voice rang out. Piyu Yao, I didn't hear what you were saying. Hearing the words, Piyu Yao turned his head, but he saw Jiyu Qingfeng sitting there leisurely eating noodles. So scared that he started running away again without saying a word. But this time, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't want to chase after him anymore. Just throw out a leaf. There was a whoosh. A big hole was blasted out by the leaf in front of Piyu Yao. Seeing this situation, Piyu Yao was completely dumbfounded. I've never seen anyone use a leaf as a weapon. And so powerful. However, when Piyu Yao was stunned, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed Piyu Yao's shoulder. I don't mean anything else. I just want to help you become a god. You don't believe me. As soon as these words came out, Piyu Yao was even more wronged. I believe you. You are a bad person. Hung thought to himself that Jiyu Qingfeng was still a little interested in him now. A Jiyu Qingfeng without patience is his death. If you want to survive, it seems that you can only go to a crowded place. So Piyu Yao pretended to obey. Jiyu Qingfeng released his hand. However, what Jiyu Qingfeng never expected was that, the moment he let go, it flew away. Only Jiyu Qingfeng was left there with big eyes and small eyes. Men just want to help Piyu Yao become a god. But I don't want Piyu Yao, I just want to run away from this perverted man. Just because Piyu Yao didn't want to believe what Jiyu Qingfeng said at all. So the moment Jiyu Qingfeng let go, Piyu Yao flew away. So in order to survive, Piyu Yao thought, you can run to the territory of the human race. It's so crowded. Jiyu Qingfeng must not be able to find him. After 2.5 minutes, the true martial sect of Wuling Mansion, an old man's face was solemn in front of the town. At this time, a warrior came to inquire, what happened to the Supreme Elder? Unexpectedly, the old man actually told the other party. However, after the warrior heard the dragon transformation peak, I thought it was the imperial teacher of the dynasty. As soon as the voice fell, it was denied by the old man, just because it's not people but demons. Just then, the old man saw something appear in the distance, a blood-red figure. This demon Taoist friend did not know to come to Zhenwu. However, the words are not finished yet. Piyu Yao gave him a slap without saying a word, yelling out of the way. But the old man is not vegetarian either. Immediately react and put up a defensive shield for yourself. However, his strength is far from that of Piyu Yao. Piyu Yao is just simple. Put the old man in the field. Immediately after, Piyu Yao left the place with a whoosh. Only one scenery remains. At this time, the old man not only can't move his whole body, there is still blood in the mouth. I didn't expect such a powerful demon to emerge from the world. This kind of strength can be used as the imperial teacher of the dynasty. But this guy looks terrified. It's like running for your life. Could it be that someone is chasing him? A demon at the peak of the dragon transformation realm can make people chase so bad. Maybe the person chasing him is not a man at all but a god. As soon as these words came out, the old man struggled to get up, yelling at the disciples in the sect. You and others quickly open the mountain protection formation and are not allowed to go out. It's a big deal, the old man must hurry up. Go to the imperial capital to meet the imperial teacher. But the next second, in front of the old man, suddenly there is a space change. Then Jiyu Qingfeng's face appeared in front of the old man. Immediately startled the old man. How is that possible? I didn't notice the slightest breath. If you hadn't heard the sound, But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng ignored the old man, whizzing past. It didn't stop until it knocked the old man away. But after feeling that that person is a dragon transformation master, turned away and cursed in his mouth. This Piyu Yao is also running too fast. I can't let him get away from me anymore. So Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't care about anything else. The whole body sounded with a bang. I saw that the place where he was just now had broken apart. Soon after, he caught up with Piyu Yao, looking at Jiyu Qingfeng who was chasing after him. Is Piyu Yao a gnashing of teeth? Since you are pressing, then don't let me take advantage of your family. 2.5 minutes later, Piyu Yao arrived at the capital of the Great Flame Dynasty. Look at the shield in front of you. Piyu Yao smashed it with a palm. The soldiers in the city shouted at this. It's the big demon at the peak of dragon transformation. Go and ask the imperial teacher to stop him. Don't let him near the imperial camp. Little did they know that Piyu Yao did not go to their so-called palace. On the contrary, he turned a corner and went to the Jiyu family. At the same time, the Jiyu family also received news. Bad master. The general defending the city summoned. The big demon at the peak of dragon transformation came for our Jiyu family. As soon as these words came out, the head of the Jiyu family immediately shouted to ask the ancestor to leave the customs. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestors of the Jiyu family had already appeared behind him. Just because the breath of Piyu Yao has already alerted the ancestors of the Jiyu family. Quickly gather all the masters in the family. Immediately deploy the defensive formation. The old man went to meet him. As soon as he finished speaking, Piyu Yao had already arrived in front of them. Seeing that the ancestors of the Jiyu family endured the coercion of the Piyu demon and asked, this demon Taofa. I don't know what happened when I came to the Jiyu family. I take care of my family first. I should have never offended you. But Piyu Yao ignored the Jiyu family's people, just said in the direction of Jiyu Qingfeng. Since you can't catch up with me, don't blame me. Then he saw Piyu Yao open his own yin domain blood-killing realm. In just a moment, the entire Jiyu family was shrouded in the shadow of Piyu Yao, then under the eyes of all. Piyu Yao stretched out his palm and grabbed it hard. The Jiyu family's children are like being choked. Fall to the ground. Only the ancestors of the Jiyu family and the head of the Jiyu family can barely bear it. Then I heard the Jiyu family ancestor speak again. This demon Taoist friend, when did the Jiyu family offend you? Please tell me directly, as the ancestor of the Jiyu family. I will definitely give my fellow Taoist a satisfactory answer, no matter who you are. This is the foot of the Great Flame Dynasty's imperial capital master. If you dare to hurt the people of the Jiyu family. Unexpectedly, his words were not finished yet. Jiyu Qingfeng has already caught up with the Jiyu family. Seeing this, Piyu Yao immediately begged for mercy. God, you are finally here. The little demon has been waiting for a long time. This sentence shocked the audience. The devil who is not afraid of the sky and the earth only sees the face of a man. Run away from the mountain. So much so that demons avoid men. It even ran to the human race place, because he wants to confuse men's eyes with people. Little do they know that men only see him. Just now, the ancestors of the Jiyu family were there. The moment I saw Jiyu Qingfeng, I couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that there really is a God in this world, and God has such a beautiful face. Who would have thought that Jiyu Qingfeng would open his mouth as soon as he saw Piyu Yao? Draft Uncle's Piyu demon. Didn't you say you don't have a vagina? You actually lied to me again, right? This sentence shocked the audience. The ancestors of the Jiyu family fell into deep thought. It turns out that this is God speaking so grounded. Instead of looking at each other from above. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and thought it was in which mental hospital. Ran out of neuropathy. At this moment, Piyu Yao immediately begged for mercy. God is saying that those who do not know are innocent. I was offended because I didn't know your identity before. I hope you can be magnanimous and let the little demon live. Otherwise, the little demon will definitely pull it even if it dies. The entire Jiyu family was buried together. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng said suspiciously, do you have a grudge against the Jiyu family, or blood feud? So take revenge before you die. But who knew that Piyu Yao would say amazing words in the next second? God's identity as the ancestor of the Jiyu family cannot satisfy me. As soon as the voice fell, the ancestor of the Jiyu family went crazy and began to roar up to the sky. The rest of the Jiyu family were also ecstatic. But Jiyu Qingfeng was full of doubts. When did you become the ancestor of the Jiyu family? Did you forget something? Or does the original owner actually have a sealed memory? It's just that I haven't opened it yet. Or does this Piyu Yao know something? Therefore, when Piyu Yao saw Jiyu Qingfeng in deep thought, he explained, as a god, you are not only surnamed Jiyu. At the same time, he also has the bloodline of the dragon god of the Jiyu family. This is the evidence that I guess your identity is. As long as you are willing to let me live. I would never hurt your people. Hearing these words, Jiyu Qingfeng's face became more and more ugly. I thought I had a big secret. The co-author is your second-hand guessing. At this moment, Pu Yao is seeing. Jiyu Qingfeng's face was getting uglier and uglier. I panicked. Then I heard. Jiyu Qingfeng said casually. It is impossible to let you go. As for the Jiyu family, you can do whatever you want. I don't believe you really don't care about your descendants. Just after he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng slept with him. What do you care about chicken feathers? I don't know anyone here. At this time, Pu Yao is even more afraid to stretch out his hand and grasp it. The Jiyu family ancestor was tightly grasped by a huge blood-red hand. Then I saw the nervous threat on Pu Yao's face. Jiyu Qingfeng retreated, or he would immediately kill the Jiyu family ancestor, but he didn't want Jiyu Qingfengjing to really stop. But he wasn't worried about the Jiyu family ancestors, but because the Pu Yao is in his own shadow domain at this time, if he doesn't want anyone else to go in, no one can go in, and he is still at the peak of the dragon transformation realm. I am only in the early stage of dragon transformation. I don't know if I can forcibly break through his yin realm. Mainly because I was mistaken for a god just now. In case the breakthrough fails. Isn't that a direct social death? What's the matter? When Pu Yao saw Jiyu Qingfeng in thought, he immediately opened his mouth. God, it's just a little friction between you and me. No, I have to fight to the death again, as long as you are willing to let me go. I'm willing to offer my full apologies. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was in the middle. I'll let you go today for the sake of my clan. But I want you to promise me one thing. You must swear in front of me. In the future, I will never endanger the world and kill my human people. Otherwise, even if I go to the ends of the earth, I will definitely break you into thousands of pieces. Hearing this, Pu Yao dared to come forward to God. This is true. So after hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's joking words, Pu Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he withdrew the bloody hand that caught the ancestors of the Jiyu family. Then the ancestors of the Jiyu family fell from the sky. The rest of the Jiyu family children hurry up and support them. Then he came to Jiyu Qingfeng. Thank you ancestors for saving disciples and water and fire. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth indifferently. Then he turned to Pu Yao and said, otherwise, you can also swear, otherwise how can I believe you? As soon as these words came out, Pu Yao began to swear without hesitation. Today I swear before God. From now on, I will never do anything that endangers the lives of the world. If you violate this, the police will strike the soul with lightning and fly to the evening to disperse and die. The voice just fell, blood red. The light shot into Pu Yao's chest. Only then did Pu Yao realize that it was the heavenly demon Blood Oath, and he was not a god at all, stronger and more mysterious than God. He is an extraterrestrial demon. Demon Pu, who understood, trembled all over. At this time, Jiyu Qingfengjing asked him to leave. Hearing this, Pu Yao raised his head and glanced at Jiyu Qingfeng. Still feel scared. Thank you God for not killing. Then he got up and gave all his treasures to Jiyu Qingfeng. Turned away. Who would have thought that at this moment? The old man stopped Pu Yao. Seeing this, Pu Yao is angry at Sichu Kong. Do you think you can stop it? As soon as the voice fell, a large group of people surrounded Pu Yao in the middle. Seeing this, Pu Yao was indignant if he hadn't just sworn. Now he wants to tear everyone apart. Walk in front of the old man. Seeing this, the old man wanted to dissuade Jiyu Qingfeng from taking down Pu Yao, but Jiyu Qingfeng only said lightly, I believe he will not break his oath. Hearing what Jiyu Qingfeng said, the old man still wanted to fight for it. But I don't want to anger Jiyu Qingfeng because of this. You don't believe me. The tiger fell to Pingyang and was bullied by a dog. The mighty Pu Yao is now competing to be bullied by weak humans. And the source of all this is because of the male protagonist Jiyu Qingfeng. But no one could have imagined that Jiyu Qingfeng, who was still chasing after him just now, competing to ask others to let Pu Yao leave. The old man was still trying to persuade Jiyu Qingfeng. Pu Yao is the head of the blood demon cult and cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng said indifferently, I believe he will not break his oath. When I heard what Jiyu Qingfeng said, what else did the old man want to say? But I heard Jiyu Qingfeng lower his voice. You don't believe me. How about we make a bet? You also swear in front of me to see if you can break your oath. As soon as these words came out, the old man instantly went into deep thought. Could this oath be another way? Why is my heart so terrified? Then Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the others. If any of you do not believe, I'd love to see it. Who can disobey a warning in front of me? Can anyone dare to try? As soon as the voice fell, everyone present refused. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng waved to Pu Yao behind him. Go away, no one will stop you. Hearing this, Piu Yao clasped his fists in his hands and was very grateful, then disappear into place. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also ready to leave. Unexpectedly, the competition was stopped by the old man at this time. God, please stay. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng turned his head, asked the other party what's the matter. I saw the old man with his fists in his hands and a respectful face. It is a great honor to see the face today. I hope God can come to the palace to talk. I, the Emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, will surely sweep the couch to welcome you. However, unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfengjing, who has always been greedy for money and lecherous, shook his head and refused. The reason is actually because I am afraid of exposing myself, just because he knew he was facing a demon. It's not false because of the system. But in the face of the strong Jiyu Qingfeng, I still feel a little empty. Therefore, all kinds of retention for the old man. Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and wanted to run, but his hand was firmly grasped by the old man. God is getting old. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait. I also hope that God will see that after many years of living, the keek industry, for the sake of governing the world, can you give a way to prolong life? As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng became even more. How to prolong life, you ask me? Who am I asking? But suddenly a flash of inspiration came to Jiyu Qingfeng's mind. The way to prolong life is not an elixir. Maybe in the Jade Dragon secret realm after the year, can find useful pills. And those who can enter the Jade Dragon secret realm are mostly only in the true Qi realm. I am already in the Dragon transformation realm. Even if you don't pass through the secret realm, you can also win the eternal elixir and the method of divine refinement by force. So Jiyu Qingfeng turned back and said to the old man, soon the Emperor's destined nobles will appear. Offer him the elixir. Hearing this, the old man was still a little disappointed, but he didn't want to annoy Jiyu Qingfeng, so he stopped entangling. Little did he know that when Jiyu Qingfeng was about to leave again, his hand was caught again. I saw the ancestor of the Jiyu family holding Jiyu Qingfeng's thigh and crying. In fact, I feel secretly happy. Finally, the ancestor came out with a god, if this is brought back to the family for offering. But with his little thought, Jiyu Qingfeng wouldn't know. But I thought it might be useful later. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately put it on. The Jiyu family today is no longer the family I knew back then. You let me down, but among the younger generation, there is still someone who can catch my eye. As soon as these words came out, everyone was wondering, but only one disciple was taken by the ancestors of the Jiyu family, so the disciple thought that God was talking about him. Immediately ecstatic. But as they thought about it, Jiyu Qingfeng smeared oil on the soles of his feet and slipped away. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was still feeling cool. It just so happens that there is a Jiyu family in the capital. At that time, I will send the old emperor the elixir. It is also possible to use the Jiyu family to help me build momentum so as not to attract suspicion, in case those second-rate forces. It's hard to refuse because he's not from a high family. It's just a pity that I'm not a true god now. Otherwise, you can stay in the imperial capital to eat and drink spicy food, and the thought of the parking lot being like a dragon when I go out. Going home is the wife of Anlian City Group. Every day is delicious and exciting to think about. It's a pity that the ideal has not yet been realized. Comrades still need to work hard. However, when he went from day to night, I touched my face when I still couldn't find the direction back to Wutong County. Then I remembered to tear off the mask. However, just then, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiyu Qingfeng shouted subconsciously, "Wait, ask for directions." The loud voice scared the figure in front of him. When Jiyu Qingfeng got closer, he found that it was a weasel. However, this weasel, after seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, it's just that the little girl who gathers qi in the 7th layer is no longer afraid. He asked Jiyu Qingfeng with an inscrutable face if he looked like a human being. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng knew that the weasel was about to transform into shape, but it's not a good thing for this weasel to ask for the seal. If the answer is not like, the weasel will take revenge for being ruined. But if you say yes, the weasel will haunt you. Suck your yang. So after thinking that no matter how you answer, there is only one dead end left, Jiyu Qingfeng pointed at the weasel and said, "I think you look like a fool." Man asks for directions in the middle of the night. I didn't expect to meet the weasel who asked for the seal. Weasels are known to be restless and well-intentioned. Whether your answer is like or not, can't escape the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, it asked the wrong person this time. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng pointing at it and shouting, "I see you look like a fool." When the weasel heard it, it was struck by lightning. "How dare you ruin my cultivation?" Jiyu Qingfeng looked surprised at the furious weasel. "That's not right. Fools are human too. To say you look like a fool is to say you look like a human being. This can also ruin your practice." Unexpectedly, the weasel at this time only said one sentence, "I want you to die." Then he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng still wants to try it. Maybe even acquire a new skill. But after seeing the weasel's mouth full of saliva, decisively abandoned the idea. Reach out and grab its throat. The weasel couldn't believe it. He was not afraid of my attack at all. And hold my lifeline so easily. Who is he? To have such terrifying power. In just an instant, the ferocious flame disappeared. I only know that the scared baby is screaming. Stop screaming. Tell me how to get to Wutong County, but Jiu Qingfeng tossed it for a while. Can't ask why. The angry Jiu Qingfeng's eyes turned red. Lift it up and throw it away. No. You don't even know the way. I still want to be human. To hell with it. However, the weasel is feeling. When Jiu Qingfeng really wanted to kill it, crying and shouting, I don't know. But I know where there are people around here. You can ask them for directions. It's a pity it's too late. Jiu Qingfeng had already thrown it out. Fortunately, Jiu Qingfeng didn't kill it. Just took a branch and poked it in the body. Not dead. Get up and lead the way. If you say no earlier, it will be fine. So after half an hour, the weasel came to a house and said, Here we go, adult. Here it is. You heard it too, it's full of people. Hearing the voice inside, Jiu Qingfeng turned around. Grab the weasel. Do you think I'm a fool? You take a good look around. There's no one in the wilderness. There's a big house here. Lao Tzu asks you, which fool will be there? Build a house in a ghost place like this. Seeing this, does the weasel still want to argue? But Jiu Qingfeng didn't want to hear it. Reach out and give it to the weasel. There's a 360-degree spiral. Damn. I want to deceive me with this little trick. Then I went to the door. The cool flying kick instantly opened the door. At first glance, it was full of people. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng looked around. The guests were found to be pale and bloodless. Suddenly someone's eyes turned red instantly. Then he turned to look at Jiu Qingfeng. The next second everyone looked at him. At this moment, Jiu Qingfeng used clairvoyant vision to find out. It's all an illusion. I saw a woman in front of me, manipulating the paper figure to walk towards Jiu Qingfeng. Then I saw the girl greeting Jiu Qingfeng warmly. VIPs come from afar. The little old man has lost his way. Please take your seat and taste it. Little did he know that Jiu Qingfeng slapped the approaching paper figure away. Then I saw him reach out and hold the woman's hand tightly. Begin to release the pressure of the whole body. Those humans became little paper figures and a pack of weasels. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng threw the weasel in his hand up. Feet fly it out. Then speak to the rest of the weasels. Play the music and dance, looking at Jiu Qingfeng's natural Hongjian goose nest. Those weasels are blinded. I don't want to annoy Jiu Qingfeng because of this. Another kick kicked one of them away. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? As soon as the voice fell, I saw the scene of singing and dancing. But at this time, Jiu Qingfeng looked at the food on the table. Get angry again. What are you eating? You guys hurry up and get me something to eat. Seeing this, those weasels are suffering and can't tell. Just because they've always eaten like this. But I met the great god Jiu Qingfeng. Aren't you going out to make some game and come back for a barbecue? Hurry up and send someone to do it. My lord has a home now and can't return. I'm in a bad mood. Huan, start now and shut your mouths to me. Just listen to my expectations, okay? Seeing this situation, a weasel nodded again and again. At the same time, he even said 3 understandings. Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng solved it with a punch. Such a bloodstar scene. After half an hour, plates of fragrant game appeared on the table. Jiu Qingfeng was very satisfied with this. It's just a joy. Not only good food, but also singing and dancing. However, Li Qianjian received a copy from the demon suppressing company. I saw him looking at the letter with a shocked face. However, he did not know Jiu Qingfeng's identity at this time. Li Qianjian is worried about this. I'm afraid this is the last time the Jade Dragon secret realm will be opened. The weasel is just looking for a man to be sealed and cultivated. Not only did he not get it, but he was also called a fool by the man. Even his own family survives under the influence of men. It was just now. After Jiu Qingfeng cleaned up the group of yellow skins, he began to enjoy the happiness. Meanwhile, in Sycamore County, Li Qianjian received a message. The above not only mentions the real existence of God, and while chasing demons, trampled on the enchantment of the Jade Dragon secret realm. Only when you see it can you feel it. This may be the last time the Jade Dragon secret realm is opened. Just because of those Dragon Transformation Realm powerhouses who were ordered to protect the barrier, I tried my best to save it before I could barely keep the secret realm. But because of the God's Foot, the Jade Dragon secret realm will be born early. And that kick lost most of the power of the secret realm. Seeing this, the little fox opened his mouth uneasily. To be born early. But your preparation is not complete yet. How can this be good? Is this life? As soon as these words came out, Li Qianjian reacted strongly. I don't believe in fate, since the Jade Dragon secret realm was born early, then I'll speed it up. The voice just fell, and the little fox panicked, but then your body won't be able to take it. However, Li Qianjian opened his mouth. My own body, I know myself, you step back. The little fox also sighed helplessly. However, the little fox has just left. Li Ganjian called his subordinates to find Jiyu Qingfeng. But the subordinates said that Jiyu Qingfeng was not in the department of suppressing demons. Hearing this, Li Qianjian asked them to go to Qianxiang building to find it. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinate said that Jiyu Qingfeng was not in Qianxiang building either. I haven't come to quell the magic beans these days. They've looked everywhere they can. As soon as these words came out, Li Qianjian turned his head. Did he take people out? But the reply I got was still no. At this time, Li Qianjian felt that something was wrong. A cute Panqiang subordinate will send someone to find it again. Look for all the brothels in Wutong County. Jiyu Qingfeng, who has always loved Tianxianglu, usually it won't change places. Now I can't find him in Tianxianglu. Is something wrong? And he is the most crucial part of the plan. Now it's about to open the Jade Dragon secret realm. I don't think is allowed to make any mistakes. At the same time, the parties. Jiyu Qingfeng is eating and drinking at the weasel's house. He also casually pulled a female paper man to wipe his mouth. Finally, I lay happily on the big bed. Check out what treasures Piyu Yao left behind today. Among them, a middle-grade spiritual weapon of the heavenly rank integrates offense and defense. Buddha light attacks are mainly aimed at demon defense souls. There is also thunderbolt wood from Di Lu Jixin. It is the material used to make the wooden king sword. The last one is the 9 revolving soul pill. It can live the flesh and bones of the dead. Among them, the lightning strike wood of Emperor Willow Star makes Jiyu Qingfeng the most happy. Immediately take out the wood king sword and combine the two into one. And then back to bed. But then he looked at the weasel cleaning. Suddenly had a different idea. Immediately let them find the leader. Soon, under Jiyu Qingfeng's shui, the weasels took the lead in picking out 3 weasels. Sir, the 3 of them will act as your tour guide for you. And they swear absolute allegiance to you by the weasel family. 3 days later, the 3 weasels brought Jiyu Qingfeng back to the outside of Wutong County. The master has arrived. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth. You can go back. Remember not to run around if I find out. Do you know the consequences? As soon as these words came out, the 3 weasels shivered in fright. They knew Jiyu Qingfeng's ruthlessness too well. Not again and again to make it clear. Then Jiyu Qingfeng put them into the space. Running towards Wutong County, still shouting. How can the paper person have the fragrance of Xiaodo? Here I come. However, when Jiyu Qingfeng came to suppressing demons, he was stopped by someone. Jiyu Qingfeng is still a little unhappy about this. If you don't want that person to cover your face, you will be angry. Jiyu Qingfeng, where have you been these days? Lord Li is looking for you. The entire Sycamore County has been dug 3 feet into the ground. As soon as this sentence comes out, Jiyu Qingfeng still wanted to ask Li Handblade why he was looking for him, but the man didn't give him a chance at all. Taking Jiyu Qingfeng's arm, she was going to take him to find Li Qianjian. However, he did not wait for Jiyu Qingfeng to refute. Li Qiandao has already found it. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng still looked like he was hanging. Old Li, why are you in such a hurry to find me? I went on a trip these days. Young people need to see more of the world. Little did he know that when he looked carefully. But he found that Li Qianjian's aura had changed a lot. Now Jiyu Qingfeng felt that something was wrong. Did he leave by himself? What happened to the demons these days? No wonder he was in such a hurry to find me. Then Li Qianjian asked his subordinates to leave. I have something to chat with Jiyu Qingfeng. Li Qianjian asked Jiyu Qingfeng as soon as he opened his mouth. Have you finished reading the Tao of Alchemy books? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said with embarrassment that it was almost the same, but the truth is he only read one. I went to Qianxiang building to find a girl. Hearing this, Li Qianjian asked Jiyu Qingfeng to prepare well. In 3 days, we will set off for the Jade Dragon secret realm. The voice just fell. Jiyu Qingfeng was confused. 3 days? Wasn't the Jade Dragon secret realm opened a year later? What to do now? Then Li Qianren explained the ins and outs of the matter. I talked to Jiyu Qingfeng. In the end, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked. The culprit was actually myself. the man just lightly kicked the stone. Unexpectedly, it accidentally damaged the long-sleeping secret realm, caused the barrier to collapse and be born early. Jiyu Qingfeng, who just went out to play and came back. I learned from Li Qianjian's mouth. The matter of the secret realm being born early is speechless. This Jade Dragon secret realm is too brittle. One kick was kicked. As soon as these words came out, Li Qianjian was speechless. Pil King Qiu Yulong was just a grandmaster before his death. As soon as these words came out of Jiyu Qingfeng's bandit factor riot, since the Jade Dragon mystery realm was only arranged by the worshippers, then what test do you participate in? Can't you just find a few grandmasters to join forces? After speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Li Qianjian with an unhappy face. I suspect this Mao is playing tricks on me. Hearing this, Li Qianjian explained, the secret realm is easy to break, but once it is destroyed, everything inside will be destroyed. Therefore, everyone in the world can only be honest. Participate in the trial according to the rules of the Jade Dragon secret realm. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng scratched his butt helplessly. Okay, it's 3 days from now, right? Li Qianjian gave a positive answer to this. At the same time, he also told Jiyu Qingfeng that there would be a woman was traveling with them. The voice has just fallen, and Jiyu Qingfeng's color embryo factor is online. A flash appeared in front of Li Qianren. 3 strikes with glowing eyes. Pretty? How old are you? Are you married? The sudden enthusiasm scared Li Qianjian. So he stretched out his hand to block Jiyu Qingfeng. Adults are children, don't ask. Go back and pack your things. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was bored and turned to leave. When I become the first prince, I will wear small shoes for you. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng thought about going home first, or go to Xiao Humei first, but soon he had the answer. Damn it, I've been looking at the paper man for so long. I have to let Xiao Humei wash Lao Tzu's eyes. As soon as the picture changed, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the prison cell. Kotu is wearing a sexy ribbon. Warmly walked in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Shout with that sweet voice. Master, I miss you so much. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng tore open the ribbon of Xiaowu's charm, pick up Xiao Humei and walk towards the big bed. During this period, the shouts of the small household charm faintly sounded. After 2.5 minutes, Jiyu Qingfeng is getting dressed, but I have other things on my mind. No eye contact for a long time. The Black Dragon can't even bear it. I still don't know the true situation of the Jade Dragon secret realm. Gotta go back and get ready. Go back to practice first. Then he touched the little house that was still sleeping. Look at her face. Thinking of finding a time to change him to a bigger place. Otherwise, it won't work. Finally, I kissed Odomai on the forehead and left. After returning to the room, Jiyu Qingfeng began to cultivate. In the end, without his hard work, successfully raised the internal force to the 8th level of Qi gathering. Then he relaxed. Sure enough, the desire to work is good before sharpening the weapon. It is correct to polish the Taoist heart. It seems that Qiangxianglu still has more to go. Then someone outside shouted that it was time to go. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng went out in a hurry. Things I want to cultivate. Let's continue when we come back. As soon as the door opens, Jiyu Qingfeng saw Li Qianjian. At the same time, there is another person behind. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked. Old Li, who is this? Then I heard Li Qiandao explain. This is my old friend Li Xiaotsui. This time, she will enter the Jade Dragon secret realm with you. The girl raised her eyelids and hands, greeting Jiyu Qingfeng with a cold face. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng was a little confused. It's not a little fox. This guy is deliberately hiding the little fox demon, right? Then Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward with doubts on his face. Real name. The girl just replied with her real name faintly. Unexpectedly, Li Qianjian grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's clothes at this time. I brought it to Li Xiaotsui's side for introduction. This is Jiyu Qingfeng, you two know each other, let's go. Then the 3 of them set off in the blue lark. It's just Jiyu Qingfeng on the bird's back, but he is secretly looking at the 2 of them. It's still such a big deal for Li Qianren to go out and do errands. Why would you bring a helpless little girl? Could it be that these 2 have your unspeakable secrets? Or does this girl have any special ringworm? No, I have to ask. Otherwise, he will settle the grudge between the 2. What should I do if I get promoted? Just do it, Jiyu Qingfeng shouted Li Xiaotsui when he opened his mouth. The girl turned her head. This is Jiyu Qingfeng speaking again. Xiaotsui, I heard Lao Li say, you were born into a family of Dan Dao. I don't know which family you are from, but the girl didn't give him the slightest expression. I just replied lightly that the Jiyu Qingfeng small family is not worth mentioning. Jiyu Qingfeng was anxious when he saw such a reply. Gotta have a name. But I heard the girl say that the Li family was gone. Defeat Jiyu Qingfeng in an instant. Frustrated, Jiu Qingfeng sat up with a gloomy face. Then he slowly walked towards Li Qianjian and stretched out his hands. He took out a pillow and threw it there. The person then lay there and crossed his legs. Shout out Lao Li. But in the next second, Jiu Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed. 50,000-degree hot magma. No one dares to touch it. The male protagonist is taking a shower inside. I even want to take a Mandarin duck bath with a girl. It turned out to be Jiu Qingfeng just now. I still want to take clues from Li Xiaozui's mouth. But what about Li Xiaozui's robot behavior? It made Jiu Qingfeng feel powerless, so he lay down on the spot and tuned Li Qianjian. It's just that what he never expected was, when Jiu Qingfeng carefully inspected Li Qianjian. Instantly shocked. Only because the injury on Li Qianjian's body has worsened, the parallel breath is even more unstable than it was 3 days ago. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng thought to himself, could it be that this kid has had another fight with someone in the past 3 days? But he looked at Li Qianjian and the two still felt a little unhappy. Who knows what these two are plotting? So Jiu Qingfeng thought in his heart. I'll leave as soon as I get what I want. After all, with my current strength, no matter what conspiracy you have, it's no problem to leave. Then I yawned and fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, I had already arrived at Qingshan town. It's so busy here. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng was following behind Li Qianjian and planning. This is the king entering. What does it feel like to fry fish in the Bronze Bureau? Just then, someone shouted, look. Follow the sound and look up to find. There is a big bird flying in the sky with pride in a house. However, the person above is the Great Flame Dynasty, the person of the famous Spirit Medicine Mountain. That's a lot of money. Looking at the big bird in the sky, Jiu Qingfeng cracked his mouth and smiled rich. Are all alchemy sects so arrogant? Talk about being rich. And his own strength is also tyrannical. There is a dragon-transforming ancestor in the door, who is in charge and has a wide range of contacts. Using medicinal pills to form alliances with various powerful forces, and martial arts practice acts domineering. Looking at their mount, Jiu Qingfeng was moved. When this is over, he's going to find Pu Yao. I just didn't expect that selling pills could actually make so much money. After the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm is over, you have to go back to the total. But what about facing? Only then can Pu Yao be willing to be his mount. Jiu Qingfeng was thinking about the second heavenly demon blood oath. Still working. Suddenly a golden light appeared. A man in golden armor appeared out of thin air. The rest of the people turned to his boots. Met the general. Then I heard the man speak. The Jade Dragon secret realm was accidentally damaged some time ago. The power contained in it is damaged a lot. This will be the last time the Jade Dragon secret realm will be opened. The opening time is 3 days. And everybody was shocked. The man on the other side just finished speaking and reached out to seal. After a while, the sky began to be covered with bird clouds, lightning, and thunder, with the sound of the man in golden armor. The door to the void is opened. The Jade Dragon secret realm has entered quickly. As soon as the voice fell, all the monks rushed in. Jiu Qingfeng and the others were still standing at the entrance of the Jade Dragon secret realm. At this time, Jiu Qingfeng said, I didn't expect the entrance to be suspended. Hearing this, Li Xiaozui said let's go too. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stopped by Li Qianjian. Wait a minute, people are scrambling to get a head start. There are also people who stay put in order to take advantage of the fishermen, but what is certain is that there must be a lot of danger ahead. The 10 major sects and the 4 major aristocratic families have not moved. We can also wait for the previous one. However, Jiu Qingfeng was speechless about Li Qiandao's thoughts. On the contrary, he refuted Li Ganjian with confidence. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are pointless. As soon as these words came out, Li Qianjian and Li Xiaozui were struck by lightning. Jiu Qingfeng doesn't pay attention to their feelings. Say to Li Xiaozui, come on. Then he took Li Xiaozui and jumped into the Jade Dragon secret realm. After the darkness in front of you dissipates, in its place is a fiery mountain range. See yourself being transported to the lava. Jiu Qingfeng was still a little shocked, but soon the system told him another thing that shocked him. No flying here. Just because their first exam is fire control talent. Only those with enough talent can cross the lava land. Climb the volcano to the next level. And there is a forbidden air formation here. So you can only walk from the sea of fire. So Jiu Qingfeng scolded when he fell into the sea. I be your grandma's. And the rest of us were like, wow. There's another one. But the amazing thing is that Jiu Qingfeng fell into the lava and was safe and sound. At this time, the 2 people on the shore suddenly spoke. Here we go again. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng stood up. After seeing that it was Li Xiaotsue, jump up in an instant, hold it in your arms. Then use the fire control technique. Holding Ji Xiaotsue, she slowly landed on the lava. Seeing this situation, the two people just opened their eyes. It's not just because Jiyu Qingfeng is fine. At the same time, he also lamented that the magma actually stopped churning. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly felt something. Then a jump carried Li Xiaotsue to the shore. Order the two men on the shore to take care of Li Xiaotsue. However, the two of them also agreed. Finally, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to the lava. In the next second, the magma gradually converged into a human shape. I saw tears in the eyes of the magma demon. Call Lord Jiyu Qingfeng with a trembling voice. At the same time, other aristocratic children also came in. I was puzzled when I saw that the magma was still. But when they saw the flame demon, when his whole body trembled in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Pupils dilate. What did the man do? It can scare the murderous demon into crying. They even begged for mercy. It turned out that Jiyu Qingfeng just fell into the magma. Suddenly he felt the power of the soul. So he walked in the lava. It said above, show up. Then I saw the lava in front of me. Slowly began to converge into a human form. Who would have thought that the moment it saw Jiyu Qingfeng? With tears in his eyes, he opened his mouth aggrieved. Boss, please let me go. I would never dare to make an axe in front of you. Please let me go. I beg you. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was instantly just a series of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? But I didn't want the flame demon to stand up at this time. Facing Jiyu Qingfeng road. I see. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng curiously asked him what he understood. Then I saw his serious response. I will never stand in the way of the boss. And then you just step back. And begin to absorb the surrounding magma. As the lava gathers on the flame demon. Everyone is mistaking the scene of the lava retreating. They chase towards the magma to check the situation. Little do they know that the original creator, the flame demon, after seeing the magma absorbed by itself, after that, he sighed for a long time, but suddenly there was a loud bang. The entire secret realm shook. Yoshi is the strongest shaking under the feet of the flame demon. In the next second, the sound of the scale sounded. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng standing on the head of a giant dragon. And the dragon's eyes lit up. There was a fireball in his mouth. And the rest of you exclaim. Look! Someone up there! The Jade Dragon's secret realm has existed for hundreds of years and has been opened many times. I've never heard of a dragon in the first level. Some people can't help but retreat from this. I feel like we're no match for that guy. This trip won't be in vain again, will it? But this is the last chance. But by this time someone had already bowed down, under the pressure of Jiyu Qingfeng, willing to bow down. Follow Jiyu Qingfeng's lead. However, the party concerned, Jiyu Qingfeng, watched, and the people down their side. This is the style that God should have. Then the dragon took Jiyu Qingfeng to the volcano. So when Jiyu Qingfeng reached the volcano, an elf suddenly appeared. Then he said to Jiyu Qingfeng, congratulations to the warrior for reaching the crater. You can enter the next level of the secret realm through the light gate of the crater. Please make corresponding combat preparations. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng stopped and did not pass through the light door, just because what he was thinking in his heart was, I finally came. How could it be possible to only take away the old Dan? What about these dead things? There are also those who are well prepared for arrogance and children of aristocratic families. They're all mobile vaults. It took me so much effort to drain the magma. It shouldn't be too much to take some benefits. I don't know before the demon slayer. False identity as a disciple of God. Can you fool these aristocratic children? Let's get their details first. So you can get twice the result with half the effort. So Jiyu Qingfeng turned to the others and said, I have cleared the way for you. You can't clear the customs quickly yet, and everybody in the room was shocked. They rushed to the light gate after performing the worship ceremony to Jiyu Qingfeng. However, when they arrived, but he found that Jiyu Qingfeng was standing motionless at the light gate. Just then, a son of an aristocratic family walked forward to thank him. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth for 1,000 tales. The voice just fell and shocked everyone again. Seeing this situation, some people can't help but say, the current masters are so tacky. But Jiyu Qingfeng who heard this. It exudes an aura of terror. How? You don't want to. The dignified elixir mountain actually even repays the kindness. There is no such virtue. Then the disciple respectfully offer 1,000 taels of silver with both hands. Then he swoosh into the light door. The rest of the people felt helpless. but they see the reality. I can only hand over the money to Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time, Li Xiaozui also came up. However, Jiyu Qingfeng said with a smile, "For the sake of real-world friends, I'll give you 50% off, 500 taels of gold. Of course, if you have no money, it can also be credited in other ways. For example, dear." But he wasn't finished yet. Li Xiaozui walked behind him. At the same time, a silver ticket floated in mid-air. Then I heard Li Xiaozui's warning voice. "Here you are, don't talk nonsense to me in the future." Looking at Li Xiaozui who left, Jiyu Qingfeng said the words he hadn't finished just now. "Oh, dear. What I want to say is, for example, just say thank you to me in person." As soon as the picture turned, it came to the second level of the Jade Dragon secret realm. Everyone looked at the scene of birds singing and flowers. Can't help but sigh that the scenery here is beautiful. It's a pity that there is murder hidden in it. But Jiyu Qingfeng was fascinated by this beautiful scenery. No idea. He even slept soundly there. Then the guardian spirit began to explain the test of the second level. Soul perception. There are a total of 100 spiritual guides here, hidden in every corner. Only the strong soul can sense its location. Those who obtain spiritual guidance can enter the next level through the light door. Seeing this, Li Xiaozui stretched out her hand to remind. Jiyu Qingfeng's second level is about to begin, but she didn't want her hand to touch Jiyu Qingfeng's body. When she turned around, she found Jiyu. The breeze has teleported to the side, slowly opening my eyes. 100 spiritual cues. That means there are only 100 places to advance. You can't blame me for that. Others participate in the trial cautiously. But the male protagonist participated in the trial but tried his best to make money, so as soon as he entered, he put the test to the test. The boss of the first level wins. Then take the big boss. Charge tolls at the customs gate. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng brought everyone through the first level. Come to the second level and introduce the rules with the guardian spirit. Yi Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. 100 spiritual cues, that means. There are only 100 places to advance. Then you can't blame me. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng looked ahead. You must first find the spiritual guide before passing through the light gate, if the two are not in the same position. Then there is the promotion time difference. You can get spiritual guidance by grabbing strangeness. It seems that it is another battle of plunder in the star wind and blood rain. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng's two hands were sealed. Begin to activate the power of one's own tyrannical soul. In just a moment, the power of the soul covers the audience. 100 spirit guides in the place are nowhere to be found. Jiyu Qingfeng said indifferently about this. Forget it, I'm so kind, I'll save you once. I am so selfless and selfless. When I go back, I have to ask Lao Li to send me a pennant. After speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng rushed out like the wind. Soon, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the front of the first spiritual guide, picked it up. As soon as the picture changed, a man was also picking up the spirit guide. At this moment, he was still smiling and thinking about the next step. As long as you go to the light gate, you can clear the level, but don't want to be at this moment. A blue light appears. With a whoosh, the spirit guide disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the entire map, screams sounded one after another. I have all the spirit cues in my hand. Why is the kung fu of a fleeting eye gone? However, the person behind all this, it is Jiyu Qingfeng, the sixth child. I saw it throw a sack of spirit chants on the ground. Then he stopped when he reached the light door of the second level. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was looking for something in his arms. Soon a ring was taken out. As Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand, take out the last spiritual guide in the Qiankuan ring. The collection of 100 spirit guides is completed. Just then, a familiar figure appeared behind him. Shong Jiyu Qingfeng came running. At the same time, he shouted back to me. Jiyu Qingfeng turned around after hearing the news. What else? As soon as these words came out, Li Xiaozui roared at Qiankuan ring. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng actually smiled. Hand over the Qiankuan ring in your hand. Is it your ring? I also said, who is so unethical? What about littering in the scenic spot? That is, let me. The three-good young man who picks up gold has picked it up. If it were someone else, it would definitely not be returned to you. Li Xiaozui got the ring and turned to check it. Seeing this, when Jiyu Qingfeng still wanted to peek at what treasures were inside, Li Xiaozui turned around and looked at Jiyu Qingfeng. Give me back my spirit. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng changed his face instantly. There is a limit to the vexatiousness of the little sister. I found Linian with my ability, you want to be white. Seeing this situation, Li Xiaozui also knew Jiyu Qingfeng. Have other plans. Just ask him what he wants. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Jiyu Qingfeng speak. I'm going to hold an auction. Yes, you can just bid directly. If you get it, it's yours. How did it go? Fair. But just then, there was a sudden noise not far away. When I looked up, I realized that it was other testers. I saw that they were telling about the disappearance of the spirit lead. Just then, a man with sharp eyes. I saw a sack at Jiyu Qingfeng's feet. When I took a closer look, I saw the spiritual guide in the sack. Then he exclaimed loudly, "Look at his feet." Hearing this, everyone looked over. The next second everyone is angry. When someone wanted to accuse Jiyu Qingfeng, they were stopped by someone. This person can do this kind of thing in the secret realm openly. It must be a superhuman cultivation base. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked embarrassed. But soon Jiyu Qingfeng spoke. "I just want a peaceful way for you to advance. So I decided to hold an auction here. The highest bidder gets. Do you have an opinion?" And the rest of them said, "No." Then Jiyu Qingfeng said that the auction was just beginning. Each spirit generates an auction price of 1,000 taels of gold. As soon as the voice fell, Li Xiaozui's voice rang out. 1,000 taels of gold. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was very satisfied, until he shouted 1,000 taels for the third time. No one is bidding on gold again. Therefore, Li Xiaozui easily obtained the first spirit guide. After the transaction between the two parties is completed, Li Xiaozui took the spirit guide and walked towards the light door, but her eyes stayed on Jiyu Qingfeng to explore. He actually has the strength to surpass the master. Is it because it was strangled? So who are the people of Quiche? Will Jiyu Qingfeng auction off all 100 spirit guides? After getting Jiyu Qingfeng's affirmation, the audience went into an uproar. Just then someone said, "The sooner you get in, the time gained will be more abundant and easier to clear customs." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people started to bid violently. Suddenly a man came out and talked. "My family is a god and I am a business person. This second spirit leads me to win. I hope you can give me a thin noodle for the Jiyu family." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people backed down. "I hope Jiyu Qingfeng can make it convenient for him." As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng's face instantly became gloomy. "What if I said no? The man wants to use the reputation of God Hu Zhai to take down Lingyan." Jiyu Qingfeng wanted to conduct the auction with justice and fairness, but the other party has to step on the nose and face. "My family is the afterlife of God, although it is now in the secret realm. But can you promise not to go for the rest of your life? You have to figure out what it is to offend God." However, the word fruit has not been spoken yet. Jiyu Qingfeng sent him to the sky with one punch. The wind is light and cloudy. Can we continue now? The act of such a burial scared everyone present. But they were also afraid of Jiyu Qingfeng. Only dare to go crazy inside. This guy doesn't even care about God. Could he be a lunatic? At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng saw everyone who was still there. "Go for them. Who issued the Xianyuan pill just now? Go ahead." The disciple of Wen Yangling Medicine Mountain reached out his hand. "It's me. The 2 bottles of Xianyuan Dan I gave out." Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng also knew that no one would bid again. He sold the second spirit guide to the disciples of Spirit Medicine Mountain. However, when this disciple faced Jiyu Qingfeng, still have more than enough. Just because he thinks Jiyu Qingfeng is obviously a lunatic. So when he got the spiritual guide, he quickly walked towards the light gate. Jiyu Qingfeng praised it when he saw it. "Look at that, what a motivated young man." Everyone was speechless. "That's not all smelled by you." After this incident, it became clear to everyone, although Jiyu Qingfeng is a lunatic, but he's a principled lunatic. Seeing this, everyone started to bid one after another. 1 hour later, the auction of 100 spirit cues ends. Jiyu Qingfeng harvested a lot, and those children of aristocratic families who cannot afford the price. You can only slow down the elimination, but fortunately, I got a small life back. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Jiyu Qingfeng felt full. The second level that should have been a river of blood. No one was injured under his own leadership. So after everyone left, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and began to control the soul power, imitate the soul fluctuations of Lingyan, slowly enter the light door. As soon as the picture changed, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the third level. What comes into view is a protective light shield. All the people who advanced are inside, and there is a cauldron of alchemy furnace in front of them. At this time, the introduction of the guardian elf sounded in Jiyu Qingfeng's ear. The third level is to test the level of alchemy. It needs to be within 2 hours. Practice the high-grade medicinal pill Wang Huadan of 70% color, to get out of the ban and enter the land of inheritance. Places are limited to the top 10. Look at the person in the shield. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this in jail? Just then, Jiyu Qingfeng saw a familiar figure. Yell at her. Li Xiaozui, can you come out? Hear a familiar voice. Li Xiaozui's figure suddenly stopped. Jiu Qingfeng, how did you get in without a spirit guide? Unexpectedly, Li Xiaozui's voice. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then came the question of the crowd. Why weren't you locked up? Why can you come in without a spirit guide? Who the hell are you? Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng smiled indifferently. I'm just like you, a person who has come to enter the secret realm, and doesn't this third level have legs? As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless again. I believe you. We're the ones here to explore the secret realm. You call it home. Looking at their envious eyes, Jiu Qingfeng looked proud. Lift your legs and walk towards the light door, but just then Li Xiaozui stopped him. This is indeed the last delivery. But it can also be regarded as the penultimate level. Behind the light gate is the land of inheritance. There is a stone tablet inside. The stone tablet is engraved with the introduction to the method of spiritual refinement, only the introduction to comprehension, to be eligible for the true inheritance. Jiu Qingfeng, the primer on the method of spiritual refinement, belongs to the realm of God. For so many years, no genius has been able to understand. You can imagine how difficult it is. Wait for me. I'll come out as soon as I finish refining pills. Go in with you. I have a way to help you get the inheritance. As soon as these words came out, Jiu Qingfeng stopped, while complaining about Li Xiaozui. I have known you for so long. This is the first time you have said so much. But I heard Li Xiaozui's voice again. And it's not because of your own personality. Lord Li is afraid that if you go in, you will destroy the stone tablet, caused our plan to fail. As soon as these words came out, Jiu Qingfeng's attitude changed instantly, looking at Ji Xiaozui coldly. But I don't know your so-called plan yet. Tell me first. Then Li Xiaozui continued to explain. It is an independent miniature space stone tablet. And the stele is fragile. Once any violent means are used against the stone tablet, will cause the space to be broken. Destroy legacy. The correct way is to understand the inscription. After comprehension, the inscription automatically dissipates. The inheritance space will only open. Based on previous experience, let's use soul power to erase the inscription. But this inscription was written by King Dan with soul power. So we have to go in together. Wenxin Jiu Qingfeng curiously touched her purchase. How do you know so many secrets? Only then did Li Xiaozui turn around and answer him. I am the descendant of Qiu Yulong, king of Dan. The secret realm test should be difficult. But for the male protagonist, it's like going home for dinner. Take the magma dragon in the first level. Toll collection. The second level is to collect all the spirit imports for auction. There is no need to compete in the third level, and you can directly enter the last level. Jiu Qingfeng just let out a faint "oh." Seeing this situation, Li Xiaozui became anxious. Seeing Li Xiaozui's disappointed expression, Jiu Qingfeng pouted. Otherwise, what's so surprising about that? Isn't it the descendant of King Dan? I am still a descendant of Yang Huang. I'm proud. Seeing Jiu Qingfeng's indifferent expression, Li Xiaozui was a little helpless. So you get the idea. Only I can take you in. Only then can we obtain true inheritance. But he didn't want Jiu Qingfeng to care about what she said at all. Got it. So I'm going to try it myself first. Hearing this, Li Xiaozui helplessly held his forehead. Did you not hear a word of what I said? Unexpectedly, Jiu Qingfeng suddenly said, you seem to be afraid that I will go in alone. Li Xiaozui, you don't treat me as a partner at all. If you don't tell me the truth, then let's go our separate ways. In fact, Jiu Qingfeng had already seen through Li Xiaozui's small thoughts. That's why he said those words on purpose. So when Li Xiaozui saw Jiu Qingfeng, after not believing herself at all, she became anxious. What do you want to know? I tell you. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng started to talk. That's more like it. You go on. Seeing this situation, Li Xiaozui was bulged by Jiu Qing's elegant face. I want the legacy to be born. Prove to the people of the world the existence of Bhutan and the Dharma of refinement. Prove for the ancestors. As for who gets the inheritance, it has nothing to do with me. After my ancestors died, set up the Jade Dragon secret realm. But since no one has been passed on for so long, many people began to question the authenticity of Bhutan and the Dharma of refinement. Some even spread rumors. It is said that Buladen can increase lifespan against the sky. It doesn't matter. The law of refinement is also a scam. He also said that if he could really refine the elixir, why did you die young? In fact, the early death of the ancestors was due to the refining of the elixir. Encountered a fate. Became the new Dan King. But my ancestors said, no one can practice a high-quality elixir. The pills of this new pill king must be fake. The most important thing is that he also broke through the Jade Dragon secret realm, seen inheritance but not comprehended, so he hates the ancestors. Huang said that he could practice 10 quality medicinal pills to destroy the ancestors, and because of him, the ancestral reputation plummeted. I must correct the name of my ancestors this time. After listening, Jiyu Qingfeng was puzzled, since many people doubt the authenticity of Bhutan. Why would so many people come to the Jade Dragon secret realm? Li Xiaocui explained his doubts. The temptation of Bhutan and the word side-by-side king, even if it is only 1 in 10,000, it's enough for them to be in danger. But I didn't want Jiyu Qingfeng to turn around and say to Li Xiaocui at this time, I prefer exclusive rewards. After saying that, regardless of Ji Xiaocui's retention, leave on your own. Take me for a fool. There are too many loopholes. Nothing. Correct the name of the ancestors. Do you want the Leshan giant Buddha to get up and let you sit? And Lao Li's body was injured too timely. He is a demon slayer, but he raises fox spirits in the demons. Since it's a win-win. Why don't I ask and don't tell? Obviously tricky. Then he went to the light gate. She waved at Li Xiaocui and entered the light door. As the darkness fades away. As soon as he entered Jiyu Qingfeng, he heard the system prompt. The host was attacked by an illusion. Trying to erase your memory. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng understood. No wonder so many people have comprehended in 100 years, but no one can remember the content. This is so. It's not because of the divine method at all, too mysterious to remember. It was erased. Those with low realms can't resist illusions at all. Those with high realm may not necessarily understand alchemy. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his feet on the stone tablet, kicked 6 times and yelled. Your damn Qiu Yulong is a piece of shit, right? I want to use illusions to erase my memory. Cut off Lao Tzu's wealth, and he took out his pen, and he tried to write it down. But with Jiyu Qingfeng copying the alchemy path, soon found something wrong. What kind of mess is he writing? Why are the contents of those books that I read only half? At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly woke up. Maybe it's because of my lack of knowledge and can't understand it. But Jiyu Qingfeng wouldn't blame himself. Pointing at the stone tablet, he began to scold the bowl. Slot, Qiu Yulong. You copied a few books to fool people. And lied to those people for so long. I caused Lao Tzu to toss and toss, and I didn't get any benefits for a month. Unexpectedly, there is no physical guardian spirit at this time, suddenly appeared and said to Jiyu Qingfeng, you can't be so rude. But Jiyu Qingfeng, who was angry, would not have a good face. Scolding at the guardian spirit. Did you know that I can just punch? Blast your guardian realm. And I can still break your skin. As soon as these words came out, the guardian spirit was terrified, disappeared in place in an instant. After fleeing to the distance, he looked at Jiyu Qingfeng. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng asked why he didn't need alchemy, and you can enter the 3rd level without relying on the spirit. Hearing the words, the guardian spirit was also a little confused, but he explained what he knew. In the 3rd level, there are only 100 alchemy cauldrons corresponding to Lingyin, so you are not relying on spiritual guidance. Naturally there is no place for you, but the former Pill King may not have imagined it either. Warriors under the true Qi realm. It can actually walk through the master-level secret realm at will. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng called the guardian spirit to quickly repair the secret realm. Seeing this, the guardian spirit stopped him and asked, how did you get to the 3rd level? Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng is big for the guardian spirit. Get out of here, don't delay me from understanding the method of the divine refinement. The man lived by virtue of the Bhutan Dan, become the first alchemy king that everyone admires. After death, he was rejected by thousands of people, just because the world can't learn the exercises he left behind. They began to question the authenticity of Bhutan, even rumors that Bhutan is false. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng no longer paid attention to what Li Xiaocui said, entered the land of inheritance. How did you get in here? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was annoyed. Shout at the guardian spirit. I ask you what about Bladen? Hearing the words, the guardian spirit is seeing. After Jiyu Qingfeng's strength, turn around and run away. But it's a pity that Jiyu Qingfeng is seeing. The moment he was about to escape, I have reached out my hand and released my mental power. Trapped it in place. Did I let you run away? I give you 2 options. Or give it to Lao Tzu Bhutan, or I will send you to the west. As soon as the voice fell, the trapped guardian spirit was also very helpless, because there is no Bu Lao Dan in the inheritance space at all. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng teleported to the front of the guardian spirit. Pardon? Only then did the guardian spirit react and cover his mouth. How did you tell the truth? Instantly release your own soul power. The guardian spirit trembled with fear. So under the power of Jiyu Qingfeng, the guardian spirit told the truth. Although there is no Bhutan here, but there is a method of refinement. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng felt ashamed and angry. Strangle the guardian spirit. It's okay if Qiu Yulong lied to me. How dare you, a mere guardian spirit, lie to me? You think I don't know if the method of divine refinement is fake? To hell with it. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng began to increase the strength in his hands, facing the power of life. Guardian spirit intermittent. Tell Jiyu Qingfeng that he didn't lie to him, and I reached out my hand and I had a thought. A scroll appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng loosened the neck of the guardian spirit. If I find out that you lied to me, I'll let you live and die. Then he caught the scroll firmly. Then Jiyu Qingfeng opened the scroll. Looking at the scroll in his hand shocked Jiyu Qingfeng. Shit. But it seems that the breath is different. Hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's words, the guardian spirit was a little curious. Have you seen other demon scrolls? So in order to understand the ins and outs, Jiyu Qingfeng faced the guardian spirit with another life-threatening attack, and then he began to explain. 150 years ago, although Qiu Yulong is a top alchemist, but not the first alchemist. But he felt that he was born into a family of alchemy. Should be the first. So he started the long challenge of alchemists. Unfortunately, he failed. However, just when he thought it was, you will fail if you are not good at your studies, they started training hard. But it didn't change the ending. That's when he got the scroll. And he was thrilled. But he also has principles, directing the sacrifice of those causes of death to refine the elixir. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng directly interrupted the guardian spirit's words. Ask him what the sacrifice is. Only then did the guardian spirit explain. This scroll records a sacrificial ritual. Sacrificing life to the demons of longevity. You can obtain the ownerless longevity to refine the elixir. Of course, you can also sacrifice your own. It's just that the proportion of sacrifice depends on the cultivation base. The higher the cultivation base, the higher the quality of life. How to calculate the lifespan of Jiyu Qingfeng in this regard? The guardian spirit is an example of ordinary people. 10,000 years can only be exchanged for 1 year. Grandmaster's words can be exchanged for 1 year in 10 years. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was curious about this scroll. How many times can you use it? After hearing the guardian spirit say unlimited times yes, Jiyu Qingfeng is happy. Then can't I offer CAI himself? Life in exchange for unowned life. Then when the demons of longevity rob me of my life, he. As soon as an idea comes to mind, Jiyu Qingfeng began to get upset. But suddenly Jiyu Qingfeng asked the guardian spirit, Qiu Yulong is not afraid of future generations. Did the scroll ruin his reputation? As soon as this is said by the guardian spirit. So have you ever wondered why that stone tablet is fake? But these words boiled Jiyu Qingfeng's hair. Reach out and grab the chin of the guardian spirit. Something to confuse those people I know. But you'd better finish the story just now. Then the guardian spirit continues, although my master knows that refining the elixir of immortality is against the way of heaven, but he has no regrets. All he sacrificed were death row prisoners. Or the worst people in the poor area. It can also be regarded as eliminating harm for the people, but he can also see the wrong person. Once he killed a bandit into his counterfeit products. But I don't want to be a knight who is strong and helps the weak. The owner blamed himself after that. So the master is afraid to blame the good person again. He decided to seal the scroll. But how could some strong people allow it? So they blackmail and bribe. Oda master. Finally, he decided to use his life to refine the last Bhutan. But then the strong man was killed. The master escaped. Using his last strength. Set up this Jade Dragon secret realm. Jiyu Qingfeng didn't understand this. Why didn't he destroy the scroll when he didn't want to hurt anyone? Then the guardian spirit said. Scrolls cannot be destroyed by external forces. The purpose of its existence, it is to help the devil as a middleman to earn the price difference of life. No, I just don't want someone to steal his first. The guardian spirit was furious. It doesn't matter if he can beat Jiyu Qingfeng or not. Fist towards Jiyu Qingfeng's face. Unfortunately, it was easily avoided by Jiyu Qingfeng, then slap him to the ground. Turned away. It's none of my business what your master thinks, as long as this scroll is real. That's when the realm began to shatter. The guardian spirit lay on the ground in despair. Suddenly a blue light appeared. Li Xiaotsue was teleported here. But this place is about to collapse. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately took Li Xiaotsue's hand and was about to leave, but she didn't want her to insist on asking Jiyu Qingfeng to hand over the Bu Lao Dan. Jiyu Qingfeng was helpless about this. Kid! Wake up! There is no Bhutan here. Hearing this, Li Xiaozue still refused to believe it. Just then a voice sounded. What he said is true. No, old Dan. A cute soft girl in order to get the inheritance of her ancestors. He even tore his own clothes. The male protagonist blushed at the sight of this. I didn't expect a big transformation. I just saw that the secret realm is about to be broken. Jiyu Qingfeng pulled Li Xiaozue and was about to leave, but she was entangled and asked to keep the old Dan. Jiyu Qingfeng was speechless about this. Kid! Wake up! No, old Dan. But she still wouldn't believe it. Until a voice came from the side. What he said is true. No, old Dan. Hearing this, Li Xiaozue turned his head, then she opened Jiyu Qingfeng's hand. Wait for the two to see. The guardian spirit stood up with a majestic face. Nope. Everything is gone. At this time, Li Xiaozue tentatively asked, are you the guardian spirit? Seeing this, the guardian spirit smiled slightly. Exactly, then you should be able to feel it. I am Qiu Yulong's ancestor bloodline. Hearing this, the guardian spirit gave an affirmative answer. Then I saw Li Xiaozue reach out and ask for the guardian spirit. Then this inheritance should be mine. I want to justify the name of my ancestors to the world. I want everyone to know. My Qiu family is the #1 medicinal family in the world. You can't help outsiders. After saying that, Li Xiaozue actually laughed out loud. Jiyu Qingfeng and the two looked confused. And the spirit spoke. The master's inheritance did not leave the old Dan. Only the method of refinement. As soon as these words came out, Li Xiaozue cracked. There is only one sentence in my mind. There is no Bhutan, but soon she came to her senses. Grab the guardian spirit and ask, what about the method of refinement? Seeing this, the guardian spirit half knelt on the ground and looked at Jiyu Qingfeng. The method of refinement was taken away by the one in front of you, so Li Xiaozue turned to Jiyu Qingfeng again. The divine refinement method you took belongs to our Qiu family. Give it back. The voice just fell. Jiyu Qingfeng was angry at her dog. How many times have you asked Lao Tzu for something? Don't think that I dare not hit you because you are a woman. Unexpectedly, just then, Li Xiaozue stretched out her hand and tore open the clothes on her body. Jiyu Qingfeng was shy when he saw this. I thought the other party was dedicating himself to myself. Little do you know that the cute girl will become a King Kong loli in seconds. Then let's compete. Who won? Whoever takes the inheritance. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. I also want to see how capable you are. I dare to lick my face again and ask Lao Tzu for something. 2.5 minutes later, Li Xiaozue is still flexing her muscles. In the end, the guardian spirit couldn't watch the opening. Because he wanted to preserve his master's descendants. That inheritance is hard to trust with yours. If you can't understand the level, just give it to him. After speaking, the guardian spirit suddenly found himself dissipating. Inheritance and birth. I'm out of time. Child, listen to my advice. After going out, live well. Don't cling to the false reputation of being the best in the world. The voice just fell. Li Xiaozue asked in confusion. What do you mean? Now we are strong enough to justify our ancestors. Are we wrong? False name. That was the ancestors. How can it be a false name? But the guardian spirit has dissipated. No one answered her question. At this time, the people in the third level C, the two people who suddenly appeared began to discuss. Look, it's the person who went in before and the white-haired girl. There they go. Then it must have been inherited. That's why the secret realm collapsed early. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned to Jiyu Qingfeng and the two surrounded. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng blocked Li Xiaozue behind him, then he took out the wooden jade sword. Disdainfully say to that group of people, no matter how many ants gather, they are all ants. Let's go together. But at this moment, a light appeared. At the same time, people outside the Jade Dragon secret realm. I also saw this dazzling light. All of them now have weapons in their hands. Those who are ready to be surrounded and passed on. Nebo is the golden armored guard who opened the secret realm and is also watching. Boom! You rode golden light straight to cloud fragrance. Then there was another explosion. The golden armored guard suddenly exclaimed. Legacy is born. But when the smoke clears. Jiyu Qingfeng is protecting Ji Xiaozue. At this moment, the golden armored guard shouted at the two of them. Among you, who obtained the inheritance of King Dan, stand up and follow me to meet Bai Xia. As soon as this sentence comes out, Yi Qingfeng whispered and asked Li Xiaozue how he felt. After seeing that she was fine, Jiyu Qingfeng was about to pretend to meet them. Li Xiaozue took out a black bead. Then the beads were dismantled by a strong wind. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was still a little confused. The golden armored guard already understood what Li Xiaozue was going to do, shout while rushing up. Thief dare. Then the golden armored guard stretched out his hand and slapped it down, but he only touched the purple shield. Immediately after, Jiyu Qingfeng and the two disappeared in place. The golden armored guard was very angry about this. Immediately order an all-out manhunt. The rest of the people also fled to their homes to sue. The screen changes to a valley somewhere. Do you know? I was disturbed when I was the most celebratory and pretentious. However, standing in front of Jiyu Qingfeng, what are several people discussing? He didn't mean to pay attention to Jiyu Qingfeng at all, and he was really upset. I said, you three wisp ants, no matter how much you ignore people, there must be limits. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people were instantly attracted by him. Hearing this, Li Qianjian had a sinister face. Jiyu Qingfeng, don't make me do this to you. You can rest assured. As long as you. But he wasn't finished. Jiyu Qingfeng rushed over. The little fox shouted at Li Qianjian to be careful. But Jiyu Qingfeng's fist had already hit Li Ganjian. At the same time his body flew out. Anyone who has played cute girl and hot imperial sister knows. A normal man doesn't get angry at either at all. But the male protagonist slapped the two mercilessly. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng saw Li Qianjian. When the three ignore themselves. Without saying a word, he rushed forward. The fist will blow Li Qianjian away. The sudden scene stunned Little Fox and Li Xiaozui. But Jiyu Qingfeng did not intend to stop. Walk slowly towards the two, but the Little Fox was because of Jiyu Qingfeng. The strength shown is too powerful. Just asked in confusion, how is that possible? Aren't you only a grandmaster? Why is it so powerful? But the only thing that responded to her was a big pocket. He sucks and you two bitches. Did I let you talk? Then, with a look of indifference, he gathered his true chi in his hands. Another punch for both of them. Let them fly out like Li Qianjian. But even so, Jiyu Qingfeng has not stopped. I am very unhappy written all over my face. I really want to know. Who gave you the courage? Dare to discuss the plan in front of me. You clearly don't take me seriously. But if your explanation satisfies me, maybe I can let you live. I'm not finished yet. Sure, Qingfeng felt it. A fierce breath hit him. Then leaned back slightly. He dodged Li Qianjian's attack. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng was not polite either. Punched in Li Qianjian's abdomen. The hand is sharp and the blade is knocked away again. Tell me about you. How old is he? Why are you still so over the top? Then when Jiyu Qingfeng looked over, I saw Li Qianren standing up and asking, who are you really? But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't want to pay attention to him. Instead, he said to the three with a smirk, you want to live? It's not impossible. Let's play a game of two choices. Li Qianjian, you can only take one of these two women. You two live. Another one dies. I count to 3. If you don't choose, then you're all going to die. As soon as these words came out, Li Qianjian clenched his fists tightly. Then he ran to Li Xiaozui's side and said, I choose Li Xiaozui. After saying that, he hugged Li Xiaozui and walked away. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked the little fox with a bad look on his face, what does it feel like to be abandoned? But in the next second, a golden light appeared. Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked by this scene. Shit. There is also a Super Saiyang fit in this world. Follow the line of sight. Inside that golden light is Li Qianjian and Li Xiaozui who have already merged. Soon, Li Qianjian walked towards Jiyu Qingfeng. It feels good not to have to suppress your strength. Yi Qingfeng, I admit that I underestimated your strength. It's a pity that your physical body only has the strength of a grandmaster, and my whole body strength has reached half-step dragon transformation. You and I are too different in strength. You let him go now. I can still let you go. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng laughed crazy. Xiao Li, you're inflated. But Li Qianjian didn't want to believe what he said. But Jiyu Qingfeng just sighed. It was my fault. I actually let you treat my pity valve as weak. After speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng no longer suppressed his strength. He opened his mouth while releasing his breath. But you're right about one thing. That is, the feeling of not having to suppress strength is really good. Facing such a powerful soul pressure from Jiyu Qingfeng, Li Qianjian asked Jiyu Qingfeng again in disbelief. Who is it? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. Who am I? Lao Tzu is your ancestor. The voice just fell. Little Fox and Li Qianjian. They attacked Jiyu Qingfeng together. But unfortunately, Jiyu Qingfeng sent the little fox flying with one punch. Then he gathered his soul power and said to Li Qianjian, I don't know who you really are. I don't know what you're up to. But I only know one thing. That is, you shouldn't lie to me. Shouldn't try to take away my reward. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng used the power of the soul, raised the sharp blade high. Then used the soul power to gather the other hand. Let Li Qianjian have a long memory in his next life. Then he blasted towards Li Qianjian. Just then the little fox shouted, "Don't kill him." Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng stopped his movements. And you get excited when you can move. But at this time, Li Qianjian is not harmful in the face of death. Instead, the little fox, "Go away, go away, I don't need your help." The little fox was also moved to tears when he saw this. Because he really hates people who deceive him. He meows, "Obviously you lied to me first. Even want to replace me as the king side by side. It's because I'm strong enough that I can't let you meet. You guys are crying right now. Make me look like a villain." Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately decided to fulfill this hard-working couple. Pick up the little fox with the other soul hand. Then put the two together. Seeing this, the little fox quickly took out his fox treasure. Begged Jiyu Qingfeng for mercy, and the one who sent Jiyu Qingfeng here before, the black light curtain is its ability. This treasure cannot even be broken by the powerhouses of the dragon transformation realm. He even threatened Jiyu Qingfeng with his life. If you don't let them go, commit suicide. Let him never learn the secret of becoming a god. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked them to answer a few questions. The first one, who is Li Qianjian? Only after understanding. Li Qianjian is the descendant of King Qiu Yulong, Qiu Qianren, and Li Xiaocui is his flesh and blood doppelganger. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes widened. Would you like to hear what you're saying? Anyone who likes online dating knows that there are many versions of Loli. And the male protagonist not only met today, cute Loli turned into King Kong Barbie. Also learned that this King Kong Barbie is the same gender as him. The angry male protagonist beat him on the spot. Just after Jiyu Qingfeng asked, he learned that Li Qianjian turned out to be the descendant of Qiu Yulong, King of Pill. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked. Spicy eyes. Then I couldn't help but turn my back and vomit. Is there something serious wrong with Walter? Get a flesh and blood doppelganger, you have to be a female. Hearing this, the little fox opened his mouth to explain. Because God made the Jade Dragon secret realm open early, he had to take out the incomplete doppelganger and use it. And the method of flesh and blood doppelganger is an ancient forbidden technique. It takes longer than women to develop male doppelgangers. That's why Jiyu Qingfeng can't be embarrassed about this. I still had some ideas about him before. Why did the little fox forget to speak uneasily at this time? For the sake of spiritual weapons and the secret of becoming a god, can you leave us alone? After speaking, he looked in the direction of Jiyu Qingfeng. Very sorry. No. I hate it when people lie to me. Everyone in this world who has lied to me is dead. He's not immune. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng thought of Pu Yao in his heart. In an instant there is a perfect excuse. However, the little fox heard Jiyu Qingfeng's words. Kneel on the ground immediately, full of anger. As long as you let him go, I promise you everything. Don't you like to go to Qianxiang building to find women? I'm still a virgin. I am willing to be a slave. Serve you wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Li Qiandao is big. Sumai can't. Then he staggered to his feet. Today, I kidnapped Jiyu Qingfeng under the eyes of everyone. The emperor will find out in a few days. Do you think he will spare my life? Can't become a king side by side. No hope of revenge. Take my life if you want. Fortunately, inheritance is born. In the future, everyone will know that the elixir and the method of spiritual refinement are true. It can be regarded as the name of the ancestor. The voice just fell. The little fox shouted, I don't want you to die. Watching the two of them go their separate ways. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly laughed. You two are playing at 8 o'clock, and you are still acting hard? But it's about Lao Tzu's image. The words must be made clear. I went to Qianxiang building to hone the Tao heart. It's not about sex. Now I'll let you die. The inheritance of the Jade Dragon secret realm is real, but no old Dan. Then Jiyu Qingfeng took out the Sky Demon scroll. Throw it in front of Li Qianjian. This is the divine method left by your ancestors. You can read it yourself and talk. Then I hugged my head and started laughing like crazy. It's all fake. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng did not understand. Isn't it just a false name? Why look so hard? Then the little fox explained. He is sad about the lives of his whole family. After the death of King Dan, Because of the inheritance and the temptation of the elixir, countless people went to the Jade Dragon's secret realm. No one succeeded. After a long time, some people began to attract the attention of the Chiyo family. I think the Jade Dragon's secret realm is just a hat. In the end, those who used to be friendly with the Chiyo family. He actually killed the Chiyo family all over the place. Fortunately, a small number of people escaped, hiding away from the world. But the world is big. But it's also bigger than desire. They ended up escaping for a long time. In the end, it was discovered by the people of Lingyao Mountain. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask about Lingyao Mountain. Didn't Jiyu Chen say that the method of spiritual refinement is fake? How did you get involved? Little did I know that Li Qianren was angry when he heard this. That's a damn living name. The reason why he denied, it's just to deceive the world and monopolize the things of the Chiyo family, and they didn't give up looking for Bhutan at all. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng wanted to hear it with great interest. Unexpectedly, the little fox's face changed. Want to know what's next? Then let's make a deal. However, when Jiyu Qingfeng heard the little fox fishing for his appetite, evil smile gathers soul power into the hand. Not to mention sending you to the west, but if your story makes me happy, consider letting you live. Then 3 people sat on the ground. The little fox continued. Li Qianjian used to be very gentle, but it became like this for revenge. It is also because of the powerful power of Lingyao Mountain. That's why he wants to be the king side by side. But Jiyu Qingfeng was not interested in this at all. This is too ordinary. Change it. This sentence made the little fox jump. Then he opened his mouth uneasily. I am the princess of the Qingqiu Fox clan. When I was young, I sneaked out. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng directly said the follow-up content. Xuanwen is tired of watching the counterattack of the pig's feet with a blood feud. You were rescued by Qiu Qianren after you encountered danger, and then you fall in love over time, right? But your people use his family to help. So you fell out with your clan. After that, he helped Li Qianjian escape from the capture of Lingyao Mountain, and then there's the final villain, right? As soon as these words came out, the little fox and the 2 were stunned, looking at Jiyu Qingfeng. Are you the legendary expert who can predict the future? However, Jiyu Qingfeng did not answer their questions. Instead, he smiled slightly. Then I'll give you spoilers. Your bloody drama is over. I am the villain. What do you want? Give it a go. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was dyed red with blood at this time. At the same time, there is the cry of the little fox. No, I saw the little fox dead. Grabbing Li Qianjian to benefit himself. If you want to die, kill me first. I will die with you. Seeing this, Li Qianjian threw away his head with heartache, holding the little fox. Jiyu Qingfeng looked up in discomfort. I miss you so much. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng thought, Li Qianjian is still the demon slayer of the demon suppression division. You can let him bring those demons over to rub himself. Then he saw Jiyu Qingfeng using his soul power. Vision. Then I saw Li Qianjian and the little fox. Send the police to recognize Jiyu Qingfeng as the master, and he gave them the first order. Capture all the demons in Wutong County Demon Suppression Prison within 3 days. The male protagonist is immortal. It's okay to turn the power of the Blood Oath Demon into use. Now he actually dares to have other ideas about the Sky Demon of Show. Just now. After Jiyu Qingfeng gave the order, Little Fox and Li Qianjian still look calm. Pardon? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng used the illusion again. The 2 were ordered to get up. But when they left, Jiyu Qingfeng said, remember the 1st floor of Devil Suppression Prison, the charm in the 6th room from the left. Must be brought safely. If she loses a hair, you 2 don't have to live. Do you understand? Hearing the words, the 2 respectfully expressed their understanding. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng left the little fox behind. Let him tell him the secret of the Fox clan's treasure and becoming a god. Then I saw the little fox. He took out the bead just now. That is the treasure of the Fox clan, the Eye of the Fox, heaven rank high-grade spirit weapon. It has rare spatial properties. The holder can tear apart the space teleportation. It can also activate the space barrier. It is a treasure of escape and defense. But because the doppelganger of Jiyu Qingfeng and Li Qianjian was only teleported, unavailable for a short time, it takes 3 days to charge. The secret to becoming a god is that the ancestors of the Fox tribe are true gods. Once left the mystery of becoming a god in the ancestral land of the Fox tribe, the Eye of the Fox is the key. But only the cultivation base has been reached. If you enter the level where God is not bad, you will not die. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself, seeing God is not bad, isn't this tailor-made for me? It seems that I should become a god. Then let the little fox and Li Qianjian go to catch the demon together. After the little fox leaves, Jiyu Qingfeng excitedly took out the Sky Demon scroll. but Qiu Yulong left a formation on it. I still need Ji Yu Qingfeng to break it first. After 2.5 minutes, a voice sounded. Sand little human, summon me to make a deal with me. Ji Yu Qingfeng used it as soon as the voice fell. Broken eyes view the true body of Sky Demon. I saw that his whole body was exuding a blood-red breath. He looked at Ji Yu Qingfeng with a smile on his face. Terran, how much longevity do you want to sacrifice? As soon as Sky Demon finished speaking, Ji Yu Qingfeng's voice rang out. I want to sacrifice all my life. Hearing the words, the demon's face was full of doubts. All. After getting the affirmative answer again, the demon smiled. Interesting. Little brother, if you are sure you want to sacrifice, why don't we make a deal in advance? As soon as these words came out, Ji Yu Qingfeng suddenly became interested. You say. Hearing the words, the demon slowly opened his mouth. I remember the last time was like 2,000 years ago. Too bad that man is a scum. 3 years later, I married another beautiful girl. Forget the woman. Hearing this, Ji Yu Qingfeng felt something was wrong. Co-authored his deal is to let himself listen to his stories. If it weren't for the fear of being scared away by Lao Tzu, I really want to spray him to death, then pick up a stone. Throw it at the devil. Can you hurry up? Lao Tzu is in a hurry. The damn father is here to sacrifice Shou Yuan to you. Who wants to hear your story? I've heard enough stories for 2 days. Ears are so calluses. Look at Ji Yu Qingfeng's irritable behavior. The devil is not angry, but finds it fun. So eager. It seems that your beloved is dying soon. Laugh. Human emotions are really interesting. He was actually willing to take his own life to fulfill him. Looking at the demons who are still pushing. Ji Yu Qingfeng threw the stone again. Less shit. Quickly calculate the lifespan for Lao Tzu. Hearing this, Sky Demon stretched out his hand and pointed at Ji Yu Qingfeng. You only have 200 years left to live. It's interesting considering your body and soul. But the cultivation base is too low. Make a compromise. Allow you to exchange for 20 years. As soon as these words came out, Ji Yu Qingfeng was angry. My body is like a dragon. The soul has also reached the point where seeing God is not bad. It turns out that the lifespan is only 200 years. Is there any mistake at the same level as the Grandmaster? After hearing Ji Yu Qingfeng's doubts, Sky Demon explained. Dragon transformation is a transformation of the level of life, and you haven't changed. So your physical body has reached the dragon transformation realm, but it's not a real dragon. The soul does not live longer. You can only live forever after you die. So your soul is worthless. Hearing these words, Ji Yu Qingfeng was happy to understand. No wonder those people worked so hard to cultivate. It turns out that realm is so important. Go back and practice well. Then say to the devil. Lord Tianmo, 20 years is 20 years. Hurry up and exchange it for me. In fact, I'm thinking. Seeing this, the demons no longer talk nonsense. He reached out and a ball appeared between his fingers. The small ball flew towards Ji Yu Qingfeng. Then it fell into Ji Yu Qingfeng's hands. Then the ball has dozens of tentacles. Get into Ji Yu Qingfeng's hands and start to absorb it frantically. As the ball sucked Ji Yu Qingfeng, he realized. This product still absorbs the lifespan first. Co-authoring this product is still a devil who collects money first and then does things. But in the next second, Ji Yu Qing was happy. Looking at the ball in my hand and sighing. It seems that you are destined not to receive the money today. Ha ha ha. Then Peng's sound sounded. Ji Yu Qingfeng crushed the ball. Seeing this situation, the devil was angry. Drop his weapon immediately. Arrogant human. You will pay for looking at me. Little do you know that looking at the weapons attacked by the demons, Ji Yu Qingfeng just stood there motionless. The mouth is still adjusting the insurance. Come on, you have the ability to talk big. Do you have the ability to play me? So with the attack of the demons. The system's voice also rang. Ding host is attacked by the demons of Shouji. Life expectancy plus 200 years. Hearing the words of the system, Ji Yu Qingfeng's core was happy. On the contrary, the demon became even more angry. Sky Demon raises his hands, instantly attracted countless red and black lightning bolts. Ji Yu Qingfeng must be punished. But at this moment, a bead appeared beside the demon. He was originally a terrifying extraterrestrial demon. But the male protagonist not only called him a fool, he even threw a stone at him. The angry Shouji Tianmo sent it on the spot. With his fury, the originally clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. Just haven't waited for him to make a move, a huge eye appeared in the sky. dying to kill him. The demon who sensed something was wrong turned back. Only when I looked at it I realized that it was the Eye of Heaven. Damn Sao Qian World Qian Dao. If it's not too far away, the deity can be destroyed with one hand, but now it's just a doppelganger. Then Sky Demon turned to look at Jiyu Qingfeng. And you, lowly ant. How dare you insult me, this supreme being? You wait. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, however, the words of the devil have not finished yet. The Eye of Heaven has already stretched out a hand. Bounce it away. At the same time as being bounced off, the demon scolded and scolded. I will definitely come back to settle the bill with you. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng waved at the Sky Demon. Watching the scene of being expelled by the heavenly axiom, Jiyu Qingfeng sighed helplessly. He took out the scroll again. Then the devil came back. He looked at Jiyu Qingfeng angrily. How dare you summon me again? Jiyu Qingfeng looked indifferent to this. Welcome back. See the angry devil. Jiyu Qingfeng hastily reminded you to speak quietly. What if you are attracting the Tao of Heaven, and then you have to be kicked out like a dog again? As soon as these words came out, the devil gritted his teeth. How dare you be so presumptuous? Do you have any idea what a great being you are facing? Before he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng took out the scroll. Very caught in the hand. If you marry again, believe it or not, I will destroy this scroll. The devil suddenly stopped when he heard the words. This little human is actually threatening him. It's a pity that the two of them are not related. Sky Demon can't do anything about Jiyu Qingfeng. When Jiyu Qingfeng saw that the Sky Demon was no longer in reverse. I have a way to summon the Eye of Heaven. You don't think I can destroy this scroll? There is no way to stop you from finding the destined person. I've seen a lot of demons like you. What else can I do besides some harsh words? If your words count. I'm already a god. A dog thing that bullies the soft and fears the hard. Then Jiyu Qingfeng pointed at himself with disdain. Hurry up and do it, I want to sacrifice Shou Yuan. Now I'm standing in front of you. Why are you doing it? As soon as these words came out, the devil was speechless, but he still whispered, you establish a connection first. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng began to establish, but the mouth still blames the devil. I just made you dizzy. Forget about it. I want to sacrifice all my longevity. As his voice fell. In the next second, a huge claw came through the air. Then grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng at an extremely fast speed. Ding, the host is attacked by the demon of longevity. Longevity plus 500, Jiyu Qingfeng laughed instantly. He was anxious. Then he made a face at the devil. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng in high spirits, Shouji Tianmo's face was full of doubts. Why was Shou Yuan taken away by you? Who the hell are you? As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was even happier. It is bound to light up the sheep hair of the devil. I am you enough. Hey, are you angry? If you are angry, hit me. Son, I want to sacrifice all my life yuan. This time it's 900 years. You still plan to send you an answer for hundreds of years. Hearing this, the demon of longevity became angry. I'll kill you. After speaking, he controlled the ghost hand to hold the Lian knife. He slashed towards Jiyu Qingfeng Wolf. The host is attacked by the demons of Shouji. Shou Yuan plus 2000. Hearing the sound of the system, Jiyu Qingfeng felt even more refreshed. I want to ridicule the demon of longevity again. But when he opened his eyes, the demons escaped. The deity has locked your breath. Just wait. The true body of the deity will come to capture you into the devil world. Eternal torture. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng spat in disdain. He turned to look at the scroll on the ground. But when he called again. But I can no longer summon the demon of longevity. After a while of tossing. Jiyu Qingfeng was very sad about this. Suddenly, he remembered that the demon of Shouji had just said, remember your breath. Wouldn't that change it? Just one person can do it. Then he caught the weasel from the space. Let it summon demons. A confused weasel was trembling with fear. He quickly begged Jiyu Qingfeng not to sacrifice it. Sacrifice you, this kind of good thing can get your turn V. You're afraid you're thinking about farts. The weasel who heard this looked down. But under the pressure of Jiyu Qingfeng, he still followed the scroll. Summoned the demons of Shou. Soon, the demons of Shouji came here. Lowly demon. How much longevity do you want to sacrifice? Hearing this, the weasel hurriedly spoke. Supreme Sky Demon Lord. I will sacrifice my master's life. Hearing this, the demons thought there was a good show from the Lord. Unexpectedly, when Jiyu Qingfeng said that his master was himself, the devil is confused. threatened Jiyu Qingfeng directly. Believe it or not, I summoned my true self. However, Jiyu Qingfeng was not afraid at all, even ridiculed the demons of longevity. Nothing but harsh words. However, the weasel at this time gave birth to a different kind of human thought. This Jiyu Qingfeng really doesn't know the sky and the earth. How dare you offend Lord Tianmo? And then I saw this weasel shouting to sacrifice Jiyu Qingfeng's longevity. Hearing the words, the demon of longevity was angry. How dare you two might ants lie to me? After saying that, a knife suddenly appeared in the hands of Sky Demon. They rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng and the two of them. After a loud and cool sound, the sound of the system sounded. The host is attacked by the demons of Shouji. Longevity plus 2009. Men rely on their immunity to fight and improve their strength. Start crazy card bug summons boss. At the same time, they also use verbal ridicule to attack themselves. Just now, Shouji Tianmo's anger value is off the charts. Summon Death God Lian Dao to attack Jiyu Qingfeng. Unfortunately, it didn't cause him any harm. On the contrary, the longevity of the demons, it was also taken away by Jiyu Qingfeng one after another. However, hearing what the system said, Jiyu Qingfeng said expressionlessly, Madajin Shu. Then he shouted at the devil. I just wanted to ask if you could be a little more generous next time. Little did they know that the demons had already opened the portal. He turned to look at Jiyu Qingfeng. It showed an expression of wanting to disassemble Jiyu Qingfeng's bones into his abdomen, but he didn't say anything, he just ran away. Jiyu Qingfeng was speechless when he saw the disappearing formation. Why are you running so fast? I'm not a monster. Then he lifted the weasel up and put it back into space. And compliment it. 1000 beautiful. I'll reward you next time I think of it. Then Jiyu Qingfeng put on the phantom mask. Ready to ting Emperor Lao's wall. After 2.5 years, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to Wutong County. I saw him riding on the head of the big bird. Looking at the soldiers underground, sure enough, there is still a handsome mount, and the bird under his feet is the one from Lingyao Mountain. Take this guy on top. However, when Jiyu Qingfeng landed, a large group of soldiers gathered around. They just made way. At the same time, Wutong County C was very lively, just because the notice board is posted. Jiyu Qingfeng obtained the inheritance of the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. Unfortunately, he was taken away as soon as he left the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. As long as you provide clues, you can receive gold 10,000 taels. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward and tore off the notice. The others exclaimed when they saw it. And Jiyu Qingfeng walked out of the crowd under the eyes of the crowd. At this time, 2 officers appeared and asked after seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, "It's you who took down the notice?" After getting his affirmative answer, Heng Jun speaks again. "Sir, please come with us." Seeing this situation, some people can't help but sigh. Is this guy crazy? I really don't know how high the sky is. How dare you actually reveal the notice? I really want to see how he looks like being trained by the county lord. Hearing this, some people agreed with him. It is. This kind of person should be arrested and locked up for 2 days. Is the notice of hangman something you can take off if you want? But some people felt that Jiyu Qingfeng really had a clue. Otherwise, how dare you reveal the notice? However, Jiyu Qingfeng did not pay attention to these words. After 2.5 minutes, County Hengli, a loud sound came out. What? You are Jiyu Qingfeng, and you have to report yourself. And the owner of the voice is the county lord of Hengman. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng standing in front of him answering. Exactly. Seeing the county lord so shocked, Yi Qingfeng was a little disdainful. Look at him like he has never seen the world. I guess I never thought I would report myself. If I had known earlier, I should have asked the 2 catchers first. Report yourself if you can get the bounty. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng's affirmative answer, the county lord doesn't understand it very much. Lord Jiyu, you have already obtained the Bhutan and inheritance. Why bother with this bounty? As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng asked the county lord, "Do you think you have too much money?" Lord Wenyang County also immediately gave the answer no. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself, what if you report that you can't get the bonus? Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng had a flash of inspiration. But can I find someone to cooperate with? Then, Jiyu Qingfeng gathered the flames in his hands, looking at the county lord with an evil face. What are you going to do, sir? I have a wife. Not broken sleeves. Jiyu Qingfeng was speechless when he heard this. I only love beautiful women. Don't put gold on your face. You go and tell the person above. You found me. Then you go to claim the reward. Give me the money. The voice just fell, the county magistrate's eyes widened. What? Lord, you asked me to use my life to deceive the emperor. Then he hugged Jiyu Qingfeng's thigh and begged for mercy. Lord, there are old and young in the lower official, right? However, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care about what he said. Raise the fireball high. If you don't do this for me today, you have to measure the consequences yourself. After saying that, he threw the fireball in his hand. And there was a boom, and the fire started. The house has a hole. Frightened County Magistrate Dogfire trembled all over and replied with a shaky face. It is my pleasure to help adults. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng kicked the county lord away. You have to understand what it means to be king side by side. That's the man who can sit side by side in a dragon chair with the emperor. Half of the Great Flame dynasty belongs to this king. What a shit crime of bullying the king. That's not a word from this king. The lord of Wenyang County shouted, listen to the words of the prince. In fact, I'm scolding. I was so arrogant as soon as I got the elixir. In case you can't be the king side by side. When you cry. If it's exposed. Blame it. This Wutong County street gate is all mine. After that, he bought a few Demon Slayer messengers. Put the blame on him. I'll see if you can still be so extravagant. But he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he asked cautiously. Does Jiyu Qingfeng want to rest? When he was about to take Jiyu Qingfeng away, a golden light appeared in the sky, penetrating the house candy. Jiyu Qingfeng in the house was frozen. Seeing the county adults are still feeling cool. You deserve to act tough. Now the gold is mine. But soon Jiyu Qingfeng exhaled. It is easy to lift ban A. At the same time, a voice sounded. Jiyu Qingfeng is really you. The streets are covered with the male protagonist's rope order, but the first thing the male protagonist thinks of is not to run away, but take yourself to Hangman to receive the reward. Just when Jiyu Qingfeng was receiving the reward, the roof is punched by a special energy. Seeing this, the county lord shouted Jiyu Qingfeng anxiously. Look at this battle. Should be an old acquaintance. Then they saw the golden armored guard appear in front of them. It's really you. It's really you. We're tracking down the soul breath. Sure enough. How did you escape? Looking at the other party's attitude, Jiyu Qingfeng was very unhappy. Looking at the golden armored guard with his hands folded, the king was kidnapped on the way. Rescued by a mysterious man. He disappeared after saving the queen. Then the king came back by himself. In fact, I am scolding in my heart. Why don't you pinch your handsome face with a mask another day? Go outside and act like a mystery man. Need you again to relieve your anger. After listening to what Jiyu Qingfeng said, the golden armored guard hurriedly asked what the identity of the mysterious man was. What are the characteristics? When I heard Jiyu Qingfeng claiming to be this king, I thought he was arrogant. Haven't received the reward yet. How dare you call yourself this king? At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice interrupted the golden armored guard's thoughts. If only this king knew his identity. They call him Mysterious Man, but this king remembers that he was wearing a black robe. Cover your face with a mask. I don't know anything else. In fact, I was thinking of using Pu Yao to push it first. Wait for the fool to pass. Get a mysterious person out as usual. Hearing these words, the golden armored guard suddenly thought of something. Jiyu Qingfeng asked when he saw this. Could it be that the general listened to this king's description? The general remembered who? Or is this person someone the general knows? Hearing this, the golden armored guard coughed awkwardly, then changed the subject. I'm still waiting for you. Come with me to meet the barrier first. Jiyu Qingfeng yawned at this, ready to follow. But just as he was leaving, he patted the county lord on the head. Don't forget to help this king get the gold. When things are done, I will reward you when this king comes back. Then the two of them headed towards the palace one after the other. On the way, the golden armored guard glanced at Jiyu Qingfeng, slowed down and asked. You really got the elixir and the method of refinement. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng spoke lightly. There is no Bhutan in the inheritance at all. Only the method of refinement. The golden armored guard was taken aback when these words came out. Jiyu Qingfeng's face was full of disgust. Look at you who have never seen the world. The golden armored guard looked at the other party's fearless appearance and asked. Then you are guilty of bullying the king. What are you going to tell me? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng hugged his chest with both hands. What? How? How could I possibly deceive you? Instead, he left behind the method of spiritual refinement that can practice the elixir. I'm thinking. Isn't it just to prolong life? At that time, it will be over to find the demon of longevity. Seeing this, the golden armored guard asked Jiyu Qingfeng, how certain is it that you can practice the elixir? Jiyu Qingfeng replied calmly to this. As long as there are enough medicinal materials, it must be 10%. Then the golden armored guard reminded Jiyu Qingfeng a little bit. Be careful when entering the palace. As soon as the picture turned to the prince's mansion. At this moment, someone is voting for the prince. Jiyu Qingfeng has entered the imperial capital. Hearing this, the prince's face changed greatly. Roared. Hurry up and contact the kingdom of demons. After speaking, he saw a subordinate hurriedly stop him. Your Royal Highness, absolutely not. Working with demons is tantamount to seeking skin from tigers. Let's think long term. Before he could finish speaking, the prince hurriedly interrupted him. A flash appeared in front of the subordinates. The wolf kicked it away with one kick. His face was full of anger. What do you losers say besides long-term planning? Fox has been the crown prince for decades. These years, fox milk is thin ice. Always beware of father and brother. Seeing the end of my father's life approaching, another Bhutan ran out. They're in the fox's way, damn it. All deserve to die. Now only the kingdom of 10 demons can save the fox. Then he gritted his teeth and asked his subordinates. You still want to stop? Do you want to harm the fox, right? However, the already mad prince could not hear any explanation. Reached out and strangled his neck. You want to harm the fox, Lonely will not let you. Then go to hell. Then the prince stood up. Come. Who dares to go to the kingdom of demons with a lonely warrant? Eradicate the descendants of Bhutan for the fox. Reward. The screen returns to Jiyu Qingfeng's side. I saw him sitting in a sedan chair with Mitomai in his arms. Then a red light stopped the sedan chair. The sudden break scared Jiyu Qingfeng and couldn't prevent him from falling. Then a sound came from outside the sedan chair. Firecrow Taoist. How dare you go deep into the hinterland of my great flame dynasty? Official sedan chair. What do you want? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng's expression changed. There are monsters robbing. Then a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Free from head debt. I'm coming to you to collect debts. Then he jumped and flew out. Appear in front of everyone in a handsome pose. Pretending to be angry and pointing at each other. You are the culprit. But the other party is not angry when he hears it. Instead, he smiled at Jiyu Qingfeng. This is the descendant of Bhutan. There is this seat today. You're not going anywhere. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was trying to gather true energy, but then the golden armored guard stopped him and told him to step back. Jiyu Qingfeng's face suddenly changed when he heard the words. He turned his head and glanced at the golden armored guard. I count to 3. Let go. As the countdown sounded, Jiyu Qingfeng began to gather his true qi. Just one blow sent everyone around you flying. Finally, look at the demon in mid-air. You're next. In order to make the emperor abdicate early, he didn't hesitate to join forces with a group of evil monsters. Just to stop Jiyu Qingfeng and cut off the emperor's eternal life. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng took the sedan chair to the palace. But I encountered a demon blocking the road and robbing. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng was instantly furious, looking at the demon in the air with a gloomy face. Then Jiyu Qingfeng rushed forward. At the same time, the mouth is still saying, it's not too late for you to apologize to me now. Hearing this, the demon said. I won't be afraid of him, an 8th level waste. However, when the demon answered, Jiyu Qingfeng had already arrived in front of him with red eyes. I gave you a chance. Then don't blame me for scolding you. Everyone looked at it. It's you. Damn Lao Tzu, a bottle of wine worth 10,000 gold. Just let your grandson jump. I know you're damn wow. Look at your damn face. If I don't beat the shit out of you today. It's all clean. I heard Jiyu Qingfeng's constant insults. The demon realized that he had been humiliated. All the birds and crows are approaching him all the time. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? I'll kill you. After saying that, he waved his hand, and there was a huge wave of crows. They flew towards Jiyu Qingfeng one after another. But at this moment, the golden armored guard rushed out. He used his shield to block in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Then he shouted to the person next to him. Quickly use the teleportation array to escort Jiyu Qingfeng away. However, he saw the golden armored guard standing in front of him. Jiyu Qing clenched his fists tightly. The next second, Jiyu Qingfeng reached out and patted the golden armored guard. Get out of my way. Little do you know that this golden armored guard is a dead brain. No, it's my job to protect you. Don't worry, I will never let this demon do anything to hurt you. Jiyu Qingfeng just said something softly about this. Don't worry, my soul is stronger than yours. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the golden armored guard. Just then someone shouted. General teleportation array has been completed. The voice just fell. The golden armored guard took Jiyu Qingfeng's hand. Hold him in your arms. Then fly away. Jiyu Qingfeng was still reluctant to part with this. Look at your experience pack. At the same time, somewhere on the top of a mountain, several Xiaoxi are looking for Jiyu Qingfeng and Golden Armored Guard. Suddenly there is a saw an unbelievable scene. Meet the Golden Armored Guard and Jiyu Qingfeng, appeared in front of me in a way of 6 or 9. At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng woke up. I was shocked to see the big dirty in front of me. Get up and leave. Then I saw a few people discussing how to return to the palace. So the rest of the people saw this. Immediately spliced a top with wooden boards. However, he hadn't waited for Jiyu Qingfeng to sit on it yet. There was a loud bang. The palanquin suddenly exploded. The sudden situation made everyone unprepared. As the smoke dissipates, they realized that there was a large group of demons not far away. The white-haired demon led by the leader opened his mouth. Get him. He is Jiyu Qingfeng. Don't let him get away. Seeing this situation, the Golden Armored Guard still protected Jiyu Qingfeng behind him. Jiyu Gongzi has many thieves. Run. I'll hold them for a while, you go first. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng stood up, unhappy to defend the golden armor. Make sure it's not holding me back. Then warn the Golden Armored Guard. If you stop me again, I'll clean it up with you. However, the demon was also annoyed when he heard what Jiyu Qingfeng said. Undervalued. Then he rushed out and said, but you have to pay for your arrogance. Seeing that the demon is about to hurt Jiyu Qingfeng, the Golden Armored Guard quickly pushed him away, but at this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng unleashed his soul power. Look at the demons coming towards you. Spit out 2 words. The whole body can't move. See the leader who advocates. The rest of the demons are blinded. How come? Boss is controlled. Let's go help. Hearing the white-haired demon shout, no, do not come, and then when he looked back. But I saw that the rest of the demons were overwhelmed by an invisible force locks the throat. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded again. I told you. As soon as the voice fell, the white-haired demon knelt down. Only then did Jiyu Qingfeng continue to speak. Why is it so hard to be a prince? A young man from a small town. Was he wrong to win the throne by his own efforts? Hearing the white-haired demon's trembling answer. Nope. Then I heard Jiyu Qingfeng asking him, why do you always have to trouble him? Seeing this, the demon was very afraid. Admit your mistake to Jiyu Qingfeng's magnetic head. However, Jiyu Qingfeng only raised his head gently. If I let you go, who will let me go? The guards built a wooden sedan for the male protagonist. And it still comes with a 360-degree panoramic skylight. I didn't expect the kung fu of the belly eye. This beautiful masterpiece was blown up. Simply kneel down and let the other sulfur head spare his life. But Jiyu Qingfeng raised the demon's face indifferently. I can spare you. Then who will let me go? One breath of time. The demons only have white hair left. At this time, he was still struggling with Yuan Qiu and Jiyu Qingfeng. As long as you let me go, I'll give you anything you want. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. You just woke up now. Late. Pay attention in the next life. Don't make it in my hands again. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng gathered his true qi in his hands. With one palm, the other party was sent to the west. The rest of the guards are watching. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the Golden Armored Guard. Go and collect the belongings on the house for this king. Hearing the words, the Golden Armored Guard quickly replied, yes, Lord. At this moment, the attitude of the Golden Armored Guard is completely opposite to before, even after seeing the scene of Jiyu Qingfeng killing. I'm glad I didn't piss him off. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng walked to the side and said to the Golden Armored Guard, have a good rest first. Leave tomorrow. The next morning, the guards carried Jiyu Qingfeng on their way. And Jiyu Qingfeng sitting in the sedan chair. I'm checking the universe rings of those demons last night. No wonder these demons came out to rob. That's too poor. Dozens of demons. I can't get a decent spiritual weapon together. Forget it for the rest of your life. You're all dead anyway. Remember to fatten yourself in your next life. I'll come back to you. Then take out a jug of wine in the Qiankuan ring. I drank it myself. But just then, the laughter of the demon came from outside again. Ding Qing only knew at a glance that it was the crow yesterday. I saw him stretch out his hand without saying a word, attack Jiyu Qingfeng's palanquin. There was a loud bang. When the smoke clears. Then I broke back and yelled at you again. Looking at the furious Jiyu Qingfeng. The crow beast smiled. Qin Rusong has been killed by me. Your guards are all dead too. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I'm in a good mood today. Maybe I can let you go. but Jiyu Qingfeng ignored what he said. I looked around the scene opening. You're smarter this time. Actually not front hard steel, chose to poison. The crow beast is a little proud. I spent a lot of time looking for you yesterday. Put it that way. You are determined to win both Bhutan and me. As soon as the voice fell, I heard the bird and crow beast give an affirmative answer. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng no longer wasted his saliva. Water gathers chi, so confident. But I will also test you. See if you have this ability. Then use the spiritual power that sees God and is not bad. Attack in the direction of the crow beast. Seeing such a shocking scene, doubts arose in the bird beast's heart. Who the hell is this guy? There is such a terrifying soul coercion. But at this time, the bird beast did not know what to think. His eyes instantly became determined. I can't just give up. Don't give up even for those rewards. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's soul power has been successfully transformed. When the crow beast came back to his senses and saw it, he was completely confused. In the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng no longer waited. Used as a wave, the transformed soul power attacked the bird crow beast. Seeing this, he also reacted very quickly. Use shields to fend off attacks. But he was mistaken. The power in Jiyu Qingfeng's body is too strong. Mainly, I am not Jiyu Qingfeng's opponent at all now. It seems that I will have to use all my strength to fight him. Then I saw the crow beast exert all its strength. Condensed a huge fireball. Jiyu Qingfeng was happy to see this picture. Are you really going to hit me? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng posed and waited for the crow beast to attack. Just like this, under the expectation of Jiyu Qingfeng, the crow beast threw the condensed fireball at Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time roared, "Don't be too arrogant." There was a loud bang. All the attacks of the crow beasts hit Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time the system rings. The host is attacked by the fire crow Taoist. Fire attribute plus 10,000. Fire attribute has reached the upper limit. Congratulations to the host. The innate firebending general rank is a fire spirit body. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes to inquire about the system. It's over. After hearing the system's affirmative answer, Yi Qingfeng raised his hand and said, "Then this demon is useless." In the next second, the flames surrounded Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Then a flash. Jiyu Qingfeng came in front of the bird crow beast, boxing in his belly. Then another punch to his cheek. Knock it out. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was like a killing god. But although the bird beast that was knocked off can spit blood. But the next second, it suddenly exploded. Then the whole body was covered with feathers and a big transformation took place. Eightfold cultivation of chi gathering, but with a powerful soul. And a body comparable to the dragon transformation sky. There is also the ability to resist fire. Kid, who the hell are you? Hearing the inquiry, Jiyu Qingfeng looked impatient. Call me your father. The written language is that I am you enough. The internet terrier is a Wasnadi. Which one do you like? Then fly into the air. Flap your wings to create a small tornado. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled disdainfully, reaches out and pulls out a bead. Then throw it into the air. Old boy, don't cry and tell your dad that he bullied you later. The male protagonist is in order to become a god, when facing attacks from others. Not only did he not fight back, he stood still. Just because the secret to his becoming a god is to hit to level up. So when Jiyu Qingfeng saw the crow beast, when converging into a small tornado in mid-air. Not at all, and even showed a wicked smile. Then he took out a bead and threw it into the air. A blood-red shield covers the two of them. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng kindly reminded the other party, "This place has been blocked by this king, unless you defeat this king. Otherwise you can't escape." I heard what Jiyu Qingfeng said. The raven beast feels humiliated. Spread your wings in an instant. Charge towards Jiyu Qingfeng at a speed of 100 meters. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng closed his eyes tightly and waited for the attack, thinking. Upgrade one more level. The bird crow beast came to Jiyu Qingfeng in front of his eyes, shouting death to you. Then he slapped Jiyu Qingfeng's body with a palm. Then a fireball was gathered and blasted towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Looking at the motionless Jiyu Qingfeng bird crow beast with some disdain, the descendants of Bhutan are nothing more than that, just bluffing. At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes, looking at the attack of Hupping's punches on himself. The system didn't respond. Jiyu Qingfeng was a little disappointed about this. I thought it had changed. I have a new harvest. Co-authored, a monster has only one effect. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qing turned his palm into a fist. Look at the crow beast in front of you. After saying that, he punched towards the crow beast. But it's a pity to be blocked by it. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't find it strange. Teleport behind him. And the raven turns around. I saw an unforgettable scene in his life. And there is a red and black dragon circling behind it. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng asked the crow beast, "Now do you still think I am weak as a human?" As soon as these words came out, the crow beast immediately backed away. Then manipulate the feathers on your body. At the same time, he also wrapped himself in flames and attacked Jiyu Qingfeng. Look at the feathers coming at you. Jiyu Qingfeng only raised the protective shield, but at this moment, the system's voice sounded. The host is attacked by the fire crow Taoist. Defense plus 10,000 fire attributes plus 1,000. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng had some rumors. Didn't you just say it was useless? Only then does the system explain. Daoist fire crow now attacks with different forms and weapons. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. After getting the system's affirmation, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the crow beast and said, "Go ahead." However, the crow beast feels that Jiyu Qingfeng's behavior is too extravagant. Launch a feather attack on Jiyu Qingfeng again. As feathers continue to attack Jiyu Qingfeng, the sound of the system has never stopped. Until the bird beast felt something was wrong. Just stopped attacking. Did he get the wrong script? Why don't you move? Saw him stop attacking. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help shouting. Do you have any other forms? The voice just fell, although the crow beast is very confused, but he still answered Jiyu Qingfeng's question. No. Only one human form. A prototype. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng reached out and pointed at him indifferently. Then you're useless now. Then Jiyu Qingfeng lunged towards the crow beast. Fist also waved at it. It's a pity that he avoided it. Seeing this, the crow beast also stretched out its wings to attack, but he was caught by Jiyu Qingfeng. Then there was the sound of fists and feet intersecting. But soon lost to Jiyu Qingfeng's crow beast. 2 jumps away from him. After that, he turned back to look at Jiyu Qingfeng. How could he have done it in such a short time? From the 2nd level of Huolong to the 3rd level of Huolong, this kid is weird. I can't continue to entangle with him. So he turned around. Spread your wings towards Jiyu Qingfeng, then the energy is gathered between the wings. Kid. It's time to end. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked. Shit, there is a surprise. The next second, the crow beast said proudly. I just forgot to tell you, the poison I poisoned won't take the lives of your followers at all. They were poisoned. Die by my move. Enjoy it too. Anodic yin lonely yin ghost fire. After saying that, he blasted towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Look at the gas bombs coming at you. Jiyu Qingfeng looked satisfied. It seems that I was sloppy again just now. After Jiyu Qingfeng finished speaking, the gas bomb came. Huge explosions resounded through the sky. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. The host is attacked by the fire crow Taoist. Fire attribute plus 10,000 fire attributes has reached the upper limit. Congratulations to the host fire spirit body for advancing to fire spirit body. In particular, inform the Vulcan body that it is the god of fire. Not only can you control the flames of the world, it can also increase the power of fire. Wait for the smoke seal to dissipate. Jiyu Qingfeng walked out of the double smoke. Raise your head and look forward with a smile on your face. How many other forms do you have? Anyone who has fought knows, if you can't beat it, you have to run. But when the male protagonist encounters someone who wants to hit him, unexpectedly, he didn't run and threatened others to use more force. Just now, the crow beast used all its strength. It is bound to eradicate Jiyu Qingfeng. Wait for the smoke to clear. Yi Qingfeng walked out unscathed. Looking at the crow beast with a smile. Ask him how many other forms he has. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng unscathed, the crow beast was shocked for 100 years. How is that possible? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. Then this king will answer your questions first. Hello again. You should watch it carefully. Then Jiyu Qingfeng shouted fire. The dark purple flame used by the bird crow beast just now, appeared in his hands. Even more powerful than the raven beast has ever released before. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng shouted, anode cathode. In the next second, a purple lotus flower appeared in the flames. Surprised to see the lotus in bloom. Turn around and run away. The crow beast knows best how powerful this black lotus is. Just play by yourself. I won't accompany you anymore, and that's life-threatening. I'm not stupid to play with you with my life. However, when he escaped, suddenly knocked over, suddenly the face of the raven beast and the earth kissed. Then I saw the crow beast stand up dizzy. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng broke into laughter. Are you walking without watching the road? Hearing this, the crow beast panicked, but then he also found that he had no way out. When he saw the huge black lotus above Jiyu Qingfeng's head. People are stupid. Then I saw Jiyu Qingfeng again. It is getting closer to itself step by step. In the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng threw the black lotus in his hand at the crow beast, and the bird fought back. Hold up the protective shield to block the attack of the black lotus, but unfortunately, the power of the black lotus is not something he can resist. Breathing shield makes a cracking sound. Then the shield shattered. But strangely, the imagined damage did not materialize. The crow beast is a little tricky about this. Just then, Jiyu Qingfeng walked over. Do you want to live? As soon as the voice fell, the crow beast nodded again and again. I'm afraid that if I slow down, Jiyu Qingfeng will knock him. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng slowly opened his mouth. That's so great. So let's go back to the original question. How many forms do you have? In other words, did you hear this crow beast Yang Yang Wei Wei's answer? And ask what is form? Only then did Jiyu Qingfeng react. I forgot. You monsters have no culture. Never mind. Wait until this king goes to the imperial capital. Let's find a way to educate you well. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the crow beast indifferently. Then you stand up and hit me now. As soon as the voice fell, I saw the crow beast's whole body shaking. Intermittent opening. No dare not. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng slapped him. Fight or not, if you don't hit me, I will dismantle you now and make soup to drink. Then it exudes a terrifying aura and threatens the crow beast. I beg your pardon, do you want to fight or not? In this case, the crow beast replied submissively. Hit, can't I fight? Then Jiyu Qingfeng picked up the crow beast. At the same time, he patted his body and said, call here, you know? The crow beast nodded to this. Then he carefully patted Jiyu Qingfeng's chest. However, this behavior directly angered Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this, the bird and crow beast slowed down. I thought to myself that he really wouldn't resist. You brought this on yourself. Then don't blame me for not showing mercy. And then a wing goes up. He slapped Jiyu Qingfeng with all his strength. At the same time, I shouted in my heart to die. Whoosh! The system's voice also sounded unexpectedly. The host was attacked by the fists of the Firecrow Taoist. Defense plus 20,000, but Jiyu Qingfeng was not satisfied with this. Why is there no general class yet? Could it be that the bonus has been weakened by being hit too many times? So Jiyu Qingfeng pointed at the crow beast again and said, come again, be quick. You're too slow now. What are you waiting for? Hearing this, the crow beast gave Jiyu Qingfeng another slap. The next second screams sounded. Take a look at Dingqing. The owner of the voice is not Jiyu Qingfeng, but the crow beast. I saw him hugging his wings, coughing and crying. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng punched it to fly. Lao Tzu asked you to come again. The pain of your shouting. I can't tell if the crow beast is suffering in this situation. I'm coming. Then another few punches. Jiyu Qingfeng was unhappy when he saw this. Use some strength. You didn't eat. 2.5 hours later, the crow beast finally couldn't bear to sit on the ground. On the contrary, Jiyu Qingfeng was refreshed, just because he feels like he's reached a tipping point. Just a little bit. Come again. As soon as these words came out, the crow beast begged for mercy. Lord, please let me go. But Jiyu Qingfeng didn't listen to what he said. You either headbutted, or I will punish you. You can only choose one of the two. So in order to save his life, use the last bit of strength of your body. The wolf slammed into Jiyu Qingfeng. I only heard the loud sound of broken yuan. It was originally a Firecrow Taoist who killed countless people. Now I'm exhausted by killing myself. And this pervert fed him pills after seeing it. Let him wake up and continue to beat himself. Looking at the fainted crow beast, Jiyu Qingfeng lightly spit out 2 words. Waste. It's the first time I've seen a monster who knocked himself unconscious by beating someone. What a waste. Which demon was sent? Damn. From now on, I will have to take a detour to your old boss's house. Then the system rings. The host is attacked by the Firecrow Taoist. Defense plus 10,000. Congratulations, the host's defense has reached its limit. Black Dragon Immortal Height Level Advancement. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng laughed out loud. Finally advanced. The physical strength has reached the 6th level of dragon transformation. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the unconscious crow beast, and he walked up. For the sake of you helping me. This king spares your life. Then he took his Qianquan ring. Erase the mark. Do you still have a lot of pills that you like? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng mercifully took out a pill. Put it in the mouth of the crow beast. When you wake up, maybe you can still waste it. After 2.5 minutes, the raven beast opened its eyes. Where is this? The next second, when he saw Jiyu Qingfeng, his whole body shook. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng said with a gloomy face, Waste wakes up. Come and let your savior use it again. Hearing this, the bird crow beast sat on the ground. Lord, the little demon has no more demon power. It's really gone. Then he lowered his head and stopped struggling. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng still didn't believe it. Die and keep hitting me. You choose one. The voice just fell, the bird crow beast was speechless, and he was thinking. What kind of monster is this? You can get addicted to being beaten, but for your own life. The crow beast immediately changed the subject. Adult, don't you ask who ordered me to come? Aren't you the least bit curious? I'm just a little demon at the 6th level of dragon transformation. And how exactly do you know your whereabouts? As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng became a little interested. Let the raven beast continue. Then the crow beast slowly explained. He is the crown prince of the Great Flame Dynasty, contacted the demon kingdom and promised benefits. Then I was sent over. Hearing this also confirmed Jiyu Qingfeng's previous speculation. I see. That's all you have to say. Can you die? After Jiyu Qingfeng finished speaking, he gathered the energy into his hands. Seeing this situation, the bird crow beast hurriedly begged for mercy. No, my lord, I'm still useful. Sir, I see that you came in a sedan chair all the way. I wonder if the little demon will be lucky enough to be your mount. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng lowered his head. It's just a 6th layer of dragon transformation, and it's a crow, not even Pu Yao. I feel like riding you is a drop in price. This sentence broke the heart of the crow beast in an instant. So in order to move back to a city. My lord, I have a trace of golden bird blood. That's why I have this ability to control fire. Seeing the bird beast so precious, Jiyu Qingfeng also became compassionate. It's not impossible to accept you, but you have to tell me about the kingdom of demons first. After all, in Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes, the kingdom of 10,000 demons is his super experience gift package. It's an ideal paradise. And the raven begins to talk. The kingdom of demons is a country composed of demons, is the largest demon force. As long as you pass through the mountains of the 2 worlds in the far west of the Great Flame Dynasty, it is the territory of the demon kingdom. If adults want to go, I would like to be the most faithful guide for adults. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng lightly spit out a few words, then take the oath of allegiance. Hearing this, the crow beast is still a little rude, but in the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng used coercion. Then I saw the crow beast kneeling on the ground. I will send the police from today. Loyal to adults. Serve adults. If there is a violation, it's hard to die from lightning. No asshole. However, when he called the police, Jiyu Qingfeng took out a scroll. As the crow beast swears. Blood threads wound around the hands of the crow beast. But the crow beast at this time did not know. The oath I swore is a blood oath. Carefully asked Jiyu Qingfeng. Master, what do you think? Are you still satisfied? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said lightly, not bad. From now on, you will be my mount. Seeing this, the crow beast stood up and felt secretly happy. Hey, I'll make you happy for a while. As soon as you open the barrier. Put away your cruel smile. Look what's on you. The next time you want to trick someone. Don't laugh so hard. So obvious. Hearing this, the crow beast looked at his hands. I saw that his hands were tightly entwined by bloodlines. Even the body is entangled in it. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded again. Look at me again. Hearing this, the crow beast looked over. Looking at this bloodline, crow beast feels a little familiar. Soon he remembered. It's the blood oath of the devil. Seeing this, he looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with even more fear, stuttering even. Jiyu Qingfeng warned him gloomily about this. Shut up, you are now the king's man. Pay attention to your image when you go out. If you make this king go out, you will be ashamed. The king hangs you up and beats you. As soon as these words came out, the crow beast knelt on the ground and nodded frantically. Then Jiyu Qingfeng gave the crow beast a task. You go to the demons. Find a demon slayer named Li Qianjian, and a fox demon named Su Mai. Count the demons. Help them bring the demon to the deity. Then Jiyu Qingfeng took out the bead and took it back into the enchantment. With a whoosh, the crow beast disappeared in place in an instant. However, just then, a blue figure appeared behind Jiyu Qingfeng. Boom! A big hole appeared in the ground. The smoke cleared and a white-haired old man appeared. After seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, the old man asked what happened. Seeing the situation, Jiyu Qingfeng briefly described it again, said he was rescued by a mysterious man. But I didn't see that person's face. Hearing these words, the old man looked at Jiyu Qingfeng confused. The male protagonist has just entered the palace to meet the emperor. Before speaking, he was tied up by a Tai Lan. And Tai Lan also wants to do bad things to the male lead. Just now, the white-haired old man found Jiyu Qingfeng. Immediately after, he opened the teleportation array with a wave of his big hand. Then Jiyu Qingfeng appeared in the palace with the old man. Come on, follow me to see Bai Xia. Hearing this, the two quickened their pace. Seeing this, the old man clasped his fists with both hands. Jiyu Qingfeng, the descendant of Bhutan, brought it here. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but sneak a glance at this scene. I didn't expect this palace to be really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. A casual Tai Lan is a powerhouse in the dragon transformation realm. Then the emperor's weak voice came. Hurry up. Give Union Bhutan. The voice just fell next to the emperor, Tai Lan. He turned his head and glanced at Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth. I don't have Bulayadon, but I know the magic. Can refine elixir. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng's heart was measuring. There are many strong people here. Wealth is definitely more. This time, I must spit out the emperor's old mushroom. As soon as these words came out, the emperor coughed. That too blue immediately changed his expression. A teleportation arrived in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. You are so talented. I want to use my own strengths. People who ask for more rewards. We've seen a lot. Hearing these words, Jiyu Qingfeng was not angry. One is to speak indifferently. It's no use looking at me. It's even more useless to kill me. I don't have Bulaodan, just don't have it. But I know the magic. Can refine elixir. Tai Lan saw Jiyu Qingfeng's expression of not being afraid at all. Speak coldly, Master National Teacher. The old slave is inconvenient to move now. I also asked the Imperial Teacher to search him on my behalf. The old man who heard the words quickly answered. Jiyu Qingfeng's hands and feet in the next second. He was tied up by a golden soul force. Compared to Jiyu Qingfeng, I can't help but sigh. What a powerful soul. It can still be condensed into chains. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng is not easy to provoke. Big now. If you can find a Bhutan in Lao Tzu, I will call you father. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was very gloomy. It's just that he knows that all in front of him are humans, not demons. The system just doesn't work. And he can't beat. So I can only bear it for the time being. When he becomes queen side by side, it is bound to make the two of them want to rub on the ground. At this time, the Imperial Teacher had already begun to search for Jiyu Qingfeng's body. At the same time, yes or no, you won't know until you search. Soon shock was written on the faces of the two. I saw them from Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Found 31 space rings. And a bunch of priceless treasures. Seeing this, the two glanced at each other with special interest. Where did you get so much money? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng loosened his wrist. I'm used to frugality on weekdays, don't like spending money, so I saved a little bit. Then he squatted down and picked up his treasure. I'm laughing at the two of them in my heart. Make a fuss. If you see Lao Tzu's alien space, wouldn't it be terrified? Not promising. At this time, the Imperial Teacher spoke. Jiyu Qingfeng, how long does it take you to refine the elixir of immortality? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said lightly, if the medicinal materials are sufficient, 7 days is enough. The voice just fell. Tai Lan emits its own coercion. So do you want to die or live? He even tied Jiyu Qingfeng with a chain while talking. And he was asking all kinds of questions. Is there any necessary connection between the two? Then came the sound of two blue. You have 3 days. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng roared. 3 days, this is the refining elixir, not shopping on the street. Seeing this, Tai Lan turned her back to Jiyu Qingfeng. If you can't refine the elixir within 3 days, I want you to be buried with Emperor Hua Xia. This is so. I thought I could come to Ting Emperor Laowa twice. But the experts here are all human. I can't use the system at all. There are no demons here yet. I don't even have a shortcut to improve my ability. Then Jiyu Qingfeng called them to take him to the alchemy place. As soon as the voice fell, the chains on the body were untied. Then the imperial preceptor took Jiyu Qingfeng and left. Before leaving, Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the emperor on the bed. Isn't it just refining the elixir? Anyway, the lifespan contained in the elixir. It's something I can control, as long as you can control the emperor. I'm still afraid of these grandchildren. Soon the two arrived at the alchemy room. Seeing that the guards in front of him are at the lowest stage of the dragon transformation realm, Jiyu Qingfeng was still a little shocked. Fortunately, I didn't tear my face off with this group of addicts just now. What a right choice. Then he came to his senses. Jiyu Qingfeng was stunned by the items that came into view. As expected of the treasury of the palace, at this time, the imperial teacher spoke. The place you want to stay is inside. Come with me. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng followed. At the same time, my heart is feeling cool. I didn't expect my own alchemy. It's in the treasury. Wait until you figure out the secret of the treasure. Then it's all yours. After 2.5 minutes, the two arrived. A resplendent gate stopped. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the pharmacy where the medicines are stored in the treasury." At this time, the imperial teacher introduced, as long as there are medicinal materials that can be named in the world, it's all here. However, during the speech of the imperial teacher, Jiyu Qingfeng had already pushed open the door and walked in, and push away the imperial teacher. Take care of yourself to check the medicinal materials. At this time, the imperial teacher squeezed over, hurry up and pick the medicinal materials you want to refine the eternal pill. Come with me after choosing. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was very shocked. At the same time, he sighed with pity. So it's not alchemy here? After saying that, call the imperial teacher out. Unexpectedly, the imperial teacher stood there motionless, so Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward. Or do you want to rule my divine method? In order to refine the elixir, the emperor actually led the wolf into the house, put the man, the greedy man, into the treasury. It's just unexpected. The male protagonist did not empty the treasury. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng asked the imperial teacher whether it is your own method of spiritual refinement. But he was interrupted by the helpless voice of the imperial teacher. The name of the method of spiritual refinement has survived in the world for hundreds of years, but no one can understand. Do you think you can become an immortal Dan by knowing the materials? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng felt a little guilty. But if you don't steam steamed buns, you have to fight for breath. Although I prefer to hear what you say. But I'm sorry. This is my capital to settle down and become the king side by side. Nothing can be leaked. Hearing the words, the imperial teacher opened his mouth gently. When you leave the treasury, the guards will check your universe ring. What should be leaked will leak. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng reacted. How could I have forgotten this recommendation? But Jiyu Qingfeng spoke again for the greed of medicinal materials. I just don't like having people around. Is there a problem? I have liked someone since the beginning of choosing medicinal materials. Do you have an opinion? You pretend to be me again. It's not my time. But the time of the emperor. What do you think? As soon as these words were said, the teacher's face suddenly changed. Then he left the pharmacy without saying a word. Then he waved to Jiyu Qingfeng and closed the door to the pharmacy. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng also urged, "Wouldn't it be nice to be so knowledgeable earlier?" Then I saw Jiyu Qingfeng smiling fiercely. Then he walked towards those precious medicinal herbs. 2.5 hours later, Jiyu Qingfeng just opened the door of the pharmacy. The imperial teacher only said 2 words when he saw this, "Let's go." Then he left with Jiyu Qingfeng. Because there is too little to take. Give him up to a year of life at a time. Just then, the imperial teacher suddenly stopped. As a result, Jiyu Qingfeng was still immersed in his own thoughts. The brain hit the back of the imperial teacher. When he looked up, he saw a guard looking directly at Jiyu Qingfeng, and the guard holds out his hand. The king's guard was ordered to check the heaven and earth ring. As the guards inspected Jiyu Qingfeng's heaven and earth ring, his face changed. Lord Imperial Preceptor, this young master took it away. Hundreds of precious medicinal materials in the treasury. What is the purpose? I also need your guarantee. We can also explain to the above in the future. Hearing the words, the imperial teacher slowly opened his mouth. This is the descendant of Bhutan. The medicinal materials were taken away to refine the elixir for Bai Xia. If the one above you does not believe, let them come to me directly. As soon as this sentence comes out, the guard immediately releases it. My sister-in-law's imperial teacher brought Jiyu Qingfeng to the Yangshan exhibition. Then the voice of the imperial teacher sounded. You make the elixir right here. I'll come to you in 3 days. Remember not to try to escape. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. He patted the national teacher on the shoulder. Got it. There's food, drink and treasure. What am I running for? Unexpectedly, the Imperial teacher did not give Jiyu Qingfeng face at all. With a wave of his hand, he slapped his hand off. Don't touch the things in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. You will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately refuted. I'm the kind of person who covets these things. I don't want the Imperial Master to unceremoniously expose him. If you are not, then how did the golden mountain in your Qianquan ring come from? What you said just now in the skinny palace. Deceive others. Can't fool me. After Jiyu Qingfeng saw that his background had been exposed. Just put your hands on your chest and don't talk. But don't want to be at this moment. The Imperial teacher stretched out his hands and pushed Jiyu Qingfeng out. Then I saw the Imperial teacher reach out his hand to Jiyu Qingfeng. Then you speak. It's just an extra layer of protection for you and me. Remember, you only have 3 days. Anything you need during this period, you can mention it to the palace people inside. Then I saw the Imperial teacher snap his fingers. Many martial arts masters appeared behind him. Looking at the group of experts who are either in the dragon transformation realm or in a hurry, Jiyu Qingfeng was very surprised. How scared are you of me running away? Then the Imperial teacher said to the group of people, you will stay here for 3 days. Protect the heir of Bhutan. If someone approaches the Hall of Mental Cultivation, attempted attacker, then turn away. Watching the back of the Imperial teacher leaving, Jiyu Qingfeng shouted out his request loudly. When you see the Imperial teacher ignoring yourself, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and gestured, thinking of waiting for myself to become the queen side by side. I must find a chance to fuck him. Then I walked into the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Just then, a golden light appeared. A large wave of flower girls and Tai Lan appeared in front of them. In this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng is still a little wrong. This damn old man thought they were all beauties. But these 10 of them are all in the Gangchi realm. God is what Lao Tzu eats and lives. Are you looking after Lao Tzu? First, let them change their names and call themselves princes. Otherwise, threaten them not to refine the elixir. Just beautiful women, and replace all the 2 blue with beautiful big-breasted girls. Then I saw all the Tai Lan in the Hall of Mental Cultivation disappear together. After a while, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the side hall of Yangshan Hall, but since there are still 3 days left, Jiyu Qingfeng did not intend to find the Sky Demon so quickly. I keep thinking that I can't get out now. Just practice here. Then he took out a pill and put it in his mouth. Then start to close the self-cultivation. A huge dragon hovered above Jiyu Qingfeng's head. The male protagonist in order to become the king side by side, after thousands of hardships to refine the elixir. Unexpectedly, when Dan Cheng came, he was locked up. Suddenly, the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9th level of Qi gathering. Jiyu Qingfeng was very happy to hear this. In just 2 hours, he broke through the 9th level of Qi gathering. Only half a step away from reaching the inner Qi realm. The next step is to use the vitality of the peak Qi gathering in the body, sacrificing the 5 internal organs to stimulate the essence of life. Then it becomes. Then Jiyu Qingfeng continued to close his eyes and practice. The spiritual power around when time, all poured into Jiyu Qingfeng's body. But a long time later, Jiyu Qingfeng still hasn't broken through. Then I opened my eyes with some doubts. Could it be that my posture just now was wrong? So he sat cross-legged again. But still the same. Jiyu Qingfeng was also puzzled by this. What the hell is going on here? Eat so much of my vitality. Why don't you spit out a little? The quality far exceeds the vitality of the general 9 layers of Qi gathering. It took a while for Jiyu Qingfeng to understand. His current physical body has been charmed into the 6 realms of dragons. The 5 internal organs are also part of the physical body. It's not enough. After figuring it out, Jiyu Qingfeng took out the elixir again, mouth back to himself. Hey, and I want to step into the inner realm. What a terrifying existence it will be. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng desperately stuffed the medicinal pills into his mouth. Just by relying on the cultivation base of the inner Qi realm, you can defeat the master, right? Ha ha, then I'm too strong. 3 days later, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 1st level of the inner Qi realm. The voice just fell, and a wisp of inner Qi was swallowed into the abdomen. It's up to me, it's up to God. After 2.5 breaths, Jiyu Qingfeng put a pill into the bottle. Now Bu Laodan has also practiced, also reached the inner Qi realm. Just then, a portal appeared. Then the Imperial teacher came out from inside. Jiyu Qingfeng, have you mastered that old Dan? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng went to the imperial teacher. This thing doesn't have hands yet. After speaking, he threw a bottle of medicinal pills to the national teacher. Seeing this, the imperial teacher immediately opened it to check. At the same time, ask how much lifespan this pill has. Just as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice rang out. 1 year. As soon as these words came out, the imperial teacher was greatly shocked. 1 year. At that time, Chiu Yulong could refine the elixir for at least 10 years. Why is yours only 1 year? Jiyu Qingfeng has long thought of an excuse for questioning the imperial teacher. Come on. They are grandmasters. I'm a novice, can I do the same, and I'm just learning. If it can be refined for a year, it is already good. Do you want it or not? Don't give it to me. Hearing this, the imperial master immediately raised the medicine bottle high. I'm afraid Jiyu Qingfeng will take it back, then turn around and run. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng shouted that the elder Dan had been trained. When are you going to let me out? The imperial teacher said something faintly about this. I'll let you out when the time comes. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked again. When will the reward you promised Lao Tzu be honored? In the end, I only heard the imperial teacher say the next 2 words, walked into the portal again. At this time, another portal appeared in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Inside is the flower girl Jiyu Qingfeng misses. I see all the beautiful and white girls. Shouting Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qing's saliva is DC. Shit. Are you not playing with me this time? At the same time, they also shouted softly, Lord, it's time for dinner. Jiyu Qingfeng was 12 points satisfied with this. Rushing towards them. But just then, a sharp voice sounded. Edict 2. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng stopped. Looking back. At this time, the leader, Tai Lan, opened the decree with disdain. Fengtian Shipping. Emperor Recruitment Day. Jiyu Qingfeng has made meritorious contributions to the elixir. Special seal word side by side king. Appreciate the Hall of Yangshan. Gold jewelry Junluo sat in 10 boxes. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng's face instantly looked ugly. And then he thought to himself. We agreed to sit together on the dragon chair. Emperor, are you not trustworthy? And at this time, the leader is too blue. Seeing that Jiyu Qingfeng did not accept the order immediately feel uncomfortable. Lord Jiyu, accept the order. In fact, I really dislike him. A prince who was imprisoned in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng picked up the imperial decree and spoke. The emperor can satisfy me with any request, right? The voice just fell. Tai Lan replied lightly. Complete the golden mouth and jade words. Nature is real. As long as you, your highness, refine alchemy in this hall of heart cultivation, all requirements must be met. Just after he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng said indifferently, then I will make the first request now. You cut yourself, and everybody was shocked. The leading eunuch was visibly panicked. Please don't make jokes. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled coldly. What are you, little one? It is also worthy of this king to joke with you. The eunuch gritted his teeth. Even more threatening. Lord Jiyu, the old slave served for decades. It's the red in front of you. But he wasn't finished. Jiyu Qingfeng took a step back. Then he slapped the blue head away with one palm. Such a bloody scene stunned everyone present. The next second screams sounded. The doorman walked in. He was used to seeing the scene in front of him. I saw Tai Lan's body lying under Jiyu Qingfeng's feet. This is what happened to King Fujishi. Is it clear? The guards who rushed in when they heard this were different. But the words still looked down on Jiyu Qingfeng. Lord, can't you just be quiet? The male protagonist just became the king side by side. Unexpectedly, I was met with Tai Lan's Maosha. Just now, the guard called Jiyu Qingfeng to be calm with disdain. How brave. A mere guard dares to question this king. Go and call the old thief Sichu to this king. I really used it as an arrow for you and chicken feathers. An empty alchemy tool. You really think of yourself as a prince. Then he took out the matching sword. If you know better, refine the alchemy well. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he took an offensive stance and looked at him. In this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng did not have a smile. I will give you some color and open a dyeing workshop. If I don't let you call me dad today, I have your last name. And he shouted, pupil vision. The guards didn't notice it when they saw this. The sword in his hand jumped towards Jiyu Qingfeng. But he was shot away by Jiyu Qingfeng. Then Jiyu Qingfeng gathered his soul power and shouted in his hands, Jiaolong around the body. To hell with it. Then he saw Jiyu Qingfeng punch the guard away. Looking at the man on the ground, Jiyu Qingfeng slowly withdrew his coercion. Overreach. Never mind. If I asked you to call Dad just now, pretend I didn't say it. Then Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at the other eunuchs and asked, "Who are you going to call your fellow disciples to this king? The king has something to tell him." Only then did someone answer his question directly. Back to the prince. The imperial master is in the early morning. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng spoke lightly. Morning? Then this king should also go to the morning to play. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng released the pressure around him again. You carry those two households up and follow this king. Then he took a look at the beautiful women behind him. As for the good service you just served, this king likes to welcome light. Just wait for Benyu in the hall of mental cultivation. Wait until this king finishes the morning and then come back to settle you. The rest of them nodded. As soon as the door opened, the guards outside turned around, when he saw Jiyu Qingfeng walking out. Then a guard explained. Jiyu Qingfeng, without the permission of the imperial teacher, you're not going anywhere. The voice just fell. Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded. I'm giving you a chance to reform. Hearing what Jiyu Qingfeng said, the guards were a little stunned, until Jiyu Qingfeng turned sideways. Look at these things before talking. Then I saw a group of eunuchs carrying two bodies out. The guards were in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the guards with a laugh. How did it go? Are you still trying to stop me? After 2.5 minutes, Jiyu Qingfeng said impatiently. Have you discussed it? Will this king go out? Hearing this, a guard stepped forward. It's useless even if I let you out. Not everyone can open the barrier of the hall of mental cultivation. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said coldly. You are interesting. Know how to survive. I'll give you a chance today. Let you see what a true powerhouse is. In the next second, Jiyu Qingfeng gathers the power of the soul. Use the eyes of defiance. Boom! Jiyu Qingfeng's soul power collided with the barrier. Then the barrier disappeared. Okay. Those two people's households are lost, right? It's no use. Screen, turn to Jinmi Hall. The emperor is going to the early dynasty. Then a minister spoke. Good luck. The Jade Dragon has existed for hundreds of years. No one can inherit Bhutan. But just when you need it. Immediately, the descendant of Bhutan was born. This shows that Bai Xia is the Mingjun who was taken care of by the Spring of Heaven. As soon as these words came out, the other ministers echoed. What Lord Li said is very true. It seems. It must be during the reign of heaven. Make every effort. Guatai Minitan. Therefore, it is specially designed to prolong life. Let Bai Xia rule the world forever. Bless me, the Great Flame Dynasty will be peaceful for all eternity. The emperor was very happy to hear these complimentary words. As long as you can live another 100 years to reach the Dragon Transformation Realm, I could live an extra 500 years. Now there are descendants of Bhutan. Dragon Transformation Realm is just around the corner. Hearing this, the group of ministers all knelt on the ground and shouted, I wish you all the best of luck and eternal longevity. The emperor opened his hands to this public Iching flat body. Suddenly a voice sounded. The king arrived side by side. As soon as these words came out, the emperor's father still made a mistake. Then I saw Jiyu Qingfeng swaggering in. It's all there. Why didn't anyone notify this king when he went to court? Jiyu Qingfeng bore the brunt of the imperial teacher. You are here too. You too. Come to such an important thing. How can you not tell this king? I was a little shocked to see the imperial teacher Jiyu Qingfeng in front of me. Jiyu Qingfeng, how did you come out of the hall of mental cultivation? As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng angrily pointed at the national teacher. Tong Jukong. How dare you call me by my first name? Do you want to die? Just then, the Minister of Adventures saw it and began to whisper. Didn't you say that being king side by side is a false job? How did you get here? And who gave him the guts? How dare you yell at the imperial teacher? Seeing this situation, the imperial teacher immediately appealed to the emperor. It may be that there was an accident in the hall of mental cultivation. I will take Jiyu Qingfeng away to find out the reason. The emperor can't wait for this. Let Jingguosha take Jiyu Qingfeng away. Don't want to be right now. Jiyu Qingfeng knocked open the opening of the imperial teacher. Emperor brother, you listen. This Sichu Kong simply has no dignity. This king is the king side by side. He is just a national teacher who dares to do this. As soon as these words came out, the emperor's face suddenly changed, pointing at Jiyu Qingfeng. What do you call me? Jiyu Qingfeng disagreed with this. Brother. This king is the king of words side by side, the one who shares the world side by side with you. Isn't it normal to call brother? The words just fell, and the emperor was furious. Somebody take this man down. Then he saw a large wave of guards approaching Jiyu Qingfeng. In this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng was full of smiles. Emperor Lao, you brought this on yourself. The male protagonist hooked up with the emperor's old son and called him Daoji. I didn't expect the emperor to greet him with a smile. He also ordered someone to give him a seat. Unexpectedly, the male protagonist rejected it on the spot. Just now, the emperor saw Jiyu Qingfeng's attitude. Immediately angry. Come. With a swipe, dozens of guards rushed in front of Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng put his hands on his waist. This king originally only wanted to be an ordinary prince. Get along with you. Unexpectedly, in exchange for alienation and suspicion. That being the case, I have a showdown. In fact, I am a god. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall opened their eyes. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng said at this time, disciple of. In other words, I came to the imperial capital some time ago. The true god who caught the Pu demon is my master. As soon as the voice fell, the group of guards exclaimed one after another, and the ministers were whispering. A few days ago, a god came to the imperial capital. Everybody knows that. Why did another disciple of God appear today? I still remember there were rumors at the time that God can save the entire Great Flame dynasty. Someone asked as soon as the voice fell. What hearsay are you talking about? I heard God speak. There will be a noble person of the emperor who will offer the Bhutan. He also said that there is only one person in the Jiyu family who is worthy of attention. Right. I heard that too. The word side by side Wang is also surnamed Jiyu. Is this a coincidence? However, the voices discussed by the ministers reminded the emperor and the imperial teacher. After seeing this, they looked at each other. Tai Lan pointed at Jiyu Qingfeng and shouted, "What a daring deceiver!" At such an age, the cultivation base has just entered the inner Qi realm. God will accept someone of your caliber as a disciple. Just then, the imperial teacher suddenly stopped Tai Lan. Wait a minute. Then he turned to the emperor and said, "Please give me some time. I have something to confirm." Hearing the words, the emperor immediately agreed to play. Then I saw the imperial teacher stretch out his hand. You say you are a disciple of God. Do you have proof? Jiyu Qingfeng's mouth was crooked with laughter. Yes, of course. Actually thinking. People's identities outside are given by themselves. And he pulled out a bead. I saw that bead emitting a dazzling golden light. At the same time, it is also accompanied by coercion. Buddha's treasure Garan Pearl. However, the imperial master's eyes widened. Just because that day he saw with his own eyes that Pu Yao gave this thing to God, if he were not a disciple of God. So how do you explain that this thing is in his hands? Is he really a disciple of God? Then the ministers criticized again. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that behind him is a god. I think so, too. I told you he was crazy. The co-author is God supporting him. As soon as these words came out, the imperial teacher was terrified. If what Jiyu Qingfeng said is true, then we put him under house arrest, right? Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward. This is the spiritual weapon that my master bestowed on this king. It was offered by the demon of that day. You should have heard. Can this thing prove? In this situation, the national teacher can only tell the truth. This Garan bead is real. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor knew the ins and outs, immediately changed to face. He smiled and walked towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, the good brother is not only the descendant of Bhutan, he is still a disciple of God. Sure enough, the hero is a teenager. The Dayan dynasty can have a talent like you as king side by side. It's a great blessing. Brother, you still have a good eye. How about you become emperor? In fact, I'm secretly mocking. This emperor is really flexible and stretching. The next second the emperor shouted, "Somebody help me, give a seat to the king side by side." Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng raised his hand to stop. The emperor still has some doubts about this. Why is that? Does he want to avenge his house arrest now? Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and walked towards the throne. I patted the throne and said, "Isn't there a ready-made one?" After saying that, he stroked the dragon chair. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's hand. Then I saw Tai Lan gnashing her teeth and saying, "Lord Jiyu, state law. Family rules. Naturally, there are rules of the court above this court. You do this, then it's a humiliation to Tai Lan. You little dog, now I know how to call this prince." My big brother didn't speak. What are you? Dare to blow wildly in front of this king. This situation is too blue to be angry. He looked like he was going to eat Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. You want to hit me, right? Then don't blame me for shaking people. I will tell my master now that you are bullying me. You have the support of the emperor. I also have the support of my master, and then you're ready to summon. I'm thinking. Why is no one stopping me? Aren't these people afraid that God will come and kill them? People in another world. It's all about acting. Who's afraid of who? The big deal is to take out the eye of the sky fox and tear the space and turn around and run. At this moment, the emperor stopped Jiyu Qingfeng. But Jiyu Qingfeng is still pretending to be powerful. However, the emperor ate Jiyu Qingfeng set very much. In order to make Jiyu Qingfeng not angry, the emperor waved his hand. Dog slave. Jiyu Xiandi is the king side by side. As a slave, you dare to commit the following crimes. Help! Give the union this dog slave. Pull it down and hit 100 boards again. As soon as the voice fell, Tai Lan was taken away by the guards. At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng shouted to slow down, and walked up. Dog slave. If you offend this king, you want to leave. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Hearing this, the eunuch angrily asked Jiyu Qingfeng what he wanted to do. After hearing Jiyu Qingfeng ask him, when he apologized sharply, his face suddenly changed. Suddenly the emperor put his foot on the two blue back. At this time, Tai Lan knelt on the ground and apologized. However, Jiyu Qingfeng deliberately made things difficult. The voice is too low to hear. Seeing this, Tai Lan gnashed his teeth. The slave asks the prince to blame. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward, one foot on the two blue back. Our male protagonist is very assertive. Not only did he hook up with the emperor, even want to grab the dragon chair with the emperor. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng deliberately made things difficult for that Tai Lan. So after he apologized, he shouted again, "Who made you so loud?" The king's ears hurt. As soon as the voice fell, a minister exclaimed, "This is a powerhouse at the peak of dragon transformation." It was turned over by him. How powerful is this disciple of God? As soon as these words came out, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. As expected of a disciple of God, it seems that the Great Flame dynasty will change in the future. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng felt secretly happy in his heart. I can't clean up your little rubbish yet. In the face of absolute strength, all rights are scum. Then he spoke. Take that dog slave down. After saying that, there was silence in the hall. Everyone stared blankly at the emperor. Then the emperor nodded. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng noticed the emperor. Dude, what are you still doing standing there? Then he patted the position next to it. Come and sit down. This place is big enough, can fit the two of us. Just then Tai Lan shouted. Play early. Retreat without incident. Hearing the words, the ministers said in unison, Open the ticket. The minister has nothing to play. Seeing this, the emperor opened his mouth. Back. As soon as the voice fell, the ministers got up and left. Little did I know that at this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng stopped them. The king's words have not been finished yet. What to return? Do you not put this king in your eyes? As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people sweated like rain. However, the emperor will make him happy. Of course it will. With a smile on his face, he asked Jiyu Qingfeng what he had to say. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Jiyu Qingfeng speak. Brother. The king has something to discuss. The opportunity in front of you is just right. What do you think, bro? As Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded. Ministers are returning to their positions. As the saying goes, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Although this king is expensive, he is the king side by side. I can't bear to shoot alone. Therefore, the owner decided to assume some responsibilities. It can be regarded as sharing the worries for the emperor's brother. After saying that, the emperor is calm. Ask what position you want to hold, but I saw Jiyu Qingfeng pretending to think. Brother. This king is not a man who is greedy for power. I just want to share your worries. And then he waves his hand. You all know that. This king is from the Demon Suppressing Division. Therefore, this king plans to serve as the commander of the Department of Suppressing Demons. As soon as these words came out, the command of the Suppressing Demon Division made Cheng's eyes widen. You're going to talk. Your Highness, please think twice. The prince is gold and jade. Another disciple of God. It is a body of gold. Demons are mostly insidious and murderous. The prince will preside over the work of the demonic company. The lower official naturally welcomes, but if it hurts the prince's body, how should I explain to God and by Shia? Looking at the man in front of him, Jiyu Qingfeng asked who he was. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the corner of Jiyu Qingfeng's mouth rise slightly. I guess you're right. Because the demons are evil and cruel. That's why this king will take up the post of commander. As the saying goes, if you don't enter Tiger 6, you are too ashamed to be a tiger. This king is the king side by side. Nature should set an example for the world. Lin Mubai said these words one by one. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng took the emperor's hand. Brother, look, my master has taught me so many skills. I'm also the king of word for word now. You can't just be happy, not working, right? The master will be disappointed in me. In case my master gets angry. These words scared the emperor, and the old man nodded again and again. In fact, he was scolding Jiyu Qingfeng in his heart. Just then, the imperial teacher suddenly jumped out. After that, Prince Jiyu is so full of enthusiasm and has the demeanor of a true god. However, Commander Lin is experienced. Do you want the two to serve together? This will definitely complement each other. Sweep away all the ghosts and ghosts of the Great Flame Dynasty. As soon as these words came out, the emperor and the old man happily realized. It's a way of killing two birds with one stone. You don't need to give up Lin Mubai, but you can also limit Jiyu Qingfeng. He turned around and asked for Jiyu Qingfeng's opinion. Jiyu Qingfeng has no opinion on this at all. After all, when the time comes, I can put those, throw messy things at him. And the demon is all in the bag. The screen changes. The emperor is having a secret conversation with the imperial teacher. How to deal with Jiyu Qingfeng. Then he handed over the alchemy matter to that Tai Lan. Finally let them all go. However, after they left, the veins on the emperor's neck bulged up. She gently waved her arm. The water glass on the table instantly fell apart. Then the emperor opened his mouth and roared. The camera returns to Jiyu Qingfeng's side. It can be seen that he is in his own Jiyu palace. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him attracted Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes. Follow the line of sight. And there are two beautiful women in the pavilion ahead. The moment I saw Jiyu Qingfeng. Beautiful woman running. The mouth is still calling the prince. The male lead is fine, just a little too lustful. As long as he sees a beautiful woman, he can't walk. You have to play with them for a while before you can leave. So when Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the beautiful woman rushing towards him, reach out and grab. Girl with a sweet voice. Call Jiyu Qingfeng, Lord, come on. Jiyu Qingfeng was excited about this. As he looks down, a beautiful picture appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the girl called Jiyu Qingfeng with a seductive voice. Put, Jiyu Qingfeng's blood and tears. Unsatisfactory flowed out of the nose. Then the girl pulled Jiyu Qingfeng to run. Then he placed Jiyu Qingfeng on the stool. And she herself climbed onto Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Scattered with clothes. The musician's piano also sounded leisurely. 2.5 hours later, Jiyu Qingfeng got up and left. He glanced back at the two girls behind him. I'm wondering what to do if these people get tired of watching themselves, so he decided to order more beautiful women from the emperor. Suddenly the servant came over. I took a letter to Jiyu Qingfeng. I thought someone was coming to flatter him with a gift. Unexpectedly, after reading it, he told his subordinates that he wanted to retreat practice. No one is allowed to disturb. Back to the room. Yu Qingfeng took out his sky fox eye. In an instant he appeared in the woods thousands of miles away. After Jiyu Qingfeng shouted a sentence, Li Qianjian and Little Fox walked out of the woods. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked them before, have you done what you explained? I heard Li Qianjian and the two shouting for Jiyu Qingfeng to follow them. Soon the three of them arrived at a cave. After a while, Li Qianjian stopped. One sentence, this is it. Looking up, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that group of demons were piled up into mountains by the little fox. Suddenly, a chirping sound attracted Jiyu Qingfeng. The one who saw his ponytail. Is it still a small house that can play? Seeing this, Xiao Qumai asked Jiyu Qingfeng if he liked it. Jiyu Qingfeng answered like without hesitation. At this time, Li Qianjian suddenly called out to Jiyu Qingfeng. Hearing this, he came back to his senses. Go back and tell them the second task. Let them rob the rest of the devil suppression prison. Don't exclaim when these words come out. Gritting his teeth, he refused Jiyu Qingfeng's request. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand at this time. A cloud of blue energy gathered in his hands. Then Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Li Ganjian with a smile on his face. Show him what it is. Then the aura around Jiyu Qingfeng instantly became stronger. In this situation, Li Qianjian and the little fox were both roasted in place by mistake, just because they can't figure it out. Why did Jiyu Qingfeng achieve such a short period of time, become so powerful? Then Jiyu Qingfeng waved at them with a smile. They are not their opponents now. If you don't do things for him obediently, just die. Hearing this, Li Ganjian was still very unconvinced, but held tightly by the little fox. Persuade Li Ganjian not to be impulsive. After all, they managed to survive. At this time, Li Qianren's anger was calmed down. Then the little fox said to Jiyu Qingfeng, "Master, please calm down." It took a lot of effort to ship it over. He was so shocked. "I just want to ask the master for 2 days to rest." Absolutely no two hearts. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Li Qianyang with a laugh. Then, he saw Li Qianren walking towards Jiyu Qingfeng with sincerity, and Jiyu Qingfeng will take it as soon as he sees it, so let the two of them take a few days off. Catch the demon again. Then Jiyu Qingfeng eagerly drove the two to leave. After they leave, suddenly, a demon grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's clothes. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng gave the other party a kick unceremoniously. In another dimension, as soon as Jiyu Qingfeng came in, a weasel ran over. I thought Jiyu Qingfeng was here to inspect. But he didn't want Jiyu Qingfeng to answer him. "A new batch of demon laborers is coming. Let the weasels arrange them." Then the weasel took Jiyu Qingfeng and the two of them came to the newly built house. Ask Jiyu Qingfeng if he is satisfied. After receiving a compliment, the weasel happily took the two of them in to visit the house. To a thrill. Then I saw Jiyu Qingfeng strangle the weasel's face and ask, "Why don't you find a few more people with big breasts and thin waists? The woman is wandering in the yard." Hearing this, the weasel nodded and looked for it later. Because he's going to drag the new bunch of demons over there. So when the weasel brought Jiyu Qingfeng, after arriving at an empty courtyard, he released the rest of the demons. But now they are all in a coma. As Jiyu Qingfeng released his soul power to them, and after a while, they wake up. He asked with a calm face where this is. Suddenly, they discovered Jiyu Qingfeng, instantly became vicious questioning. "Jiyu Qingfeng, what is this place?" Then the wolf angered Jiyu Qingfeng fiercely. "Did you send someone to arrest us? What do you want to do?" Jiyu Qingfeng just coughed and smiled at this. "Look at them with your hands clasped around your chest. Demon, I want you to help me practice." The man caught a group of evil monsters, just to let them group themselves. Unexpectedly, the group of demons fled frantically after hearing it. Just after the demon heard Jiyu Qingfeng's words, instantly laughed out loud. He even thought that Jiyu Qingfeng was a fool. Just then a mouse shouted, "Let you know today the consequences of releasing my duck-neck army." After saying that, he rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng, but I don't want to wait for him to come to Jiyu Qingfeng. A foot dozens of times bigger than it suddenly appeared. It broke with a sound. Duck-neck torn apart. However, the owner of that big foot is another demon. I saw them rushing towards Jiyu Qingfeng with their teeth and claws. Stop all the monsters in place. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng turned back with a gloomy face. "How about now? I can do whatever I want." In the face of absolute strength, those demons could only tremble and hug each other. Looking at their reactions, Jiyu Qingfeng was very satisfied. Immediately asked them to either hit themselves, or be beaten to death by him. And then you start running around. In the face of this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng only felt speechless for a while. Suddenly he saw that there was still. "Didn't run. You have the guts to hit me." The voice just fell, and the clam touched the cold sweat. "Brother, my legs are just numb." Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said something, "Don't be shy." So the crazy snail jumped up, punched Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. The host is attacked by the clam butterfly spirit, and the cultivation base is increased by 1000. At this time, the monsters who ran away from honey stopped in place. After seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, not only did he not blame the crazy clam, instead, praise. They get excited. All the demons rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng again. Their attacks all hit Jiyu Qingfeng. The sound of the system also arrived as expected. The host is attacked by the starter. Spider Spirit attack plus 99. After 2 hours, Jiyu Qingfeng stood there unharmed. Look at the demon falling to the ground. He was confused. So many demon attacks on behalf of Moe. Still haven't broken through the double layer of inner chi. Could it be that he ate too many pills? Or are these monsters too useless? But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng thought, 2 days later, when I'm going to suppress demons in the imperial capital, will no longer tear this bonus. But the weasel was seeing this. After the shocking scene, he collapsed to the ground. Until Jiyu Qingfeng asked it, "Where is Xiao Hu Mei?" It just came back to its senses and told Jiyu Qingfeng where it was. Soon, Jiyu Qingfeng came to Xiao Humei's room. At this time, Xiao Domai is lying leisurely on the bed. After seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, he immediately sat up. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng asked Xiao Humei, "Do you have the confidence to manage this place well?" The little house was shocked at first. When he saw Jiyu Qingfeng's serious face, Xiao Humei agreed. Then Jiyu Qingfeng took out some pills in the Qiankuan ring. Hand it over to Xiao Humei and let him quickly improve his cultivation. Omoto ran to the side. Came to a control panel. Click on the next stage effect. The next second, the stage appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes glowed with stars. It's still a small house. This long-lost modern building. Then Xiao Humei asked Jiyu Qingfeng to sit in the middle. Take off your clothes. A big change happened in an instant. Then do a sexy dance seductive. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng, he shouted, "Adults come to play." Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng stood up instantly. Bears to the small house charm. The next scene is not suitable for viewing. It's omitted here. The screen turned to look at Wang Fuzhong. Jiyu Qingfeng is sleeping in beauty sleep. I suddenly felt a breath that didn't belong to me. Sitting up in an instant, I saw an old man appear in Jiyu Qingfeng's room. And the reason why this old man is here. It's because I want to find Jiyu Qingfeng's master, the so-called god. However, the god's in the majority of the population. In fact, it's just a god-level powerhouse. But he didn't want the old man to see through Jiyu Qingfeng's cultivation at a glance. Your cultivation is just in a Qi realm. But has a soul that sees God and is not bad. And a body comparable to the dragon realm. So talented. Presumably only God realm powerhouses can teach it. So this old man is sure that you are a disciple of God. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked. Then his face suddenly changed. I thought to myself that if the old man was going to be bad for him, there's no need to stay. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng asked, "May I ask if the seniors are human beings?" The man is very tired after working hard all day. Just when he wanted to get a good night's sleep, an old man suddenly appeared in his room. Just now. After the old man heard Jiyu Qingfeng's inquiry, "Little friend, you can rest assured, the old man is not a demon." And he started laughing. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was confused. Curse in your heart. Nima, you are a human being, I don't worry, okay? You play Lao Tzu, I don't have a bonus. Then why do you want to hide your identity? Hearing this, the old man replied lightly. Naturally, I want to have a good talk with my little friend. After I confirm a few things, naturally, I will tell my little friend who I am. After saying that, they both looked at each other in silence. After a breath, the old man continued to speak. Little friend, your master is a god, and your body is so powerful. He is still the king of the great Yang dynasty. The palace is heavily guarded. Although I am confident that I can be in your palace, go in and out without being discovered. Right? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng turned his head proudly. Who knows if you are framing me? Facing Jiyu Qingfeng's behavior, the old man helplessly raised 3 fingers. I swear on my life. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand to stop him. Fine. The feeling you give me and my master. Could it be that you are also a true god? In fact, Jiyu Qingfeng just wanted to trap the old man. Unexpectedly, the other party let Jiyu Qingfeng not have to test himself. It's okay to tell you. There is no true god in this world. Those are just the delusions of the ignorant people of the world. Divine realm martial artists are just stronger people after all. As soon as these words came out, Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked, but I didn't want him to suddenly lie down. Fine. Say what you want. Then the old man got up from the table. The old man heard a few days ago. The god-level powerhouse chased, and the dragon-turned peak demon came to the imperial capital. The old man specially came to the imperial capital to meet him. Getting ready to leave. As his disciple, you appeared. When you hear that the other party is coming to find you, Jiyu Qingfeng was a little mistaken, but the old man has come to the bed. Today, the old man just wants to ask my little friend, where is your master now? The old man has something to discuss with him. My master has gone to travel around. The younger generation doesn't know the exact location either. Seniors can tell juniors first. Waiting for the master to return, the younger generation will convey it on their behalf. The black old man's face changed greatly. You have a heart, but the stakes are high. You need to tell me in person. Even if it's just to send a message. Jiyu Qingfeng saw that the old man's face was very ugly. I was shocked. Afraid that he will kill himself. but he didn't want the old man to just sigh softly. He turned away. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng is big, why don't you tell me first? But the old man's body has risen. This thing. Your master's life is at stake. The old man must tell him in person as soon as possible. Jiu Qingfeng was very angry about this, but I don't want to hear the old voice again. Little friend's master should have just stepped into the realm of gods not long ago, right? Otherwise, as his disciple, you will not only not hide yourself, instead, he became the king side by side, famous all over the world. The old man knew that he had just stepped into. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, and the mistakes your master made, only I can help him correct them, but I can't tell you. You're too young. There is also a chance to step into the realm of gods in the future, knowing too early will break your Dao heart. Then take a piece of talisman paper from the cuff. Let Jiu Qingfeng put it away, but Jiu Qingfeng looked at the old man seriously and refused to agree, in case the old man wants to murder himself. Seeing this, the old man revealed his identity. It turns out that he is the person in charge of receiving and guiding in the dark world, named Zhu Mingzi. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng jumped out of bed, used soul power on the elderly. Tie him to the bed for questioning. Seeing this, the old man told Jiu Qingfeng, the reason why the world does not see God. Because they are all hiding their existence. And the reason why he came, I just don't want to miss the opportunity to contact the true God. After saying that, he handed the jade talisman to Jiu Qingfeng. Before Jiu Qingfeng could react, he disappeared with a whoosh. As soon as the picture turned, it came to the anti-magic company in the imperial capital. Lin Mubai brought Jiu Qingfeng to the demonic division to report. After the end, Lin Mubai was going to give, when Jiu Qingfeng offered his position, but he refused. Hearing this, Lin Mubai was very surprised and wanted to ask something, but he was interrupted by Jiu Qingfeng. I used to study a sect when I was in Sycamore County. How to watch over demons. It can make the demon obedient. And let them serve the court. I want to extend this method to the whole country. Seeing this, Lin Mubai scratched his head and agreed with an embarrassed smile. In fact, he felt that Jiu Qingfeng was just a mess. When I came to the door, Lin Mubai looked in front of him. The black and high-flying magic tower opened its mouth. Lord Jiu, I'm afraid I can't accompany you in. He was the Buddha who saved all living beings. Just now, Jiu Qingfeng entered the imperial capital demon suppression prison alone. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I was stopped by two jailers. Ask who Jiu Qingfeng is. Hearing their cries, Jiu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he reached out and took out a token in his arms. Two jailers stepped forward to check. After seeing that it said Jiu Qingfeng, the commander of the Department of Suppressing Demons, the jailer opened the door and invited Jiu Qingfeng in. As soon as he entered, Jiu Qingfeng was attracted by the sign. The above is a detailed record of the imprisoned demons in the demon suppression tower. There are 1 to 6 floors. The 6th floor is for special demons. The most powerful. And it is also noted above. No matter which layer you want to enter, just click the number of layers. However, there was a special demon in Jiu Qingfeng's mouth. While fantasizing about this so-called special demon. Could it be a woman? In that case, maybe he can break through the master realm. Become a grandmaster. So Jiu Qingfeng slapped his hand. I clicked on the 6 floors above the sign. Special demon. As the teleportation array is activated, Jiu Qingfeng arrived at the 6th floor. But what you see is a Buddha. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiu Qingfeng's eyes widened. People also feel a little dizzy. But Jiu Qingfeng went to the Buddha. When you come to me. So he looked around. Found no other path. He boldly walked towards the formation. Why is this Buddha statue also a demon? Hearing Jiu Qingfeng's voice, Buddha statue opens its eyes. Jiu Qingfeng shouted after seeing the Buddha statue open its eyes. Hello, can you talk? A different voice is fine, as the Buddha fully opened his eyes. Something happened to the demon tower. He also took a few steps back from Jiu Qingfeng. Shit. The demon tower can still play like this. Suddenly the Buddha statue opened its mouth. Good is good. I don't know what the donor came to say. Hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng asked, are you a Buddha or a demon? But the Buddha statue gave an ambiguous answer. What about Buddha? How is the demon? It's all false. Hearing this, the word speechless was capitalized on Jiu Qingfeng's face. See the other party and don't answer. Jiu Qingfeng immediately used the absurd eye. I'd like to see it. What the hell are you? In front of the foolish eye that sees through all things. All disguises are gone. In the next second, the real body of the demon will be revealed. I just didn't expect it to be an evil Buddha. The evil Buddha at this time did not know at all. Jiyu Qingfeng has seen through his real body. I still want to deceive Jiyu Qingfeng. The donor is in touch. Everything in the world is. However, the words are not finished yet. Jiyu Qingfeng laughed loudly. I said, what are you pretending to be, son thief? Did you graduate from film school, pretending to look like it? Hearing this, the evil Buddha took a look at his whole body. Only then did I realize that my Buddha's light had disappeared. Not only that, but also his. The ceiling array also lost its power little by little. How is that possible? Look at each other's angry expression. Jiyu Qingfeng laughed out loud. Nothing is impossible here in this king. It turns out that during the conversation, Jiyu Qingfeng was satisfied when he saw the formation dissipate. The seal here is nothing more than that. Seeing this scene, the cold light of the evil Buddha suddenly appeared. Good is good, good is the benefactor. This is a great move. I believe that the benefactor is destined for my Buddha. It is better to obey my Buddha. After speaking, stretch out your hands to gather evil energy. Attack Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time, he also shouted that he would be in bliss forever. See the attack of the evil Buddha. Jiyu Qingfeng did not leave. You're standing there. With the sound of explosions. The system's voice also sounded. The host is attacked by the evil Buddha. Sound attribute plus 10,000. Evil Buddha looked at the motionless Jiyu Qingfeng. Grit your teeth and say a sentence that is not over yet. He gathered powerful evil energy to attack Jiyu Qingfeng again. There was another explosion. Congratulations, the host tone attribute has reached the upper limit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent evil Buddha magic sound. When the smoke clears, Jiyu Qingfeng stood firmly on the spot. Seeing this scene, the evil Buddha's eyes opened. On the contrary, Jiyu Qingfeng was asking the system, what are the sound properties? The function of the evil Buddha magic sound is to carry out sonic attacks. Seriously, it can break the soul. Self-confusing effect. Not just for attack. It can be demagogic. After hearing what the system said, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Looking at the evil Buddha in front of him made me even more excited, as expected of the monster on the 6th floor of the demon tower in the imperial capital town. Something. You are so useful. Then I can't let you go. After saying that, he took out the eye of Tianhu. The hands begin to gather energy. I guess you're right. We are indeed destined. This fate is not shallow. Eye of the fox. Force of space. Jiyu Qingfeng's voice just fell. His hands are raised high. Energy vortex appears overhead. And after seeing the eye of the fox, the evil Buddha, my eyes are full of greedy dreams. The big hand stretched out and rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng didn't dodge this either. Standing there quietly. The fist of the evil Buddha is also accurate. Hit Jiyu Qingfeng in the face. The host is attacked by the evil Buddha. Cultivation base plus 10,000. Hearing the voice of the system, Jiyu Qingfeng was helpless. That works too. Then he accepted the attack of the evil Buddha motionless. The system's voice also sounded one after another. Evil Buddha attack. Add 10,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of inner chi. He is the most special demon in the demon tower. The Buddha who saved all beings. It can also be an evil Buddha who never endures the 10 evils, but now he is scolded as a fool by the male protagonist. Angry, he punched the male protagonist. Unexpectedly, the male protagonist was upgraded to the peak of the inner chi realm. After seeing the evil Buddha, he exclaimed, "How is that possible? How could you possibly take my punch?" Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand to recover the energy. Looking at the Jiyu Qingfeng evil Buddha face in front of him, he is actually a hidden powerhouse. Interesting. Amitabha. Benefactor, you are too deeply enchanted to be saved. Today, this penniless monk is going to subdue demons and exorcise demons, and his hands were filled with evil. As he said, Buddha's light shines brightly, an imposing evil energy rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Qingfeng did the opposite. Rushed towards the evil energy to shorten the distance, thinking, today I have to make you a typical example of the magic tower. Let all the demons in here see how powerful I am. With a loud bang. Fire 4 bodies. The host is attacked by the evil Buddha. Cultivation base plus 20,000. At the same time, the evil Buddha continued to output to Jiyu Qingfeng. The system's voice was also ringing frantically. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng felt a burst of heat coming from his body. System reminder. The host internal force has reached a critical value, about to enter the explosive reorganization stage. With Jiyu Qingfeng's internal force breaking through his body, he has advanced to the first level of true chi. After the internal force dissipated, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his eyes. He looked up at the evil Buddha. After seeing him still beating himself up, gnashing teeth. You evil Buddha is nothing more than that. Then he punched the evil Buddha's fist. Then the two of them fought with the child. You have the ability to be ruthless. Do you have the ability to hit me? Hearing what he said, the evil Buddha gasped and stopped attacking. Reach out and face Jiyu Qingfeng's direction. Used his trick 10,000 Buddhas to return to the sect. As the voice of the evil Buddha fell, a blood-red word Wei appeared. Look at the evil that hits you. Jiyu Qingfeng stood there calmly with a cultivation base of 30,000. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the second level of true Qi. On the contrary, the eyes of the evil Buddha are about to come out, just because of his proudest blow. But he didn't leave any trace on Jiyu Qingfeng's body. You're done, now it's my turn. Jiyu Qingfeng jumped towards the evil Buddha. The mouth of a monkey. You think you're strong if you can get bigger, don't you? After saying that, he punched the evil Buddha on the forehead. With a loud bang, the evil Buddha fell down. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng stared blankly at the evil Buddha. I saw bloodshot on his face at this time. See this scene. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly thought of Daoist Fire Crow. Could it be that this evil Buddha also has multiple forms? He looked at Jiyu Qingfeng and was unwilling to speak. I never imagined that there would be such a devil in the world. Damn it, after all, it's a Buddha and a devil. But he didn't want to annoy Jiyu Qingfeng with these words. I saw him angry with one foot towards the face of the evil Buddha. Lao Tzu is the most celebrated. Others say Lao Tzu is the villain. Are you so deeply involved in the play? It was you who was locked up in the demon tower. You are the devil. But I don't want to rub the evil Buddha. I don't know how to write repentance. Don't think you've defeated me once. I will not resist, even if you are already miserable. Evil Buddha is still not to be outdone, and he sat cross-legged. Jiyu Qingfeng jumped up after seeing it. It landed firmly on the necklace of the evil Buddha. Just a few punches in the head. Instantly hit it and spit blood at the mouth. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng was still scolding Zhao Ba in his mouth. You really resist? Did I make you resist? Until the sound of the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third level of true Qi realm. Looking at the evil Buddha lying on the ground, Jiyu Qingfeng glanced at him faintly. Now do you want to consider obeying Ibn Wang? Hearing Jiyu Qingfeng's inquiry, the evil Buddha is still stubborn if he dies without repentance. The devil's poor monk dedicated himself to the Buddha. You still have this heart. Just as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng punched him in the head. You're so evil. I'm too embarrassed to say that I am dedicated to the Buddha. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng punched and kicked him again. After fighting Jiyu Qingfeng, he turned around and left. I don't believe it anymore. Such a big demon tower. No one is willing to submit to Lao Tzu. But just as Jiyu Qingfeng was about to leave, the evil Buddha face said with a shaking voice, the little monk is willing to follow the benefactor. Probation donor turns back to shore. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng laughed. Go back and tell the evil Buddha. I gave you a chance just now, you don't cherish it. Now you can't afford my chance. If you want to surrender, wait until this king finishes playing you for a month in a row. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng left the 6th floor without looking back, and the evil Buddha who watched him leave wanted to cry without tears. As soon as the picture changed, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the 5th floor of the demon suppression tower. See the 5 rooms in front of you. Why are there only 5 demons closed on the 5th floor? Soon he came to the door of one of the cells. Pick up the lock and squeeze the throat hard, and the sound of dang rings. The lock collapses in an instant, so let's start. The evil Buddha who has killed countless people wants to be the younger brother of the male protagonist. Not only was it rejected on the spot, in exchange for a month of beatings. After refusing, Jiyu Qingfeng came to the 5th floor, reach out and crush the lock. Pushed open the door and went in. What came into view was a leopard spirit. Jiyu Qingfeng's face was full of disgust. How to become a dragon in the early stage? Never mind. Qin He, use it. Hearing this, leopard looked at Jiyu Qingfeng erroneously. Human. Exorcist. Then he smiled and pointed at Jiyu Qingfeng. Didn't your boss say? What are the consequences of opening a dragon demon without permission? Just as it finished speaking, it saw Jiyu Qingfeng. He raised his fist with a smile on his face. There was a whoosh. Jiyu Qingfeng's fist landed firmly on Leopard's face. It didn't stop until it hit a wall. But by this time it was already in a coma. The consequence is Lao Tzu's fist. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng left the cell without looking back. Turn around and go next door. Open the door with 1 foot. A solid time. The catfish spirit is begging Jiyu Qingfeng to show mercy. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng's internal force also broke through to the 5th level of the True Qi realm. He also gained a brand new talent, Backlash. It can feed back 10% of the attack damage to the attacker. The next day, Jiyu Qingfeng just woke up. He was stopped by Xiaoxi when he was about to go to the Demon Tower. Lord, several people claim to be from the Jiyu family. Said to have met you in Wutong County. After hearing that, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed Xiaoxi's clothes. Let them get the hell out of me. After speaking, Xiaoxi turned around and was about to leave. He was suddenly stopped by Jiyu Qingfeng. I saw him smile and say, "You can tell the Jiyu family that you want to see this king. But you need to send the full copy of Shenlong Gong first." As time goes by, Jiyu Qingfeng has cleared the Demon Suppression Tower. And also obtained Flesh and Blood Transformation, Magic Spirit Sky Demon Eye, Palm Royal 5 Elements, these 3 skills and talents. After cleaning up the demons, Jiyu Qingfeng returned to the room to practice. Suddenly a letter flew in. It says, "The 13th Devil Suppression Prison has been hijacked." Heading to the Imperial capital. After seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, he jumped out of bed excitedly. Not bad. This Li Qianjian and Sumai are still very reliable. It seems that I am not far from being promoted to the next level. Gotta celebrate. After saying that, he opened the door and looked forward to the girl. I'm going to the natural home. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 women bent down. Yes, Lord. Jiyu Qingfeng was very satisfied to see such a well-behaved woman. Praise them again and again for learning good rules. After they leave, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and went back to the room. Get ready to dress up before going out. On the streets of the imperial capital, several guards shouted, "Out of the way, out of the way." Words arrived side by side. Get out of the way. Pedestrians on the street saw the luxury sedan chair of a few square meters. One after another retreated to the sides and whispered. The Son of Heaven drove 6, but no royal army closed the road. Could it be that the king side by side? I didn't expect to see it today. The disciple of the legendary god. Is it really lucky for Sansheng? You must know that the emperor deliberately put the portrait of the king side by side. Tell the world about your deeds. Hearing these words, Jiyu Qingfeng fell into deep thought. Grass. This emperor did it on purpose, right? Zhu Mingzi knows the truth. He will not know. This is obviously because I am afraid that I will die too late. After thinking carefully, Jiyu Qingfeng seems to have understood something. The emperor may have done it on purpose. Doing this is for yourself. The second is to promote my identity at the same time. Fight back those who want to kill me in the name of God. Also, the word got out. Damn emperor, old dog. Although you are half for me. But it still annoys me. Suddenly the guard shouted. The king arrives side by side. People in the prince's mansion avoid. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng had a flash of inspiration. Just as I was about to get discouraged, someone offered sandbags. Immediately expect the guards to go to the prince's mansion. After all, robbing the emperor can easily cause public debt. But play the emperor's son. It's okay to give him a warning. Soon they came to the prince's mansion. The guards shouted word by word as the king arrived. As Jiyu Qingfeng came to the door, Xiaoxi from the prince's mansion stepped forward to restrain himself. I have seen the king side by side. I don't know what's important about the prince's visit. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Is my son at home?" But the 2 Xiaoxi looked calm. Bold to ask. And he laughed. "Is it your prince? Is my son here?" After speaking, Xiaoxi quickly replied, "The villain will take you in to see the prince." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the mansion. But he didn't want Jiyu Qingfeng to fly Xiaoxi with one kick. Ruiwan, Jiyu Qingfeng said coldly. The people in the prince's mansion are really unruly. Take this king in to see the prince. There is no reason for an uncle to meet his son. At this moment, a voice came. Who dares to make noise in the lonely prince's mansion? The prince of the dynasty who is over 50 years old. Now he is forced by the male protagonist to call him uncle. The prince was in place on the spot after hearing it, obviously not reacting. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled evilly. This king is worthy of your father as a brother. Shouldn't you be called uncle? The prince's face became extremely embarrassed after hearing it, but he also knew that what Jiyu Qingfeng said was true. Therefore, he could only call out Uncle Jiyu Qingfeng without supervision, because the emperor has been obedient to Jiyu Qingfeng recently. So he still called honestly. Who knew that the prince just shouted out? Jiyu Qingfeng became angry, something that has no respect. It's so reluctant to call an uncle. In fact, I feel secretly happy. I was originally worried that there was no reason to play him. Now this bomber sends the handle up by himself. Today, I will teach you a good lesson for your father. After speaking, he walked towards the prince, reached out and slapped him in the face. And he flew out of inertia. Rolled twice on the ground before stopping. The prince lying on the ground stared blankly at the sky. After he came back to his senses, he scolded Jiyu Qingfeng angrily. Jiyu is the crown prince of the dynasty, side by side with the king. You are too much. But when he saw Jiyu Qingfeng's face, and Jiyu Qingfeng looked at him without a trace of emotion. I'll tell you now. Lao Tzu is the rule. After saying that, he grabbed the prince, forcing the prince to look directly into his eyes. I also told you, if I want to hit you, I will hit you. No one cares. Little do they know that the prince at this time is already secretly exercising his power. It's just that the strength of the two is far apart. The crown prince's attack had long been seen through by Jiyu Qingfeng. When the prince attacks, Jiyu Qingfeng had already jumped into the air. When he saw the prince resist, he got more excited. He took out the heavenly fox eye to gather energy, shrouded the entire prince's mansion in a barrier. At the same time, the prince's mansion went out and found a team of patrolling guards. After hearing the sound of instant patting from the fence, hurry to the gate of the prince's mansion. When I heard that the prince was inside, you are married. Jump on the fence without saying a word. Unexpectedly, I saw the prince being chased and beaten by Jiyu Qingfeng. Several guards immediately rushed towards the prince. Just came. He was kicked by Jiyu Qingfeng. After a long time, Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the prince panting. I was very unconvinced in the face of Prince Jiyu Qingfeng. You are so kind to the fox. Aren't you afraid that the fox will go to the court to visit you tomorrow? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiyu Qingfeng's disdainful eyes. Has the prince forgotten what he has done? Do I need to remind you? Before the owner enters Beijing, I have seen a few monsters from the kingdom of 10,000 demons. They all said it was the prince who ordered them to kill me. The prince was shocked when he heard this. Ask Jiyu Qingfeng what evidence he has. I only heard a comment. Jiyu Qingfeng flew up and gave him a kick. He didn't speak until he saw his face on the ground. If I say those great demons of the demon kingdom, have you surrendered to this king? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng took back the eye of Qianhu. He also warned the prince as he left. Calm down. Otherwise, his crown prince should be replaced. After teaching the prince a lesson, Jiyu Qingfeng was in a good mood. Hanfu guards drive the natural home. It's just that although Jiyu Qingfeng let out a vile breath now, but I still frown. After thinking for a moment, he decided to do it in 2 years. Find a way to kill that trash. As soon as the picture turns back to the prince's mansion, I saw him lying on the bed with scars all over his body. The housekeeper came forward to report. The emperor has received the news today, and someone has been sent to investigate the matter strictly. Just didn't say a word about what he was being played. Hearing this, the prince's eyes burst into flames. Then he took off the quilt and got up to speak to the housekeeper. The case of the demon kingdom, maybe the father already knows. Then I can only start in advance. Then call the housekeeper to go down and prepare. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air. This son feels unrighteous. The guards drew their knives at the man, and the prince shouted after seeing it. Who are you? Hearing the questioning man slowly turned his head to introduce. I am young Master Yin. This son is someone who can help you become emperor. The prince looked disdainful after hearing it. Just you. Unexpectedly, young Master Yin opened the fan as soon as the voice fell. I saw that young Master Yin replied calmly, just rely on me. Seeing the strength of the man in front of you is so powerful. The prince gritted his teeth and asked again. Who the hell are you? Young Master Yin showed a light smile on his face when he heard the words. According to your worldly title, you can call me a god. The prince who is over 50 years old is in order to ascend the throne. Not hesitate to cooperate with unknown gods. Also meet the requirements of the other party unconditionally. Just now, the man claims to be a god. The prince's eyes lit up after hearing it. You say you are a god. Can there be evidence? The man suddenly laughed when he heard that. Evidence? Why should I prove my identity to the Strand Ant? Then a flash appeared in front of the prince. If I hadn't heard that there is a god haunting the Great Flame Dynasty, even if you are the prince, you don't deserve to see me. You should be grateful that I saw your identity. Select you as an agent. If you do well, I help you god. If you don't do it well, then I'll support someone else to kill you. Then he reached out and grabbed the prince. The threatened prince opened his mouth to ask. What exactly do you want? See him so on the road. The man let go of his neck. Nice. My son likes well-behaved people. I only want the god behind Jiyu Qingfeng, and 1 million living people. The prince was shocked to hear this. What do you want these for? The other party just let him mind his own business. The prince presses the fear in his heart. If you do this, you won't be afraid of being known by Jiyu Qingfeng's master. Bad for you. Hear the prince's words. The man smiled disdainfully. True God, the so-called gods in your human world. But it's just that my prey is black. After speaking, the man gathered his true energy in his hands. I know what you're trying to say. I also know that you are testing me. But my patience is limited. I'll let you go in your ignorance. Next time. This is what happens to you. After saying that, the true energy in his hand was released. Just take a life. Scared the prince to sweat. What am I going to do next? The man fell into deep thought upon hearing the words. If this young master killed the emperor of Dian. You set up again. It is claimed that the emperor died of the poison in the pill of Bhutan. After that, Jiyu Qingfeng became a court prisoner of the Great Yang dynasty. You send someone to kill Jiyu Qingfeng. As for how to intercept him, you choose. Just drive him into a corner. Just wait for his master to come. The prince heard the man's hasty plan. Ask the other party if you are confused. It's that simple. Work is all alone. The man spoke lightly after hearing it. Otherwise, the simpler the plan, the stronger the execution. And this is your place. It must be convenient for you to hire people. Anyway, just remember, my target is the god behind him. Gotta put him in a corner. To force out his master. What happens after that has nothing to do with you. Hear the other person's understated answer. The prince was baked in place by mistake. Before he comes to his senses, the man turned and left. You can handle the rest yourself. I'm going to kill the emperor now. However, as he was leaving, the prince shouted. And so forth. Please tell me where you came from. The man turned around when he heard the words. Hey hey smile. All demons. Yin Gongzi. After saying that, only the prince was left in a mess in the wind. After leaving the prince's mansion, young Master Yin laughed sarcastically. Huilei's crown prince will save more trouble. A god. Plus 1 million people. The owner will be very happy. Then he disappeared again. As soon as you look forward, you will come to the emperor's thin palace. Young Master Yin looked at the sleeping emperor. The next morning, the prince brought heavy troops to the natural residence. I hope my subordinates will surround this place. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng had just woken up. Suddenly the door was opened. The prince rushed into the room with a group of guards, pointing at Jiyu Qingfeng and cursing. Jiyu Qingfeng, lonely people have surrounded the natural habitat. You'd better just give up and take it. Look at the prince in front of you. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly. You brought so many people to catch me. Always, a reason. Otherwise, I can't explain enough to you. Looking at the hippie smile, Prince Jiyu Qingfeng was angry. You used Bhutan to kill my father. Now I'm asking why I arrested you. Jiyu Qingfeng exclaimed when he heard this. The old emperor is dead. The prince saw this and put a knife on Jiyu Qingfeng's neck. You poisoned it. The father was poisoned last night. The evidence is now available. What else do you have to say? Only now did Jiyu Qingfeng understand. The king knows. It's you black-hearted who wants to seize power and the throne. In the end, you disagree enough. You will poison and kill you. Now plant the dirty and blame it on this king. The prince took the initiative when he heard the words. Issue an order for the guards to take down Jiyu Qingfeng. In just an instant, Jiyu Qingfeng was surrounded by guards. The prince was thrilled to see such a scene. Laugh out loud. Fox has 1 million guards. And you are only a fox. What do you use to resist the fox? As soon as he finished speaking, the crown prince saw Jiyu Qingfeng smile evilly. This king is a fox. Who told you? This king has only one person. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand. Little ones, give it all to this king. The male protagonist was killed by the prince and poisoned the emperor, surrounded by people. Looking at such a scene, the male protagonist is not only not afraid, and laughed out loud. Just now. Jiyu Qingfeng shouted that sentence. Little ones, come out and play. The prince was shocked. Staring blankly at Jiyu Qingfeng's direction, a large group of demons appeared beside Jiyu Qingfeng. Suddenly someone spoke. Is this the gate of the demon world? The prince was shocked when he heard the words, frightened to the ground. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng in disbelief. How is that possible? Seeing the terrified prince, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled softly. Look. You look like you've never seen the world. How did you become this prince? Just then a beautiful leg appeared. Then a seductive voice sounded. Master. Hearing the sound, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and looked at it. Very nice. There is progress. Did you practice dancing well? Odo Mai replied with a smile when she heard the words. They are all practicing according to the requirements of the master. As soon as the two finished chatting, they looked at the prince. With the small house charm shouted out. Master has orders. All go out. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the group of demons rushing towards the prince and others. The rubber-eyed prince was surrounded by demons. In the face of such a scene, he said. Who the hell are you? Jiyu Qingfeng was happy when he heard it. So many demons submit to this king. This king calls himself the Lord of Demons. That's not too much, but soon the prince's men found something wrong. Your Highness, this is just bluff. Although his army of demons is numerous, but it lacks the top dragon demon. Just a bunch of rabble. The prince calmed down after listening. I just wanted to greet Jiyu Qingfeng's ancestors. Unexpectedly, he laughed out loud first. Then aren't you still scared the shit out of me? Hearing this, the prince gritted his teeth and looked at Jiyu Qingfeng. I only spit it out for half a day to introduce you. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and waved his hand. Okay, you're not afraid of these demons, are you? Then just wait. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng summoned the doppelganger, reaching out in my arms for something. He quickly took out a token. Hand this object to the doppelganger. Let them come out too. After speaking, the doppelganger disappeared in place. Then Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and walked towards the prince. Let uncle play with you again. The prince heard Jiyu Qingfeng's words. Disdainful expression on the face. Alone, His Royal Highness, I'm afraid you're a traitor. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. Not bad. Backbone. Hope you wait a while. You have to be so backbone. The prince heard the words and leaned over to remind his subordinates. Go and inform the people outside to prepare for battle. After saying that, he looked back at the demon behind him. Crazy Tide ridicules Jiyu Qingfeng. Just with these bluffing ghosts under you. Never escape from the palm of my hand. But at this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and pointed outside. Would you like to take a look in the direction of suppressing Demon Tong? The prince was speechless when he heard the words. What do you mean? So the prince turned his head to check. I don't look at it, I'm startled at first glance. I saw lightning and thunder outside. People holding their heads in the street. Suddenly someone pointed forward and shouted. Look at that, there's something coming out there. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure rushed out. A closer look reveals. In just an instant, he arrived at the place where Jiyu Qingfeng was. And there are dozens of Dragon Transformation Realm demons behind him. After seeing Jiyu Qingfeng, they shouted in unison. We have seen the Lord. And the prince and others all stayed in place. Just because they recognized the evil Buddha at the 8th level of Dragon Transformation, the Red Ghost King of Dragon Transformation Triple. There is also the Lonely Demon Lord at the 5th level of Dragon Transformation. They don't know until they see it. Jiyu Qingfeng called all the demons in the Demon Tower. The prince looked embarrassed when he saw this. He had already summoned most of the power of the imperial capital. Just for Jiang Jiyu Qingfeng, he was forced into a desperate situation, but now it's the other way around. The more I think about it, the more I panic, because he was more afraid that young Master Yin would kill him. Support others. Thinking of this, the prince put his head in his hands. After all, there was no turning back. In order to ascend the throne, his hands are already stained with blood. Now there is only one step away from the throne. He would never allow anyone else to sit on that throne. So he gritted his teeth. Use morality to kidnap Jiyu Qingfeng. Father trusts you so much. I just handed over the demon suppression to you and Lin Mubai to take care of it. You actually colluded with the demon. However, Jiyu Qingfeng was originally a person without morals. Prince, this trick is useless. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng taking out a handful of heads in his arms. This king gives you a chance. Then he threw the head at the feet of the prince and let him commit suicide. But at this time, the prince is already crazy, ordered the guards to kill him. Jiyu Qingfeng saw that the prince was dying, but he still didn't repent. A smile arose at the corner of his mouth. Reach out and pull out your long sword. The knife will rush towards its own guard and kill it. The prince couldn't close his mouth when he saw this scene. Only one knife. Jiyu Qingfeng quickly denied it when he heard the words. No, there's a second knife. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng wielded the knife again. This attack is even more ferocious than the previous one. Seeing that the prince is about to be quacked, suddenly he shouted. Silver boy, save me. In the next second, a figure appeared. I only heard him angry about the prince. You are really rubbish. The prince relies on himself to be numerous, showing off in front of the male protagonist. I didn't expect the male protagonist to call all the demons in the Demon Town Tower, just now. Jiyu Qingfeng used the word Chuyang sword to charge straight at the prince. He was about to die on the spot. All of a sudden, he shouted, Silver boy, save me. As his voice fell, Taoist figure suddenly appeared. You are really not trash. Young Master Yin gently waved the fan in his hand. Suddenly, an invisible wind appeared. The energy of the blending flames disappeared. The prince saw this and shouted loudly, Great! With young Master Yin, who he can't kill Jiyu Qingfeng today. Jiyu Qingfeng's pupils constricted. How many blessings are there in the power of this blow? Even at the peak of dragon transformation, it is impossible to easily resist, but he actually broke it with one fan. This person's strength is probably a god. Does he dare to arrest me today? It is because of this rescuer. Silver Boy just landed. The prince rushed forward impatiently and wanted to paste it. But young Master Yin stretched out his fan to prevent him from approaching. If you disturb me again, believe it or not, I will kill you now. Hearing this, the prince didn't dare to breathe. Then, young Master Yin took out the portrait and compared it with Jiyu Qingfeng. After confirming that it was correct, he clenched his fists tightly. Ecstatic face. You are a disciple of God, Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng saw that the situation was not good and went back to tell Xiaowu Mai. You take them back first. After saying that, he opened the alien space and sent the others away. After they left, young Master Yin smiled slightly. It's clean now. This son will solve your doubts. You don't deserve to know who this son is. I'll give you a chance to call your master quickly. After saying that, he patted Jiyu Qingfeng's shoulder. Hearing this sentence, Jiyu Qingfeng instantly understood. This person is here for God. So Jiyu Qingfeng asked the other party, do you want my master to make one? Young Master Yin pointed at Jiyu Qingfeng with disdain after hearing it. Just by you. It is also worthy to know about this son. Hurry up and call your master. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Jiyu Qingfeng pretended to be afraid when he heard the words. I want to test the other party's bottom line. Last question. As long as you answer, I'll call my master right away. Hearing this, young Master Yin decided to give him a chance. After all, it was very simple for him to kill a Jiyu Qingfeng. Then he saw Jiyu Qingfeng clasping his fists with both hands. Dare to ask your excellency is a human race. Jiyu Qingfeng just finished speaking. Young Master Yin became angry. How dare you compare this young master with the humble human race? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was immediately happy. It's good if it's not human. I didn't expect to be happy for only 2 seconds. I heard young Master Yin say. This son is a saint. The greatest saint in the world. Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words and was full of question marks. What is a saint? Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng lay on the ground and asked the system, is everything except the human race considered a demon? Unfortunately, the system's answer, but it left Jiyu Qingfeng speechless. No. All but humans are demons. Wouldn't it be stronger if you were bitten by a dog? Getting the answer, Jiyu Qingfeng scratched his head awkwardly. I will call my master now. Just finished speaking. Jiyu Qingfeng pointed behind young Master Yin and shouted, Master, why are you here so soon? I heard what Jiyu Qingfeng said. At this time, young Master Yin sighed in his heart. Is this how the true God appears? I'm one step closer to my master picking me up to the upper realm, but what he didn't expect was. It was Jiyu Qingfeng who appeared inside. Fool! Dad is gone. Young Master Yin was very angry when he saw this. Then he launched an attack on Jiyu Qingfeng. It's a pity it's one step late. Just then, Jiyu Qingfeng's mirror doppelganger cast the cross Lonely Flame sword. A powerful giant cross headed towards him temporarily. Young Master Yin waved it hard when he saw this. The power of the cross Lonely Flame sword was instantly blown out by the strong wind. Jiyu Qingfeng's mirror doppelganger also dissipated together. The angry silver young master caught up with a flash. And Jiyu Qingfeng, under the delay of the doppelganger, came thousands of miles away. Even so, he didn't dare to stop. Constant use of Transfiguration Phantom. I saw that he had just disappeared in place, and young Master Yin caught up. The next scene is Jiyu Qingfeng running in front. Young Master Yin is scolding from behind. It's a pity that Jiyu Qingfeng's strength is still too poor. After a while, he was caught up by young Master Yin. I saw him flying Jiyu Qingfeng with one kick. With a thump, Jiyu Qingfeng fell to the ground. Young Master Yin opened his mouth in disdain. You keep running. The male protagonist can level up as long as he is attacked by a demon. I thought I could do whatever I wanted in this world. Now it's being taken flying by someone else, just because the other party is a saint who doesn't even care about the true God. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng used the mirror doppelganger to escape thousands of miles away, but the strength of young Master Yin is too high. After a while, he caught up. And one kick will fly Jiyu Qingfeng. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng lying on the ground. Young Master Yin's eyes are full of smiles. Jiyu Qingfeng knew that he had no way out. The only thing you can do is fight to the death. Even if you die, you can still be reborn with blood drops. As a result, he was laughed at by young Master Yin. I will let you see it today. God's power. Then he waved the fan in his hand. A wave of momentum rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng used the protective cover to resist desperately, but still can't resist. Young Master Yin laughed out loud when he saw this. You know how good I am? Suddenly his laughter was genuine. Standing there with a dull face. Are you okay? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also full of questions. You ask me. I ask who? And the skill that young Master Yin just released. They were all sucked into Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Young Master Yin felt very embarrassed when he saw this, because he suddenly realized, Jiyu Qingfeng's soul actually reached the point where seeing God is not bad. You are only a Ganqi realm. The soul has actually reached the level where seeing God is not bad. The power of the divine soul of this young master is ineffective against you. Jiyu Qingfeng was confused when he heard what young Master Yin said. After kissing the power of the soul, I saw young Master Yin suddenly go crazy. That's just not possible. This young master's soul knight has already reached the divine soul realm. That is the realm of the soul. How can knights look directly? Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the other party in shock and thought to himself. The divine soul realm he mentioned and humans cannot look directly at. What do you mean? Then Jiyu Qingfeng closed his eyes, lost in thought. If humans can't look directly, it's just a soul that has entered the realm of divine soul. Then what did the true God say? Then Zhu Mingzi is right. There is no true God. God is just a powerful man, gathering chi to innate. In fact, it is gas training. Dragon transformation is a transformation of the level of life. The divine realm is the transformation of the soul. I see. I see. As soon as I opened my eyes and saw young Master Yin, Jiyu Qingfeng was blinded, because he forgot he was being hunted. I had an epiphany. Fortunately, young Master Yin did not take advantage of the danger, even if the other party doesn't attack him, but it's useless to wake up now. Still can't beat the gods, Jiyu Qingfeng sighed helplessly. Young Master Yin suddenly pointed at Jiyu Qingfeng and shouted, "It was my son who underestimated your strength. I'm getting serious now." Then open the fan. A wave that swallows mountains and rivers comes out of the ground. Jiyu Qingfeng said something after seeing it. Are you serious? Then I'm serious too. Then the hand holding the sword tightened. Swing the cross lonely flame sword. Attack young Master Yin. Unfortunately, with the roar of young Master Yin, it broke. Jiyu Qingfeng's cross flame sword instantly dissipated. Young Master Yin scolded with disdain after seeing it. Really overkill. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng had come behind him at this time. Put the sword on his back. He used Aroki Yinlong. But it hasn't lasted 3 seconds. Young Master Yin rushed out of the cage. The powerful fluctuation sent Jiyu Qingfeng flying. You overreaching ant. Who are you laughing at? Jiyu Qingfeng smiled slightly when he saw this. The best is yet to come. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng's body slowly took off. A red-black dragon also appeared above his head. Since my soul power and cultivation can't compare to yours, then let's compare the strength of the body. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng rushed towards young Master Yin. Only a click was heard. Silver young master's body is protected by the wind, and cracks appear. Jiyu Qingfeng used force again. His body was completely shattered by Jiyu Qingfeng. And when the silver prince was shattered, disappeared in place in an instant. I didn't expect your body to be so powerful. I wanted to force out your master and then kill you. But now my son has changed his mind. I will give you and your master to the master. Hearing that the owner, Jiyu Qingfeng, was delighted. It turns out that this stick hair is so sharp, it's because someone is behind it. Damn. I thought I was the king side by side. If you find a demon, you can become stronger and invincible all the way. Now meet this guy. The plan died before it even started. Just then, young Master Yin spoke again. Just wipe your hands. Don't bother yourself. Your soul has been locked by this young master. You can't escape my palm. Jiyu Qingfeng spoke angrily when he heard the words, "Want me to surrender? Dream." Just finished speaking. Jiyu Qingfeng was grabbed by young Master Yin's divine soul power. He waved his fan to attack Jiyu Qingfeng, forcing Jiyu Qingfeng to take all the damage head-on. Just let me enjoy it. And Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly felt that his body didn't hurt anymore. That's when the system appears. Sorry, I'm late. The host is attacked by the moon-howling silver wolf. Defense plus 100,000. Wind attribute plus 100,000. Defense has reached its limit. The ultimate evolution of the black dragon's indestructible height level. Acquire derivative talents. Palm Thunder. Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation to the 5th level of astral chi. Wind attribute has reached its upper limit. Acquire airless body. This sudden situation. Young Master Yin was stunned to the spot. Men claim to be the greatest saint in the world. Scared the male protagonist to run for his life. I thought I was going to die on the spot today. I didn't expect this saint to be a demon. So the system sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host for being attacked by the moon-howling silver wolf. Defense plus 100,000. Cultivation base upgrade 5 levels of Qi. Acquire airless body. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng unscathed. Yin Gongzi Mu Chengku. What the hell is going on here? And he also noticed that Jiyu Qingfeng's aura had changed greatly. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was looking down at young Master Yin in midair. Ha ha ha, I am like this. Are you still satisfied? Young Master Yin was a little mistaken after hearing it. How is that possible? But soon he calmed down. Although I don't know where you got your power from. But you want to sign in front of this young master. Bluffing is still a little too tender. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was full of disdain. In front of you, Banmen Nongye, you also deserve. A demon wolf in Au Gang dares to call himself a saint. You lied to me. I haven't settled the bill with you yet. Young Master Yin was shocked when he heard the words, thinking. How would he know? You actually saw through my real body. This man must not be allowed to escape, so his heart gathered the breath in his hands. He gritted his teeth and threw it at Jiyu Qingfeng, but now Jiyu Qingfeng not only didn't flash, he also waved his little hand to wipe out the opponent's attack. Smile. Overreach. Today, the deity will let you see what is true strength. Bombed at young Master Yin. And young Master Yin also fought hard to resist. A red light dissipated. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly appeared in front of him. Slap him away. You made your deity think you discovered a new species. Can be used for cultivation. Turns out you're a wolf. The way your pussy looks. Your parents have you, you are really a child. Young Master Yin was furious when he heard Jiyu Qingfeng's news. 9 heavens wind, with his roar. A tornado appeared in an instant. Go straight to Jiyu Qingfeng. Looking at the angry tornado in front of me. Yi Qingfeng stood there calmly. But there is some disdain on his face. Here it is, I heard what Jiyu Qingfeng said. Young Master Yin laughed out loud. You are so crazy. But he wasn't finished. I heard Jiyu Qingfeng's voice. I just said that's it, didn't you hear? How dare I use this rubbish trick against your father? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng flew into the air. Young Master Yin's 9 heavens astral chi poured in. Inside Jiyu Qingfeng's body. After absorbing it, Jiyu Qingfeng only felt refreshed. Seeing this, Mu Yingong's face was full of disbelief. Even the human race's god-level powerhouses can't take my blow. Who the hell are you? Hearing the inquiry, Jiyu Qingfeng's nostrils went to the sky. I want to know who the deity is. Do you deserve it? Then Jiyu Qingfeng smiled. But before I kill you, you have to answer a question first. Are you a wolf or a dog? Why do you like to call it so much? Young Master Yin heard Jiyu Qingfeng compare himself to a dog. He was furious. Neck engraving lightning and thunder. Young Master Yin's teeth gradually turned into fangs. The body expands dozens of times in an instant. Kung fu between the belly and the eyes. He becomes a giant silver wolf. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng was not only not afraid, I'm a little excited instead. This is the moon-howling silver wolf. What kind of boy was that just now? Is it you? Hearing this, the howling moon silver wolf was even more annoyed. Open your mouth and bite at Jiyu Qingfeng. On the contrary, Jiyu Qingfeng was very calm. You actually dare to transform into the second form in front of the deity. Is this helping me? Ha ha, I should be a god too. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng launched the Black Dragon Immortal to fight back, and then you see 2 streams of energy colliding. Explode out the destructive pressure. The host is attacked by the moon-howling silver wolf. Defense plus 200,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 7th level of astral chi. Hearing what the system said, Jiyu Qingfeng has some rumors. This Black Dragon Immortal is going to be a normal level again, and the howling moon silver wolf saw Jiyu Qingfeng being hit by himself, not only unscathed. The cultivation base has also been improved. More angry. Concentrate the chi on the claws again. Without saying a word, he blasted at Jiyu Qingfeng. After seeing him dodge, he continued to use the astral aura to bomb Jiyu Qingfeng. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8th level of the astral chi realm. Ding. Congratulations, the host defense has reached its limit. Obtained the ultimate Black Dragon Immortal level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary immortal dragon body. End with the beep. Jiyu Qingfeng's spirit trembling. At this moment, he felt that he was going to be invincible. I saw a dragon hovering in Jiyu Qingfeng's hand. Just use it, try your own immortal dragon body. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng rushed forward. I want to punch the moon-howling silver wolf. It's just that the howling moon silver wolf at this time, not yet aware of the danger. The mouth is still as arrogant as before. First mover. Flawed. Just courting death. The male protagonist just asked if you are a wolf or a dog. The man's angry body instantly swelled hundreds of times. He didn't stop until he was taller than 10 stories. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng faced the attack of the moon-howling silver wolf. Not only do you not dodge, but you are as stable as Mount Tai. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded. Congratulations to the host, the black dragon is immortal. The ordinary level is the immortal dragon body. The system just finished speaking. A black and red dragon appeared on Jiyu Qingfeng's hand. Just use it, try your own immortal dragon body. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng rushed forward. After seeing the howling moon silver wolf, he reached out his paws without thinking, to fight against Jiyu Qingfeng's attack. As Jiyu Qingfeng's power passed through his arms to his body, the moon-howling silver wolf suddenly felt bad. Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth lightly when he saw this. That's all you got. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng used force again. A blood-red ability directly hit the moon-howling silver wolf, and this blow just shrunk him. He even vomited blood. Why is this happening? Just a lower-bound ant can actually block all my attacks. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward. No. Is this your last word? Moon-howling silver wolf's pupils constricted when he heard it. You are nothing more than relying on your physical strength. But after all, your soul is only good to see God. Not yet a soul. Since it can't hurt your body, that sun is going to crush your soul. After speaking, the howling moon silver wolf's body was covered with purple thunder and lightning. Then he rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. The claws were only grasping Jiyu Qingfeng's hands. But Jiyu Qingfeng coughed and smiled. I know that Lao Tzu has strengthened his physical body and cultivation. The soul is a weakness. So I came here specially to help Lao Tzu strengthen his soul. You're such a good monster. It's rare now. How should I reward you? After speaking, he gently shook off the claws of the howling moon silver wolf. He was so angry that lightning came out of his eyes. You will pay for your equipment. Moon-howling silver wolf just finished speaking. Several eyes appeared around Jiyu Qingfeng. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded. The host is attacked by the Suyue silver wolf. Soul power plus 200,000. Congratulations to the host soul for transforming into a divine soul. The howling moon silver wolf was startled when he saw this. What kind of monster are you? Can break through. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was also very helpless. You helped me break through. You ask me. Moon-howling silver wolf gritted his teeth when he heard that. What about a breakthrough? A mere divine soul who first entered the divine realm. This son can kill with one hand. Then he gathered a stronger than ever before. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng wrapped his hands around his chest. Misnomer. Obviously it's all eyes, okay? There is a vast. The power of the soul rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng, but the amazing thing is the power of the soul. He didn't attack Jiyu Qingfeng's body. It was mud under his feet. The howling silver wolf was taken aback when he saw this. How is that possible? You are actually eating away at my cultivation. See, this is not good. The moon-howling silver wolf turned into a human and wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng had already seen through his thoughts. An elbow blows it away. Before he can react, Jiyu Qingfeng has flown above him. It's a dragon attack against him. It was like the sky was falling apart. The moon-howling silver wolf was also knocked to the ground. Suddenly there was a whoosh. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng stepping on the body of the howling moon silver wolf. Smile slightly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. If you want to live, just call your master. After speaking, he saw the corner of the howling moon silver wolf's mouth rise. In the eyes of the master, you're not even as good as an ant. But he wasn't finished. Jiyu Qingfeng had already pulled out the Wood King sword. Hand up, knife down. The screams of the moon-howling silver wolf sounded. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng holding his little brother in his hand, but he pointed at Jiyu Qingfeng and scolded. You're dead meat. 2 years later, master, lower bound. You must die. Jiyu Qingfeng threw his little brother away after hearing it. Tell him not to talk so much nonsense. You should call him down now. The howling moon silver wolf smiled evilly when he heard the words. You frog in the well. How can you know the greatness and terror of your master? To tell you the truth, this world is nothing more than the master's backyard. You are all the master's playthings, and I am the master's most loyal lackey. Although I am a wolf, but when people say that, they're scolding me. And what the master said was complimenting me. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't agree with such a self-deceiving idea. Look at his despicable appearance. Jiyu Qingfeng punched him and spat blood. I don't have the ability and I like to be pushy. The Great One is your master. What does this have to do with your dog? Here's your chance. As long as you recognize the deity as the master, in the future, you can live as a dog for the deity. How did it go? As soon as he finished speaking, the moon-howling silver wolf raised his head. He looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with a smile. I am you enough. As soon as the voice fell, Jiyu Qingfeng took care of this stupid dog with one kick. Overreaching waste. Suddenly, a Qiankuan ring attracted Jiyu Qingfeng's attention. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and took it in his hand. But don't want to be at this moment. The ring glowed purple. Jiyu Qingfeng was stunned when he saw it. He is a tall and mighty moon-howling silver wolf. Unexpectedly, he was sterilized by the male protagonist. Aggrieved, he yelled at the male protagonist. Therefore, it was solved by the male protagonist on the spot, just after Jiyu Qingfeng killed the moon-howling silver wolf. See the universe ring he left behind. Pick it up and you won't know until you see it. It turns out that the dog of the saint family is so rich. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng was happy. Just think of the so-called saints. It won't come until 2 years later. How can you do it yourself? And suddenly he had an epiphany. They're not coming. Then I can go to them. And the so-called saints do not come to Earth to control the world. How can there be only one dog? Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng felt a little regretful. Shouldn't have killed him so early. You should ask him who is killing him. At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng thought of Zhu Mingzi. He is from the dark world. I also know that in 2 years, the Holy Clan will attack my master. Then he must know something. Find him and maybe ask for outpoint information. But before going to Zhu Mingzi, there's one more thing left to do. The scene changed to the imperial capital streets of the Great Flame Dynasty. The guards are shouting in the streets. The prince has ascended the throne, and he also caught Jiyu Qingfeng who poisoned the old emperor. The prince at this time, sitting on the dragon chair, he misses, laughing from ear to ear. Just then a guard came to report. The demons in the imperial capital have been cleaned up, and his image in the hearts of the people has overshadowed the late emperor. The silly prince was overjoyed to hear this. Even excitedly fought from the dragon chair. Ask for the trace of Jiyu Qingfeng. After hearing the guard say he didn't know, the prince is even more happy. I didn't expect young Master Yin to be so powerful. Not only did one force eliminate all demons, he also settled Jiyu Qingfeng, thinking that in the future, as long as you please young Master Yin, the throne is secure. So he gave the order to the guard. Go find 100 virgins imprisoned after purification. After the guards leave, the prince showed a perverted smile again, looking at the dragon chair. At this moment, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded. Hearing the sound, the prince immediately turned around. What came into view was Jiyu Qingfeng's figure. It tastes pretty heavy now, huh? The moment the prince saw Jiyu Qingfeng fall into the dragon chair in an instant, shout out in fear. Help! Escort quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards appeared in an instant. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng flashed to the prince. You want to kill my account? How do we calculate? Hearing this, the prince's face instantly turned pale. The guards saw this and attacked Jiyu Qingfeng together. It's a pity that even Jiyu Qingfeng's self-defense shield can't shake the slightest. Jiyu Qingfeng clenched his fists. Yiqijian. The power of the explosion on the body will blow all the guards away. Their weapons fell in front of the prince. The prince at this time was sweating profusely when he saw such a scene. After Jiyu Qingfeng finished dealing with the guards, slowly walked forward. Pull over the prince's clothes. With a flick he was thrown out like a puppy. Then Jiyu Qingfeng sat on the dragon chair and said, not long ago, this dragon chair, the king and the emperor's brother sat together. Who would have thought that my brother would be killed by his unfilial son? Got killed. Sad. The prince was anxious when he heard this, immediately stood up and was angry at Jiyu Qingfeng. Don't talk nonsense. Father Emperor was clearly killed by your ageless erysipelas. Don't think you've escaped the pursuit of young Master Yin. Take your group of demons back to the imperial capital and you will be safe. I will never let you harm the people again. The scourge of the entire Great Flame Dynasty, looking at the prince so righteous. Jiyu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Yin Gongzi, security scourge. This king is the people who care about the imperial capital. I can't bear to fight that ant in the city, so as not to hurt innocent people. As for the silver boy you mentioned, just a mite ant. Wait a minute. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand, looking forward to the demon in the alien space. Go to the outskirts of the city and take the body of the moon-howling silver wolf. Bring it back to the deity. Then watch the group of demons ignore the diameter of the prince and leave. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng yawned and said to the prince, I'll give you 10 minutes to shake people. Hearing this, the prince is facing the outside. Escort. Seeing this, the prince pointed to Jiyu Qingfeng Road. If you surrender now, it's still too late. Just then, Jiyu Qingfeng heard the voice of the demon. Master, the body of the moon-howling silver wolf has been found. and brought it back. After Jiyu Qingfeng found out, spit out a sentence lightly. Give you another chance. Do you want to kneel down and beg for mercy? Surrender and plead guilty. The prince was furious when he heard the words, Jiyu Qingfeng, go dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth. Okay. Throw down the body of the moon-howling silver wolf. After that, a portal appeared in the ceiling of the hall. Boom! Young Master Yin's body appeared in front of the crown prince. This sudden scene directly scared the prince silly. Absolutely impossible. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at him coldly. How is that impossible? If you don't surrender, this king will kill you later. Hearing this, the prince immediately ordered, give it to me. Kill Jiyu Qingfeng. The rest of the people rushed over when they heard the words. Looks like someone who attacked by himself. Jiyu Qingfeng is disdainful to speak. Here it is. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and pointed at the group of people. For a moment, dozens of soul forces rushed towards them. The crown prince, who is over 50 years old, finally sits on the throne. It's just that his butt isn't hot yet. He was thrown down like a puppy by the male protagonist. Just now. The prince shouted for all the guards to kill Jiyu Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng just stretched out his hand and pointed. Those people were tied up by his soul power. The prince was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. I saw him glaring at Jiyu Qingfeng with anger. Jiyu Qingfeng, who are you? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled evilly. I sign for you. You have also read the abilities of your new father. This king will send you to meet you now. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng twisted his hand in mid-air. Then I saw the prince's head explode instantly. So far, the 3-second emperor has fallen from the female curtain. Then Jiyu Qingfeng took back his skills. Put the rest down. What do you think is so great about being an emperor? It is worth proving that the son killed his father. This whole king is really curious. Otherwise, this king will play as an emperor. This king originally governed the world together with the emperor's brother. And now he's dead. The most capable prince also died. Then this king can only reluctantly take over the world for him. The guards below were all dumbfounded when they heard it. How can an emperor be so easy? Jiyu Qingfeng said indifferently when he saw that they didn't eat. You say, is this king right? And when they said that, they went along with it. Exactly, Your Highness, you are right. Jiyu Qingfeng raised the corners of his mouth when he saw them so knowledgeable. People, you have to experience it all your life. This way, it won't last a lifetime. Swear it. Everyone. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng used the power of the soul. Then I saw them take the oath in unison. I swear, this life is mainly based on Jiyu Qingfeng. Work for the master in the future. No two hearts. Otherwise, life will pay off. After taking the oath, Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand. All right, you go and take the ministers of the entire Great Flame Dynasty. Call the joint. Jiyu Qingfeng just finished speaking. The guard stepped forward. Jiyu Qingfeng, we won't. It's just that his head exploded before he could finish his words. This sudden scene. Let everyone here take a breath. Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth indifferently. Allow me to remind you of that. You have sent the police to worship me as the master. If you disobey my orders, that person just now is what will happen to you. The rest knelt down. Long live my emperor, long live. All right, go and execute the order of the alliance. In the blink of an eye, it's night. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the sky and chanted. Emperor brother. How many are the same as dogs? Don't worry. Dian Dynasty. We are about to usher in a peaceful and prosperous era that belongs only to me, Jiyu Qingfeng. He looked at the person behind him. This is the true peace and prosperity. No corrupt officials. The entertainment industry is developed. Little girls go out dressed up. Now that I've started playing the villain, then it's enough to have me as a bad person in this world. Jiyu Qingfeng walked while talking. Suddenly a voice stopped him. Please tell me which empress's palace you want to stay in today. Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words and looked back at Tai Lan. I heard him repeat what he just said again. Immediately, Jiyu Qingfeng became interested. Empress, yes, please, follow the process. If you don't click which empress's palace to go to. About to turn over the brand. After saying that, Tai Lan handed over a roster. You are the new king, and choose a palace for solitary living. So when you don't want to flip the brand, can rest alone. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened the roster with a smile. I feel happy. Or will the emperor enjoy it? Beautiful woman. They're all beautiful women. After reading, Jiyu Qingfeng pointed to the roster and read the name. Go get concubine Shu, concubine Xian, Hui Fei, Ru Fei, call me. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng smiled and returned the roster to Tai Lan. And I hope he will go soon. Don't keep the ladies waiting too long. After Tai Lan took over the roster, tell Jiu Qingfeng to wait a few hours. Because it takes some time for those emperors to come. Although Jiu Qingfeng has sperm in his head. But also understand that beautiful women need to dress up. Realize, United decided. I live in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. You can send the Empress to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng turned around and left happily. Stride towards the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Prepare to pack yourself first. Huarue was looking forward to it until midnight. Tai Lan's voice finally remembered. The Empress has arrived. Jiu Qingfeng stood up immediately after hearing it. It's just that he saw the scene ahead. It's like eating 10,000 tons of baba. Looking in the direction of Two Blue, Jiu Qingfeng not only has a question mark on his head, the fists in his hands are still clattering. I saw Tai Lan respectfully telling Jiu Qingfeng. The 5 emperors have brought. Jiu Qingfeng was angry when he heard the words. Are you kidding me? The picture book is full of beautiful women. It's full of old ladies. Are you a fraud? Tai Lan opened his mouth quickly after hearing it. If you go back. The picture book is full of what the empress looked like when they were young. Although the late emperor was 120 years old, Heng did not choose a concubine at the age of 80. Jiu Qingfeng was taken aback when he heard this. Only 80 years old, the youngest in the harem is almost 40 years old. Tai Lan answered after hearing it. The youngest beauty is 52 years old. At this time, Tai Lan asked in confusion, don't you want to appease the empress for the late emperor? What does this comfort have to do with the ages of the empress? Jiu Qingfeng heard what Tai Lan said. Staying where he was. The male protagonist of an upright young man has just become emperor. He called the 5 emperors on the harem roster. Jiu Qingfeng's face was uncomfortable when he saw this. Since the concubines are over 50 years old, I also think about life and death. Mature person. I guess I don't need the comfort of the skin. Lian, let's comfort the nieces first. That's right. How old are my daughters? Tai Lan answered after hearing it. 40 years ago, the late emperor stopped giving birth to children. Jiu Qingfeng sat down after hearing the words. Then they are all over half 100 years old. I must have looked down on life and death. A strong and mature person. You don't want the comfort of your skin. After speaking, Jiu Qingfeng stroked his forehead. Curse in your heart. Dog emperor. Occupy the pit and don't poop. The entire palace can't make up a young girl. Are you ashamed of this emperor's position? Tai Lan heard what Jiu Qingfeng said. Ask those emperors what to do. I saw Jiu Qingfeng wave his hand. Let them go home. Find your mother. But when Tai Lan was ready to leave, Jiu Qingfeng stopped him. Go to Jiu Palace. Bring all my former maids here. A few hours later, Jiu Qingfeng put on his clothes refreshingly. She glanced at the maid behind her. This is the scenery that the palace should have. Suddenly Tai Lan walked in. It's time for mourning. Yi Qingfeng heard the words and asked him to prepare. Soon in the hall, Jiu Qingfeng sat on the dragon chair. The other ministers knelt below and shouted in unison. Long live my emperor, long live. Jiu Qingfeng heard the words and said something. Public I Ching flat body. He yawned. Tai Lan shouted to the ministers. Something to play together. Retreat without incident. Just as he finished speaking, an old man walked forward. Chen Lu Xiangfei has a play. Jiu Qingfeng asked 3 questions in a row. Who are you? What are you doing in the middle now? What's played? The old man answered respectfully after hearing it. Wei Chen Lu Xiangfei, currently serving as the permanent prime minister. What was played about the funeral of the late emperor? And the princes and princesses. The placement of the concubine in the harem. Please also accept the tribunal. Jiu Qingfeng heard the words first. And he spoke. My brother is used to simple life. I definitely don't want to be extravagant after death. Just find a place to bury it. The princes were demoted to court residents. As the saying goes, jade cannot be made without cutting. It's time to exercise. As for the princess and concubine, Lian promised his brother before that he would take care of it for him, then stay in the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, the ministers shouted, Bai Xia is kind and kind. It is indeed Mingjun through the ages. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng asked them if there was anything else. If not, go down. I have to deal with business myself. After saying that, Yongxiong came forward again. Wei Chen has one more thing. A few days ago, there was a severe drought in the northwest. The people have no harvest. Urgent need for the court to sell disasters. Jiu Qingfeng was a little puzzled after hearing it. After saying a word to make money, Eternal Prime Minister began to slip away. But I'm not finished yet. He was interrupted by Jiu Qingfeng. I saw him grinning and opening his mouth. If you make a disaster, take out half of your net worth. Jiu Qingfeng just finished speaking. There was a deafening sound below. Half the net worth. Are you kidding me? Ministers began to discuss. Jiu Qingfeng saw this and said something. Don't want to take. After speaking, I saw him looking at everyone with a cold face. Don't you think? I will treat this imperial belt purely by picking up leaks. Now we can talk about it. It's a matter of poverty and contempt. Everyone knelt down when they heard this. Wei Chen dare not. Jiu Qingfeng waved his hand when he saw it. Okay. You little shit. I don't want to say either. It's a promise. Other things. I will no longer pursue it. Questions like this in the future, you can consult first and then ask the United States. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng stood up and left. The other ministers are lying on the ground and dare not lift their heads. I understand. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng asked them to retreat, return to the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Jiu Qingfeng rushed towards the beautiful woman with a smile, but then a big hand appeared. He grabbed Jiu Qingfeng's clothes. The batch is memorized. Jiu Qingfeng fell asleep looking at those memorials. Suddenly Tai Lan walked in. Throw the meditation in your hand heavily on the ground. And slammed the door shut. He turned around with a smile on his face. It's time to get up and correct the memorial. Jiu Qingfeng's face turned pale when he heard this. Soon after, Jiu Qingfeng's voice sounded in the study. Who likes to be the emperor? I don't serve anymore. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng opened the door. The prince of the late emperor has demoted you to a citizen. There are no children left to inherit the throne. And those princes of the opposite sex are all looking after you. You refuse to be emperor? Jiu Qingfeng was very angry when he heard this. It's like lifting the stone with your own feet. Suddenly, Jiu Qingfeng had a flash of inspiration. Democratic republics too? Hasn't a certain country passed smoothly for hundreds of years? After thinking of a way, Jiu Qingfeng was relaxed. Let Tai Lan immediately summon all the civil and military officials to the court. The picture turns in the Golden Honey Hall. Jiu Qingfeng sat on the dragon chair. Ministers are whispering below. Why is this time period necessary to go to court? At this moment, Jiu Qingfeng spoke. I called you here. It must be for state affairs. Today, I would like to discuss with the audience the question of changing the state system. The male protagonist has only been emperor for 1 day, so it is not very annoying. Hunning's face was filled with the desire to escape from the imperial study. It's a pity that Big Tai Lan is hugging his thigh tightly. Jiu Qingfeng, who was in a hurry, suddenly thought of a way. Imitate so-and-so country. Immediately let Tai Lan notify all ministers to go to court. As soon as Jiu Qingfeng went to court, he directly entered the main topic. Since ancient times, the Dian dynasty is a hereditary dictatorship of emperors. But you also saw. Although my emperor brother is very talented in the world. But his sons are not successful. The prince only wants Bin's father to seize the throne. The other princes were demoted to the court. Limbs unclear. No grain. I don't even have the skills to survive. Therefore, the United Nations decided. Form a cabinet. Apportionment of royal power. After that, the ministers took a deep breath. Absolutely not. Yi Qingfeng's face suddenly changed after hearing it. You all forgot the oath you took. Don't really think. I called you here today. I want to discuss this with you, right? I just want to inform you today. Federation based on your performance. Elect several ministers to join the cabinet. Double this and join forces to govern the world together. Then Jiu Qingfeng stood up regardless of everyone. Prime Minister Lu, let's see you and the imperial teacher, Lin Mubai. The three of them were itching for the Great Flame Dynasty. Let the three of you handle this. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng left the hall. Only the three imperial teachers were left to lead the order. Ever since Jiu Qingfeng announced the establishment of a cabinet in the Dian dynasty, after apportioning imperial power and ruling the world together, fly in dots, the cabinet led by Lin Mubai and Tongkong. It was officially established, and so first they elected somebody who was able to have integrity, a minister beloved by the people. From then on, the Dian dynasty entered the era of democratic co-governance. End of the play. However, this is impossible. The suburbs of the Great Flame Dynasty. Jiu Qingfeng has changed his clothes. Not bad. Lao Tzu has been emperor for 3 days. After saying that, he took out the phantom mask and put it on his face. Now I'm going to be a true god. Then I took out a piece of talisman paper. A portal appeared between the eyes. Watching the portal open. Jiu Qingfeng was a little mistaken. Zhu Mingzi walked out of it while breathing. I saw him looking at Jiu Qingfeng with a question mark. Dare to tell your excellency. Seeing this, Jiu Qingfeng coughed awkwardly. Your excellency must be fellow daoist Zhu Mingzi. Zhu Mingzi was shocked to hear this. It's the old man. I don't know what to call my friend. Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth to explain. Under Jiyu Shenghui, listen to what the little disciple Jiyu Qingfeng said. Your Excellency is looking for me. It's empty now. Come for an appointment. Zhu Mingzi's eyes widened when he heard it. You are Jiyu Qingfeng's master himself. Yes, exactly. I'm looking for you today mainly to know. What is the 100-year catastrophe in your honor? And who are they that you speak of? And the dark world. I'm really curious. Zhu Mingzi answered indifferently after hearing it. The old man can answer for Daofa. But before that, the old man must first determine whether Daofa is a human race. Please don't take offense. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was curious about how to test it. I saw Cassia fumbling around the cuff. Soon a small mirror was taken out. This is a magic mirror. Most sensitive to demonic energy. Whether it is a person or a demon, you will know at a glance. Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words and asked, but the demon mirror of the Great Yang Dynasty's demonic division. Zhu Mingzi was very proud to hear this. Nice. The demon-suppressing mirrors of the demon-suppressing division are all imitations of this realm. Even the method of illuminating the demon realm was spread out in the world of joy and darkness. Jiyu Qingfeng nodded when he heard that. I see. Can be found. It turns out that the method of refining is actually granted by a god-level powerhouse. The original is definitely more powerful. Okay, fellow Daoist, take a picture. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingzi began to chant the mantra, the golden light of the magic mirror in the pre-engraved room, and those golden lights automatically shone on Jiyu Qingfeng. After a while, Cassia looked at the person in the mirror. Take back the magic mirror after there is no change. Then Cassia began to answer Jiyu Qingfeng's doubts. Now the heavenly Tao is near the demon. I wait for the human race to survive more and more difficult. You have to be careful. When Jiyu Qingfeng heard him say that the way of heaven is close to the demon, big eyes. As our cultivators deepen their realm, the perception of the heavenly Tao will also become clearer and clearer. Presumably when fellow Taoists entered the realm of gods, he should also have sensed the differences in the heavenly Tao. Yi Qingfeng nodded when he heard the words. Express consent, actually scolding in my heart. Feel a fart. Lao Tzu is at the peak of the Ganqi realm. Where to go to perceive the way of heaven? In recent years, heavenly Tao was seriously infected by demonic energy. It has become increasingly unfavorable for human cultivation. This is also the case in recent years. The reason why fewer and fewer people will be promoted to the deity realm, and the Azure Desert realm is the realm where I am located. World rank from low to high. Divided into 1,000 worlds, Zhongqian and Daqian world. The space in which these worlds are located is the Sea of Boundaries. This world is the Green world. It is a small world. Kangeoji is a big world. The Blue world was originally an insignificant grain of sand in the world sea, but 5,000 years ago, the predecessor's efforts led to the Green world, captured by a powerful saint in the Azure Desert realm. After that, he attempted to refine the heavenly axiom, so as to completely control the Blue world. As a result, the heavenly Tao gradually became demonic. Hearing this, Jiyu Qing was enlightened. Your Excellency means, the Holy Clan of the Upper Realm is actually a demon. Zhu Mingzi heard the words and gave a positive answer. Jiyu Qingfeng was secretly happy after hearing it. Good guy. Isn't this a good opportunity for the demon group to deliver it to the door? Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng was full of smiles. So I decided to join your dark world. Anyone who has been an emperor knows, except for the supreme imperial power, there are also endless memorials to be corrected, and the male protagonist is trying to escape this fate. When you became emperor, you ran away. 3 days later, he found Zhu Mingzi of the dark world. He also learned from his mouth that the Saint clan is actually a matter of demons. Jiyu Qingfeng was secretly happy after hearing it. Join them now. Zhu Mingzi was surprised to see Jiyu Qingfeng so cheerful. What? Promised so soon? There can be no fraud, right? Jiyu Qingfeng only reacted when he heard this. I'm too excited. Promised too soon. Your Excellency also knows, I have finally cultivated to this state. If you lose your life because of a catastrophe that could have been resolved, what a pity. Not satisfied, I also inquired about the Dark World before I came down, but the world knows very little about the Dark World. Fortunately, in the library of the late Emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, found a few words from the Dark World. I just heard your words again. I found that you care about the common people, has a very unique understanding of heavenly Tao. So confirm below. Your Excellency and the Dark World are the allies I have been looking for. As soon as these words are said, Zhu Mingzi is stupid. I just said so much. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and continued to fool the other party. Of course there is, and the hands are doing little movements behind the back. Suddenly he pointed at Zhu Mingzi's back and shouted. Look at the devil. Zhu Mingzi looked back immediately after hearing it. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and looked forward to the demons in the different dimension. Prepare the teapot, tea table and other things. After speaking, the two frogs took out the things. However, Zhu Mingzi was unaware of all this, still looking at the sky stupidly. After the frogs went back, Jiyu Qingfeng said, "There was a light. It's very similar to the demons I once dealt with." Zhu Mingzi was a little mistaken when he heard this. It turns out that fellow Taoists have also fought against the demons. Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly called him to sit down and chat when he heard the words. Zhu Mingzi exclaimed when he saw the tea table. "Where did this tea table come from in the wilderness?" Jiyu Qingfeng pretended after hearing it. You and I have already stepped into the realm of gods. I'm already familiar with this ability of transfiguration. Come. Have tea and chat." Zhu Mingzi saw this and did it. Continue with the previous episode. The mighty man who tried to refine the green world, not the demon of the blue world. They are the demons of the upper realm. Self-proclaimed saints. Their means and strength are higher than the demons of the blue realm. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng asked, "What does that predecessor mean?" Xiaoqian world has limited vitality due to heaven and earth. Therefore, there is a cultivation limit. The highest cultivators of our generation can only cultivate to the realm of the gods. To continue to improve the realm, you can only go to the realm of more vitality. And although the god-level powerhouse has a 1,000-year lifespan, but the longevity will eventually run out. 5,000 years ago, some peak powerhouses of the deity realm who are about to expire. In pursuit of longevity, I failed. Finally, their double devil scroll IQ found inspiration. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately reacted when he heard the Sky Demon scroll. After Zhu Mingzi saw it, he asked Jiyu Qingfeng how much he knew. Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words and said that he understood it very well. "I just want to say." "What can you do for me, sir?" Zhu Mingzi said. "See what you're talking about." Jiyu Qingfeng was helpless. The old fox will not scatter an eagle until he sees a rabbit. Therefore, Jiyu Qingfeng slowly opened his mouth. The Sky Demon scroll is an extraterritorial demon. To get what you need. The medium sprinkled by the sea to the border. It's a way to communicate across the world. Some people build on that. Created a means of communication that could communicate with other worlds. Hearing this, Zhu Mingzi knew that what Jiyu Qingfeng said was true. And he went on. Later, someone contacted the Kang Mo realm in this way. But the message was intercepted by a demon power. Then exposed the location of the blue world, and that was the beginning of the catastrophe. Jiyu Qingfeng asked after listening, "I want to know what the purpose of the Holy Family is. They are the powerhouses of the upper realm. Why did you fall in love with Qingjie?" Zhu Mingzi looked helpless after hearing this. They are not looking at Qingjie, but people from the green world. Demons love to eat people. The demons of the upper realm are no exception. Their goal is to turn the green world into a sheep pen. The entire human race in captivity. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng's face changed greatly. The purpose of the holy race is captivity. Just to bring the human race of the blue world. Sell to other demons. They want to make the blue world. Kang is an origin that provides blood food to demons. Just after he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng slapped the table in anger. Kai is right. Don't they resist? Zhu Mingzi spoke in a hoarse voice when he heard the words. Resist. In the eyes of the world, you and I are both gods. In the eyes of the saints, you and I are both ants. The gap is too big. Even if you resist, there is no chance of victory. As for the dark realm, it's just a large group of people huddled together to keep warm, and we gods. In their eyes, it is nothing more than a high-quality product. They can sell it for a better price. We had to run around. Jiyu Qingfeng was very curious when he saw this. Since the saints are so powerful, can you really hide? Zhu Mingzi explained after hearing it. They are too powerful to be limited by the world. That's why envoys are sent down every 100 years. And the one who came down was the weakest of them all. Even in the dark world in times of disruption, has hundreds of god-level powerhouses. Also because of the confrontation with the envoy, burn your life and fight to the death. In the end, not even one of the opponent's fingers was hurt. Jiyu Qingfeng was secretly happy after hearing it. Such a powerful demon, isn't it amazing? Suddenly Zhu Mingzi opened the teleportation array. Invite Jiyu Qingfeng to leave together. However, just passed through the teleportation array, Zhu Mingzi's face suddenly changed. Who can think of a god who is admired by the world? In front of the saints, they are like ants. They burn even hundreds of lives. Nor did it hurt the messenger of the Holy Clan in the slightest. Because these so-called saints are also demons. Then the stronger they are, the faster you upgrade yourself. Then Jiyu Qingfeng followed Zhu Mingzi into the portal. As soon as he walked out, he saw Zhu Mingzi parked in place, looking at Jiyu Qingfeng with a gloomy face. Dao Yu Jiyu, why don't you bring your apprentice Jiyu Qingfeng? Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words, and there is no price supervision. I made a random excuse. The apprentice has another task. He is very safe now. In fact, I'm thinking. I bring myself. Are you crazy? After Zhu Mingzi heard it, he no longer pursued it, just a little weird. But this is only a matter between masters and apprentices. Don't interfere yourself. He turned around and said to Jiyu Qingfeng, wait a minute. Then he took out a spell and gave it to Jiyu Qingfeng. This is the hidden doctor talisman refined by Lord Dark Emperor, specially used to evade the tracking of the saints. You activate the talisman and let's go. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng took the talisman over. It's just that he told Zhu Mingzi about the Dark Emperor. Curious, he asked who the Dark Emperor was. Hearing this, Cassia remembered. I just patronized and accused the saints. Forgot to introduce Jiyu Qingfeng to the dark world. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and asked him to speak slowly. Zhu Mingzi pointed to the symbol after hearing this. Let Jiyu Qingfeng activate first. Jiyu Qingfeng used internal force to activate the talisman after reading it. For a moment he was surrounded by a golden light. The strange feeling made Jiyu Qingfeng feel. When he comes to his senses, Zhu Mingzi has gone ahead. Jiyu Qingfeng hurriedly chased after seeing it. Soon, Zhu Mingzi stopped in front of a portal. Jiyu Qingfeng said something after reading it. Another portal. But Zhu Mingzi didn't explain anything. Turn around and walk towards the portal. At the same time, he also introduced Jiyu Qingfeng. The Dark World was established by the ancestors of Lord Dark Emperor. The Dark World means the world hidden in the dark. After speaking, the two entered the portal together. In the blink of an eye, the two came to a restaurant. Jiyu Qingfeng sighed after reading it. Your dark world is hidden here. It's pretty grounded. Zhu Mingzi replied embarrassedly after listening. No. It's just that the old man is greedy for insects in his belly. Want to have a nice meal here. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at him in shock when he heard the words. Sir, I sincerely want to follow you to the dark world. After such a big circle. I didn't expect you to just bring me to eat fish. If you just want to play me, don't go to so much trouble. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng turned around and was about to leave. Zhu Mingzi hurriedly took Jiyu Qingfeng's hand after seeing it. Taoist, you misunderstood. You listen to me first. If what I say doesn't satisfy fellow Taoists, it's not too late to go. Jiyu Qingfeng shook away Zhu Mingzi's hand after listening, and he whispered. The old man did not immediately take his fellow Taoists to the dark world. He chose to eat. Not to fool fellow Taoists, just because the time has not yet come. Jiyu Qingfeng was stunned after listening. Zhu Mingzi looked at it and leaned over Jiyu Qingfeng's ear. Darkness, darkness. How to enter during the day. Just wait for the night. Crowded during the day. In case someone is forced to enter. Become a sinner in the dark world. Jiyu Qingfeng agreed when he heard the words. He went in to eat with Zhu Mingzi. After all the dishes are served, the two began to feast. Until the night comes. Both of them are also full. See, it's getting late. Zhu Mingzi smiled and said to Jiyu Qingfeng, come with me to the dark world now. Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words and followed Zhu Mingzi's pace. After 2.5 minutes, the two came to a museum material shop. In front of the door stood a paper figure, started shaking wildly after the two came. As the paper man fell to the ground, there was a patting sound. Zhu Mingzi reached out and knocked on the door. This is the entrance to the dark world. Zhu Mingzi only let him follow him. With the door knocked. The door opens from the inside. An old man walked out. You two want to buy squeezed wood? Zhu Mingzi promised to be. Then the old man asked again. Who to buy for? What material do you want to use? The size of multiple dogs. Zhu Mingzi answered after listening. Buy for yourself. I want golden nanmu. As for the size, you can tailor it for us. Just finished speaking. The old man actually laughed strangely. Who would have thought that the male protagonist of an upright young man, come to the museum material shop to buy box materials for yourself, not only good golden nanmu. It also requires on-site customization. Just now, Zhu Mingzi brought Jiyu Qingfeng to a museum material shop. After saying the request to the boss, he walked into the store. You can see it's filled with museum materials. And the boss. It exudes an air of dissent. Then the boss went to the side and pointed to a coffin. Just these two coffins. What do you think? Zhu Mingzi asked the boss after listening. How much is it, please? Just as he finished speaking, he heard the boss's hoarse voice. 200 taels. Zhu Mingzi hugged Jiyu Qingfeng's shoulder when he heard the words. You do it. The old man's money was spent at Yulain just now. Jiyu Qingfeng scolded in his heart after hearing it. Are people in the dark world so poor? You are a god-level powerhouse. Aren't you afraid of people laughing when you say it? Complain and complain. Jiyu Qingfeng still walked forward. Can you buy one and get one free? After all, I just ate people with a short mouth. Take it easy. Wait until you enter the dark world and then come back. I heard Jiyu Qingfeng's words. The boss refuses to fold the nails and cut the iron. Jiyu Qingfeng was taken aback after hearing this. Reach for the wall behind the boss. Don't you say on your sign that you can negotiate? After hearing this, the boss turned around to look at Qingfeng. That's for someone else. You can't. With your identity. Can't you come up with 200 taels? Jiyu Qingfeng's teeth itched with anger after hearing it. Speechless for a long time, Zhu Mingzi urged Jiyu Qingfeng after seeing it. Dao Jiyu, hurry up. About to miss the time. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and took out 200 taels. 300 taels is 200 taels. Put the money in the boss's hands with a snap. Thinking. Never because of this little money. Missed the opportunity to go to the dark world. After the boss took the money, he greeted Jiyu Qingfeng and the two with a smile. Looking forward to your next visit. At the same time, he secretly added a no to the negotiable price. Zhu Mingzi felt that Jiyu Qingfeng was still in a daze and shouting, "Fellow Jiyu, keep up." Jiyu Qingfeng came back to his senses and followed. Soon the two arrived at the mass grave outside the wasteland. Zhu Mingzi and Jiyu Qingfeng stopped in front of a well. Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth when he saw it. There is no wrong sound in the place. Zhu Mingzi heard the words and gave a positive answer. Jiyu Qingfeng asked, "What are these two museum materials for? I never expected to enter your dark world. You don't just have to buy lumber. Really expensive. Does this count as a toll for your own people?" And they don't bargain. Not afraid of hurting feelings, Zhu Mingzi explained after listening. Lao Zhong, who bought the coffin, is not strictly one of his own. He doesn't know the dark world. I don't know my identity. And he's just a dying man. Ask nothing. They will only give us the museum materials according to our requirements. If you have any questions, let's talk about it in the dark world. After saying that, Zhu Mingzi turned back and looked forward to Jiyu Qingfeng. Advanced press. Don't open it when something happens. Don't come out. Otherwise, there may be an accident. Wait until the place. I will help you open the museum. Jiyu Qingfeng was speechless after hearing this, but I still walked in honestly. Jiyu Qingfeng, who was lying inside, felt a little magical. Travel to another world in this way. But suddenly a metaphor sounded. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly felt uneasy. I reached out and wanted to open the pavilion board. Remember what Zhu Mingzi said. Wait a minute, don't open it no matter what happens. Don't come out. Otherwise, there may be an accident. Arrived at the place. I'll squeeze it for you. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng withdrew his hand. At this moment, the box material quickly slides down. Jiyu Qingfeng also showed a strange posture. It broke with a sound. Chains suddenly appeared in the museum materials, wrapped Jiyu Qingfeng around. Immediately, he felt if this was a trap. But soon he calmed himself down. Remember who did it? Is it Zhu Mingzi or the shopkeeper of the coffin shop? Or they are a gang? Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng was a little angry. Zhu Mingzi. I'll let you know today. The fate of deceiving Lao Tzu. After saying that, Dao Guan rose into the sky. Zhu Mingzi looked at the museum materials in front of him and shouted, "Dao Jiyu, the dark world has arrived, come out." As the voice falls, the museum materials were also opened. However, Jiyu Qingfeng's hands were tied by chains. Zhu Mingzi looked at it and said, "Welcome to the dark world. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Jiyu Qingfeng didn't lift his head when he heard the words and spoke lightly. "Do you think I will still believe you?" And when he looked up, he was shocked. I saw Zhu Mingzi's eyes were dark and glowing red. Smile wolf lock on face. Believe it or not. This will not delay everyone's welcome. Come out. Dinner's ready. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw hundreds of demons appear. Zhu Mingzi's whole body began to shake when he saw this. Old rules. Each person can only cut one piece of meat per day to eat, although God realm powerhouses recover faster. But if you cut too much, it will affect the quality. Let's eat for 2 years. Wait until 2 years later for the lower realm of the envoy. Give him to the envoy. After speaking, Zhu Mingzi's half face, also transformed into a demon. With a single eye, it turns into a monster hundreds of meters tall. I saw him standing arrogantly in front of Jiyu Qingfeng and asking, "Dao Jiyu, this is our dark world to welcome you, a special banquet. I wonder if you are still satisfied?" Jiyu Qingfeng laughed out loud after hearing this. "I am so satisfied. But now the rules of this party are about to change. Anyone who has slept in a coffin knows, although the space inside is small. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng listened to Mingzi's words, lying in a coffin ready to go to the dark world. Unexpectedly, when opening, Jiyu Qingfeng was tied up in chains. Ju Mingzi in front of him directly transformed into a demon. Do you like the welcome banquet arranged for you by our dark world? Jiyu Qingfeng laughed after seeing it. Such a strange reaction stunned the group of demons. Is he freaked out by us? Take a look first, maybe it was the orgy he gave himself before he died. However, Jiyu Qingfeng was satisfied at this time. Fellow Daoist Ju Mingzi, you really prepared a huge surprise for me. To express my gratitude to you, why don't I give you 2 options? Hearing this, all the demons opened their eyes. Before they come to their senses, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded again. First, tell me where the exit to the dark world is. The deity will let you go. Second, after the deity educates you well, then tell the deity where the exit is. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of demons burst into laughter. Then a demon shouted, "Okay, since you threaten us so sincerely, then we will tell you mercifully. See this red moon? This is the only way out of the dark world. I'd love to see it. How on earth are you surrounded by me? Escape from here." The corners of Jiyu Qingfeng's mouth rose after listening. You misunderstood. The deity is afraid that you will run away. After saying that, the group of demons laughed even more happily. I suddenly felt a little reluctant to give this person to the envoy. Why don't we keep him for fun? Jiyu Qingfeng looked at their arrogant attitude. Sure enough, there are always people in this world who don't like to hear the truth. Then the deity will let you open your eyes. Let's finish. Something flew in front of the 2 demons. Only leave them, Dao Shadow. Wait until they look back. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded. Fellow Daoist Ju Mingzi, head up. All the demons looked up when they heard the words. I found that Jiyu Qingfeng was in mid-air, looking at them with a smile. You have been surrounded by the deity. Don't even think of running today. The demons scolded Jiyu Qingfeng after hearing this. Arrogant rat. I don't know how high the sky is. You dare to speak wildly. Little did he know that Jiyu Qingfeng was even more excited after hearing it. You scold. After all, the more you are used to being angry, the more excited you are. Come and help me upgrade. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng rushed to the group of demons. Then came the scene of a fist and foot. After fighting Jiyu Qingfeng, he looked at the swarm of monsters. Asthma-breathing good inquiry system. Why did you fight so many gods and demons? But no attributes added. Who would have thought that the system would let Jiyu Qingfeng understand it himself? After thinking about it, Jiyu Qing suddenly realized. That is to say, they didn't make themselves stronger by attacking themselves. Then there is only one truth. He turned his head to face the demon behind him. You are not real demons. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind rolled around Jiyu Qingfeng's body. Kill all the monsters that come over in an instant. At the same time, the blood-red sky began to shatter. Jiyu Qingfeng instantly became serious when he saw this. It's full of disagreement. Better be careful. All of a sudden, the blood in front of me changed into a sky full of flowers. Not only lush grasslands, straight with blue sea and blue sky, there are red-crowned cranes flying high. Just then, Ju Mingzi appeared behind Jiyu Qingfeng. Dao Yu Jiyu, did you do well in the dream just now? Jiyu Qingfeng looked back after hearing the sound. Turn around and play him. Ju Mingzi was so scared that he quickly opened his mouth. The old man here congratulates you Jiyu Daoyu, got a chance to see Lord Darkness Emperor. Jiyu Qingfeng was in the same place after listening. What's that? See Dark Emperor. Ju Mingzi answered in the affirmative. And then you reach out. A cloud appears. Just now, Lord Dark Emperor, I watched your performance in the dream throughout the process. To summon you now. Then Ju Mingzi stood on the clouds. Let Jiyu Qingfeng follow him. Jiyu Qingfeng saw a lot of people flying through the clouds on the way. Curiously asked. Fellow Daoist Ju Mingzi, I see people in the dark world. There are not a few people who can fly through the clouds. Is this a unique ability of the deity realm? Ju Mingzi explained after listening. The divine realm can borrow the power of heaven and earth through the divine soul to cast spells. That's how it is. There is a Tibetan scripture pavilion in the dark world. There are many divine realm methods recorded in it. After seeing Lord Dark Emperor, the old man will take you to see. Jiyu Qingfeng clasped his fists after listening. Then I will reject fellow Daoist Mingzi more first. Ju Mingzi laughed after seeing it. Where? In the future, fellow Daoist Jiyu is also a member of my dark world. We should support each other. Jiyu Qingfeng was secretly happy after listening. This wave is cloudy. Call the wind and call the rain. It's more than grabbing a fist and a honey lion. Be sure to go to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion later, learn the law of God realm. So the dark world is not free. Soon the two arrived at a palace. Zhu Mingzi walked in with Jiyu Qingfeng. Suddenly he clasped his fists in his hands. Lord Dark Emperor, this is the new Daoist Jiyu Shenghui. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng also clasped his fists with both hands. Under Jiyu Shenghui, I have met fellow Taoists. Just after he finished speaking, a voice sounded, "Welcome to the Dark World." Daoyu Jiyu. Jiyu Qingfeng was very strange after seeing it. Dark Emperor is actually a woman. And when he thought about it, it got really interesting. The male protagonist has a system that can be upgraded by being rubbed by a demon, but now he is being praised by a group of demons, but he has not been promoted. When he asked the system, he was told to figure it out for himself. Broken with the red sky. Only then did Jiyu Qingfeng know that those demons were just hallucinations, and Zhu Mingzi after he woke up. Take Jiyu Qingfeng to meet the Dark Emperor. When he arrived at the main hall, Jiyu Qingfeng realized that the legendary Dark Emperor is actually a woman. Seeing this, Zhu Mingzi whispered in Jiyu Qingfeng's ear to remind Daoyu Jiyu, never really look down on Lord Dark Emperor. Hearing the voice, Jiyu Qingfeng came back to his senses, just wanted to say something. Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly remembered his current identity. It's Jiyu Shenghui who stepped into the realm of gods. How can someone set up such a critical moment? So Jiyu Qingfeng quickly clasped his fists with both hands. Below. I was shocked by the extraordinary bearing of Lord Dark Emperor. Forgot the courtesy. Please also ask the Dark Emperor to blame. Dark Emperor spoke lightly after listening. It doesn't matter, since fellow Daoist Jiyu has joined our dark world. That's one of us in the dark world. It just so happens that everyone is here today. Just take this opportunity. Let's get to know everyone. Jiyu Qingfeng slightly strangled himself when he heard the words, "Obey the arrangement of Lord Dark Emperor." Then Dark Emperor's voice sounded again. "Come on in." Just as he finished speaking, a large group of people walked in outside. Jiyu Qingfeng turned around. The rest of the people stepped forward to greet Jiyu Qingfeng. Just then a man ran in and yelled, "Lord Dark Emperor, just now, Lord Long sent someone to send news. The tunnel demon god weapon has been refined." Dark Emperor was very happy after hearing this. "Go back and tell Lord Long." Ready to fight back. The rest of the people started talking when they heard this. With the demon soldier, we have hope in the dark world. Some even shed tears of excitement. Hundreds of years, we finally see hope in the dark world. Jiyu Qingfeng had some doubts about this. He asked the fellow Taoists on the side, "Please greet what the demon soldier is." The man slowly explained after listening. "Daoyu Jiyu, you don't know. I waited to hide from the envoys of the saints. Has been running away for many years, and this throat demon god weapon is our dark world. A secret weapon prepared to deal with the saints and demons. We have been refining this treasure for 100 years. Even the demons at the peak of the god realm can't resist this treasure blow. But this treasure is ineffective against people. I'm going to use this treasure to root out the minions of the Saint clan, frustrate the spirit of the saints." Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng touched the back of his head. "I see." But he had other ideas in mind. "If you play like this, the gods and demons made you dry to death. How have I spent the past 2 years? Got to find a way to stop them." Zhu Mingzi opened his mouth after discovering the abnormality of Jiyu Qingfeng's style. "Daoyu Jiyu, how did you hear this news? You're not happy at all?" Instead of thinking. Jiyu Qingfeng only argued after listening. "I'm just too shocked. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in the world." At this moment, the Dark Emperor suddenly spoke. "Daoyu Jiyu, since the demon god weapon has been refined. So we're going to start talking now. How to deal with demons and saints. Fellow Taoists are now also a part of our dark world. Let's discuss together." Others patted Jiyu Qingfeng's shoulder when they heard the words. "Daoyu Jiyu, this is an emergency. One more person, one more power." Jiyu Qingfeng is not easy to refuse when he sees this. "Then I dare to try it with my predecessors." Jiyu Qingfeng listened to them discuss the plan. "I can't help but feel helpless. You really don't take me as an outsider anymore. Damn. As soon as I met, I directly showed my trump card. What if I'm a girl?" "You're done. How did this group of people catch up with the saints? Escaped for so long?" However, just when Jiyu Qingfeng was wondering, the Dark Emperor suddenly asked for his opinion. "Daoyu Jiyu, what do you think of our defense line just now?" Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked when he heard this. "Damn. I didn't listen. What do you think?" "No opinion at all. But who is he?" "He is Jiyu Qingfeng. I saw him clasping his fists. Lord Dark Emperor, I am new here. I am fortunate to be able to participate in such grand plans. But I don't know the whole picture yet. Dare not jump to conclusions. Obey the dispatch of the Dark Emperor." Dark Emperor was very satisfied with his words. Continue to discuss the plan. Until late at night, Jiyu Qingfeng just bid farewell to the Dark Emperor. Soon after, Zhu Mingzi brought Jiyu Qingfeng to a cave. Daoyu Jiyu, this is the accommodation we arranged for you. You've been tired all day, or take a night off. Tomorrow, the old man will take you to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. Jiyu Qingfeng clasped his fists after listening. Okay, fellow Daoist Mingzi is rejected. After Zhu Mingzi leaves, Yi Qingfeng took a look at the surrounding environment. Still pretty clean. The only downside is that there is no good-looking maid. But on second thought, I still have to endure. After learning the Dharma of the divine realm, take a chance to slip away. Suddenly the cave shook. Jiyu Qingfeng heard a thrill. What's up? Then he suddenly heard voices coming from outside. Bastards of the dark world, so you are hiding here. It's really easy for this emperor to find. Little ones, arrest them all for this emperor. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng immediately rushed out. See the demon in front of you. Jiyu Qingfeng summoned the Wood King sword, with a perverted smile on his face. Facing the sneak attack of thousands of demons, the male protagonist is not only not afraid, he even laughed and rushed up. Little babies, here I come, just now. Jiyu Qingfeng rushed out when he heard the voice of the demon. Immediately took out the Wood King sword, prepare for 300 rounds of battle with the demon. I didn't expect someone to be there. They saw Jiyu Qingfeng's behavior and shouted. Daoyu Jiyu, don't be impulsive. But at this time, Jiyu Qingfeng had already fallen into the group of demons. With a face full of excitement, let the demon palace beat him. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded at this time. Daoyu Jiyu, out of the way. Jiyu Qingfeng turned around after hearing this. Seeing Dark Emperor and others, I felt unhappy. But Dark Emperor didn't know what Jiyu Qingfeng was thinking. I saw her little hand waved. The pot demon god sword roared out. Go straight to the demons. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng jumped away indifferently. Yes, Dark Emperor. In fact, he was already shocked by the scene in front of him. Is this a magic weapon? Wait until I get this magic weapon. Let's do the math for you. The account that scared Lao Tzu away. Under the spell cast by the three Dark Emperors, Long Yaoshan sword burst out with a powerful golden light. At this time, the Green Demon Emperor saw some rumors. But at this time, the Dark Emperor and the others have completed the spell casting, looking at those demons with sharp eyes. Die. With her words. Cough Demon God Sword goes straight to the Green Demon King. The Green Demon King saw this and secretly said that it was not good. Immediately use the body shield to protect yourself. But Demon God Sword is really too powerful. He tried his best to block the blow. And he vomited a mouthful of blood himself. But how could the Dark Emperor let him go? Then cast the spell again, ready to give him a second strike. The Green Demon King ran away without saying a word. It also passed the damage of the second blow. The Green Demon King who escaped death turned around to recognize the Dark Emperor. I thought it was amazing. It seems so now. Dark Emperor was a little angry after hearing this, but now her inner strength has been exhausted. And cried out. Somebody give me a hand. All it takes is a sword. Soft demons can be exorcised. After hearing this, the other cultivators offered their inner strength one after another. Then the Throat Demon Divine Sword exuded the breath of pound sulfur again. The Green Demon King was taken aback after seeing it. However, Jiyu Qingfeng was unhappy. Shit, I'm such a powerful demon that I let you die. Where can I find a dime-sized EDA upgrade? Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng began to exercise his power. Still have to save this demon first. Then make them swear allegiance to themselves. It's not impossible for them to grab this magic weapon. After the decision, Jiyu Qingfeng just wanted to go up to save the Green Demon King. Zhu Mingzi suddenly sent the Dark Emperor flying. Then rushed to the Demon God Sword. Zhu Mingzi stretched out his hand and wanted to take down the Demon God Sword, but the moment he touched it, flying by the golden light of the Excalibur, Dark Emperor asked Zhu Mingzi with a puzzled face. What do you want? Zhu Mingzi sneered when he heard the inquiry. Of course, it is to announce that I have joined the Holy Clan. Jiyu Qingfeng was taken aback after hearing this. Shit! In your sister's dish. Seeing such a scene, Jiyu Qingfeng fell into deep thought. Now Zhu Mingzi is holding back the Dark Emperor and others. They don't have time to trouble this big demon for the time being. And he didn't intend to be kind. Still looking for an opportunity to fight back. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng made a decision. If that's the case, let me replace the people in the dark world. Take the pain. Just then, there was a whoosh. Long Yaoshan sword appeared in Jiyu Qingfeng's hands. Look at the magic weapon in your hand. Jiyu Qingfeng is a little confused. Then suddenly someone shouted. Daoyu Jiyu, Quickly hand over the throat demon god weapon to Lord Dark Emperor, and Zhu Mingzi's voice also sounded. Jiyu Shenghui, the human race cannot defeat the holy race. If you are sensible, hand over the divine sword to the Green Demon Emperor. Seeing this, the Green Demon Emperor said to Jiyu Qingfeng with a smile, as long as you hand over the divine sword to this emperor, the emperor allows you to join us. From now on, you don't have to worry about blood food anymore. The Dark Emperor roared loudly after hearing this. Dao Yu Jiyu, don't listen to him. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been at odds. If you are not of my race, your heart will be different. You can't believe it. It's just that neither of them thought. After Jiyu Qingfeng heard it, he turned to them. You're so busy one by one, right? Not just a broken sword. It's like how rare the deity is. Dare to threaten the deity. Are you impatient? After speaking, he pointed his sword at Dark Emperor. That pussy. Take your people and leave the dark world for the deity. Get out of the way. After hearing this, the Dark Emperor pointed at himself in disbelief. After getting a positive answer, her eyes widened. Could it be that he saw that the cultivation in my body was temporarily exhausted? That's why you want me to retreat first. After thinking it through, the Dark Emperor thanked Jiyu Qingfeng. Take the rest and leave here. Seeing this, the Green Demon Emperor thought that Jiyu Qingfeng was going to submit to them. I just wanted to say something, but Jiyu Qingfeng was overwhelmed. Now take your subordinates to the deity and go inside. Far from the exit. Do you understand? The Green Demon Emperor gritted his teeth after listening. But I think I can't dodge the second sword now. Turned away. I thought about waiting for the envoy to come down. Must teach him a good lesson. Then leave with all the demons. When Jiyu Qingfeng saw the entrance of the demon, with an evil smile, the deity can finally have a good time. The male protagonist is the exorcist of the Department of Suppressing Demons, but he defected to the enemy at the beginning of the war. Not only threatens the Dark Emperor of the human race to leave, and released a large group of demons. Just now, Yi Qingfeng Hejin Green Demon Emperor rolls with the demon. Look in the direction they're leaving. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled evilly, and ran up and stopped them. Green Demon Emperor, right? Don't you want this sword? The deity sees that you are so knowledgeable. Just lend you a game. After speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng handed the demon god sword in his hand to the other party. The Green Demon Emperor saw Jiyu Qingfeng's behavior. I don't know what to say. Asking Jiyu Qingfeng with an ugly face. What exactly do you want to do? Jiyu Qingfeng said indifferently after listening. I want to make a bet with you. If you win, this sword is yours. If you lose, you will submit to the deity. Listen to the deity. How? The Green Demon Emperor heard Jiyu Qingfeng's words. He glanced at the demon behind him. If you don't fight today, where should I put the face of the Green Demon Emperor? How can I rule the demons? Thinking of this, the Green Demon Emperor took the Zol Demon God Sword. The Emperor promised you a bet. How do you want to bet? Just as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng's voice sounded. All right, you win. The Green Demon Emperor looked confused after hearing this. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng waved his hand to explain. You heard right. You win. You were amazing. You are too powerful. The deity cannot defeat you. The deity loses without a fight. The Green Demon Emperor looked at Jiyu Qingfeng's clueless appearance. He gritted his teeth. Is there any fraud? Jiyu Qingfeng still didn't believe it when he saw the Green Demon Emperor. Pointed to his hand. I gave you the mouth demon sword. My sincerity is not enough. The Green Demon Emperor only reacted at this time. He still holds the Zol Demon God Sword in his hand. The Green Demon King who came to his senses bowed his head. The corners of the mouth rise. You put the initiative in my hands. Don't regret it. After speaking, the Green Demon Emperor shouted to the group of demons. All for this emperor. All the demons rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. And Jiyu Qingfeng also stood motionless. Until he was suppressed by all the demons. He didn't hear the sound he wanted, and he was instantly furious. Zhu Mingzi, I'm your uncle. Are you finished yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng's body erupted into a powerful pressure. Blast the demon on your body and go straight to Zhu Mingzi. Zhu Mingzi hurriedly shouted when he saw this. Don't be upset, friend Jiyu. After all, the human race is weak now, so I had to do this. This is also for, but he wasn't finished yet. Jiyu Qingfeng has come to him. I now suspect that you are also fake. You stand still. Let me try it out. After saying that, he punched. But it didn't hit Zhu Mingzi. But he was still sweating profusely. Looking at the angry Jiyu Qingfeng in front of him. Zhu Mingzi is like an ant begging for mercy. Dao Yu Jiyu, to make up for the loss of fellow Taoists, the old man is willing to open all the Tibetan scriptures pavilions for fellow Taoists. From now on, all the Dharma of the divine realm of the Tibetan Sutra pavilion, flip through it for free. It's a pity what Zhu Mingzi said. It can't extinguish Jiu Qingfeng's anger. I saw him raise his fist and smash Zhu Mingzi. None of my business. Seeing that the fist is about to hit himself, Zhu Mingzi hurriedly shouted with both hands. The old man is also willing to pay out 10,000 taels of gold to compensate Jiu Daoyu. The sound just fell. Jiu Qingfeng's fist was also sharp. Seriously, Zhu Mingzi slowly opened his eyes after hearing this. Really? Jiu Qingfeng calmed down after hearing the words. It's a deal. Hung is calculating. This old man has lied to himself so many times, now it's time to ask. Then I saw Zhu Mingzi's aggrieved crying brother take the money. Jiu Qingfeng laughed from the side. Zhu Mingzi, who had paid the money, spoke slowly. That being the case, fellow Daoist Jiu, follow the old man to see Lord Dark Emperor. Just as he finished speaking, he wanted to slap Jiu Qingfeng's hand and was grabbed by it. You first explain to the deity where this is. Zhu Mingzi slowly explained when he heard the words. Eternal Dream Level 2. It is also the last layer of the Eternal Dream. The Eternal Dream has 2 levels. The first level is the Blood Moon Demon scene, to let people down their guard. The second level is the real test. It recreates the scenes and people of the Dark World one by one, except that what happened was not a real event. The rest is no different. If there is a real monster undercover, must have been prepared in advance. May get away with it on the first floor. This requires a second layer. The Dark Realm is completely replicated here. It makes you less vigilant. Lower preparedness. It's easier to reveal flaws, so only through the second layer of dreams. To really pass the test. Jiu Qingfeng asked after hearing this. Are you free? Zhu Mingzi heard the words and there was no supervision price. I wait to escape demons and saints. Caution is right. It's just that fellow Daoist Jiu, your late strength, and for the spirit of human beings. I'm really impressed. Just now, in order to make the human race, Lord He Dark Emperor took me and fled first. Face the demon alone. You have to procrastinate yourself. Give us a chance to breathe and fight back. Really admirable. Yi Qingfeng bowed his head in embarrassment when he heard the words. There is nothing pardon, now that I have joined the Dark World. That's what I should do. In fact, I scolded. Your uncles, if it weren't for these monsters beating Lao Tzu, there would be no bonus. I won't find out it's all counterfeit. You compliment Lao Tzu as compensation. Jiu Qingfeng just finished speaking. Zhu Mingzi called a cloud. Daoyu Jiu, come with me, please. Then the two went to the main hall again. But this time, Jiu Qingfeng opened the Eye of Destruction, so as not to be fooled again. I didn't find anything unusual until I saw the hall. Only then did Yi Qingfeng close the Eyes of Destruction. Just entered the hall. The Dark Emperor's voice rang out. Daoyu Jiu, congratulations on passing the test. Officially joined our Dark World. Jiu Qingfeng smiled disdainfully after hearing this. I passed your test. But you haven't passed my test yet. The old man is a god-level powerhouse respected by everyone in the world. Not only can you wave your hands to fly through the clouds, it also has many mystic techniques. But now he is scared like a grandson by the male protagonist. Just now. Jiu Qingfeng passed the test of eternal dreams. Follow Zhu Mingzi to the main hall to meet the Dark Emperor. As soon as he entered the hall, the voice of the Dark Emperor sounded. Congratulations to you for passing the test. Join us in the Dark World. Yi Qingfeng smiled evilly after hearing it. I passed your test. But you haven't passed my test yet. Zhu Mingzi sweated profusely when he heard this. Jiu Daofa, do you know what you are talking about? Old Jiu Qingfeng ignored Zhu Mingzi. It's talking to yourself. Want me to join the Dark World? It depends on whether you, the Dark Emperor, are qualified. The guard next to the Dark Emperor exploded instantly after hearing it. Jiu Shenghui, you also want to test Lord Dark Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man wanted to rush up. Hung was stopped by the Dark Emperor. I saw Dark Emperor asking Jiu Qingfeng with an indifferent expression. How do you want to test? Jiu Qingfeng slowly opened his mouth when he heard the words. At least take off your mask first. As the Lord of the Dark World, he hides his head and shows his tail. It's hard not to suspect. What if you are the monster? Zhu Mingzi froze in place after listening. The guard immediately drew his sword. Don't talk nonsense. Lord Dark Emperor is the leader of the Dark World. How could it be that the demon is so fine? If she were a demon, she would be fine. The Dark World has long been wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the Dark Emperor sounded. Okay, I promise you. The guard gritted his teeth and stepped back. Dark Emperor looked at Jiu Qingfeng and pointed at himself. I want to eliminate fellow Daoist Mingzi. I have already told you. The testing principle of eternal dreams. Jiu Qingfeng said indifferently after listening. Did you say that? That's exactly what I'm talking about. As you said before, join the Dark World. You need to go through 2 layers of dreams and ask your heart. This method is really strict. Joiners can be guaranteed. They are all people who think of the human race, but the rules are all yours. There is only you in the whole dark world. This check can be circumvented. If you are a demon, then no one will notice. Dark Emperor also felt that what he said was reasonable. Reach out and untie the mask. Jiyu Daoyu has newly joined the dark world. It is reasonable to have doubts about me. As the Dark Emperor of the dark world, I also want to dispel your doubts. It's not that I'm afraid to meet people. The reason why I wear a mask is just because I like it. After speaking, the true face of the Dark Emperor came into view. If fellow Daoist Jiyu thinks this spirit weapon is good, I give it to you. The rules of the dark world are all left by the ancestors. I didn't decide it arbitrarily. Someone will tell you the whole story later. However, the moment Jiyu Qingfeng took off the mask of the Dark Emperor, I feel like I'm in love again. After all, Dark Emperor's sense of superiority, it is the charm of the small household that has not changed many times. Jiyu Qingfeng subconsciously compared the two together. Does it matter whether it is a human or a demon? Nice enough anyway. Advanced enough. Dark Emperor saw Jiyu Qingfeng lost in thought. Can't help but ask, Daoyu Jiyu, how else do you want to test it? Jiyu Qingfeng came back to his senses when he heard the words. What test? What are you saying? Zhu Mingzi looked disgusted after seeing it. You just said that you want to test the Dark Emperor. Forget it now. What memory? After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng coughed twice in embarrassment. It's arrogant below. I know a little bit about facial expressions. You can judge a person's good or bad and the rest of your life by looking at their faces. I'm sure now that you are a human being, Dark Emperor, so I'm going to join the dark world. Zhu Mingzi complained again and again after seeing it. Why didn't I realize that your ability to cause harm was so strong before? Your apprentice Jiyu Qingfeng. That's what you taught me to be glib, right? Dark Emperor put on his mask again after listening. Before we officially welcome you. Fellow Jiyu Daoyu has also seen my true face. Why don't you show your true colors? Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked when he heard that. I didn't expect the other party to be able to see through his disguise. Think of this. Jiyu Qingfeng reached out and took off the phantom ghost face on his face. Zhu Mingzi next to him was taken aback after seeing it. How could Jiyu Qingfeng be you? Yi Qingfeng spoke lightly when he heard the words. The apprentice you saw before was just my doppelganger. In fact, I also have a vest. The male protagonist is just a little shrimp in the astral chi realm, but it can play with a god-level powerhouse in the palm of his hand. Just because he has not only seen the immortal soul of God, it even has an immortal dragon body. But in the next second, he was seen through by the Dark Emperor above the god realm. Helpless, he could only tear off the mask. Jiyu Qingfeng is just my vest. Zhu Mingzi stayed in place after hearing this. However, Jiyu Qingfeng didn't care about all this. Still asking myself. Lord Dark Emperor, it's time to formally introduce me to you. Dark Emperor stood up after hearing this. Fellow Jiyu Daoyu also said, is an official welcome. How could it be so crude? After saying that, he walked to Jiyu Qingfeng's side. Daoyu Jiyu, just follow me. But when the Dark Emperor just finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng's face was shaking all over. Seeing this, Zhu Mingzi hurriedly supported him. Daoyu Jiyu, are you not good enough? He would actually be afraid of Lord Dark Emperor's intimidation. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng spit out 3 words with a shaking face. You shut up. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Mingzi and Jiyu Qingfeng came to a banquet hall. It was already crowded. The moment Jiyu Qingfeng appeared, everybody walks up. Daoyu Jiyu, welcome. Welcome. With the addition of fellow Jiyu Daoyu, I will surely defeat the saints and many demons. After all, Daoyu Gu's heroic performance in the Eternal Dream. We all see it. Jiyu Qingfeng smiled when he heard the praise. Award. Then the others entered the banquet. Zhu Mingzi even feasted on it. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng also sat beside Zhu Mingzi. Just sat down. I saw a book. Jiyu Qingfeng asked curiously. What is this? Zhu Mingzi, who was eating, told him. Introduction to the Dark Realm. You will know more about our dark world after watching it. After Jiyu Qingfeng listened, he opened it to check. It turns out that the Dark World is an independent and movable small world, discovered thousands of years ago by the ancestors of the Dark Emperor. Since then, it has become the base of the human god realm. Since the Dark World was found by the saints, it has suffered heavy losses. The inheritance was almost interrupted several times, and after the Dark Emperor led everyone to escape. In order to ensure the inheritance of the Dark World, they had to seal it off. Open the method of entry called Water Moon Cave. The method of Water Moon Cave. Entering the Dark World through the moon reflected in the well water. Those who want to enter the Dark World, except for finding the right location. It also requires a specific time and a reply. And the formula was formulated by the Dark Emperor, for a fixed formula. The location and time will be changed according to the order of the Dark Emperor. Every time you go out on a mission or come back, they are all dispatched by the Dark Emperor. It is almost impossible for outsiders to enter the Dark World. The daily tasks of the Dark World are, as soon as you introduce Shinpu Divine Realm, find the potential stock to become a god and bring it back to the Dark World. Against the saints and demons. Finally, it is specifically noted, the headquarters of the saints and demons are in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Jiyu Qingfeng was very excited after seeing it. Your sister. I always thought that the demons of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It's all the garbage that the prince's dead thing called to get in the way. Unexpectedly, the Holy Clan's lair is also in the 10,000 demon country. It turns out that the demons of the 10,000 demon kingdom are raising pigs. Zhu Mingzi suddenly realized that Jiyu Qingfeng's face was very ugly. Put down the chopsticks in your hand and open your mouth. I didn't expect fellow Jiyu to be so excited to join the Dark World. To have a passionate companion like Daoyu Jiyu, it is the honor of the Dark World. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingfeng asked Zhu Mingzi, is the demon god sword real? Zhu Mingzi spoke lightly when he heard the words. Of course not. If it is true, the Dark World doesn't have to fear saints and demons anymore. Knowing the truth, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but hold his forehead. Just then, the Dark Emperor came behind Jiyu Qingfeng. Welcome to join my Dark World. From now on, we will share weal and woe, work together for the inheritance of the Dark World. Yi Qingfeng hurriedly stood up when he heard the voice. I touched the wine glass with the Dark Emperor. In the future, please ask Lord Dark Emperor to give more advice. After the banquet, Jiyu Qingfeng reluctantly followed Zhu Mingzi away. Just before leaving, his gaze has been circulating on Lord Dark Emperor. Very soon, Zhu Mingzi brought Jiyu Qingfeng with him, came to a cave. Anyone who has fought in the wild knows, the primary purpose is to stimulate. And the male protagonist chose a hidden cave. Just after the welcome party, Zhu Mingzi took Jiyu Qingfeng and prepared to leave. I can't imagine his eyes staying on the Dark Emperor. But he thought about the future. He left with Zhu Mingzi. But when he came to the cave, his pupils suddenly dilated. Just because everything in front of me is exactly the same as in the dream. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the cave in front of him with different faces written all over his face. Shit! Why is this broken place again? Jiyu Qingfeng was worried that this place was fake again. Use the Eye of Defiance immediately. After all, in this shitty place, better to be vigilant. After checking, no abnormalities were found. Jiyu Qingfeng sighed. I closed the Eyes of Destruction. Okay. You go back and rest. I know this place. Zhu Mingzi pointed to the cave after hearing this. Daoyu Jiyu, then you rest early. The caves in the Dark World all have their own defense mechanisms, right next to the door. You can turn it on yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng walked in. All right. Oh, I see. Go to the cave door. Jiyu Qingfeng reached out and pressed the defensive mechanism on the wall, just to be on the safe side. He also put an extra circle there. It's safer now. At least it won't be discovered by the people in the Dark World. Then Jiyu Qingfeng snapped his fingers. Minato to the master room. Let the host check the results of your learning to dance. After saying that, the voice of Xiaohu Charm sounded in the alien space. Okay, master. Then a blushing training sound sounded. Yes, this is what it looks like. Don't act like a spoiled child. Be cool. Just like the people in the illusion. That's right. That's it. In the next second, I saw the small household charm appear in the dress of the Dark Emperor. The master calls like this. Jiyu Qingfeng praised again and again after reading it. Right. That's it. Take a break from refusing. It just makes you feel like you're being coerced. Then dance for the master. Odo Mai revealed a forced expression when she heard the words. Seduce Jiyu Qingfeng. Jiyu Qingfeng was attracted by the charm of small households. Exposed Teddy's behavior. After a long time, Xiaohu Mai is ready to return to the alien space. Jiyu Qingfeng saw this and told Xiaohu Mai. The master will ask you to come and perform these days. Xiaohu Mai answered again and again after listening. Good master. After going back, Yi Qingfeng slowly fell asleep. Suddenly a voice came from outside the cave. Fellow Daoist Jiyu, are you awake? Jiyu Qingfeng, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up. He sat up immediately, shouting out the door with an unhappy face. In fact, he complained madly. Damn. Come so early. Does this old man have no nightlife? Although very uncomfortable, but Jiyu Qingfeng still walked to the entrance of the cave and took Fu Ce down. Zhu Mingzi, what's the matter with you coming to me early in the morning? Jiyu Qingfeng just walked out of the cave. I heard Zhu Mingzi's surprised voice. Dao Yu Ji, have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Jiu Qingfeng was also in the same place after hearing it. We all know that people need a good rest after exercise. The male protagonist Heng just closed his eyes. He was awakened by Zhu Mingzi. Helplessly, he had to drag the body of the tired fish to open the door, looking at Jiu Qingfeng's face. Zhu Mingzi couldn't help but exclaim. Dao Yu Ji, have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened after hearing it. What are you saying? Seeing this, Zhu Mingzi stroked his beard. Dao Yu Ji, the old man sees your face flushing. Maybe something went wrong with the cultivation. The old man must take you to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Find a way to break through the bottleneck. Jiu Qingfeng was stunned after listening to it, thinking. The way to break through the bottleneck, then I can just take this opportunity to see. Is there any way in the dark world? Let me really step into the realm of gods. Then Jiu Qingfeng complained to Zhu Mingzi. Hey, Daoist friend Zhu Mingzi has good eyesight. This is not after entering the realm of gods. Has cultivation also entered the bottleneck? Zhu Mingzi sighed when he heard that. Then why didn't you say it sooner? After saying that, he grabbed Jiu Qingfeng's hand. Dao Yu Ji, the inheritance of the external gods is cut off. You didn't get it. Still don't try it lightly. The old man will take you to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. After you finish learning the Dharma of God realm, things will get better. Jiu Qingfeng was happy to hear these words. Seriously, Zhu Mingzi answered immediately when he heard the words. Seriously. This Tibetan Sutra Pavilion is the hard work of the dark world for thousands of years. Among them, there are countless predecessors who have explored the methods of the divine realm, the experience of some latecomers. Cultivation art calcium and cultivation techniques. Yi Qingfeng was even more excited after hearing it. Fellow Daoist Zhu Mingzi, are you telling me more? Now the human race is in decline. Everyone is very united. Many people have contributed to the cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, the two of them came to a majestic tower. Jiu Qingfeng looked at the Tibetan scripture pavilion in front of him, satisfaction in the eyes. As expected of the largest collection of books in the dark world, it seems that the dark world has been fleeing for so many years, accumulate a lot of money. At this time, Zhu Mingzi leaned over slightly and invited Jiu Qingfeng to enter, but he has already made great strides towards the Tibetan Sutra pavilion. What please? Hurry up. Zhu Mingzi kept it slow for a few seconds after looking at it. Jiu Qingfeng only realized after walking in, this large sutra pavilion is filled with books. He can't help but be slow about it, as expected of the experience summed up by many predecessors in the dark world. It looks so tall. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and took out a book casually. Unexpectedly, he won the cultivation method he had been looking forward to for a long time, the way to ride the clouds. Zhu Mingzi immediately opened his mouth when he saw this. Dao Yu Ji, hello, your eyesight. This is precisely the entry method of our dark world. Jiu Qingfeng asked in confusion after hearing this. Entry Dafa. Tell me about it. Then I heard Zhu Mingzi explain. If Jiu Daofa had learned this, you can fly like me. Go anywhere you want. However, this spell can only be used in the dark world at present, because if it is used in human beings, worried that it will be tracked down by the saints. And as long as you can put your face in front of you, finish the introductory Dafa on the bookshelf, others can be learned at will. Jiu Qingfeng looked at Zhu Mingzi in disbelief after hearing this. These books are free. Then I'll make a fortune. Is it really casual learning? Then Zhu Mingzi stroked his beard happily. Really learn casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu Qingfeng started to chase people away. Fellow Daoist Zhu Mingzi, then you should go back first. I don't know when I'm going to read here. If you have something to do, just come and find me here. Zhu Mingzi laughed heartily. Very good. Then he turned and left. Don't forget to take a look at Qingfeng. I didn't expect that fellow Jiu was such a studious person. I will definitely make a difference in the dark world in the future. This is my great fortune in the dark world. Zhu Mingzi thought of this and greeted Jiu Qingfeng. Dao Yu Jiu, learning requires a combination of work and rest. Don't be too tired. Jiu Qingfeng applied it all over his face after hearing it. I see. I see, you go first. After saying that, Zhu Mingzi was kicked out and shut the door. After completing this series of behaviors, Jiu Qingfeng sat in front of the bookshelf. Pick up the book and open it. And you're looking at a lot of text. Ran out of the book. A scene, this sudden, scared Jiu Qingfeng in place. They were originally high-ranking divine realm powerhouses, but because the demons of the upper realm like to eat people, scared them to close themselves off. I thought I could only shoot in the dark world all my life. Now, because of the Dark Emperor's words, there is new hope. Just after Jiu Qingfeng drove Zhu Mingzi away. Take the clouds and ride the fog and start reading. In a short while, he was enveloped in a sea of knowledge. Looking at the book in my hand, Jiyu Qingfeng touched his head. Is this the power of knowledge? Then I'll watch more. And he started to follow the book. After 99 and 82 hours, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. After checking my own strength, I felt very. This dark world's understanding of God realm is indeed different. With the help of these books, all my abilities have become much stronger. Just then Zhu Mingzi shouted outside the door. Dao Jiyu, open the door quickly. The old man has something important to inform. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng scolded and coughed and walked over. Dead old den. Come here every day for the past month. The soul will make you cry out. After Lao Tzu takes control of the dark world. See how I treat you. However, as he walked towards the door, Zhu Mingzi is still shouting outside the door. But when Jiyu Qingfeng came to the door, did not open the door immediately, but asked through the door. Zhu Mingzi Daofa, what do you want from me? Do you know that I am at a critical juncture in my cultivation? Don't bother at this time. But I'm not finished yet. Zhu Mingzi's old face was reflected in Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes. Lord Dark Emperor just asked this old man to notify all members of the Dark World. Go to the main hall, said he had something to announce. Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes widened after hearing this. Zhu Mingzi hurriedly opened his mouth when he saw this. I don't know what it is. But I don't think Lord Dark Emperor's face is very good. You go first. The old man has to inform others. Coming soon. After saying that, Zhu Mingzi left on the clouds. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Zhu Mingzi's back and had some guesses in his heart. Through this month's understanding of the Dark World, most of the people who can make the Dark Emperor look bad are the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Think of the Kingdom of Demons. Jiyu Qingfeng's face added a touch of joy. All demons. That's really good. Then Jiyu Qingfeng also summoned a cloud. Anyway, I have almost learned the exercises of the Dark World. It's impossible for the Dark Emperor to belong to Lao Tzu. Why don't you go to the Kingdom of Demons first? Find a demon to rub your upgraded cool. After stepping on the clouds, Jiyu Qingfeng is also thinking, see what's going on. Allow yourself to use it as an excuse, leaving the Dark World logically. The screen changes. Everyone in the TT hall is whispering. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng also came to the hall. When someone saw the crowd, someone shouted, Lord Dark Emperor arrives. Everyone clasped their fists when they heard the words. Shout in unison. Lord Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor heard the cries of the crowd. With a smile, he said. Then continue to speak. This time I have called you here to inform you of one thing. 100 people are all the eyes of the formation of the Heaven's Demon Scouting Formation. It has been refined. It's time for the Dark World to strike back. Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes widened when he heard this. The rest of the people were crying with joy. Great! Finally don't have to hide anymore. Ha ha! Bastards of the Demon Kingdom, just wait to die. It's time to rid the world of demons. Return the world to a bright sky. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the group of people in front of him with a puzzled face. Are these people really God realm powerhouses? So innocent. Don't you know that the kingdom of demons has been destroyed? And the saints? As long as the saints are still there, rebuilding a kingdom of 10,000 demons is not a matter of minutes. Suddenly a voice sounded. Dao Jiyu, you just arrived and you don't know yet. These 108 are all heavenly ginseng demon arrays. Is the key to the Dark World's counteroffensive. Male cultivators occupy 80% of the Dark World. Such a young woman. How did he become the king of the Dark World? Just now. Jiyu Qingfeng watched everyone cry with joy. He was puzzled. Even if it destroys a kingdom of demons. And the saints? They're going to rebuild a place that's not going to be easier than eating. Just then a voice sounded. Dao Jiyu, you just arrived and you don't know yet. This 108 Juqian Demon Refinement Formation. It is the key to the Dark World's turnaround. Jiyu Qingfeng looked back when he heard the words. How do you say this? He heard the inquiry and spoke slowly. This formation can borrow the power of heaven. Counterattack against demons. It can also break the saints in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Set up a passage to the youth world. No more access. At that time, the blue world will return to the world sea again. You can't be controlled by the power of the saint family. This is our only hope for the Dark World now. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng fell into deep thought. Got it? And he asked again. It's just that you didn't say Heaven Dao Jinyao. How can I still borrow the power of Heavenly Dao? Zhu Mingzi sat down when he heard the words. But the old man never said that the way of heaven is a demon, completely refining a side of the world. Where is it an easy task? Although thousands of years have passed, heaven is also getting closer and closer to demons, but it still retains a trace of its own consciousness. Can use some of the power. Therefore, when the heavenly Tao has not been fully refined, you can still borrow its power. Our dark world is also to protect this world. One is free from the saints. It will be easier to borrow the power of heaven. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Jiyu Qingfeng's voice. So you didn't even think about it. To confront the kingdom of demons head-on, Zhu Mingzi turned his head after hearing the blue price. Dao Yu Jiyu, are you stupid? That's the kingdom of demons. It is also the territory of the Holy Clan. We can't beat. After Jiyu Qingfeng saw Zhu Mingzi's reaction. Silent. In fact, thinking in my heart, if the channel is broken, then I can't go to the kingdom of demons. Then my plan to be played by the demon will also be in vain. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng took a look at the side. No, I still have to ask more clearly. If it really doesn't work, just run away. At this moment, Dark Emperor's voice sounded again. You all want to activate this 108-day-old magic formation. Requires the cooperation of 108 God Realm powerhouses. In a few days, I will organize a rehearsal for you. You need to wait for everyone to be perfected. The degree of cooperation. Otherwise, it will affect the activation of the Grand Array. The Dark Emperor just finished speaking. The crowd answered. I will practice hard. Never fail to live up to the orders of the Dark Emperor. Everything is for the human race. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly glowed after hearing it. This Jane is really sleeping. Someone handed you a pillow? A formation that requires so many people to open. There must be a lot of loopholes. At that time, you only need to destroy the formation. No more now. It will be easier to destroy at that time. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng raised his hand and shouted, Lord Dark Emperor, I have another question. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked back at Shong Jiyu Qingfeng. Dark Emperor asked him gently if he had any questions. I saw Jiyu Qingfeng standing up and shouting, since this formation requires 108 God Realm powerhouses, but there are only 100 in our dark world. 6 are still missing. What can we do? Dark Emperor smiled slightly after hearing this. I'll make it up. Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened when he heard the words. You on top. One person can hold up to 7 people. Dark Emperor saw Jiyu Qingfeng's shocked appearance. Shy answer. But Jiyu Qingfeng was still in shock. Is there a cultivation method in the dark world that the Tibetan scripture pavilion does not have? Just then a paw stretched out. Grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's sleeve. He was yanked down with a single force. Lord Dark Emperor, you continue. I'll just explain it to fellow Daoist Jiyu. Jiyu Qingfeng, who was dragged down, looked at him with an unhappy face. Zhu Mingzi leaned over to Jiyu Qingfeng's ear to explain. Lord Dark Emperor has mastered an outside avatar technique. If there are not enough people, you can use avatars to make up for it, and Lord Dark Emperor's strength is very powerful. Even if the power is divided into 7 points, it is also sufficient to ensure that each copy is at the peak level of the God Realm. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth in shock. Zhu Mingzi hugs her hands when she sees this. Post-naturalistic, if it's not powerful enough to make fire unimaginable. These God-level powerhouses, how could he willingly submit to Lord Dark Emperor? Jiyu Qingfeng heard the words and looked at the Dark Emperor above to refute. That's not right. Why does the Dark Emperor have such great power? Is she above the realm of gods? Zhu Mingzi looked at Jiyu Qingfeng when he heard this. Restricted by heaven and earth, the realm of life in this world. The highest can only reach the realm of the gods, but that's just the realm. Strength can continue to stack. After listening to this, Jiyu Qingfeng wondered what superposition was. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingzi explained, and every Dark Emperor. They are all the strongest in the human god realm. And Lord Dark Emperor also inherited the destiny mutant of his father's generation. Zhu Mingzi wants to eat the Dark Emperor. Who gave him the courage? Delusional to get the Dark Emperor. Just now, Zhu Mingzi told Jiyu Qingfeng. In this world, the highest can only reach the realm of the gods, but power can continue to stack. And every Dark Emperor is like this. Every Dark Emperor is the strongest in the human god realm. At the same time, he also inherited the destiny mutant of his father's generation. Jiyu Qingfeng froze in place after hearing this. Ask what is destiny alien. Zhu Mingzi opened his mouth with a heavy face. But our current Dark Emperor. Although it has the legendary destiny alien. But her power doesn't come from the destiny alien. It's inherited. Then I heard Jiyu Qingfeng ask. What is inheritance? Zhu Mingzi spread his hands after hearing this. Just because the gods of the dark world are supreme, they can only reach the god realm, can't break through. In order to break through this bottleneck, the ancestors of Lord Dark Emperor created the method of bloodline inheritance. Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. On the contrary, Zhu Mingzi looked worried. After he died. by the law of inheritance, passing on power to immediate descendants. After the descendants themselves reach the realm of gods after cultivation, you can inherit the power of the double god realm. Generations are passed down and gradually accumulate. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng thought to himself, then if I learn this method of inheritance, I don't know if I can seize the power of the demon, and then superimposed on myself. Then Zhu Mingzi spoke again. So the doppelganger S of Lord Dark Emperor, you can also possess the power of the divine realm. At this moment, the Dark Emperor's voice sounded, everyone, except for the 108 Juqian demon formation. I have another announcement to make. The Dark Emperor just finished speaking. Zhu Mingzi reminded Jiyu Qingfeng. Don't get distracted. The Dark Emperor K9 has something important to announce. Listen carefully. Then Dark Emperor's voice sounded again. I'm getting married in 3 days. And there was an uproar. What to get married? Jiyu Qingfeng's mistaken inquiry about this. Why did Lord Dark Emperor suddenly get married? And it's still a matter of life and death. After Jiyu Qingfeng came back to his senses, he was even more unhappy about this. Suddenly I have the feeling that my wife is getting married. Thinking of this, Jiyu Qingfeng shouted. I don't agree with that, and he stood up. Now is the time of life and death for the human race. This critical moment. How can you talk about love? The demon has not been eliminated. Saint Clan Wei Ping, why get married? Dark Emperor looked at Jiyu Qingfeng in front of him and replied lightly, I married for the human race. Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes widened after hearing this. Don't wait for him to refute anything. Dark Emperor opened his mouth to explain. Dark Emperor, the inheritance method of the clan, you know that. This time, even though I have made good preparations, there is a 90% chance of success. But there is still a 10% chance of failure. So for the Dark Realm, I have decided. I will get married in the future, and give birth to the son as soon as possible, to protect the bloodline of the Dark World. Inherited. The rest knelt and bowed when they heard the words. Only Jiyu Qingfeng stood there looking at the Dark Emperor. How can I stop her? Suddenly a voice sounded. Lord Dark Emperor, do you have a marriage partner? Yi Qingfeng looked at the owner of the voice when he heard the words. It's actually the old criminal of the Dark Emperor. Dark Emperor heard the inquiry and explained that the candidate has not yet been determined. Just finished the man's worried persuasion. Lord Dark Emperor, marriage is indispensable. Dark Emperor spoke indifferently after hearing this. So I would choose to have the Destiny Alien. Husband with a god-level powerhouse who cultivates talent. But it's all up to you. I won't force. And when that happened, everybody in the room was very excited to try it. Then he heard the Dark Emperor say, make sure to close the order first. Let's talk about the test after that. If there is no destiny, then you are not eligible to participate in the subsequent test. The King of Crispy Dogs shouted excitedly after hearing it. Lord Dark Emperor, my destiny mutant is the sword body of Xianguan. Then Dark Emperor's voice sounded again. Destined aliens. Anyone who is willing to participate in the test can take a step forward. Then I saw almost everyone walking forward. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng also saw a familiar figure. Go up and shout. Zhu Mingzi. How old are you? Billy doesn't have an AC number? No, he not only has no shame. The clam also touches the opening that wants to eat swan meat. Lord Dark Emperor wants to give birth to the strongest Sun Rome. The old man's universal spirit body is a first-class destiny mutant. Everything is for the human race. After saying that, he strode forward. Jiyu Qingfeng was stunned in place. In this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng closed his eyes and thought for a while. He rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Then I will also participate. When the Dark Emperor announced that he would compete to recruit relatives, immediately 3 candidates stood up. The first is Wei Huyun, known as the King of Simp. Secondly, there is Zhu Mingzi, who is over 50 years old. Finally, Jiyu Qingfeng, who is greedy for beauty. Then under the herd of deer. Who will the Dark Emperor fall for? Just now, the Dark Emperor announced that he would be married in 3 days. Then everyone appeared. The scene where they all go to sign up. Even 100-year-old Zhu Mingzi. I'm not ashamed to run for office. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng closed himself on the spot. After thinking about it, Jiyu Qingfeng rolled up his sleeves and walked forward to shout. Then I will also participate. Then he saw Jiyu Qingfeng, Zhu Mingzi and the King of Crispy Dog's 3-person noodle box gathering. Zhu Mingzi immediately asked when he saw this. Dao Yu Jiyu, since you're going to audition, what is your destiny alien? However, Jiyu Qingfeng is still angry and Mingzi is shameless, so when confronted with his questioning, Yi Qingfeng didn't give him a good face. What does it have to do with you? You can even run for election. Why can't I? Zhu Mingzi grabbed Jiyu Qingfeng's clothes angrily. Only say the four-price word, fellow Jiyu Daoyu. Unexpectedly, the king of Simp was angry when he saw it. Noisy in public. Cheng He system. Simp just finished. But the king of Shugu ignored them. He stepped forward, fist in hand. Lord Dark Emperor, here we go. After saying that, I saw the Dark Emperor stretch out his hand. Blood falls. The Kung Fu of the Eye. A golden pillar rose into the sky. 1. Dark Emperor walked to the pillar to explain. This test tablet can measure your destiny mutants. Is it true or not? Dark Emperor turned to speak to everyone. True or false a priori? Let's talk about something else. Everybody looked at this thing. They complain in their hearts. The first to bear the brunt is Jiyu Qingfeng. Just because he saw the stone pillar in front of him, he couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm going to play this big as soon as I come up. Zhu Mingzi is full of confidence. I'm sure I can pass the test easily. At this time, the Dark Emperor asked, which one of you comes first? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mingzi opened his mouth. The old man comes first. I saw him walking in front of the stone pillar, palm gently on top. Slight release of spiritual power. The spiritual power must be released, and there was a storm. Then everyone saw. Landscape pictures appeared in front of me. Sigh. As expected of the legendary spirit body. And it was extraordinary. And it is said that the Wanxiang Yuanling body, it is the most suitable physique for casting spells. With an affinity for heaven and earth. All spells come in handy. I always thought that knowledge was a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. At this time, the voice of the Dark Emperor sounded. All right, you can go next. After saying Zhu Mingzi, he took back the aura. The king of Simp ran over. When you come to the stone pillar, stretch out your hand. As he unleashes his spiritual power, a sword shadow appeared on his head. Then Dark Emperor's voice sounded again. Lower. Jiyu Qingfeng walked forward excitedly after hearing this, while shouting. Coming, coming, but as he stepped forward, he glanced back at Zhu Mingzi and the two. One to complain. Rely on these two dog things. I can't tell, it's pretty strong. Then Jiyu Qingfeng stood in front of the stone pillar. Slowly reach out your hand. Lao Tzu has no destiny alien. How is this going to end? The thought of the rest will come later. I know I don't have a destiny alien. Can't help but look down. But he is Jiyu Qingfeng. The next second, I saw him yell. Slap your hand on it. But for some reason, the stone pillar didn't respond. Jiyu Qingfeng was a little embarrassed about this, so he took a few more shots, and the rest of us started talking. No response. Isn't he a destiny alien at all? He dared to participate in the selection even if he was not a destiny mutant. This is serious nonsense. Selingji die. But don't want to be at this moment. Dark Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed. How could this be? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gust of wind in the hall. Raid everyone present. Just then someone shouted in shock. Here it is. What the hell is this? Then everyone saw. A fiery red golden lotus appeared in front of him. Golden lotus in fire. Is this a physique? And look. There seems to be something else in this golden lotus. At the same time, Jiyu Qingfeng saw his destiny mutant. To be so powerful is also very strange. I'll do it. So I'm so strong? Zhu Mingzi, who has the body of all signs and spirits in front of him. After that, there is Wei Huyun, the king of crispy dogs who is born with a sword body. However, what kind of talent does our male protagonist need to show, to stand out and be elected the husband of the Dark Emperor? Even if he had never seen his manifest destiny. I don't even know if I have a destiny alien. He still walked forward without hesitation. Just because he doesn't believe he, the chosen one, will lose. So he put his hand on the stone pillar without saying a word. Unexpectedly, there was no reaction. The angry Jiyu Qingfeng clapped a few more palms one after another. Unfortunately, there is still no response, and the rest of the people started whispering. Just then, Dark Emperor suddenly felt an energy fluctuation. Suddenly exclaimed. How could this be? The next second, he saw the top of Jiyu Qingfeng's head. Suddenly a huge fire lotus appeared. And there seems to be something else in the fire lotus there. Yi Qingfeng was also shocked when he saw this. I can't help but sigh in my heart, you are so strong. Eyes of Time, a flaming figure appear on the fire lotus. However, this figure has 6 hands. And they have hens. Still holding a weapon. The power he unleashed stunned everyone present. This physique seems to be the fire spirit body in the destiny spirit body, but its power is much stronger than the fire spirit body. And then someone came up with the real answer. This is not a fire spirit, this is a higher level of Vulcan. As soon as these words came out, the audience exclaimed, "What? The legendary god of fire. The ultimate fire god body." Jiu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. And listen to them. This is better than the essence spirit body. Even if the sword body is closed first, it will be stronger. Think of this. Jiu Qingfeng looked at the Dark Emperor with a smile. Just wanted to say something. Suddenly someone shouted, "Dao Yu Jiu, take your supernatural powers. The hall is on fire." Yi Qingfeng looked back at them after hearing the sound. Seeing that the situation was not good, he took his hand away from the stone pillar, looking at them with a displeased face. "Turn around and put your palm on the stone pillar again." Then he said to the Dark Emperor, "Dark Emperor, it's not over yet. And I have the airless, immortal dragon body or something." Dark Emperor lowered his eyes after hearing this. "Then please, fellow Daoist Jiu, show your supernatural powers one by one." Just finished. Jiu Qingfeng released spiritual power again. The wind blows in the main hall. And a humanoid bird and beast appeared in the tornado. At the same time, the Vulcan body and the airless will meet. Double convenience rushes towards each other, blended together in an instant. And there was a storm. An accident is about to happen. Dark Emperor stretched out his hand and slowly ascended. Recycle the energy in the hall. Therefore, everyone in the hall was protected. Then Dark Emperor's voice sounded. "Dao Yu Jiu, okay." After hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng turned around and looked at the Dark Emperor. "It's not over yet. I think I have a third kind of manifest destiny." Dark Emperor's eyes widened when he heard the words. I couldn't help but exclaim. "What are you saying?" Seeing this, Yi Qingfeng turned around and placed his hand on the right pillar. Use spiritual power again. A huge black dragon emerged from the blue light. Everybody was shocked. "I'll do it. Is this dragon real?" Jiu Qingfeng said indifferently after listening. "So this is my third manifest destiny. Immortal dragon body." Then I saw him with his waist up again, laughing happily there. Suddenly someone shouted, "Oh, no." It broke the beam of the main hall. It's too late to run. Quickly use vital essence to block the falling beam. To avoid getting hurt. Jiu Qingfeng was instantly discouraged when he heard these words. Just then a stick fell on his head. Oh no. This house is falling apart. The male protagonist is elected Fujuan of the Dark Emperor. Not only does it summon the Vulcan who sits firmly on the Golden Lotus, Wind God. There are even huge and powerful immortal dragons. Just now, Jiu Qingfeng got angry. Summon your third manifest destiny. A huge black dragon appeared in the main hall of the Whisker. When everyone saw the dragon appear, exclaimed, "It's a dragon." Jiu Qingfeng's triumphant introduction after listening to it. "So this is my third manifest destiny. Immortal dragon body." I heard someone shouting. The dragon broke the beam of the main hall. Jiu Qingfeng's face is full of price supervision. Just then, a wooden stick hit Jiu Qingfeng's head. It startled him. The house is falling apart, and then I saw the beams of the hall fall with it. After a loud crash. Everyone is standing still after the disaster. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "This is the dragon. Look at the dragon in front of you." The crowd was shocked. How is it possible that such a destiny mutant exists? This is already far beyond the specifications of the Qingjie. It should be a product of the upper bound. What kind of manifest destiny is this? Why is there no historical record? And it's just a vision. It can make people's hearts great. How terrifying are these destiny mutants? Dark Emperor asked Jiu Qingfeng when he saw this. This is the immortal dragon body that fellow Daoist Jiu just mentioned, also manifest. Jiu Qingfeng replied calmly after listening. Yes, exactly. After the Dark Emperor received a positive answer, excitement on his face. Fellow Daoist Jiu also inherited other destiny mutants. Jiu Qingfeng turned around after hearing this. There should be more. I'll try again. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng slapped his palm on it. Unexpectedly, he just started to release his spiritual power. I heard a click. In the next second, the stone pillar was blown apart. Such a terrifying scene once again aroused everyone's exclamation. How powerful would that be? To make the stone tablet so desperate. This time, a variety of different bodies of destiny appear in one voice. It is the great blessing of my dark world. The price. It's really scary. At this time, Dark Emperor looked at Jiu Qingfeng and asked, "Dao Yu Jiu, did you inherit other destiny mutants?" After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng kissed his big mouth and Shang Huang approached, not satisfied. I have a fourth manifest in me. Beautiful name Japanese demon despair body. Dark Emperor was puzzled when he heard the words. What is the demon despair body? Jiyu Qingfeng saw the Dark Emperor's calm expression. To get serious. Demon despair is just the name I gave him. In fact, its real name is the demon immortal body, and this only demon immortal body is a physique that specializes in dealing with demons. Demon nemesis. With this constitution, demons of the same realm can't hurt me at all. Hair. If you don't believe me, you can catch a few demons in the god realm. Try to know the truth. As soon as Jiyu Qingfeng finished speaking, someone shouted, if this demon-eating immortal body is really so powerful, doesn't that mean fellow Daoist Jiyu? One person can level the entire kingdom of demons. Jiyu Qingfeng quickly realized after hearing it, why didn't I think of this one? But the Dark Emperor didn't believe it. No matter how strong the physique is, there is no upper limit. Lord of the Demon Kingdom, its strength far exceeds the peak of the god realm. Not ordinary people can resist. What's more, there are countless big demons in the country. Jiyu Qingfeng was a little helpless when he heard what the Dark Emperor said. Ask the system mentally. System. Does my physique have an upper limit? I don't want the system to only reply to him with 4 big characters. What is the upper limit? There is no upper limit to this physique. So Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Dark Emperor and opened his mouth. 7. Lord Dark Emperor, there is no upper limit to my manifest destiny. Jiyu Qingfeng just finished speaking. Simp rushed out and stood in front of the Dark Emperor. How can this world exist? Destiny aliens with no limit. In order to avoid the saints and the kingdom of 10,000 demons for thousands of years, the people in the green world, how could it be possible to verify you? This trumped-up destiny mutant goes to risk. I think you just know it can't be inspected. To deceive the Dark Emperor. Jiyu Qingfeng was very unhappy after hearing it. Do you want to fight if you are so dirty? And Shu Dog slowly approached him after listening. I will accompany. Even if I die, I will never let Lord Dark Emperor marry you, a big liar. Just then, the Dark Emperor spoke. I have an idea. You can detect whether Jiyu Dao's demon-only immortal body is true or false. I have a colorful black bird that I usually use for walking. It is a demon with peak dragon transformation cultivation. Daoyu Jiyu, would you like to be with it? Jiyu Qingfeng smiled after hearing this, naturally willing. Then he saw the Dark Emperor's hands touch. I still have words on my mouth. A magic circle appeared on the Supreme Palace. A mysterious bird that looked a bit like a phoenix appeared in front of him. The big demon in front of me not only has the bloodline of the phoenix, he also has the strength of the peak dragon transformation, but when it saw the male protagonist, it cried there. I wanted to continue to show it, but it shattered the inspection pillar. The Dark Emperor asked him if he still had the Destiny Mutant. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng said that he himself. There is also a Destiny variant called the Noisy Demon Immortal Body. Simp immediately jumped out and wanted to refute. Just then, the Dark Emperor spoke. Ask Jiyu Qingfeng if he is willing to fight. After getting a positive answer, the Dark Emperor summoned a mysterious bird that looked like a phoenix. The moment Xuanyaro appeared, the pressure it exuded shocked everyone present. But in Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes, this big bird is simply not enough to see. But don't wait for him to say something. The Dark Emperor came to his side and spoke gently. Daoyu Jiyu, you can't use any power. The corners of Jiyu Qingfeng's mouth rose after listening. Nature. After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng walked in front of Xuanyaro. Open your hands and shout. You can start now. The Dark Emperor saw this and said something. Fellow Jiyu Daoyu offended. Then I saw Xuanyaro rushing towards Jiyu Qingfeng. The kung fu of his abdominal eyes came to Jiyu Qingfeng. I saw Xuanyaro hit it with all his strength. But I heard a sound. Xuanyaro was forced to stop in front of Jiyu Qingfeng with its mouth crooked. When you feel the strength of the other person. Xuanyaro was stunned directly. The next second, under Jiyu Qingfeng's gaze, he fell to the ground with a thump. Seeing this, Yi Qingfeng pulled open his clothes, exposed a flawless body. The sounds around the carving came and went. There is such wonders in this world. I've been waiting so long. God, really unscathed? That is Lord Dark Emperor's colorful mysterious bird. It's still a big demon in the dragon realm. It seems that Jiyu Qingfeng is right. Eating the demon body is too strong. Just then Simp jumped out. Big O. I have seen the immortal dragon body in the book. Is known for its defense. You came out unscathed. Rely on it. Attacked by a dragon peak demon without being injured. It doesn't prove that you have a demon body at all. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Shugo in front of him, full of vision. So what? I have 3 destiny aliens, and you only have 1. You are afraid that you will not marry the Dark Emperor. So the dog jumped over the wall in a hurry, right? After Simp listened to you for a long time, nothing came out of you. He saw Jiyu Qingfeng standing in front of the Dark Emperor. If it weren't for Lord Dark Emperor's hasty selection of a husband for the human race, how can I bask in my own free life? Don't spend the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Simp was furious. Draw the sword. Jiyu Qingfeng, don't give away the benefits of your tongue. So what if you have a lot of physique? There is no invincible physique in this world, only the invincible. You have the guts to compete with me. Just then, the Dark Emperor interrupted the tit-for-tat scene between the two. That's enough. CI Dog pointed at Jiyu Qingfeng when he heard the words, Lord Dark Emperor, not me. It's all Jiyu Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, the Dark Emperor didn't listen to his argument at all. Wei Daoyu, you've had a bit of a day. I think fellow Daoist Wei doesn't look good today. Come, send fellow Daoist Wei back to rest. This sentence Simp's like falling into 18 layers of hell. When taken away, Simp's self-light still looked at the Dark Emperor. After he leaves, Dark Emperor stepped aside. Fellow Daoist Zhu Mingzi, do you have anything else to say? Zhu Mingzi was shocked when he heard the Dark Emperor asking him. He immediately waved his hand and answered, Lord Dark Emperor, the old man is still self-aware. The old man can't compare to fellow Daoist Jiyu. Voluntary withdrawal. After saying that, Zhu Mingzi turned around and left. The Dark Emperor looked at his back and said a good word. Then he turned around and said to Jiyu Qingfeng, now that they have both quit, then only Jiyu Daofa is left for you. Jiyu Qingfeng had a smile on his face after hearing this. Lord Dark Emperor, I would. After all, everything is for the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Dark Emperor's face like a spring breeze. Okay, then our wedding date is set in 3 days. The male protagonist of Yushu Linfeng and the peerless Dark Emperor is about to get married. The Dark Emperor who knew this news simped Wei Huyun. Will there be sabotage? Will the wedding of the male protagonist and the Dark Emperor go well? Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng took it easy. I killed the colorful mysterious bird at the peak of dragon transformation. The powerful strength instantly conquered all the people present. Only one person is in debt. That is Wei Guyun, the king of Shugu of the Dark Emperor. Unexpectedly, at this time, the Dark Emperor took responsibility and asked someone to take him down. Then he asked Zhu Mingzi again. Do you still want to compete? After receiving a negative answer, Dark Emperor turned to look at Jiyu Qingfeng and announced, the wedding is scheduled for 3 days later. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the beautiful Dark Emperor in front of him. The heartbeat cannot be suppressed at all. Caused him to smile at himself when he saw the Dark Emperor. Unable to control his body, he fell to the ground. The sudden scene startled the Dark Emperor. And Jiyu Qingfeng was still immersed in the beauty of the Dark Emperor. Mom, I saw the most beautiful muse. At this time, Zhu Mingzi walked forward and squatted down slowly. Can't help but ask curiously, Daoyu Jiyu, what kind of kung fu are you practicing? How cold is it on the ground? After saying that, he helped Jiyu Qingfeng up. Take him out of the hall. 3 days later, the main hall has been turned into a wedding venue. All decorated with red silk brocade. Everyone is congratulating Dark Emperor and Jiyu Qingfeng on their century-long union, until the new bee is done. After being sent into the bridal chamber, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't wait to pull the Dark Emperor to the bridal chamber. Unfortunately, he was stopped by 2 men. Let's help Lord Dark Emperor to the Mark Palace. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the back of the Dark Emperor being taken away, a little upset. Just then a hand patted him on the shoulder. Yi Qingfeng saw that the person who came was Zhu Mingzi. Puzzled inquiry. It's my big day. Why are you pulling me? Zhu Mingzi touched his beard when he heard the words. Today is your big day. You groom. How can you leave us guests behind? Just pay attention to the rules of the bride. Then Jiyu Qingfeng pointed to the side. Ask Zhu Mingzi. Then what do you want from me? I'm scolding madly in my heart. If I hadn't married the Dark Emperor now. Never lose face. To establish a good image. He turned his face. Zhu Mingzi smiled and said. Why don't you have a drink with us? Then I saw everyone raise their glasses high. It's not good for Jiyu Qingfeng to see this. I shouted happily. Fine. I'm going to get drunk with you today. Then he went to the table and sat down. As soon as I sat down, someone came forward with a glass of wine. Daoyu Jiyu, congratulations, congratulations. Lord Dark Emperor is the most beautiful woman in our dark world. Today you hold a beauty back. Must drink this cup full. Just finished speaking. Jiyu Qingfeng took the wine glass. He looked up and gulped down. The other party smiled when he saw this. Daoyu Jiyu, generous. I like your personality. The rest of the people saw it and came forward to toast. Dao Yu Ji, sure enough. I'll give you another toast. Dao Yu Ji, your identity will be different from now on. I hope you can work together with Lord Dark Emperor. Take better care of our dark world? After hearing this, Ji Qingfeng also understood what these people wanted to do. You are trying to get me drunk. Lao Tzu has the body of the immortal dragon. I'm afraid you won't make it. Thinking of this, Ji Qingfeng faced the toasts of the others. That's a good thing. Forcibly dry a piece. The rest are good drinkers. Then continue to drink to Ji Qingfeng. Just then, someone handed Ji Qingfeng a glass of wine. Ji Qingfeng, with a wine glass ready to drink, suddenly smelled a smell. I was surprised to find a glass of poisoned wine in my hand. Ji Qingfeng didn't show anything at the moment. It's a look of calm. You don't want me to marry the Dark Emperor smoothly. I'm not as good as you. Therefore, Ji Qingfeng tilted his head back. Drink all the poisoned wine into your stomach. Then I fixed my gaze on them. I will let you take the initiative to show your feat. Today is the male lead's wedding day. Unexpectedly, someone dared to hand him poisoned wine. Will he compromise because of the wedding? Just now, Ji Qingfeng was in a hurry to have a bridal room with the Dark Emperor. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Zhu Mingzi and others to drink. Listen to the congratulations of the crowd. Ji Qingfeng is not easy to refuse, and just drink their toast. But someone has a crooked mind. He handed Ji Qingfeng a glass of poisoned wine. Ji Qingfeng, who felt something was wrong, didn't say anything more. Just look up and drink the wine into your stomach. When everyone saw this, they marveled at his good drinking capacity. Until nightfall. The guests also slowly dispersed. Zhu Mingzi and a man helped Ji Qingfeng back to the new house. Lord Dark Emperor, the feast is over. We sent you back. Dark Emperor, who was sitting on the bed, said faintly after hearing this. Step back. The two greeted the Dark Emperor. Yes, Lord Dark Emperor. Then he left the room. After they leave, Ji Qingfeng woke up from the table. Without saying a word, he stood up and looked around. Then he walked to the Dark Emperor. Wife, I'm here to remove the hijab for you. Then, Ji Qingfeng reached out to remove the Dark Emperor's red veil. When Ji Qingfeng saw the beautiful face of the Dark Emperor, eyebrows are full of joy. Dark Emperor blushed. Ji Qingfeng, who had recovered from his beauty, I saw the Dark Emperor making himself. I blushed with embarrassment. The Dark Emperor turned his head in embarrassment. Husband, we've only seen a few of them. I'm afraid you don't know my real name yet. Ji Qingfeng looked at her blankly after hearing this. It seems so. Dark Emperor glanced at Ji Qingfeng and said, Husband, my name is Shang Xinyan. Sad. Yang. Dark Emperor sensed Ji Qingfeng's doubts. Explain slowly. This is the name my father gave me. He said I always cried when I was a kid. No matter how you coax it, you can't coax it well, since you are so sad. Let's just call Shang Xinyan. After listening, Ji Qingfeng slowly sat down beside her, reached out and put it on the back of the Dark Emperor's hand. Do you have anything else to say to your husband? At this time, Dark Emperor looked at Ji Qingfeng with an apologetic look. You can't blame me, can you? Do you think it's selfish of me to do this? Let you marry me for the sake of the human race, if you like someone else in the future. We have given birth to children. Our marriage. You can choose to treat it as a farce with me. Unexpectedly, I just finished speaking. Ji Qingfeng raised the Dark Emperor's chin. After shouting Yanga, he kissed. Then he looked at the Dark Emperor seriously. Today is our wedding night. What are you talking about these spoilers for? Dark Emperor immediately retorted after hearing this. Don't mess around. But the words are not finished yet. He was pushed onto the bed by Ji Qingfeng. Yanga. A moment of spring night is worth $1,000. What's the matter? Let's wait until tomorrow. After hearing this, the Dark Emperor helplessly agreed. Then Ji Qingfeng leaned up. Fingers interlocked. Hold tightly together. Little did I know that at this moment, in the darkness, a figure appeared on their roof. I saw him pick up the tiles with ease, timing the light in the room, through the missing tiles. Simp can't get the long-admired muse. Muse to steal treasures. But when he removed the tiles, he only saw a golden light. Just after Ji Qingfeng finished dealing with the banquet, he was sent back to the new house by Zhu Mingzi and others. After the two left, Ji Qingfeng woke up from pretending to be drunk. Opened the Dark Emperor's hijab. Then the two talked. Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't wait to have sex with the Dark Emperor. Originally, the Dark Emperor had another important thing about the Dark World, to inform Jiyu Qingfeng, but he gagged it with his mouth. However, on the roof they don't know. Quit the dog and pick up a tile. Looking at Jiyu Qingfeng in the room. I'm going to see how many you can hold on to. With the voice of the Dark Emperor. Spring in the room. What Simp saw made him sweat profusely. Frightened face. I even saw Jiyu Qingfeng's moves. I felt dizzy. Until the sound in the room disappears. He sighed in his heart with a face full of unlovable. It's finally over. Just about to stand up. I didn't expect it because I squatted for too long. My legs went numb. This is his meow Jiyu Qingfeng and a cow. However, just as the quitting dog was about to leave, accidentally stepped on a branch. A snap resounded throughout the night sky in an instant. Jiyu Qingfeng shouted in the room after hearing it. Who? Shu Dog knew something bad when he heard the words. Use Qinggong to escape immediately. It doesn't look like he's poisoned at all. Is this the power of the immortal dragon body? The angry Shu Dog put wolf words in his heart. We have a long time to come to Japan. Jiyu Qingfeng, here we go. Jiyu Qingfeng heard the sound and came out to check, watching the man flee. He had some doubts. Why does this back look a bit like Wei Huyun's new goods? I didn't even dare to face it. Useless stuff. I still want to marry the Dark Emperor with this little courage. You are only worthy to stand in the corner and watch me and the Dark Emperor, then go back to the bedside. Looking at the sleeping Dark Emperor, squeeze her chin to make her mouth open. Then he leaned over and kissed. Then Jiyu Qingfeng put his head into the Dark Emperor's body. The next morning, the women came to dress Dark Emperor and Jiyu Qingfeng. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng asked the Dark Emperor to give him his hand. But I saw Jiyu Qingfeng pulling the hand of the Dark Emperor, put it on the lips and kiss. Then smile at the Dark Emperor. Yanga. I have something to tell you. After Dark Emperor heard this, he asked shyly. Husband. You and I are husband and wife. Just say it. Then Jiyu Qingfeng explained. Yanga. I have something important to go out today, come back at night. I just put a book under my pillow. If you have nothing to do today, then see more. This book is about the harmony of our marriage. You must see. Dark Emperor after listening, doubt out loud. Does this marriage still need exams? After speaking, he saw Jiyu Qingfeng say seriously. Nature. Managing a good marriage is also a school. This book is helpful in managing our marriage. The Dark Emperor was stunned by what Jiyu Qingfeng said. I hurriedly expressed that I will definitely read this book well. Then Jiyu Qingfeng hugged the Dark Emperor, leaned over and kissed her on the mouth. After the end, he praised the Dark Emperor. Yanga is so nice. I'm gonna miss you. Then the Dark Emperor sent Jiyu Qingfeng away by himself. It's not a big deal for Jiyu Qingfeng to go out this time. Just to get back the place. Excuse me. Wei Huyun, you have to pay the price. After Jiyu Qingfeng leaves. If there is nothing important today, remember not to disturb me. After saying that, the two women disappeared in place. Dark Emperor returned to the bedside and took out the book under the pillow. After watching for a while, Dark Emperor pouted with a red face. This Jiyu Qingfeng, how can you be such a person? The male protagonist was not only poisoned on his wedding day, the night of the bridal chamber was also stolen by villains. He settled his wife. The next day I went out to find the culprit. Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng and Dark Emperor finally completed the bridal chamber candle night. Let the Dark Emperor have time today. Go and see the books he left by the bedside. After Jiyu Qingfeng left, the well-behaved Dark Emperor, pick up the book and look at it. If you don't look, you don't know. At first glance, the ashamed Dark Emperor's face was flushed. After reading it, Dark Emperor couldn't help but complain. This Jiyu Qingfeng is really not serious. After returning to his senses, Dark Emperor's eyes drifted towards the books again. As time goes by, the Dark Emperor is reading a book carefully in the room. She didn't fall asleep until sleepiness hit. The screen turned to Jiyu Qingfeng's side. I saw him walking leisurely on the road. Suddenly, a voice came. Dao Yu Jiyu. After hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng turned back and looked at the past. I saw Zhu Mingzi running over in a hurry. The mouth is still very anxious to inquire. Dao Yu Jiyu, are you okay? Then he came to Jiyu Qingfeng. Grab Jiyu Qingfeng and look at that. Jiu Qingfeng looked at it with confusion on his face. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Zhu Mingzi saw Jiu Qingfeng unscathed. Suddenly there are some rumors. Wei Huyun poisoned your wine yesterday. Want to be bad for you? Jiu Qingfeng was very disdainful after hearing it. Here it is. Zhu Mingzi saw his calm attitude. Surprised. Here it is. You know. After speaking, Jiu Qingfeng's voice sounded. Right, I didn't want to ruin my wedding with Yang yesterday. So there was no sound. Attempt to rob relatives. Zhu Mingzi looked at Jiu Qingfeng fraudulently after hearing this. Haven't said anything yet. I heard his voice again. I will make Wei Huyun pay the price. Zhu Mingzi slowly opened his mouth when he heard the inquiry. He poisoned another god-level powerhouse by mistake. Follow the investigation to find him. Jiu Qingfeng complained in his heart. Why do I feel like I overestimated Wei Huyun? Where is Wei Huyun now? Zhu Mingzi looked at Jiu Qingfeng when he heard the words. It has been attacked by several god-level powerhouses, imprisoned in a cave. Saying that, Zhu Mingzi summoned the clouds. I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Dao Yu Jiu, I still have to deal with Wei Huyun. There will be an expiration later, and he was ready to leave. At this moment, Jiu Qingfeng grabbed his clothes, and so forth. This bastard tried to poison me. Ruin my wedding with Yang. Destroy the peace of the dark world. It's a sin. Fellow Daoist Zhu Mingzi, I'm going, too, show me the way. I must kill chickens and monkeys today. Prevent this event from happening in the future. Zhu Mingzi's face was a little embarrassed when he saw this. Dao Yu Jiu, please come with me. Soon the two arrived at a cave abode. Zhu Mingzi took Jiu Qingfeng down. Here it is. Just came in. The people inside walked forward to greet Jiu Qingfeng. Dao Yu Jiu, after the two sides chilled each other. Jiu Qingfeng greeted the dog on the ground. Don't come to Wulam. Wei Huyun. The moment I saw Jiu Qingfeng appear, Wei Huyun's face changed instantly. Jiu Qingfeng looked at Zhu Mingzi and opened his mouth. Fellow Daoist Zhu Mingzi, you take them out first. I have something to say to fellow Daoist Wei Huyun. Then he saw Zhu Mingzi patting Jiu Qingfeng's shoulder. However, just as Zhu Mingzi was leaving, Jiu Qingfeng's face suddenly changed. I saw his eyes were sharp. In anger. It is a kick against Wei Huyun on the ground. Then slowly squat down. Did your legs go numb last night? How was it? Are you satisfied with Yang's reaction? Wei Huyun became big after hearing it. You are drilling for the dirty Dark Emperor. You unidentified bastard. How to match the Dark Emperor? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiu Qingfeng's hands. It is slowly crawling towards Wei Huyun's neck. Lao Tzu was married by Ming Media. Then slowly use your hands. Wei Huyun's saliva couldn't stop flowing out. Rivals in love are jealous when they meet. The male protagonist was still strangling Shu Dog's neck for a second. But in the next second, the rope that bound Jiu was untied. Just now, under the leadership of Zhu Mingzi, Jiu Qingfeng came to a cave. When I entered, I saw Wei Huyun who was tied up. Enemies are jealous when they meet. Jiu Qingfeng immediately let Cassia Zi and others leave. I want to chat with Wei Huyun. After a few people leave, Jiu Qingfeng kicked Wei Huyun on the ground and asked him sarcastically. It was comfortable listening to the voice of the Dark Emperor last night. Wei Huyun scolded after hearing it. You are drilling for the Dark Emperor. You son of a bitch. Jiu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him, still talking loudly and not scolding yourself. Angry, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the other party's neck tightly. It's just that Jiu Qingfeng doesn't plan to kill him now. Soon he let go of his hands. Wei Huyun gritted his teeth and shouted. Jiu Qingfeng, I'm going to kill you. Yi Qingfeng looked at the half-dead simp in front of him. Indifferent face. That's all you got. Then I will reluctantly play with you. Then Jiu Qingfeng untied the rope that bound him. Open your hands. Come on, let me see if you have this ability. After saying that, Jiu Qingfeng took out the treasure of the Fox clan. A burst of energy filled the room. Wei Huyun, with your ability. Or should I invite you to come and squat on the roof of Yang and me? Look at our bridal chamber candle night is more real. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Wei Huyun's angry expression again. You live. And he opens his hand. Shout out the sword. Then a long sword appeared in his hand. I saw Wei Guyun jumping towards Jiyu Qingfeng. Seeing this situation, Jiyu Qingfeng teleported away from the cave abode. Seeing this, Wei Huyun chased after him with his sword, until Jiyu Qingfeng came to the big screen. See everyone behind. Just stopped. He meows. I'm almost done running the entire dark world. My legs are about to break. You guys are all hiding here. It's too much. Then Jiyu Qingfeng looked around, looking for a foothold. Both handsome. It immediately attracts the attention of others. Just then a voice came. Jiyu Qingfeng, don't run if you have the guts, come and compete with me. Hearing the sound, Jiyu Qingfeng looked back. I see everyone's eyes. I also followed the voice and looked out the door, and the panting Wei Huyun, when he chased Jiyu Qingfeng to the entrance of the hall, still shouting. Jiyu Qingfeng, don't run. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng, who was in midair, finally spoke. Fellow Daoist Wei Huyun, it's funny what you say. You want to kill me? Why can't I run? As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the audience fell on him. At the same time, he could also hear the crowd's comments on Jiyu Qingfeng. Is this the same as having 3 different powers of destiny at the same time? This Jiyu Daofa is now married to Lord Dark Emperor. What should we call him? As soon as this statement came out, someone immediately refuted it. The war is coming. What is it called? Still torn. Let's call fellow Jiyu first. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng walked out of the crowd with a smile. And if I hadn't run away? Do you want to fight with you? Disturb the peace of the dark world. The chaos before the opening of the great array. Speaking of which, Jiyu Qingfeng suddenly thought of something. Right. This Wei Guyun is also a god-level powerhouse. It is a member needed by the Dark Emperor to activate the Grand Formation. I just wanted to avenge yesterday's poisoning. I plan to make a fool of you in front of everyone in the dark world. I didn't expect you to have such a useful layer. Then I can't let you go. Then Jiyu Qingfeng immediately said pitifully. Wei Daoyu, I know you have loved Yanga for many years, but Yanga is now my wife. Wei Huyun opened his mouth wide after hearing this. What do you want to say? I saw Jiyu Qingfeng's aggrieved opening. I know you don't want me and Yanga to marry for the human race. You poisoned me at the wedding yesterday. And there was an uproar. Wei Daoyu, you actually. Wei Huyun saw that the situation was not good and immediately refuted. Jiyu Qingfeng, you not only regretted and humiliated Lord Dark Emperor, you still want my reputation. After speaking, he pointed forward with the sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingfeng had already seen through his offensive. Turn sideways slightly. Put your hand on Wei Huyun's shoulder. He whispered a thank you to Wei Guyun. Men make themselves more comfortable. Leave colored books on the bed. Attach to the new wife, see more during the day. Accept the results when he comes back at night. Just now. Wei Huyun killed Jiyu Qingfeng for 1,000, chased him to the main hall. During the conversation, Jiyu Qingfeng put dirty water, he poured it on Wei Guyun again and again. He was so angry that he drew his knife and rushed towards Jiyu Qingfeng. However, when he came to Jiyu Qingfeng, his sword was dodged by Jiyu Qingfeng. Then I saw Jiyu Qingfeng. Put your hand on Wei Huyun's shoulder. He grinned and said thank you to him. Wei Guyun was confused after hearing this. Are you just reacting now? After saying that, Jiyu Qingfeng gave Wei Huyun a shoulder fall. At the same time, he also said, it's too late. Hugh! Wei Huyun was thrown out by Jiyu Qingfeng. I saw the sword in his hand fall to the ground with a bang. Jiyu Qingfeng's voice also sounded again. Because you have a crush on the Dark Emperor Fire, become delirious after getting married. And I am the husband of the Dark Emperor. You should be dealt with instead of your wife. After saying that, he squatted down, picked up his sword. The rest of the people saw this and reacted. They went forward to persuade Jiyu Qingfeng. Daoyu Jiyu. Now the opening of the Dark World Array is imminent. Don't have the same knowledge as Wei Daofa, right? Yes, friend Jiyu Daoyu. Our Dark World has always been united. Don't hurt your peace. At this time, a person with an embarrassed face said to Jiyu Qingfeng. Right. Daoyu Jiyu, please put peace first. Now you are married to Lord Dark Emperor. The future of the Dark World matters. Your personal grudge. Let it go for now. Unexpectedly, Wei Huyun did not know how old he was, pointing at Jiyu Qingfeng and cursing. This Jiyu Qingfeng is ambitious. Marrying Lord Dark Emperor has another purpose. You can't be fooled by him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng rushed in front of him. Without saying a word, it's a punch. He directly knocked one of Wei Guyun's teeth away. In an instant, Wei Guyun fell into a coma. The rest saw it and took no action. At this time, Jiyu Qingfeng opened his mouth. Come on. Take Wei Guyun down. In jail. Wait for the call. Then I saw a man and a woman. Put Wei Guyun up and take him away. But Wei Guyun kept shouting. I want to see the Dark Emperor. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at Wei Guyun's departing back and said, I still can't believe it. Fellow Daoist Wei would do such a thing to me. I didn't want to clash with him. Hiding in many places in the dark world with nowhere to ghost touch, that's why I came to the guys to judge me. However, as long as Wei Daofar sincerely repents, don't get between me and Yanga anymore. What happened before? I can ignore it. After speaking, he looked at everyone with a pitiful face. In fact, I'm thinking. This time. There's no way for you to kidnap me morally. Obviously, Jiyu Qingfeng's performance was very successful. The rest of the people came forward to comfort him. You don't need to blame yourself. I didn't expect him to be so narrow-minded. Treat yourself with pain and kill. I'll wait for the ticket to report to Lord Dark Emperor later. Imprison him for a year. Calm down. Jiyu Qingfeng clasped his fists with both hands after listening. So I'll bother you fellow Taoists. The rest of the people answered. What did fellow Jiyu say? Just a little effort. Then Jiyu Qingfeng asked them. Why were you gathered here just now? Is there anything I need his help with? And the rest of us explained. This main hall is usually used for discussion. Today we are here to discuss the formation. It was not until evening that Jiyu Qingfeng parted from everyone. It's just that he's still a little upset. It says a lot. The next step is to find a way to get these people to betray the dark world first. Only then can the formation not be activated. But now it's more important to study. The screen changes. Jiyu Qingfeng has completed a battle with the Dark Emperor. The tired Dark Emperor lay on Jiyu Qingfeng's body angrily. For the Dark Emperor's performance tonight, Jiyu Qingfeng was very satisfied, smiling praise to the Dark Emperor. Yanga, it seems that you have studied the information I left you seriously. Great progress. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Dark Emperor's blushing face. He was in a hurry to ask Jiyu Qingfeng not to talk nonsense. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and interlocked the fingers of the Dark Emperor. Then he kissed the back of Dark Emperor's hand lightly. Looking at the Dark Emperor happily. Okay, don't talk about it. Let's talk about something. Dark Emperor was a little at a loss after hearing this. Husband. Just say it. Then I heard Jiyu Qingfeng speak. Yanga. I remember you said you would incarnate. Can you show me one or two? Dark Emperor looked at Jiyu Qingfeng after listening. What did the male protagonist do? It actually caused the high-ranking Dark Emperor to cry into tears. Just now. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately accepted the Dark Emperor's learning results when he arrived home, after turning the phoenix. Jiyu Qingfeng had a long conversation with the Dark Emperor. Can you show one or two? Hearing this, Dark Huangcheng looked at Jiyu Qingfeng with wide eyes. And I looked down. Jiyu Qingfeng immediately opened his mouth when he saw that the Dark Emperor's expression was wrong. Yanga, if you are in a dilemma. But I'm not finished yet. The Dark Emperor interrupted him. You are my husband. How could I be embarrassed? As he spoke, tears rolled down the Dark Emperor's face. I just think of my father. Jiyu Qingfeng panicked when he saw the beauty crying, anxiously shouting the name of the Dark Emperor. And the Dark Emperor came back to his senses and quickly wiped his tears with his hands. I'm all right. The secret of the method of incarnation cannot be known to others. Jiyu Qingfeng swore immediately after hearing it. I swear Yanga. You told me how to incarnate today. Absolutely won't tell anyone. This is our little secret between husband and wife. At this moment, the Dark Emperor spoke again. You don't have to swear to me. You are my husband. I will definitely believe you unconditionally. Jiyu Qingfeng's eyes instantly enlarged after listening. The Dark Emperor's trust resounded through his mind like thunder. Yanga, it's nice to have you. Then he heard the voice of the Dark Emperor. In fact, the 108 heavenly numbers demon array, I didn't create it. It comes from the upper bound. It was my father who created this formation in the upper realm. Passed it to me again. Jiyu Qingfeng was taken aback after hearing this. What? Father-in-law is in the upper realm. Yanga. That. The Dark Emperor knew that Jiyu Qingfeng had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained. My father was also human. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng was relieved. That's good, that's good, if the father-in-law is a saint. I'm afraid of the people in this dark world. Then the two sat down. My father was taken to the upper realm by the saints. However, because he has the destiny alien 7 Span's exquisite body, the saints only banned the father. Didn't kill him. Jiyu Qingfeng heard Chicheong Linglong exclaimed. So amazing. Can make the saints give in. The Dark Emperor bowed his head in disappointment when he heard the words. Yes. It's so amazing. But this system only enhances understanding. Nothing else. A person with a 7-span exquisite body, all of them are geniuses with extremely high comprehension, and ate their flesh. It increases comprehension. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Shit. A living Tang monk moving in a different world. Now my father is imprisoned by the saints. The son cut his flesh to exchange for treasure. Jiyu Qingfeng was shocked when he heard this. I can't help but get angry. Holy clan, this is too much. Yanga, don't worry, I will definitely help you rescue your father-in-law. Hearing this, the Dark Emperor shook his head. It's useless. My father cut the meat voluntarily. For the Dark Realm. Before he finished speaking, the Dark Emperor could not bear to hold his face with both hands, after wiping the tears from my face. Open your mouth slowly. Let's talk about my father later. Let's talk about the formation first. Jiyu Qingfeng agreed with what the Dark Emperor said. Listen to her narration quietly. Back then, the human race of the blue world used the heavenly demon scroll, the law of cross-border communication. Invited the saints. Then the saints took my father away. And my father, by virtue of his extremely high understanding, after all these years of combining the knowledge learned in the upper realm, just created this formation. After his father was arrested. To break the game. Also through the sky demon scroll. Teach me this formation. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingfeng also understood his father-in-law's plan. The Dark Emperor was sad to see this. Yes. Because my father knew the horrors of the saints. I also know that if I don't learn the knowledge of the upper realm, the human race of the blue world will never turn over. That's why he passed on the position of the Dark Emperor to me. I must safeguard this dark world for my father. Now I'm going to use the circle he's learned all his life to create. A future for Qingjie. Jiyu Qingfeng looked at the Dark Emperor. Ask her why she is so hesitant. Are you worried about something? The Dark Emperor huddled himself into a ball after hearing this. I want to save my father, but I know I can't. Compared to my father, I can survive. I'm more afraid that my father will not die as he wishes. Because his body has brought countless wealth to the saints. How could they have let him die so easily? The methods of the Saint clan are extremely cruel. They placed all kinds of cruel restrictions on their father. Let him suffer. After saying that, the Dark Emperor cried loudly. Jiyu Qingfeng also touched her head distressed. At this moment, the Dark Emperor suddenly raised his head, looking at Jiyu Qingfeng pitifully. Husband, I hope you promise me one thing. The man faces his new wife's tearful plea. How will he respond? Agree or reject? Just now, Jiyu Qingfeng inquired about the method of incarnating the Dark Emperor, but he didn't want the Dark Emperor to start crying after hearing it. In her mouth, Jiyu Qingfeng knew about the father of the Dark Emperor. How much did you contribute to the human race? Not only not afraid of life and death, even have to suffer the pain of WAN meat every day. Jiyu Qingfeng saw in front of him, this Dark Emperor who is high in front of outsiders. Now I'm crying like a child. Help her wipe away her tears. Yanga, stop crying. Speak slowly. No matter what you say, I promise you. Then the Dark Emperor lowered his head. Shea's voice sounded. After I give birth to a child, I will lead the powers of the dark world. The new broken channel to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, if it works. When the channel breaks, I'll give you the array. I hope you can preside over the formation for me. Jiyu Qingfeng was taken aback after hearing this. Yanga, haven't said anything yet. The Dark Emperor's voice sounded again. I'm going to the upper realm to save my father. Help him out. No longer tortured by the saints. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng stood up, walk in front of the Dark Emperor. Yanga, leave it all to me. While speaking, Jiyu Qingfeng knelt down on one knee. I believe you. Seeing this, Jiyu Qingfeng grabbed the Dark Emperor's feet, thinking silently in my heart. Let the sweet wife go on an adventure. That's not my style. Father-in-law wants to save such a beautiful wife. Of course keep it. There must be a law of both. The broken roll and heavy clouds finally see the eye, and today, I, Jiu Qingfeng, have to rely on the method of both, give everyone a happy ending. Thinking so, Jiu Qingfeng was not idle either. Test the Dark Emperor's homework again. Jiu Qingfeng didn't walk to the balcony until midnight. What a beautiful night. Did my original world have such a scenery? I came to this world unknowingly. The past life has become increasingly blurred. And why am I here? Then Jiu Qingfeng looked at the Dark Emperor behind him. Will it be for you? At this time, the Dark Emperor was looking at books. Jiu Qingfeng walked in with tea. Yanga. Or immerse yourself in your own world. Looking at Dark Emperor's focused expression, he feels in his heart. So focused. Make yourself completely unable to disturb. So what can I do? Jiu Qingfeng is so bored. Look at that touch, I just can't bear to disturb the Dark Emperor. Because it's really boring. Jiu Qingfeng reached out to pick up a book and sat down to check it out. Yanga values this formation so much. If I destroy the formation, isn't that actively destroying our relationship as husband and wife? After deep thought, Jiu Qingfeng suddenly thought of, since the connection point is in the kingdom of demons. Thinking of this, Jiu Qingfeng's eyes instantly lit up. Right. All demons are demons. It helps me upgrade. And the kingdom of demons is in trouble. The saints will definitely take care of their little brother. When the time comes, even the saints will clean up together, save trouble. Suddenly, Dark Emperor's voice sounded. There you are. Hearing the voice, Jiu Qingfeng came back to his senses. He looked up and found that the Dark Emperor had arrived in front of him. Looking at himself with a smile on his face. Do you like reading books too? This is the 4 Seas Cloud record. This was written by my father when he traveled as a teenager. Jiu Qingfeng was taken aback after hearing this. What? Father-in-law traveled so much when he was young. Then Jiu Qingfeng thought of something and looked up and said to the Dark Emperor. By the way, Yanga, I'm going out for a while. At least half a month. As many as a month. As soon as these words came out, his face was dark yellow and unhappy. What? Seeing this, Yi Qingfeng looked at the Dark Emperor gently. I have a surprise for you. Yanga, I'm on my way. You must take care of yourself. After saying that, he hugged the Dark Emperor tightly, but Dark Emperor's face was full of sadness. Are you tired of playing? After hearing this, Jiu Qingfeng looked at the Dark Emperor with wide eyes. What? Then Dark Emperor's voice sounded.